Chen Li, outer disciple of the Formation Hall, 20 years of age, 5 spiritual roots, 4th layer of Qi refining. Today he departs the sect, his name struck from the registers of Wangu Sect. At the entrance of Wangu Sect's External Affairs Hall, an unremarkable young man in plain clothes returned his sect identity token. Half a shurchen later, at Shirley Peak of Wangu Sect on a modest hill before a stone steely, Chen Li whispered, "Master, from this farewell, I know not when we shall meet again." His master Chen Huayan, 4 spiritual roots, early foundation establishment, passed away last year at the age of 240. 20 years ago, Chen Huayan found him an infant from the Blue Star. 20 years of shelter raised safely into manhood. A debt heavier than mountains. Today he bids farewell. Half a year later, in the southern frontier at a border town of the Endless Forest in Liangxi County of Nanwu Kingdom, the suburban Wuk Mountain has been arranged with a first-grade lower-quality defensive formation. Having traveled cautiously from the eastern southern frontier to the southwestern Nanwu Kingdom, far from any sect today, a simple welcoming pavilion has been built at the entrance of Wuk Mountain, its plaque bearing the 4 great characters, Chen Family, Immortal Clan. Before the gate, a young man gazed at the Chen Family Immortal Clan plaque he had hung with his own hands. In his consciousness, the locked state of the family fortune bar had finally vanished. 20 years ago, ever since arriving in this world, within his consciousness, there existed a progress bar-like display called the family fortune bar. It had been locked before, but now it was no longer so. Chen Li suppressed his excitement, sealed the mountain gate entrance back within the formation, and returned to the mountain. In a cave dwelling within the mountain, Chen Li sat cross-legged in meditation, his consciousness entering his consciousness. Upon entering, information immediately displayed. This unlock enables the evolution of the fortune land. Proceed with evolution. Chen Li, yes. Evolution complete. Inject information. Chen Li, yes. Injection complete. Within the consciousness, information about 3 fortune lands appeared. 1. Taoist Li Dao's Ascension Cave Dwelling. Location, position, information injected, map guidance mode available. Danger Stone, Turbid Qi, information viewable. Seal, 2nd grade lower concealment array. Myriad phenomena, dust, return, formation, foundation, establishment, early stage level, damaged, viewable. Recommended number 1. 2. Scarlet Sun Spirit Fruit. Location, position, information injected, map guidance mode available. Danger, Endless Forest Demon Beasts, 5-colored python. 3rd level Demon Beast, late, Qi, refining level viewable. Seal, none. Recommended number 1. 3. Inside the Silver Tiger Demon's Belly. Location, position, information injected, map guidance mode available. Danger, Endless Forest Demon Beasts, Silver Tiger Demon. 3rd level Demon Beast viewable. Seal, none. Recommended number 1. Work hard to build the clan, complete fortune points, change the color of the fortune bar to unlock the next evolution. Chen Li saw the information of the red fortune bar. Red fortune bar 0-100. Fortune bar levels red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Fortune points can be obtained through tags, 8 available, choose 5. 1. Clan cultivates spirit fields, plants, spirit rice, harvest spirit rice, 1000 gene 20. 2. Clan marries and bears children, grandchildren, 520. 3. Clan's highest combat power breaks through late Qi refining 20. 4. Clan harvests spirit stones 1020. 5. Clan raises 3rd level spirit pets 120. 6. Clan develops 1st grade upper quality flying boats 120. 7. Clan territory arranges 2nd grade lower arrays defensible against foundation establishment cultivators 20. 8. Clan masters foundation establishment pill refinement 20. Please select tags. Streams of information flooded his mind. Chen Li quickly captured the key points: fortune land and fortune bar tags. What should he choose? Chen Li fell into thought. His greatest expertise lay in array formation research and arrangement. Within the sect, he was already a 1st grade upper quality formation master, frequently helping senior brothers craft and sell formations, accumulating a considerable number of spirit stones. As for spirit field cultivation, he truly was not skilled at it, though he did have a few volumes of spirit rice planting techniques. As for breaking through to late Qi refining with his 5 spiritual roots following sect experience, the further he went, the harder breakthroughs became. Spending an entire lifetime in the Qi refining stage was the fate of most. But with the fortune lands available, late Qi refining was no longer a threshold. Marrying and bearing children, steady development, that should pose no problem. Chen Li no longer hesitated, selecting 1, 2, 3, 0, 4, and 7. Tags selected. Tags fixed list as follows. Red fortune bar 0-100. Clan cultivates spirit fields, plants, spirit rice, harvests spirit rice, 1000 gene 0. Clan marries and bears children, grandchildren, 50. Clan's highest combat power breaks through late Qi refining 4th layer not reached. Clan harvests spirit stones 1000. Clan territory arranges second-grade lower arrays defensible against Foundation establishment cultivators not arranged. After completing the selection, Chen Li exited his consciousness sea. His eyes now shone with brightness. These bleak days finally held promise. Just as Chen Li eagerly studied the detailed information of the fortune lands, the formation around Wuk Mountain fluctuated. Someone had arrived at the mountain gate. At the mountain gate before the welcoming pavilion, a middle-aged cultivator was examining the formation. Upon seeing Chen Li emerge, his face broke into a broad smile. Brother Chen, it's only been a few days, and you've already set up your formations. Truly worthy of a talent from the great sect. Chen Li also showed a faint smile and replied directly. Patriarch Yin, what brings you here today? Is there something you need? There's news that a new Foundation establishment senior has come to the commandery city, establishing a territory there, to found a Foundation establishment clan, demanding that the Qi refining clans of our Liangxi County pay tribute to him. You also know that the Lu clan, a Foundation establishment clan in Liangxi County, has already signed a tribute agreement with us. Chen Li thought for a moment and said, I think we should clarify the situation with the Lu clan first. If the Lu clan doesn't contest it, we can then negotiate a tribute agreement with the new Foundation establishment senior. That would be the best approach. That's what the rest of us thought too, so we want to jointly send a letter to the Lu clan and the new Foundation establishment senior explaining the situation. If both parties find it acceptable, that would be for the best. After speaking, Patriarch Yin produced a joint letter from his storage bag. Chen Li examined it, found no issues, and signed it readily. Seeing Chen Li sign, Patriarch Yin suddenly remarked, Brother Chen, would you like a wife? Huh? Chen Li failed to react for a moment. Chen Li thought it over. He felt he didn't truly know her. After all, a wife of poor character could harm 3 generations. He did not enjoy opening blind boxes. He thought it over and decided it was not appropriate to decide too early. Better to delay. Seeing Chen Li's hesitation, Patriarch Yun added, The eligible young lady of my Yun family possesses a spiritual root, Qi, refining second layer. Her appearance and virtue are both quite good. Added with an acre of lower quality spirit field from my Yun family as dowry, she would certainly not disgrace you fellow Taoist. Chen Li sighed, employing only the delaying tactic. Patriarch Yin Shun has only just established the Immortal clan. Every aspect remains unsettled. I still need to wait for some time. Once conditions mature, Chen will certainly accept this marriage proposal. Patriarch Yun understood Chen Li's tactful refusal. Though somewhat displeased within, he did not show it. He sighed twice and departed. Friendly reminder: formation grade levels correspond by cultivation. First grade upper corresponds to late Qi refining, second grade lower corresponds to early Foundation establishment, and so forth. Some magical artifacts and formations have their power marked by cultivation level. Among demon beast levels in the human realm, 4th level demon beasts are the lowest at early Foundation establishment and highest at mid Foundation establishment. 5th level demon beasts are lowest at late Foundation establishment and highest at perfect Foundation establishment. Specific levels can be judged by the demon beast's aura at the time, and so forth. Special note: 8th level corresponds to transformation great demon at early nascent soul, 9th level corresponds to mid nascent soul, 10th level corresponds to late nascent soul. If the Patriarch doesn't work hard, his descendants will only weep. At Wuk Mountain before the welcoming pavilion, Chen Li planted a spirit jujube tree on each side of the entrance path. Chen Li had purchased Wuk Mountain from the Yun family for 6 spirit stones. The spirit fields, spirit lands, and spirit veins here were all severely damaged, making it nearly an ordinary mountain. Were it not for its vast size and the lingering traces of spiritual energy, Chen Li would not have even bothered to part with the spirit stones. During the months since moving in, Chen Li had been researching how to cultivate spirit fields and improve the land. Cultivating spirit fields required saturating a patch of land with spiritual energy, so he set up a spirit locking array. He also needed to guide spiritual energy into the land to be retained, so he went to purchase spirit guiding grass, over 30 years old, 10 spirit stones per plant, more expensive than the mountain itself. Within the sect, thinking of raising his cultivation first, since he had a mixed spiritual root, he kept making arrays, selling arrays, buying pills, improving cultivation, making arrays again in an endless cycle, while setting aside preparations for other matters. To turn the soil, Chen Li even purchased a beginner's puppet technique manual. After plowing the fields, he arranged the spirit locking array and planted the spirit guiding grass. He also had to set up small-scale spirit rain every day. Tired of doing it daily, he spent a few days researching a spirit rain array, a combination of array formations and spirit rain techniques capable of deploying spirit rain automatically at set times each day. After a busy month, Chen Li had spent 1 full month in time and cost to initially improve the soil of Wuk Mountain. The spirit field would only be complete after the spirit guiding grass bloomed. Blooming generally required 1 to 3 years. including time's spirit guiding grass and the cost of the spirit rain array. Cultivating 1 mu of spirit field cost approximately 50 lower grade spirit stones. Afterward came sowing and planting, and another year of waiting before maturity. Being a patriarch is no easy task. Chen Li suddenly thought of the Yun family's dowry. 1 mu of spirit field at lower grade quality would suffice. He really wanted to go over and ask, Patriarch Yun, is your daughter still available for marriage? After a few busy days at Wuk Mountain, the setting sun dipped westward as a flock of magpies settled on the branches. Inside the cave-dwelling, Chen Li was examining the information about the opportunity site of Foundation Establishment Cultivator Li Daoan's seated death cave dwelling. In his sea of consciousness, he pulled up the detailed information of the myriad phenomena dust returning array. Level 4 9-fan butterfly early Foundation Establishment wings mixed with Wutu stone to craft array flags. A level 4 leaf-tail gecko leg bones mixed with Xian yellow earth to craft array poles. The array patterns are second-tier lower-grade concealment patterns. The array I is placed in the southeast direction. It is an earth attribute defensive array. As an outstanding array formation graduate of Wangu Sect, Chen Li found that breaking this array was very simple despite the abundant information provided. His master had privately given him the title of a once-in-a-century genius array master. If not for his poor spiritual root aptitude, he could have become an inner disciple of the array pavilion. To break this array, one must first locate where the array was set up. That is where the spiritual energy of the array fluctuates, then craft a first-tier upper-grade wood attribute offensive array to attack the weakest point, the southeast array I. Break array with array force with force. The 5 elements of the array generate and overcome each other. Wood overcomes earth. A first-tier upper-grade array can also overcome a second-tier lower-grade one. However, crafting a first-tier upper-grade wood attribute offensive array was also quite costly. The array flags required fallen leaf maple wood over 200 years old, and the array poles required red leaf roots over 200 years old. Afterward, Chen Li spent a few days purchasing these 2 materials in the Cultivator Prefecture city, costing about 400 spirit stones. A few more days later, Chen Li began crafting the array. Carving the first-tier upper-grade offensive array patterns was quite taxing on the mind and spirit. He hoped opening this cave dwelling would yield good rewards. Time flowed forward. Half a month later, Chen Li's array was completed. Chen Li also spent about 100 spirit stones to purchase antidotal qi transforming pills. He needed to purchase this medicine because of the stone turbid qi. Stone turbid qi in a state of swirling clouds and mist, it is harmful to cultivators below Foundation Establishment, eroding into the brain, causing confusion or death, and it conflicts with clear wind qi transforming pills. His spirit stones had been depleted by nearly 600 in just over a month on cultivating spirit fields and exploring this cave dwelling, causing him considerable heartache. But spirit stones were meant to be spent. He had previously crafted dozens of first-tier middle and lower-grade arrays within the sect, most of which had been sold, plus those inherited from his master. He still had over 1,600 spirit stones left. Lower-grade spirit stones contained very little spiritual energy and were highly inflated in some places. Lower-grade spirit stones were very useful for early and mid-stage qi refining cultivators, while other levels mostly had no need for such lower-grade spirit stones for cultivation, which was time-consuming and tedious, akin to chicken ribs. Before exploring the cave, Chen Li upgraded the first-tier middle-grade defensive array at Wuk Mountain, replacing the first-tier lower-grade one, and publicly announced he was going out to purchase array materials. However, news from the prefecture city these days said that the newly arrived Foundation Establishment senior in the prefecture was surnamed Zhang. This new Zhang family's Foundation Establishment cultivator wanted to have a magical duel with the Liu family's Foundation Establishment cultivator. The winner would lead the tributes from qi refining Immortal clans in the prefecture, and the Liu family's Foundation Establishment cultivator had accepted the challenge. Therefore, the attention of the qi refining families in the several counties under the prefecture was all drawn there. At this moment, Chen Li was already in the Endless Forest. The Endless Forest, an endless expanse of deep forest on the southern border of the Pingnan continent. The deeper one ventured into the Endless Forest, the more and stronger the demon beasts became, and there were also many bizarre land features. Records indicated that nascent soul-level, shape-shifting demon beasts had been spotted in the deep forest's hinterland. Some pursued cultivators fled into this forest to evade their hunters, while others seeking demon beast cores and spirit herbs risked venturing in to explore. This forest was a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. In the Endless Forest, Chen Li activated the map guidance mode of the Foundation Establishment Li Daoan's seated death cave, dwelling from his sea of consciousness. The location information was inside the Falling Stone Mountain in the Endless Forest, only 700 kilometers from the forest's edge. The guidance mode worked like a navigation system, avoiding most demon beasts encountered along the way. Chen Li traveled carefully and swiftly along the way using a few essential swift travel talismans. After several days, he smoothly arrived outside the Falling Stone Mountain. Clouds and mist swirled within the mountain. Had he not known that the swirling mist was a manifestation of the stone turbid chi, he would have mistaken it for ordinary fog. Countless low-level cultivators had probably wandered into it by mistake. Chen Li took out 2 low-grade, lower-quality spirit chickens from his spirit beast pouch, then tossed one into the mountain. The chicken drew a few breaths of the stone turbid chi and immediately lay down motionless. Seeing this, Chen Li fed the other chicken a clear wind chi transforming pill, then tossed it in. This time there was no problem. The chicken lived, while proving the pill was effective. Seeing the pill was effective, Chen Li immediately drank down a bottle of chi transforming pills, nearly filling himself. Chen Li stepped into the mountain, walked a few steps, and discovered 2 or 3 corpses scattered on the ground. He casually picked up those with storage bags, collecting 4 along the way, all from low-level early-stage chi refining cultivators. Reaching the inner part of the mountain, the ground was covered with many reddish broken stones of unknown names, likely the source of the stone turbid chi. Chen Li wasted no time, took out his spirit detecting plate, and soon detected abnormal array spiritual energy fluctuations near a small central peak. Approaching it was indeed the myriad phenomena dust returning array. As a professional array master, Chen Li confirmed the southeast direction of the array and identified the array eye. He quickly set up a first-tier upper-grade wood attribute offensive array, activating it to gather the spiritual energy fluctuations of the mountain toward this array. A burst of energy comparable to a strike from an early foundation establishment cultivator slammed into the weakest array eye in the southeast direction. After 3 consecutive activations, the array finally shattered, and a hidden small hill tomb emerged. After it appeared, Chen Li saw the entrance of the cave dwelling opened in the small hill tomb. He tossed the chicken in again to scout, and after a few breaths the chicken's clucking could still be heard. Chen Li stepped into the cave dwelling. Passing through a few meters of the cave dwelling's corridor, and turning the corner, the situation inside the cave was revealed. What came into view was an abyss blue furnace placed in the center, and beside the cauldron sat a withered corpse devoid of any sign of life. On either side of the withered corpse, bookshelves were scattered with a few books and many boxes of various medicinal herbs. Not far away was a small sandalwood blue wooden bed, and beside the bed on a small desk lay a letter. Chen Li instantly made a judgment. This should have been an alchemy cultivator. He stepped past the abyss blue furnace and came to the small desk beside the bed. The moment he saw the letter, Chen Li was immediately taken aback, because 4 words were written on the cover of the letter. "Fellow Taoist, please open." Chen Li stared at the 4 words on the letter, his mind racing with curiosity and caution. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly reached out to pick up the letter from the desk. Chen Li opened the letter and began to read. "Since you could break through the formation to reach this place, you must be a foundation establishment cultivator, as well, Li Mao. I come from Shanwu Kingdom in the southern frontier, a mere wandering cultivator. I have achieved some modest success in alchemy, and after great difficulty reached the peak of foundation establishment. However, my lifespan grows short, my vitality withers, and despite repeatedly attempting the golden core realm, I have failed to achieve it. Being a wandering cultivator is not easy. Unwilling to see over 200 years of hard cultivation turn to dust, I heard that Taishan Sect possessed a lost secret art for refining the gold-breaking pill. 1 pill could break through to the golden core realm. Thus I secretly infiltrated Taishan Sect and diligently served them for 30 years refining pills, yet I was never granted the status of inner disciple. My disappointment knows no bounds. As my lifespan drew near, I could wait no longer. So I killed an inner disciple, exhausted every means at my disposal, and successfully infiltrated the alchemy pavilion of Taishan Sect to obtain the gold-breaking pill refining secret art. However, nothing in this world comes without a price. The medicinal herb wind immortal flower required for refining the gold-breaking pill was in short supply in the alchemy pavilion at the time, and I was coincidentally discovered during a sect patrol. Thus I fled into the endless forest while evading pursuit. Fate is cruel. By the time I escaped to this place, I was already severely wounded. After half a year of secluded recovery, death's grip grows ever tighter. I must advance to the golden core realm, or my life force will inevitably be severed. In this moment between life and death, I have no choice but to risk everything. Thus I used other herbs to substitute for the wind immortal flower. Yet refining the gold-breaking pill is no simple task. It demands considerable time and vitality. Therefore I knew this attempt would be 9 deaths and 10 lives. I might well perish beside this alchemy furnace. If you are reading this letter, Li Mao is truly deceased. Therefore I congratulate you, fellow cultivator. Take my accumulated wealth of over 200 years. In writing this letter, I also hope you will spread the knowledge of the gold-breaking pill refinement technique so that wandering cultivators like myself might have another path to traverse. If only I could have succeeded in alchemy and advanced to the golden core to pursue the great road of immortality. Final Testament. Wandering cultivator Li Daoan. Chen Li quickly finished reading and sighed several times for Li Daoan. The departed are beyond our reach. Chen Li could only offer a few sighs before life continued its march. He was merely at the 4th layer of qi refining. Announcing the existence of the gold-breaking pill refining secret art would be sheer foolishness. With 10 lives, he would still lose them all if exposed. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately burned the letter. The thought of publicly spreading the gold-breaking pill refining secret art never crossed his mind, not even for an instant. Silently he prayed, "Rest in peace, brotherly. Your tale was remarkable, but I cannot fulfill your legacy just yet." Near the corpse, Chen Li discovered Li Daoan's storage bag, which indeed contained the gold-breaking pill refining secret art. Thus Chen Li began his sweep of the cave dwelling, collecting the bookshelf along with its books and medicine boxes into his storage bag. The Xinqing furnace, the small cyan sandalwood bed, the writing desk, all were swept into the storage bag. After emptying everything, Chen Li placed Brother Rooster into the spiritual beast bag and withdrew from the cave dwelling safely. Outside the cave, Chen Li activated the wood attribute technique, once more collapsing the cave entrance. He turned toward the cave and said, "Thank you, brotherly. Your story will be remembered. Rest peacefully here. Perhaps that day will come someday." Chen Li retrieved the wood attribute formation. The formation flags and stakes of the 10,000 phenomena return to dust formation had already been destroyed, so he disposed of them on the spot. After clearing all traces, Chen Li retraced his original route and hurried back. Remaining in the boundless forest was far too dangerous. He would take inventory once he returned. 3 days later, Chen Li returned travel-worn and weary. The 2 spiritual date trees at the entrance of Wuck Mountain had already sprouted fresh buds. The moment he stepped inside, the mountain visitors arrived from outside. He emerged to find 2 servants in contrasting attire. Upon seeing Chen Li, they each clasped their hands in salute. "These are summons from the heads of our Zhang and Lu families. Please receive them, fellow cultivator." Chen Li asked, "Has there been a result from the battle between the 2 foundation establishment ancestors of your families?" Both servants nodded, but said nothing, though their expressions carried a peculiar quality. After the 2 young men departed, Chen Li returned to the mountain and opened both letters. The first was from the Lu family, which read, "I have thoroughly defeated that old wretch from the Zhang family. He was utterly worthless. Your family's tribute remains with my household." The second was from the Zhang family, written by the newly ascended foundation establishment cultivator. "That old fool from the Lu family was pathetic, easily crushed by Zhang's single strike. Your family's tribute should belong to my household." Chen Li, after reading both letters, he thought of 2 great nations from a previous world in conflict, both claiming victory from a single war. Who exactly is the real loser here? Chen Li couldn't determine which family had truly lost. He cursed silently, wondering if someone would descend later to declare, "I am the victor." What worried him even more was the possibility that he might be forced to serve both foundation establishment families. Chen Li had already registered as a family. Even a single person's family was still a family. After all, his household registry contained only himself, yet it still counted as a clan. What kind of mess is this? Chen Li was speechless. Chen Li set aside this vexing matter. What mattered most now was the harvest from this cave exploration. Returning to the mountain inside the cave dwelling, Chen Li began taking inventory. Storage bags 5, spiritual beast bag 1, alchemy furnaces 2, 1 second rank superior, Xinqing furnace 1 first rank superior, spirit stones 2,412 accumulated from 5 storage bags, with over 2,000 contributed by Li Daoan. Cultivation manuals, low rank techniques, including fire control art, cleansing clothes art, spirit attraction mantra, and a dozen others. Later stage qi refining manuals include shadow ice art, netherworld saber art, spirit concealment art, 1 second rank superior. Manual 4 illusions, spear soul art. Alchemy text guide to herb identification guide to pill types, and uses basic alchemy secrets. Li Daoan's 7 pill refining techniques, record gold breaking pill refining secret art. Pills, fasting eliminating pills, 4 bottles energy overflow pills, 4 bottles marrow cleansing pills, 1 bottle vitality supplement pills, 1 bottle. Herbs, 20 plants under 100 years, 15 plants around 100 years, 5 plants around 500 years, 1 plant around 1000 years. Weapons, 10 first rank middle and lower grade weapons, first rank superior weapons. Frost condensation, sword, netherworld saber, second rank superior weapon, flowing shadow, silver fire spear. Talismans, swift travel talismans 120, invisibility talismans 60. Other various beds, bookshelves, tea sets. Chen Li was overjoyed. The hundreds of spirit stones spent on preparation had proven worthwhile, yielding tremendous rewards. In particular, the acquisition of alchemical inheritance opened new paths for the family. Moreover, one objective had been completed. Red Fortune Bar, 2100 family gains spirit stones 1000. 1000 objective completed, only gains count toward completion. Expenditures do not affect objective completion. Amidst his elation, Chen Li understood these resources would require time to digest, before they could be transformed into his family's strength. However, he could begin by absorbing spirit stones and pills to advance his cultivation. He could finally indulge a little. His cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refining had been stagnant for 2 years. For someone with 5 spiritual roots, reaching the middle stage required far more spiritual resources. Relying solely on ambient spiritual energy and painstaking cultivation, who knew how many years or even decades it might take? At Wuck Mountain, magpies returned once more to their branches. Another day had swiftly passed. Inside the cave-dwelling Chen Li sat cross-legged in meditation, drawing out 2,000 spirit stones and 4 bottles of energy overflow pills. He had already tested the pills on Brother Rooster. They were uncontaminated by the stone-turbid qi and could be used. This cave-dwelling was only decades old, so everything remained fresh. Settling into meditation, he began absorbing energy, swallowing pills, and drawing from spirit stones. Meanwhile, the other 4 qi refining families throughout Liangxi County each received 2 letters. Upon reading their contents, they were all utterly bewildered. They also contemplated the possibility of having to serve both Foundation establishment families. They cursed aloud, which made them even more restless. Anxiety gradually spread among them. A month later, under clear skies and gentle breezes, the Yun family had once again arrived at Wuck Mountain. The full name of the Yun family head was Yun Tianqing. At this moment, Yun Tianqing took another look at Wuck Mountain. Noticing that the formation had been upgraded again, his thoughts could not help but turn to the young lady of his household. Seeing Chen Li come out, he gave him a careful once-over. In just over a month, Brother Chen, you have reached the 5th level of qi refining. After all, Yun Tianqing himself was only at the 6th level of qi refining. He had been stuck there for 7 or 8 years, never able to break through to the late stage of qi refining. Chen Li was only 20 years old and had already reached the 5th level of qi refining. It might only be a matter of a few years before he caught up to Yun Tianqing. At once, the thought of marrying off his daughter surged up again. Chen Li came up with an explanation. Alas, this is all thanks to the spirit stones I saved up in the sect. I cultivated with spirit stones, and once they are gone, I will be utterly destitute. Now that I have left the sect, moving forward in cultivation is like treading on thin ice. As for this breakthrough, Chen Li had also used quite a few excess qi pills in the previous 2 years. This time, only after using up all 4 bottles of excess qi pills and absorbing about 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, did he break through to the 5th level of qi refining. Those 1,000 low-grade spirit stones had not been of high purity, which was why he had needed so many. Still, in the eyes of outsiders, it was sheer extravagance. Hearing that Chen Li cultivated with spirit stones, something extremely luxurious for a qi refining cultivator, Yun Tianqing was no longer so astonished by Chen Li's advancement to the 5th level of qi refining. He thought to himself that this breakthrough had probably used up every spirit stone Chen Li had in his coffers. He probably could not even take out spirit stones as bride price for a wife anymore, could he? Yun Tianqing's notion of marrying off his daughter was extinguished once more. Nevertheless, he replied courteously, Brother Chen, what are you saying? With your mastery of formations, you could live comfortably wherever you go. Returning to the main topic, Chen Li asked Patriarch, Yin, you have come this time to discuss the letters from the Zhang and Lu families in the prefectural city, right? Yes. I imagine Brother Chen has received one as well. Alas, if my Yun family pays tribute to both families, the cultivation resources for our younger disciples will be cut in half. My Yun family absolutely cannot pay tribute to both. Surely Brother Chen would not want to pay tribute to 2 families either, right? Patriarch Yun is joking. I have only just established my clan. How could I possibly pay tribute to 2 families? Does Patriarch Yun have a plan? Chen Li also feigned poverty. Hearing Chen Li's reply, Yun Tianqing shook his head. I have no plan for now. However, all the qi refining immortal clans in Liangxi County have stated that they are unwilling to pay tribute to both families. 3 days from now, we will discuss this together on Baifeng Mountain outside the county. I wonder if Brother Chen would be willing to advance and retreat with us. Hearing this, Chen Li thought a collective meeting. When he had first chosen Liangxi County as the place to establish his clan, he had investigated the 4 great qi refining immortal clans in the area. The 4 great qi refining families of Liangxi County were the Yun family, whose strongest combatant was at the 6th level of qi refining, with the younger generations growing slowly. The Luo family, whose strongest combatant was at the 8th level of qi refining, but was already over 100 years old and nearing the end of his lifespan, while their second strongest combatant was also at the 6th level. The Wang and An families also had their strongest combatants at the 6th level of qi refining, and their younger disciples advanced slowly. The qi refining immortal clans of Liangxi County had only about 100 years of accumulated foundation, which was precisely why Chen Li had chosen this place. The clans were weak with insufficient potential for future growth. In short, they were easy to bully. However, such matters could be avoided for a moment, but not forever. If he paid tribute to 2 families today, he might have to give his entire clan as tribute tomorrow. He had to face it. Chen Li replied, fine, I will see you at Baifeng Mountain in 3 days. Receiving this answer, Yun Tianqing was delighted. It was from this moment that Chen Li could be considered to have integrated into the Qi refining clans of Liangxi County. After Yun Tianqing left, Chen Li thought it over again and let out a light sigh. Alas, one cannot be too wary of others. He was only at the 5th level of Qi refining and had no clan disciples yet. If he died, it would not affect the big picture in the slightest. What if the 4 families all turned on him? He could only make some additional preparations. That night, on Baifeng Mountain, he quietly deployed his high-grade first-order wood attribute offensive formation not far away. Anyone below Foundation Establishment who suffered a blow from it would either die or be crippled. Only after the formation was set did the what-if worry in Chen Li's heart ease. It was not that he did not trust them. He simply had no choice. He only sought peace of mind, who after all his life was his own. 3 days later, 5 people gathered in a small mountain pavilion on Baifeng Mountain. 4 were at the 6th level of Qi refining, and 1 was at the 5th. The Luo family's old ancestor at the 8th level of Qi refining had not come, so everyone present was at the mid-stage of Qi refining. When Chen Li founded his clan here, he had already greeted all of them, so they knew one another. Fellow Daoist Chen, you have reached the 5th level of Qi refining. The speaker was the Luo family patriarch. As he spoke, the patriarchs of the Wang and in families also looked over equally astonished. Only after Chen Li gave the same explanation he had given Patriarch Yin did they understand and stop being so shocked. After exchanging pleasantries, Yun Tianqing got down to business. Everyone, we have gathered here, and I imagine you all know why. Please speak your minds freely. The Luo family patriarch said solemnly, everyone, the Zhang and Lu families in the prefectural city are going too far. The old ancestor of the Zhu family in Lingchuan County is at the 9th level of Qi refining, yet they only send him 1 letter. They judge people by their standing. They see us as weak and easy to bully. Today they make us pay tribute to 2 families, tomorrow they may demand our very lives as tribute. We cannot set this precedent. Our old ancestor has said that he is prepared to trade his life for the life of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The Luo family patriarch's expression was utterly resolute. The moment he opened his mouth, he set the tone 2 letters, just strike 1 off, and that would be enough. After those words, Chen Li looked at the Luo family patriarch, somewhat dumbfounded. Bro, are we opening with a big move right away? A Qi refining cultivator killing a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Seeing the Luo family's intent, Yun Tianqing was taken aback and said worriedly, Patriarch Luo killing a Foundation Establishment cultivator is no small matter. If we are careless, we may court disaster and bring ruin to our families. Must things really come to this? Is there no other way? Then the Yin and Wang families also expressed their views. The Yin family patriarch said, after we received the letters, we spent the past few days negotiating with the Lu and Zhang families in the prefectural city to seek a compromise. Neither family is willing to withdraw their letter. Their attitude is completely unreasonable. Their meaning is obvious, they are bullying you, so what can you do about it? Seeing this, Yun Tianqing said, why don't we transfer our tribute to Yunnan Prefecture and seek their protection instead? What does everyone think? The Luo family patriarch shook his head. Our old ancestor has already sounded out their position. Seeing us in such a situation, they only raised their demands even more. Yun Tianqing turned to Chen Li and asked, Brother Chen, is there any plan? Since neither polite negotiation nor shifting our tribute to another family will work, I have no other options either. Only the path proposed by Patriarch Luo remains. Chen Li thought for a moment. Killing a Foundation Establishment cultivator was indeed one way out. If he could not win, he could simply flee elsewhere and found an Immortal clan. As a lone man, he had no fear. Seeing the others hesitate, the Luo family patriarch added, Qi refining cultivators can kill Foundation Establishment cultivators, especially one who has only just formed his foundation. No one here has forgotten what happened in the neighboring prefecture 50 years ago, right? Chen Li was puzzled. After a moment, he heard the Luo family patriarch reveal the story. It turned out that 50 years ago, 6 Qi refining Immortal clans in the neighboring prefecture had joined forces to kill a Foundation Establishment cultivator. That Foundation Establishment cultivator had imposed harsh tribute on the Qi refining Immortal clans under him and continuously increased the levies until the 6 clans jointly conspired to murder him. Hence, this region had a precedent of Qi refining cultivators killing Foundation Establishment cultivators. Hearing this, Yun Tianqing sighed, and then his gaze turned sharp. Fine, then we kill the Foundation Establishment cultivator. But how do we kill him, and which family do we target? The Luo family patriarch seemed to have long been prepared. Let it be that newly arrived Zhang family. Throughout the entire family, only their patriarch is a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The rest are rogue cultivators of the 1st or 2nd level of Qi refining they recruited. As long as we take care of him, I believe the Lu family will make the right judgment. The Yin family patriarch shared intelligence according to reports that Foundation Establishment cultivator of the Zhang family is named Zhang En. He is at the early foundation establishment stage and has only been in that realm for a year. Before that he was a rogue cultivator from Duanya Mountain. He only barely succeeded in foundation establishment when he was approaching 100. In my view, he should be a useless foundation establishment. The Luo family patriarch said sternly, even a useless foundation establishment is still foundation establishment. In single combat, chi refining cultivators like us would only be slaughtered. We need to lure him out, trap him, and then strike with a killing blow. It will come down to each family's methods. This concerns the future development of our clans, so I trust no one will take it lightly. The others all nodded. The Luo family was again the first to declare our old ancestor has no hope of foundation establishment. Before he came, he already said that rather than wait for death with his old life, he should die for a noble cause. He will use his own body as a furnace, refine an explosive body, and detonate himself, unleashing the full force damage of a 9th level chi refining cultivator. Seeing the Luo families sacrifice, the other families voiced their commitments one after another. The in-family patriarch said, my family has a magic tool that can activate 9th level chi refining damage. With my 6th level chi refining cultivation, I can unleash one strike from it. The Wang family patriarch said, my family previously bought a lightning conducting talisman at a high price. It also has the power of a 9th level chi refining attack. Yin Tianqing said, my family spent a fortune crafting a flame thunder pearl, which likewise deals 9th level chi refining damage. After they spoke, the other four turned to Chen Li. Chen Li laughed bitterly inside. His wood attribute formation was still nearby after all. He had originally set it up against them. Feeling awkward, he still said, I have a wood attribute offensive formation. Anyone below foundation establishment who takes a hit from it will either die or be crippled. Earlier, Chen Li had extravagantly cultivated with spirit stones, so these men had assumed that he could not produce a 9th level chi refining attack method. But hearing of an offensive formation that would leave one dead or crippled, they all felt a chill down their spines and put away their contempt. Before they knew it, the sun had passed its zenith. The 5 men's assassination plan was roughly as follows. Disguise the Luo family's high-grade first-order illusory form art. Luring him out 2 months later, Zhang and would attend a banquet for a newly advanced foundation establishment cultivator in Yunnan Prefecture, and ambushes could be laid along both his outgoing and return routes. Trapping the Yun family's high-grade first-order heart-confusing powder and Chen Li's high-grade first-order spirit trapping formation. Killing blow human bomb magic tool talisman thunder pearl formation. Escape Chen Li's mid-grade first-order small teleportation formation. As the sun set in the west, the 5 swore a heart demon oath together and went their separate ways. At night, Chen Li, huffing and puffing, sneaked back quietly and retrieved his formation. While Zhang was away attending the banquet, several factions in Liangxi County made their moves. The Yun and Luo families announced they could accept 2 tributes, and the Luo family further declared that their elder at the 8th layer of chi condensation would enter deathly seclusion. The Wang and In families traveled to the commandery city, begging persistently for many days. Chen Li also publicly stated that he could accept 2 tributes. After days of agonizing entreaties, the Wang and In families grudgingly agreed to pay 2 tributes. With this, all 5 factions in Liangxi County had completed their roles, and the Lu and Zhang families must have been thoroughly satisfied. In the commandery city within the Zhang family estate, a young man stood with utmost reverence before an elderly man with white hair and piercing sinister eyes. Congratulations, ancestor. The chi condensation clans in Liangxi County could not withstand the pressure and have all agreed to pay tribute. That elderly man was none other than Zhang, and a newly established foundation establishment cultivator who had recently arrived in the commandery. Hearing the youth's flattery, he chuckled. All the chi cultivators in Liangxi County are at the mid-stage at best. That old fool at the 8th layer is surely running out of lifespan. They dare not rebel. I am merely a rogue cultivator who worked bitterly to reach foundation establishment, and I came to this mortal world for wealth and power. If they won't comply, I'll simply go to their homes and drink tea personally. Let's see if they'd still refuse. The youth eagerly praised, absolutely, ancestor. The might of your foundation establishment is hardly something a few chi condensation families could dare offend. Pleasantly entertained by the compliments, the old man said playfully, haha, in a few years we'll slowly increase the tribute requirements. One must harvest the leeks gradually. The youth continued, grinning. Ancestor, you are exceedingly wise. By the way, the 9th Madam you sought has entered the estate. She is 18 years old and possesses spiritual roots. I humbly request that ancestor propagate your lineage and continue the Zhang family line. Hearing this, heat surged in the old man's heart. His grinning face showed a hint of eagerness as he said, well done. I reward you with 1 chi overflowing pill. The youth joyfully accepted the chi overflowing pill, overflowing with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the Lu family estate within the main hall, a Lu clan member at the 7th layer of chi condensation and another at the 9th layer were in conversation. The seventh-layer cultivator asked, "Brother, the Qi cultivation clans of Liangxi County have been paying tribute to our family for nearly 80 years. Why have we not offered any assistance? At the very least, we could cancel their tribute obligations and build 100 years of goodwill. How could things have come to this? Wouldn't it chill their hearts?" The ninth-layer elder replied, "Sixth brother, let me speak the truth today. 5 years ago, Ancestor went to the boundless forest to hunt a 5th-tier demon beast and was grievously injured, dropping from mid-stage foundation establishment to early stage. When Ancestor fought against Zhang, and he was merely pretending to be ill and holding back. Moreover, Ancestor has ordered me to break through to foundation establishment as quickly as possible within these 10 years. Therefore, we must gather resources for foundation establishment breakthroughs as fast and as abundantly as we can. After all, his condition can only sustain another 20 or 30 years at most. So we must make them suffer now. Once I reach foundation establishment, there will still be time to build goodwill." Hearing this news, the seventh-layer sixth brother found it hard to digest. Ancestor had been severely injured, his cultivation fallen, and his lifespan dwindling. He wanted to say something, but faced with the family crisis, he could only remain speechless. "Brother, but could they unite against us?" Sixth brother, they are all at mid-stage Qi condensation. How could they possibly unite? Rest assured, nothing will happen. Ancestor has even given tacit approval. At Wug Mountain, another fresh dawn broke the air, crisp and ideal for studying alchemy. Within the cave-dwelling, Chen Li was deeply absorbed in his studies. While mortals endure cold windows and hard study, his version was cold caves and bitter toil. Within 3 days, he had memorized the compendium of herb identification and the compendium of pill categories and uses. His memory was extraordinary. In those 3 days, he had rested only a few hours, yet he had memorized tens of thousands of herb illustrations, their properties and efficacies, along with the categories and functions of thousands of pills. These 2 books were the very foundation. Afterward, he needed to study the basic secrets of alchemy. This book mainly covered what types of furnaces and crucibles existed, and how to apply fire during pill refinement. What flames could refine which pills, how to control the fire, when to add or reduce ingredients, and when to condense the pill, among other details. After mastering this volume, hands-on practice would be necessary to fully internalize the knowledge. This book took another 3 days to complete, after which he moved on to the specific pill refinement techniques. The essential records of 7 pill refinement methods by Li Daoan documented the herbal materials and precise procedures for 7 types of pills. These 7 pills included the grain-dispelling pill, Qi overflowing pill, marrow cleansing pill, Yuan replenishing pill, foundation establishment pill, 3 flowers longevity pill, and falling geese realm-breaking pill. Their refinement difficulty ranged from lowest to highest. So he began with the simplest grain-dispelling pill. Fortunately, he had a first-grade superior furnace to practice with. If other alchemists knew he was using a first-grade superior furnace for such a basic pill, they would surely exclaim, "Using a cannon to swat a mosquito." As Chen Li was busily refining pills, the defensive array around Wug Mountain registered slight ripples. This doesn't seem to be caused by a person. Chen Li sensed it and felt somewhat puzzled. When Chen Li arrived at the mountain gate, he was dumbfounded. He saw a blue ox rhythmically ramming his array, striking it again and again with a steady thud, thud sound. What in the world? "Hey ox brother, what are you doing?" Chen Li shouted loudly. Hearing Chen Li's voice, the ox actually stopped its ramming, turned its head toward him, and began wagging its tail. Its mouth emitted sounds moo moo moo. Hearing the ox's mooing, Chen Li somehow associated it with unpleasant memories from his past life, and for a moment he seemed to hear the voice of a certain singer from his previous existence. "Yuan, is that you?" "Who?" Chen Li spat. "What ox is singing?" he shouted. He quickly approached the ox. "Ox brother, stop singing, stop mooing, and go back down the mountain." As if understanding him, the blue ox immediately stopped and pointed its hoof toward the mountain interior as if indicating it wanted to enter. Chen Li, somewhat curious, extended a strand of spiritual power into the ox. After a moment, Chen Li understood. It was a spirit beast with a faint trace of spiritual energy fluctuating within its body. He said to the blue ox, "Ox brother, do you wish to join the Chen family?" The blue ox immediately wagged its tail and nodded its head in response. Chen Li sensed the beast possessed ancient wisdom. After further investigation, he learned it had run away from a mortal farm at the foot of the mountain. After confirming there were no issues, the Chen family clan welcomed its second member. After Ox Brother entered the mountain, he lived comfortably with food and shelter, happily going about his days. Each time he saw Chen Li, he would sing. Unable to bear such a cheerful ox, Chen Li put him to work in his old profession, tilling the soil and reclaiming a second acre of spirit field. On the 7th day of formal pill refinement, a loud laugh echoed from within the cave dwelling. This old ancestor is truly a genius at alchemy. I've successfully refined the grain-dispelling pill. Chen Li had used 30 years spirit polygonatum as the primary herb, supplemented with 3 auxiliary herbs, ignited the fire with fire bullet technique, and used the first grade superior furnace. In just a few short days, this Taoist has succeeded. Had a beginner alchemist witnessed this, seeing a first-grade superior furnace used for a grain-dispelling pill, they would surely roll their eyes and say, "Brother, you could use a pig for this instead." Outside the cave dwelling, the blue ox, hearing Chen Li's triumphant laugh, while plowing the fields, paused its steps, seemingly rejoicing on behalf of its ancestor, and began to sing once more. Moo moo moo. After Chen Li finished refining the fasting pill, he temporarily set aside alchemy, because while resting he had been startled awake from a dream. Although the group shattered the yellow iron armor Zhang and was wounded but not killed, most of the damage was absorbed by the armor. In the end the formation was broken and the battle turned desperate. 4 mid-stage Qi refining cultivators ultimately could not overcome a foundation establishment cultivator, and all except Chen Li lost their heads. Chen Li managed to escape by relying on his formations. The dream was too real. Upon waking he still felt as though he were fleeing, and he even touched his neck to make sure it was still there. Whether the dream was real or not, without foundation establishment level destructive power, it was still unreliable. So he had no choice but to pull out his master's books on second-rank formations, an outline of array pattern engraving for second-rank formations, the optimal selection of array chess pieces and array rods for second-rank formations, and the optimal deployment methods for second-rank formations. These formations had been passed down from his master's master. They included mostly lower and mid-grade second-rank formations along with a few upper-grade second-rank ones. As an outstanding formation graduate of the sect, when he left the sect he had stockpiled a large number of low and mid-grade first-rank formations. Among the upper-grade first-rank formations, he had 1 spirit trapping formation, 1 defensive formation, and 1 earth attribute attack formation. There was also the upper-grade first-rank wood attribute attack formation he had crafted himself after leaving. As for the other second-rank formations, his master had sold them all to buy a life-extending pill, leaving only a few spirit stones and a basket full of formation books. Generally speaking, a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator capable of engraving upper-grade first-rank array patterns was already a once-in-a-century genius. The subtlety of array patterns lies in communicating with heaven and earth during engraving, allowing the array pattern links to connect with the formation laws of heaven and earth. Thus, for a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator to engrave lower-grade second-rank array patterns was rather too much of a stretch. When one's cultivation was insufficient, communicating with heaven and earth was laborious, and one often felt spiritual energy drained. So he had intended to wait until late-stage Qi refining to attempt it, but now he would wait no longer. People are forged by pressure, so just go for it. 10 days later, inside his cave dwelling, a pile of papers lay scattered across the ground, all manuscript samples of lower-grade second-rank array patterns. Chen Li was disheveled and haggard as if life held no more meaning. Comprehending these lower-grade second-rank array patterns and producing engraved samples in such a short time was like solving the final derivative problem on the Gaokao within 10 minutes. It would have been fine if he knew nothing. The problem was that he actually knew a little. It was that feeling of being just one step away from proving it that kept dangling before him. Now, after 10 sleepless days and nights, he had finally drawn the complete sample of the lower-grade second-rank attack array pattern. He finally understood why his master could go into seclusion for 5 or 6 years just to engrave an upper-grade second-rank array pattern, ignoring the outside world entirely. The instant of enlightenment was simply too intoxicating. Chen Li let out a loud shout, releasing the pent-up frustration in his heart. This old ancestor is simply a genius among formation geniuses. 10 days to comprehend a lower-grade second-rank array pattern. Who else can match that? The hardest part, however, was engraving it onto the array rods, producing a linking reaction with heaven and earth that allowed the array pattern to operate within this world. But as for array rods and array chess pieces capable of withstanding the law communication between a lower-grade second-rank pattern and heaven and earth, he simply did not have any. Moreover, he could not afford to buy them now. And time was short, there was no way to acquire them in such a limited period. So he shifted his approach. He took out the upper-grade first-rank wood attribute attack formation and upgraded it beyond upper-grade first-rank. As long as it could unleash the full power strike of an early foundation establishment cultivator, it could be deemed perfect. Generally speaking, if a late foundation establishment cultivator took a solid hit from a true lower-grade second-rank attack formation, he would still be injured. An early foundation establishment cultivator would not dare to take it head-on and could only dodge. As for an upper-grade second-rank formation, even a consummate foundation establishment cultivator would either die or be crippled after one blow. Half a month later at Wuck Mountain. Today a thunderous boom rang out from within the mountain. He had finally refined the upper-grade first-rank wood attribute attack formation to its utmost limit. He named it the supreme grade first-rank wood attribute attack formation. If he refined it any further, the array rods and array chess pieces would not be able to withstand it. When tested, its power already equaled a full force blow from an early Foundation establishment cultivator. Refining the supreme grade first rank wood attribute attack formation required incorporating some key lines from lower grade second rank array patterns into the original Foundation, and one's mind had to remain highly focused while engraving. Therefore, with his mid-stage chi refining cultivation, he often felt his spiritual energy drying up. In just half a month, he had to replenish 600 spirit stones and a bottle of origin replenishing pills. It tormented him half to death. His cultivation was simply too low. If he had reached Foundation establishment, he could have finished it in 2 hours. However, because his cultivation was insufficient, every time he activated this formation, he had to spend an extra 300 spirit stones as auxiliary support. Damn it. Next time we form a group, no matter what, I'm not teaming up with these people again. They had no economy, and were too poor. Only I had a full 6-god build. A few more days passed and golden autumn had arrived. At the small pavilion on Baifeng Mountain, all 6 gathered this time. The Luo family's 8th layer Qi refining old ancestor had arrived, making the plan even more complete. First, the Luo family's 8th layer Qi refining old ancestor would lure Zhang into Qinya Forest between Yunnan Commandery and Yuanwu Commandery. After luring him there, the Luo ancestor would first use an upper-grade first-rank heart-bewildering powder, then the upper-grade first-rank spirit trapping formation would be activated simultaneously. Next, the Luo ancestor would self-detonate, and the family of Onion Prince Chen Li would also unleash its strongest attack at the same time. After the plan was laid out, the Luo family had personally bestowed the upper-grade first-rank illusory form art upon the family of Onion Prince Chen Li. After the technique was transmitted under the atmosphere of the Luo ancestors' resolute determination to face death, everyone treated the matter with the utmost solemnity. When they dispersed, they all carried a lingering, suffocating tension and murderous intent. 10 days flew by. Reliable news arrived that Zhang had gone to Yunnan Commandery to attend a banquet and would return after the 3-day feast concluded. Chen Li packed his equipment and hurried to Qinya Forest to assemble. At Qinya Forest, 5 people had arrived. Chen Li began setting up formations. The moment the supreme grade first rank wood attribute attack formation was laid down, his smooth flowing handiwork drew exclamations of amazement from the several families, who all shouted, "What a show off." One end of the mid-grade first-rank miniature teleportation formation was here, the other end was at the small pavilion on Baifeng Mountain. The escape end had been fitted with an automatic self-destruction mechanism after teleportation. The Luo family head was responsible for receiving at the other end of the teleportation formation. If the formation had not sent anyone back after 3 days, he would notify the other 3 families to flee for their lives, leaving descendants elsewhere to establish immortal clans. Because the route from Yunnan Commandery back to Yuanwu Commandery had to pass by Yuyu Mountain and Qinya Forest was only 5 li from Yuyu Mountain. This place was a dense forest and lay just outside the divine sense range of an early Foundation establishment cultivator. Everyone rest assured. Even if this Luo must burn his essence blood, I will lure him here. After Chen Li set up the exact position of the spirit trapping formation and informed the Luo ancestor immediately went to Yuyu Mountain to lie in wait. At this point, only 4 people remained at Qinya Forest. The other 3 were clearly more nervous than Chen Li. Making plans was obviously different from actually reaching this step. The 4 of them stopped even idle chatter and silently waited where they stood. As the 3-day deadline drew near, the tense atmosphere at Qinya Forest had turned tangible. On the Yuyu Mountain side, Zhang was flying slowly on his sword with a first-layer Qi refining servant riding on the blade beside him. Ancestor 3 people of the Wu family in Yunnan Commandery have reached Foundation establishment. Most of the Foundation establishment immortal clans from the 5 nearby commanderies have come to congratulate them. Now that is truly impressive. In another 100 years, the Zhang family of Yuanwu Commandery will also make a name for itself. And the first step is to go back and immediately press them to pay tribute. The ancestor is wise. The instant he finished speaking, a flying sword pierced through the first-layer Qi refining servant behind him. Before Zhang could even react, the servant had already fallen from the flying sword. "Who's there? Show yourself." Zhang immediately assumed a combat stance and swept his divine sense across the vicinity. The Luo ancestor who had used the illusory form art appeared. Ignoring Zhang, he said to the servant's corpse with extreme arrogance, "At the feast, a puny first-layer Qi refining whelp dared to speak rudely to me. Aren't you just the dog of a worthless Foundation establishment fool? I'll kill you right now." With that, he immediately fled in the direction of Qinya Forest. Zhang swept his divine sense over the surrounding 1 li, and discovering only this 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator, breathed a sigh of relief. He had also heard the Luo ancestors' cause and consequence reasoning, so he lowered his guard. He had wondered whether there might be some scheme, but he truly could not imagine what scheme there could be. Rage immediately overwhelmed him. If word got out that a Zhang family servant had been killed before his eyes by an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator, and the Zhang Foundation establishment cultivator had not even dared to fart, what face would he have left in Yuanwu Commandery? If the Qi refining Immortal clans below learned of it, wouldn't they turn heaven and earth upside down? He immediately chased after on his flying sword. The Luo ancestor, already a li away, saw Zhang and pursuing, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In Xinya Forest, the autumn wind whispered as fallen leaves danced in the air. It was already the afternoon of the 3rd day, and the atmosphere was tense like a storm about to break. Chen Li's mind was sharply focused. 2 formation plates lay ready, waiting to be activated at any moment. Yun Tianqing, standing guard outside, heard the sound of pursuit drawing near. His heart clenched, and he immediately alerted Chen Li and the patriarchs of the Yun and Wang families. By then they had already assumed combat stances. Yun Tianqing's Flame Thunder Pearl was poised to strike. The Yin family patriarch's compass artifact had been activated, and the Wang family was forming hand seals with the lightning-conducting talisman. Outside Xinya Forest, the Luo family ancestor, seeing Zhang and about to enter the forest, provoked and taunted him. Zhang and a Foundation establishment cultivator chasing an old Qi refining man like me, have you no shame? Isn't he just a servant? If he dies, he dies. Zhang, and on the verge of catching up, heard the other's tone and thought the man was afraid. He sneered, where do you think you can run? Let me teach you that even a dog at Foundation establishment is not someone a mere Qi refining cultivator like you can provoke. The two exchanged insults back and forth. Just as the Luo ancestor stepped into the position of the spirit trapping formation in Xinya Forest, Zhang and followed right behind him. Seeing the Luo ancestor stop running, Zhang and thought he had given up and shouted at him, run. Why aren't you running? Still think a Qi refining cultivator can fight a Foundation establishment one? Dream on. The Luo ancestor chuckled twice, saying nothing. In that instant of entering, he had already spread a top-grade first-order heart-confusing powder. Zhang and directly raised his sword, intending to slit the man's throat with a single strike. Unexpectedly, the heart-confusing powder had already seeped into his body, causing his mind to falter involuntarily. In that moment of distraction, he instinctively formed an energy shield. During that lapse of 1 or 2 breaths, Chen Li, not far away, immediately activated the spirit trapping formation. 1 breath later, the formation was complete. Seeing Zhang and's energy shield, the Luo ancestor pressed forward, formed hand seals, and struck his palm toward his own heart, his body rapidly cracking apart. Then he turned to look at Chen Li and the others, his face resolute, signaling that they could begin. Chen Li immediately activated the offensive formation. A surge of energy capable of crushing everyone present condensed from the formation, and spiritual energy from the surrounding world converged into it rapidly. Yun Tianqing, watching from the side, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Was this the power of a 9th-level Qi refining cultivator? Within the spirit trapping formation, a loud boom resounded. The Luo ancestor self-detonated, shattering Zhang and's energy shield. In the single breath it took Zhang and to recover his senses before he could react, a compass sword Qi, a thunderclap from the lightning-conducting talisman, and the fiery thunder flame of the Flame Thunder Pearl struck in a triple assault. Under the 3 consecutive hits, Zhang and's yellow iron armor manifested. Cracks had already appeared on the armor, and Zhang, and clad in it, began to suffer injuries. Only after the first wave of attacks did he finally manage to catch his breath. Under the succession of attacks that felt like 9th-level Qi refining, he thought he was being besieged by a group of 9th-level Qi refining cultivators. But when his divine sense swept over them, he discovered they were 4 mid-stage Qi refining cultivators. Connecting this with the self-detonation of the Luo ancestor who had been at the 8th level of Qi refining, he seemed to realize who these people were. Yun Tianqing and the others, seeing Zhang and's yellow iron armor appear, were completely taken aback and turned pale. Most of their attacks had been blocked by the armor. Level Qi refining strike would no longer be lethal. Zhang was bound by the spirit trapping formation, which could restrain a Foundation establishment cultivator for 5 or 6 breaths. Seeing he couldn't break free quickly, he hastily assumed a defensive posture. However, his spiritual power was suppressed by the formation. He still assumed the damage was only at the 9th level of Qi refining, so he simply let the yellow iron armor endure 1 more strike. But as it approached, he sensed something was off. Noah. With a thunderous bang, the formation energy pierced straight through Zhang and's upper body. After passing through, it blasted a huge crater behind him, sending dust billowing into the air. The desperate Yun Tianqing and the others, witnessing such devastating formation power, and Zhang and's agonized scream, stood dumbfounded. Was this formation's damage really goddamn 9th level Qi refining? Those who had been pale-faced moments ago saw the situation reversed within a few breaths. Yun Tianqing let out a long sigh of relief. The patriarchs of the Wang and in families exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment inside the spirit-trapping formation, Zhang and abdomen below his head was hollow, and the formation's power had also extinguished the vitality of his foundation establishment. Only one breath of life remained in him. Zhang Yin's lower body and head slumped to the ground. Yun Tianqing and the others entered the formation and saw Zhang Yin mumbling, "Why? I'm not reconciled." Alas, it was not easy for a rogue cultivator to reach foundation establishment. Back then our families entreated you with humble words time and again, but you turned a deaf ear. Had you known today would come, why did you do it in the first place? Yun Tianqing said to Zhang and with an expressionless face. As he finished, a fireball technique instantly engulfed Zhang and reducing him to ashes before he could even let out a groan. A gust of wind blew, carrying the ashes back to the world. At that moment Chen Li came down holding the formation plates. Having spent 300 spirit stones on that one activation, he felt a pang of heartache. Seeing Chen Li, everyone's attitude shifted. Earlier they had set aside their contempt, but now they felt reverence. "Brother Chen, today we owe it all to you. If not for you we would all have died here." Yun Tianqing voiced this with absolute sincerity. "Fellow Taoist, Chen, we truly admire your formation mastery. Should you ever need help, the Wang family will spare no effort to assist you. Our own family as well. Whatever help you need we will give our all." After a round of effusive praise, Chen Li smiled slightly. "This matter also concerned my own life, so naturally, I did my utmost." The Luo ancestor bravely lured the enemy at great peril and gave his life in heroic sacrifice. He deserves the greatest credit. Then they turned their attention to the Luo ancestor, mourning him and praising him lavishly. A while later Chen Li went to retrieve the spirit-trapping formation. Yun Tianqing and the others had obtained Zhang and storage pouch and were discussing it. After Chen Li packed up, Yun Tianqing and the others came over and said, "Brother Chen, the storage pouch contains over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones along with some pills, artifacts, and books. Brother Chen, please choose first." Chen Li did not stand on ceremony and took 600 spirit stones. After that he no longer felt distressed about the 300 he had spent. From the rest, he chose some cultivation techniques and artifacts. After the division, they left Zhang and top-grade first-order Dharma sword and the 600 spirit stones from the pouch to the Luo family patriarch. After all, he was a comrade who fought alongside them and his ancestor had died heroically. They had a sense of fairness. During the retreat, they also gathered the Luo ancestors' remains and belongings and cleaned up the traces at the scene. A short while later Chen Li retrieved his wood attribute offensive formation. They arrived at a small teleportation array. Once the teleportation was completed, a loud bang sounded, and the array on this end self-destructed. At Baifeng Mountain, the Luo family patriarch saw that it was already dusk of the third day. Anxiety gnawed at his heart. He dared not think about the worst-case scenario. Suddenly the array rippled. When he saw the four returning, he let out a huge sigh of relief. The four recounted the details of the battle, and the Luo family patriarch expressed his gratitude to them for gathering his ancestors' remains and belongings. When the Luo family patriarch received his share of the spoils, he was greatly surprised and tried to decline. After learning of the might of Chen Li's formation, the Luo family declared that the greatest credit should go to Chen Li. The Luo family patriarch offered another 100 spirit stones to Chen Li, but Chen Li refused. Apart from the Luo ancestors' death and battle, the families were all quite pleased. They had achieved their goal. From the chase to Zhang An's death, the life and death battle lasted only a golden window of 30 breaths. This raid had been a success. A few days later, some people in Yuanwu Commandery noticed that Zhang An, who had gone to Yunnan Commandery for a banquet, had not returned. After waiting several more days, they discovered the corpse of Zhang An's servant on the road to Yuyu Mountain. Within the Lu family's ancestral grounds, Lu Shilo, a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator, addressed Lu Shuiqing, the Lu family's only foundation establishment ancestor. Ancestor Zhang An has not appeared for days, and no trace of him has been found in the Zhang family estate. Furthermore, his servant was found dead on Yuyu Mountain. After hearing the news, Lu Shuiqing pondered for a moment and replied, Keep an eye out for now. Have there been any recent movements among the qi refining Immortal clans of Liangxi County? Lu Shilo thought for a while and said, Ancestor, there has been no notable activity. A few days ago they even came around to inquire about matters concerning the Zhang family. I'll let them be for now. We'll wait a few more months first. Chen Li slapped the ox's hindquarters. Brother Ox, get up and plow the fields. You've only plowed 2 mu in 2 months. You deserve a beating. The green ox rose with a grumble, then wagged its tail and pointed at its stomach with a hoof indicating it wanted to eat spirit herbs. Chen Li had no choice but to take out an ordinary 30-year spirit herb. The moment the green ox saw it, its eyes lit up, and it began to sing joyfully moo. After devouring the spirit herb with satisfaction, the ox let out another contented moo. Then of its own accord it put on the yoke, and went huffing and puffing off to plow the fields. Several hours later, having spent half a day at it, Chen Li set up a spirit-binding array over the 2 moo of land. Brother Ox had turned planted spirit-attracting herbs and arranged a spirit rain array. All that remained was to wait for the flowers to bloom. Chen Li set himself a goal within 15 years to complete the Red Fortune Bar mission and the exploration of the destined opportunity sites. He called up the mission labels in his sea of consciousness. Red Fortune Bar, 2100 reclaim spirit fields, plant spirit rice, and harvest spirit rice. 1000 Gene 0 take a wife and bear children with descendants. 50 clans highest combat power breaks through the late Qi refining stage. Qi refining 5th layer not yet reached. Obtain spirit stones 1000. Completed. Arrange a 2nd rank lower grade formation in the clan territory capable of defending against Foundation establishment cultivators not yet arranged. He also brought up 2 destined opportunity sites. 2. Scarlet Sun Spirit Fruit Location information injected map guidance mode can be activated. Danger endless forest demonic beasts 5 color serpent python. Tier 3 demonic beast guarding beside the tree. Its information can be viewed. 3. Inside the silver tiger demon's belly location information injected map guidance mode can be activated. Danger endless forest demonic beasts silver tiger demon. Tier 3 demonic beast. Its information can be viewed. The Scarlet Sun Spirit Fruit was described in the comprehensive compendium of spirit herbs as a legendary immortal fruit of antiquity. In the past few thousand years, no one had ever laid eyes on this spirit tree. The compendium stated, this tree bears 9 fruits per harvest. Flowers bloom once every 100 years, and the fruits take another 100 years to ripen. If a mortal consumes its spirit roots can be nurtured, if an ordinary demonic beast consumes it too may tread the path of immortality. However, this tree was located 1,000 kilometers deep within the endless forest, a depth where Tier 4 demonic beasts already roamed. Chen Li had to raise his cultivation first and refine a genuine 2nd rank lower grade offensive formation before he dared to seek out the Scarlet Sun Spirit Fruit. As for the destination inside the Silver Tiger Demon's belly, it lay 150 kilometers deep and was constantly on the move, so he reserved that opportunity for last. A few days later, inside his cave-dwelling, Chen Li was refining overflowing Qi pills. Compared with fasting pills, these had a considerably higher failure rate. This pill was quite tricky to refine. His alchemical fire was still just the fireball technique, and the main ingredient was a century-old overflowing Qi herb supplemented by herbs younger than a century. Overflowing Qi pills were an excellent medicine for Qi refining cultivators, helping to increase their cultivation. After 2 consecutive failed batches, Chen Li's heart ached considerably, but fortunately the 3rd batch went off without a hitch. He finally managed to produce a full batch, narrowly preserving his self-proclaimed title of alchemy genius. As time flowed by, 3 months passed swiftly, and golden autumn gave way to bitter winter. In the main hall of the Liu family estate, Liu Shuiqing tapped lightly on the tea table and said, "So you're saying traces of a magical battle were found in Qinya Forest along with a destroyed teleportation array?" "Yes, ancestor. Over the past few months we scoured a radius of 10 li around Yuyu Mountain. Tracking traces lead from Yuyu Mountain all the way to Qinya Forest, where we discovered remnants of a magical battle and a destroyed teleportation array." Liu Shuiqing sat in contemplation for a while, then smiled. "I see. Zhang is most likely dead. Spread the word that he fell to a Foundation establishment bandit cultivator." "As you command, ancestor." At the Zhang family estate, when the 9 wives of Zhang heard news of his death, they hastily gathered their valuables, cursing the scoundrel all the while. The few early Qi refining cultivators the Zhang family had recruited likewise abandoned all hope and scattered like birds and beasts. The Zhang family of Yuanwu Commandery had ceased to exist. Inside the cave dwelling at Wuk Mountain, after 3 months of arduous effort, using 7-century-old spirit herbs and over a dozen younger herbs as supplements, Chen Li had refined 37 bottles of overflowing Qi pills, each containing 30 pills. Chen Li had applied himself diligently to the refining process, minimizing the residue of pill toxins as much as possible. Although the toxins in these pills were minuscule, he knew he would eventually need to find a way to eliminate them completely. Chen Li tossed 7 bottles of pills to Brother Ox, then arranged the 3 moo of spirit fields the Ox had reclaimed. He put out word to the other Qi refining Immortal clans of Liangxi County that he was going into seclusion to study formations. Spring passed, and autumn arrived in the blink of an eye. Another half-year had gone by. After devoting 1 bottle of marrow-washing pills and 30 bottles of overflowing Qi pills to his relentless cultivation, he finally broke through to the 6th layer of Qi refining. He then spent another month cultivating the 1st-rank superior Qi concealment art to minor accomplishment, optimized the art somewhat, and purchased a high-grade concealment talisman. He concealed his 6th-layer Qi refining aura and outwardly revealed himself as a 5th-layer cultivator, breaking through to the 5th and then 6th layer in less than 2 years, especially with mixed spirit roots, would surely invite considerable trouble if others took notice. The remaining hillside land had yet to be planned for any particular use, and thanks to 3 bottles of overflowing Qi pills, Brother Ox's cultivation had advanced to the 1st layer of Qi refining. Much to Chen Li's delight, the very first 3 mu of land he had reclaimed now saw their spirit-attracting herbs in full bloom. The Chen Immortal clan finally possessed 3 mu of genuine spirit fields. He immediately planted spirit rice. Being an ancestor was no easy task. Farming spirit land and cultivating immortality meant one had to know a bit of everything. The harvest would have to wait another year. In Yuanwu Commandery, Chen Li visited several cultivator shops in the prefectural city, but none sold tier 5 demonic beast hides or bones. He might need to make a trip to a nearby sect's market, the Beast Capture Sect. The Immortal Sect to which the Kingdom of Nanwu paid tribute was the Beast Capture Sect, a nascent soul sect with 2 nascent soul ancestors at its head. Every 10 years the Beast Capture Sect organized a decennial group hunt for its Qi refining disciples. Their foundation establishment and golden core cultivators would venture into the endless forest each year to hunt tier 5 and tier 6 demonic beasts, making the sect rich in demonic cores, bones, blood, and hides. Chen Li would not delay a moment. He slapped 5 or 6 swift travel talismans onto his body and set off for the Beast Capture Sect's cultivation market. Among the Taihu Mountains lay the Beast Taming Sect's cultivation market. Chen Li, relying on a 100-mile swift talisman, took 3 days to finally arrive here. He had been extremely cautious along the way. He encountered no late-stage Qi refining bandit cultivators, though a few mid-stage ones appeared, but as soon as he revealed his cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refining, they scattered like frightened beasts. Chen Li activated the Luo family's 1st-grade top-tier illusion shape, art, transforming into a middle-aged visage. As soon as he entered the market, compared with the county seat, it was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. A truly eye-opening revelation. The formation arrays talismans, pills, magical tools, and scriptures all outclassed those in the county seat's cultivation shops by a wide margin. Chen Li entered a demon beast store where a dazzling array of demon bones, demon cores, and demon pelts was on display. Seeing Chen Li enter, the Qi refining 3rd layer attendant hurried forward. Taoist friend, what would you like to buy? We have all parts of 3rd tier and 4th tier demon beasts, and we also sell live ones. The attendant was taken aback. Observing that Chen Li was also a Qi refining cultivator, he asked doubtfully, 5th tier demon beasts are mostly bought by Foundation establishment seniors. Are you sure you want to purchase one, Taoist friend? Chen Li nodded, recalling a certain book about the old demon Han from his previous life, and told a small lie. I Li am master. My master extreme, in a late Foundation establishment cultivator, sent me to buy it. Oh, I see. Then please proceed to the 2nd floor, Taoist Li. On the 2nd floor, Chen Li indeed saw 5th tier demon beast bones and pelts. The attendant introduced, these are the foot bones and spirit feathers of a 5th tier mystic bone demon crane, and those are the spine, bone, and hide of a 5th tier 6-tailed spirit fox. These are the only 2 items, Taoist friend. Please see which one you need. Chen Li's heart stirred at the sight of the mystic bone demon, crane's bones, and hide. Generally, refining a 2nd-grade low-tier formation only required materials from 4th tier demon beasts. But formations refined from 4th tier materials were at their limit capable of attacking at the mid-Foundation establishment level. Yet by adding some 5th tier materials, a 2nd-grade low-tier formation could unleash energy equivalent to the late Foundation establishment level. However, there was a drawback. Such an eruption damaged the formation flags and poles, greatly reducing their durability. No one normally did this. Even with higher-tier demon beast materials, the offensive might of a 2nd-grade formation remained at late Foundation establishment. It could not reach the golden core level or above, as the formation's inscription patterns set the upper limit. Chen Li asked, how much are the foot bones and spirit feathers of this mystic bone demon crane? Seeing that Chen Li had made his choice and a big transaction was imminent, the attendant immediately smiled and said, Taoist friend, that will be 9,900 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Li appeared to have anticipated the price, showing no surprise. The 5th tier demon beasts his master Chen Huayan had purchased before had cost more of 5th tier materials, went for roughly that amount, requiring that many low-grade spirit stones. He had only a little over 2,000 spirit stones on him, but he took out a 500-year-old wild goose herb. Taoist friend, would this 500-year spirit herb suffice to cover the value of this mystic bone demon crane's bones and hide? The attendant was stunned at the herb. A 500-year-old medicinal herb was at the level used by Foundation establishment cultivators to enhance their cultivation. The attendant quickly cupped his hands and said, Taoist friend, please wait a moment. Our shopkeeper is on the 3rd floor, I'll go and ask. A short while later, the Foundation establishment shopkeeper came down from the 3rd floor. He carefully examined the 500-year-old herb and verified it was genuine, then relaxed a little. It is indeed a 500-year-old spirit herb. Your master is most generous, Taoistly. Besides this mystic bone demon crane, our shop will also gift you the bones and hide of a 3rd-tier demon beast. Chen Li cupped his hands and replied, Then on behalf of my master, I thank you, senior. The transaction was settled. Chen Li casually selected a set of 3rd-tier demon beast bones and hide. After leaving the shop, he once again changed his appearance, stuck 5 or 6 more swift talismans on himself, and took 3 different detours before finally returning to the county seat. Half an instant stick after Chen Li left, the shopkeeper suddenly asked, Xiao Zhang, is there a late Foundation establishment cultivator or formation master named Extreme Een in the vicinity? The attendant shook his head. I don't know. I've never heard of him. That cultivator looked unfamiliar. Perhaps he was an itinerant cultivator passing through. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment, then said again, forget it. If that person comes again, let me know. Understood. In Liangxi County, at the Yun family estate, Luo Sheng, the patriarch of the Luo family, had come calling. In a 3-story pavilion, the two sat facing each other across a tea table by the window. Yun Tianqing poured tea for Luo Sheng. Brother Luo, please have some tea. You're too kind, Brother Yun. I've come this time for my descendants. Oh, what matter required you to come in person, Brother Luo? It's like this. Our family has a 20-year-old youth, a qi refining 3rd-layer cultivator, and a seed for Foundation establishment. He and a young lady of your family are deeply in love. Today I've been asked to propose a marriage. Yun Tianqing asked in puzzlement, a marriage? Among our young ladies of around 20, the only one with spiritual roots is Yun Yutong at 2nd-layer qi refining. The rest have no spiritual roots. Do you mean Yun Yutong? Luo Sheng nodded. Exactly. Yun Tianqing fell silent at these words. Seeing Yun Tianqing hesitate, Luo Sheng pressed. Brother Yun, that young man of mine has a dignified appearance and excellent character. Along with 2 mu of spirit fields from the Luo family as a betrothal gift, he will not disgrace your family's daughter. Moi. Those words sounded so familiar to Yun Tianqing. He seemed to have said something similar to Chen Li. He had been thinking about this matter just now. After the battle at Xinya Forest, he still wanted his daughter to marry Chen Li. Understanding formation arrays, having true strength, being cautious and measured. Chen Li was the ideal son-in-law in his eyes. At that moment, a fierce battle raged in Yun Tianqing's mind. On one hand, his daughter was in a mutual love. If he forced a rejection, it would not benefit family harmony. Another thought was to marry his daughter to Chen Li. Although Chen Li had refused before, he hadn't refused outright. What if he asked a few more times, and Chen Li agreed? His intuition told him that forming a connection with Chen Li would benefit the family. After pondering for a while, Yun Tianqing still decided to put the family first. Brother Luo, I might need a few days to consider. Luo Sheng was a little surprised. He had come with 80% confidence. He felt that the young pair were a perfect match, both talented and beautiful, mutually in love, both with spiritual roots and of equal family status. There was nothing to refuse. Just as Luo Sheng was wondering, a voice suddenly came from outside the window. A young man and a young woman appeared, hands tightly clasped. The woman called out loudly, Patriarch, I Yun Yutong will marry no one but Luo Zihan. I refuse to marry Chen Li, whom I have never met. Zihan and I love each other. Please, Patriarch, grant us your blessing. Her shout drew the attention of everyone within the family estate, and they gathered around. When Yun Tianqing heard Yun Yutong's cry, his fists clenched, filled with unwillingness. He knew his ideal son-in-law was gone, utterly beyond his grasp. Yun Tianqing heaved a sigh. Seeing this, Luo Sheng finally understood why Yun Tianqing had been hesitant. Luo Sheng would have hesitated too. But with their public display witnessed by so many today, she was determined to marry Zihan or no one. Looking at the two outside the window, Yun Tianqing said to Luo Sheng, Brother Luo, things have reached this point. Do as you see fit. Luo Sheng nodded, somewhat embarrassed, but still replied, Rest assured, Brother Yun. Having said that, Yun Tianqing walked away alone. No one knew what he regretted. Perhaps it would only become clear many years later. Beneath the window, seeing the patriarch agree, Yun Yutong was overjoyed and said to Luo Zihan, Zihan, wonderful. We are together now. At this moment, she had no idea what she had lost. At Wuk Mountain, the two spiritual jujube trees in front of the gate had already grown half a zhang tall. They looked so slender that a gust of wind could blow them over, yet they remained tenacious, swaying messily in the wind for a long time without falling. Inside the mountain, the green ox lay with all four hooves in the air, and Chen Li cursed again. Stupid ox, you can't even learn a first-rank low-grade fire control technique. Have you been eating shit? These past few days Chen Li had finally come to understand the meaning of playing the zither to an ox. After teaching Brother Nyo the fire control technique for several days, the ox had only just learned to produce a flame. Every time Chen Li cursed at it, Brother Nyo would turn all four hooves skyward in protest. As if to say, I am an ox, I am an ox. Chen Li recalled that when he had been at the first level of chi refining, he had learned the fire control technique in just one day. Alas, between man and man, there is still a gap between man and ox, so I forgive you. Chen Li handed the fire control technique manual to Brother Nyo and let him read it himself. A few days later he received the wedding invitation from the Yun and Luo families. Chen Li was delighted. Although he had lost his beloved wife, he still intended to attend the banquet. Luckily he had stalled the marriage arrangement of the Yun family head, who otherwise he would have been the other man, a third party intruding in someone else's relationship. He could not bear being called a two-timer. But there was still some time before the banquet, and since returning from the beast-catching Sect's cultivation market, he had not yet refined the second-rank low-grade formation. Otherwise he would have been the other man, a third party intruding in someone else's relationship, and he could not bear the label of two-timer. However, there was still some time before the banquet, and since returning from the beast-catching Sect's cultivation market, he had not yet refined the second-rank low-grade formation. These past few days he had thought of teaching Brother Nyo to calm himself down, but after the lesson, he could not calm down in the slightest. Forget it. Inside the cave dwelling, Chen Li once again calculated the resources needed to refine this formation. Refining a foundation establishment formation with his mid-stage chi refining cultivation required a large amount of spiritual energy replenishment, so he needed to prepare some replenishing origin pills. For chi refining cultivators, the most important use of the replenishing origin pill was to quickly restore vitality and spiritual energy. However, compared with the overflowing chi pill, its effect on improving cultivation was not as obvious. It was mainly a supplementary pill for battle. The herbs under 100 years old had almost all been used up. There were still 8-century-old herbs and 4 500-year-old herbs remaining. He had also checked that the main ingredient needed for refining the foundation establishment pill was a 300-year-old purple monkey flower. None of the herbs he had harvested from the cave dwelling were at that grade, but he had all the century-old auxiliary herbs needed for foundation establishment. Those 500-year-old herbs were mainly for refining the falling goose realm-breaking pill and the 3-flower longevity pill, which were used to improve cultivation and extend lifespan during the late foundation establishment stage. That 1,000-year-old herb was one of the 3 main ingredients needed to refine the golden core condensation pill. Earlier, he had also gone to check whether there were any leftover semi-finished golden core condensation pills or herbs inside the second-rank, high-grade Xinqiang cauldron, but there was not even a trace. He guessed that after Li Daowen passed away when his lifespan was exhausted, the pill fire lost control and vaporized the herbs and pills. It was more than enough to use century-old blood essence grass to refine chi refining grade replenishing origin pills. Inside the cave dwelling, Chen Li started the fire and lit the furnace once more. 2 months later, he once again preserved his reputation as a genius alchemist. 3 furnace batches failed and 10 succeeded. Another 3-century-old blood essence grass plants were consumed, leaving only 1 or 2 herbs under 100 years old. In the end, he refined 10 bottles of late-stage chi refining grade replenishing origin pills. For the sake of refining formations, Chen Li had also forced himself into becoming a skilled alchemist. Being an old ancestor isn't easy. You must know farming formations and alchemy. 3 more days passed. At the Luo family clan grounds, gongs and drums were beaten, and a Chen Li red bridal procession made things very lively. The wedding banquet was divided into 2 places, one at the foot of the mountain for mortals, and the other on the mountain for cultivators. Mortals and immortals celebrated together. On the mountain, in a wide hall floored with green sandalwood, 5 tables were set out, all filled with cultivators at or above the first level of chi refining. Besides those from Liangxi County, some cultivators from the 2 neighboring counties had also come. Chen Li sat at the Yun family's table, and the Yun clan members sized him up. Yun Yutong's windowsill declaration of love had already spread throughout Liangxi County. The Yun clan members looked at Chen Li with a gaze of awkwardness mixed with curiosity. They were very curious about this outsider cultivator who had established a cultivation clan in Liangxi County. Over the past 2 years, they had hardly ever seen this man. Instead, they often heard news the one at Wuck Mountain had gone into seclusion to cultivate, the one at Wuck Mountain had gone into seclusion to study formations, the one at Wuck Mountain had gone out to buy formation materials. They saw that though Chen Li was ordinary looking, he was young and at the 5th level of chi refining with an optimized chi hiding technique, a first-rank high-grade formation master. While the family head had made no mistake, choosing Chen Li was a highly cost-effective move. At this moment, Chen Li's attention was entirely fixed on the table. It was filled with all kinds of spiritual delicacies: spirit rice, braised spirit pork, belly white cut spirit chicken, steamed spirit fish, and so on. Such indulgence of the palate was a rare treat. Eating fasting pills had made his mouth taste so bland that he could hardly stand it. Just as Chen Li was eating with gusto, two cultivators at another table nearby whispered, "Sister, you are a first-rank low-grade formation master. Didn't you say you wanted to find a formation master as a Dao companion?" "I've made inquiries. Chen Li of Wuk Mountain in Lianxi County is in his early 20s at the 5th level of Qi refining, a first-rank high-grade formation master, and single. What do you think?" The two speakers were members of the Zhu family from neighboring Lingchuan County. Her elder cousin Zhu Lingwei replied, "He should be a genius of formations. Though his looks are ordinary at just over 20, he is already a first-rank high-grade formation master. The old ancestor at home is also only a first-rank high-grade formation master at the 9th level of Qi refining. I think he looks quite steady. Then, sister, would you be willing to have an exchange with him?" Zhu Lingwei nodded and replied, "Yes. We should definitely have an in-depth exchange first, and then see how things develop afterwards." Her younger cousin smiled gently. "Haha, your little sister never misjudge people." Midway through the banquet, the bride and groom came up, and Yun Tianqing and Luo Sheng each led their young clansmen and daughters through a formal ceremony. At this moment, Chen Li kept feeling that someone was watching him. He looked at the stage, but did not see anyone watching him. Then he swept his gaze across the whole hall, and found a female cultivator at another nearby table, sizing him up. Their eyes met. When Zhu Lingwei saw Chen Li's gaze coming over, she immediately looked away, feeling secretly embarrassed. This man was far too alert. Chen Li saw Zhu Lingwei avert her eyes and realized that it was probably this woman who had been watching him earlier, so he also gave her a careful look. This woman was about the same age as him. She could not be called a stunning celestial beauty, but she gave people a very comfortable feeling, a feast for the eyes. Zhu Lingwei noticed that Chen Li was still looking at her. With shy embarrassment and a hint of anger, she met his eyes and rolled her own, as if to say, "Still looking, you lecher." Chen Li sheepishly looked away. Just then the bride and groom went from table to table offering toasts. When they reached Chen Li's table, the bride Yin Yutong saw that Chen Li was ordinary looking, then looked at Zihan beside her, who was dignified and handsome, and instantly felt she had made the right choice. During the toast, Chen Li did not feel awkward, but looking at that Zihan was indeed a bit awkward. At dusk, the wedding banquet ended. Just as he stood up to leave, he found two female cultivators blocking his way. One of the women was the one who had just met his gaze. The young woman saluted and said, "Fellow Taoist Chen, I am Zhu Lingwei of the Zhu family from Lingchuan County. My cultivation is at the 2nd level of Qi refining, and I am a first-rank low-grade formation master. I hear that you fellow Taoists at such a young age are already a first-rank high-grade formation master. I am full of admiration and had specifically wanted to come to make your acquaintance and exchange ideas. I wonder if you would give me this opportunity to communicate." Chen Li saw that this woman was also a formation master, and she was pleasant to look at and suited his taste. He replied politely, "Miss Zhu, you flatter me. Since you are also a formation master, I, Chen, am also willing to have an in-depth exchange with you, Miss Zhu." Seeing that Chen Li did not refuse, Zhu Lingwei was inwardly delighted. The moment she moved closer to Chen Li, a thought sprang up in her heart. Marrying him was not a bad idea at all. Zhu Lingwei replied, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Chen. These are a pair of matched sound transmission stones that can transmit voices over 1,000 li. Let me give you one, and later we can communicate through this stone." Chen Li accepted the sound transmission stone. The two exchanged pleasantries for a little while before parting. One day later, a message arrived through the speaking stone. "Friend, Chen, how do I go about reading grade low-quality spirit-restraining formation markings?" Chen Li patiently and carefully answered the question. Chen Li patiently answered the question. 5 days later, a message arrived. "Thank you for clarifying, Brother Chen. This humble one has benefited greatly. I heard you come from a sect. I would love to hear about life within the sect." A month later, a message arrived. "Big Brother Chen, you are so impressive. Grandmaster says your mastery of high-grade, first-level formations definitely surpasses his. By the way, do you enjoy spirit fish? I can send my servant to deliver them, or I can bring them myself." Since returning from the banquet within a month, Qing Niu felt that their ancestral master had been behaving strangely. He no longer scolded or struck him, instead smiling cheerfully while talking to a stone every day. Wuk Mountain was permeated with an indescribable atmosphere, leaving Qing Niu puzzled. After sending another reply, Chen Li deeply felt he had become too decadent. Had he not yet refined the 2nd-grade low-level formation? "Little sister Lingyue, I may need to contemplate higher-grade formations recently, so I might reply to messages a bit later. Comprehending formation skills is what matters most. Brother Chen can reply whenever." Simply put, it was a grueling task. Chen Li first shaped the leg bones into segments, and the mystical feathers also needed to be trimmed and formed. After segmenting the leg bones, he began carving formation markings onto them, the most arduous yet crucial step. Once the formation markings were carved, he needed to integrate the heavenly and earthly connections between the formation rods and formation pieces. Finally, he crafted the formation disc, a container holding the formation flags and rods serving as the hub for activating the formation. The formation brush Chen Li used was a 500-year-old green peach brush, one of the few precious assets his master had given him. It could channel the heavenly and earthly formation principles, allowing even the hardest formation rods to be inscribed. Shaping was quick. The leg bones were divided into 4 formation rods, with 4 matching formation pieces. Chen Li examined a formation rod, reviewed the blueprint once more, then drew out the green peach brush. He gathered his qi and calmed his mind, channeling spiritual energy, so the purple peach would could resonate with the heavenly and earthly formation power. Soon the purple peach would grew heavy as vast spiritual energy from his body sustained the brushwork, and he began carving. The moment the brush touched the formation rod, heavenly and earthly formation power transferred onto it. The formation pathways grew increasingly intricate, draining more and more spiritual energy. By midday, a single bottle of yuan-boosting pills had already been consumed. Time flew by swiftly. Chen Li within the cave dwelling lost all sense of hours, needing to push through in one continuous effort. Otherwise, the concentrated essence and spirit would easily dissipate. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, leaving only 2 bottles of yuan-boosting pills. Apart from replying to Zhu Lingyin's messages via the speaking stone, each day was spent gradually carving. This day finally saw the formation markings completed on all 4 formation rods. The formation markings on the rods flowed smoothly, radiating brilliant light. Finally, he placed the formation pieces onto the rods and activated the pathways connecting them together. The grand work was accomplished. Using the remaining leg bones, he crafted the formation disc. Linked with the 4 formation flags, a complete second-grade low-level attack formation was finished. Gazing at the second-grade low-level attack formation he had crafted, Chen Li felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He named it Mystic Bone Immortal Slaying Formation. 3 more days passed, and a small pavilion suddenly rose on the mountainside of Wuk Mountain. Chen Li had only built it in half a day. The productivity of cultivators was simply extraordinary. Chen Li named it the Pavilion of Ease and Freedom. Inside sat a stone table flanked by 2 stone stools. Chen Li produced a teapot, ignited fire through his flame-controlling technique, and brewed a pot of fragrant tea. Then he retrieved 2 small ceramic teacups from his storage pouch. Today a guest was arriving. Zhu Lingyue had said she would bring some spirit fish over. Inside the Luchuan County, within the Zhu family estate in a tower, an old man with white-streaked beard spoke to a double 20-year-old girl in her prime. Lingyue, do you really not need this old man to accompany you to Wuk Mountain? Let me examine this person as well. No need, Grandmaster. Through months of communication via speaking stones, I trust Big Brother Chen's character. The old man with white-streaked beard understood the girl's feelings and smiled. Very well, then handle it as you see fit. Zhu Lingyue nodded. Just as she was about to depart, her cousin emerged and teased, Sister, it has not even been a year yet, and your heart has already flown over there. Zhu Lingyue's face flushed slightly as she retorted, nonsense. I am going to deliver spirit fish. Is it wrong to express gratitude for the formation knowledge Big Brother Chen taught me? Yes, Sister is absolutely right. At the foot of Wuk Mountain before the welcome pavilion, Chen Li waited for a while. Over these past months, Chen Li had also learned about the Zhu family of Lingshuan County. The Zhu family had existed for over 300 years. Initially, they were a Foundation establishment Immortal clan, but after the Foundation establishment ancestral master passed away, and no one could advance to Foundation establishment, they degenerated into a qi-refining Immortal clan. The Zhu family mainly inherited formation techniques and made a living selling formations. Currently, the Zhu family ancestral master was at the 9th layer of qi refining, with others evenly distributed across the 7th and 8th layers, ranking among the notable families in Yuanwu Commandery. The moment Zhu Lingyue entered the Wuk Mountain territory, she spotted Chen Li. Little sister Lingyue, it has been a while. You have grown even more beautiful. Chen Li praised immediately upon seeing her. You are too kind, Big Brother Chen Li. Thank you for teaching me over these months. I have learned so much. Zhu Lingyue said without daring to meet his gaze. How about coming into the mountains for some tea and conversation? Chen Li invited. Zhu Lingyue nodded and followed Chen Li into the mountains. Upon entering the mountain, they spotted a green ox bellowing loudly, moo moo moo, in welcome. Zhu Lingyue followed Chen Li to the Pavilion of Ease and Freedom, where he poured her tea. Little sister Lingyue, no need for such formality. Please enjoy some tea. Then big brother Chen should drink as well. In the pavilion, a man and a woman sat together. The air seemed to move more slowly, heavy with awkwardness and a hint of cautious probing. Chen Li broke the silence first. Didn't little sister Lingyue come to deliver spirit fish? Oh, I forgot. Zhu Lingyue hastily took out several spirit fish from her storage pouch. These are all second-grade spirit fish, fresh and delicious. Chen Li accepted the spirit fish and smiled gently. Little sister Lingyue, what do you think of my Wuk Mountain? Only then did Zhu Lingyue look around. Aside from the cultivated spirit fields, there were no buildings or cave dwellings on the remaining mountain land. It appeared somewhat desolate. Big brother Chen has only recently established this clan. It looks a bit desolate, does not feel like a home. Then I wonder if little sister Lingyue would be willing to help me turn this desolation into a home. Chen Li expressed his feelings. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Lingyue's cheeks turned red. Summoning her courage, she looked directly into Chen Li's eyes. Big brother Chen, I am willing. Another day passed, and Zhu Lingyue returned home early in the morning. The previous night she had stayed over, and they had decisively done what needed to be done. After expressing their feelings, the two agreed to hold a joyous wedding banquet next spring. However, with half a year still to go before spring, he needed to make a trip to the boundless forest to obtain the blazing sun spirit fruit. His current cultivation was at the 6th layer of chi refining. With the Mystic Bone Soul-Slaying formation as his ultimate killing move plus several other formations at his disposal, he figured it was worth a try. Still, as a fragile formation master, he was well aware of his own weaknesses. Getting caught in close combat meant certain doom, so he needed a devastating close-range technique to become the most lethal killer among formation masters. The second-grade superior for illusory spear soul art, obtained from Li Daoan, was indeed a formidable weapon. One spear strike, conjuring 4 spear chi streams, especially effective against demons and ghostly aura. However, it was a foundation establishment level technique. His cultivation was too low to practice it, and his spiritual power simply couldn't activate the second-grade superior, flowing shadow silver spear. Still, among first-grade superior arts, there were the mystic shadow ice art and the yellow spring blade technique, both of which were chi refining level killing moves. He had studied both. The mystic shadow ice art, paired with the frost condensation sword, struck like a shadow, its chill severing the soul. The yellow spring blade technique, paired with the yellow spring blade, was heavy as a mountain, also a true killing art. Back at the Sect, his master had no close combat killing move. It seemed he never fought others, shutting himself off from the world and dedicating his heart solely to formation tomes. When Chen Li was at the Sect, he had been busy refining formations to earn spirit stones and buy overflow chi pills, so he had never practiced any first-grade superior killing arts, only a few minor sword techniques. After weighing his options again and again, he ultimately chose the mystic shadow ice art. He took the frost condensation sword from his storage pouch, and as he opened the sheath, a biting chill surged forth. Grasping the hilt, he began to study the art. Since he could even comprehend second-grade formation runes, mastering this mystic shadow ice art was simply a breeze, as long as he was willing to put in the work. The basic essentials were simple: strike fast with the sword and release the cold aura. The mystic shadow ice art taught a cultivator how to use spiritual energy to wield the sword with both incredible speed and freezing cold. A month later, on an open patch of ground on Crow Sparrow Mountain, Chen Li finally executed a full sequence of the mystic shadow ice art, reaching minor mastery. Wherever the sword, chi passed, bone-piercing cold seized the soul. The green ox beside him watched Chen Li's awe-inspiring sword art and let out a low moo, as if saying, "The boss is truly formidable." Looking at the ox, Chen Li sheathed his sword and called out, "Brother Ox, how's your flame control coming along?" As if it had been waiting for that question, the ox raised its head, extended a hoof, and condensed a steady ball of flame that drifted along with the movement of its hoof. "Not bad. After half a year, you finally learned it. You're a genius, ox." The ox proudly lifted its head, but Chen Li abruptly changed the subject. "I see the spirit rice is growing well, but there are also some weeds. Today I'll teach you the weeding technique, and you must master it before the day is out." Hearing this, the ox flipped all 4 hooves into the air, showing its belly in protest. "I'm an ox." That evening, Chen Li's scolding rang out once more. "Stupid ox. I've already finished weeding the whole field, and you still haven't learned it. Did you eat crap, or what?" Chen Li sighed. Back in the day when he first got this so-called weeding technique, he mastered it in just half an hour. So he tossed the weeding technique manual to Brother Ox to study on its own. 3 more days passed. Chen Li finished his preparations and sent a message to Zhu Yueling through a sound transmission stone saying he was going on a long trip to the Sect's cultivation market to buy formation materials. He announced the same to the other clans. He then rushed toward the beast-catching Sect with a swift travel talisman, and midway used the illusory shape art to change course toward the boundless forest. The boundless forest was now in map mode. Since he was heading 1,000 kilometers deep, there was no completely safe route, so along the way he slaughtered quite a few first and second-grade demon beasts. His storage pouch now held no fewer than a dozen of them. They could serve as fertilizer when brought back. He killed all these beasts with the mystic shadow ice art, which conveniently let him practice his swordsmanship. The more he used the sword, the faster it became. At the 700-kilometer mark, he encountered a third-grade demon beast. The mystic shadow ice art was brought out again. It was a bit troublesome. After a hard-fought half-hour, the beast finally went into his storage pouch. At 800 kilometers, he ran into 7 third-grade demon beasts at once. There was no choice but to use the Spirit Trap formation, a first-grade top-quality wood attribute attack formation, and string all 7 of them up in one go. After reaching the 6th layer of Chi refining, he no longer needed an extra 300 spirit stones to activate the first-grade top-quality wood attribute attack formation. At 900 kilometers, he encountered a 4th-grade demon beast with an aura only at the early foundation establishment level. Chen Li used the Spirit Trap formation combined with the first-grade top-quality wood attribute attack formation. After the beast was gravely wounded, he chased it down and killed it with the Mystic Shadow Ice art. In the final 50 kilometers, he pressed an invisibility talisman onto himself and advanced slowly and cautiously. By this point, he had already been traveling for 10 days and had used over a dozen swift travel talismans. His mind was razor-focused, dreading that a 5th-grade demon beast might suddenly leap out. After another half-day of invisible slow travel, he arrived at a mountain whose name he did not know. Yet the blazing sun spirit fruit was indeed on this mountain less than a kilometer away. Fortunately, he had encountered no 5th-grade demon beasts along the way. Such beasts likely required going even deeper. After all, a great battle with a 5th-grade demon beast would definitely force him to activate his Mystic Bone soul-slaying formation, and the disturbance would be too great. It might attract even more beasts. Chen Li soon arrived within less than 500 meters. He remembered that the 4-color serpent python guarding the blazing sun spirit fruit tree was only a 3rd-grade demon beast, so it was nothing to fear. However, he had to be careful not to alert any nearby 4th or 5th-grade demon beasts. He also had to be cautious because the serpent was coiled beside the tree. Fighting might damage the tree, so if he could outsmart it, he would. The key information about the 4-color serpent python was this snake feared the cold and easily entered hibernation. The cold it feared was not ordinary weather cold, but cold catalyzed by spiritual energy. The colder the better. So Chen Li pulled out 5 first-grade low-quality cold convergence formations from his collection of several low and mid-grade first-tier formations. He stood on an unremarkable spot halfway up the mountain and replaced 2 more invisibility talismans on his body. Looking toward the area 500 meters away, he could indeed see a serpent coiled beneath a tree. From 500 meters away, the tree was more than half a zhang tall. Quite unremarkable, no different from an ordinary fruit tree. Chen Li resolutely deployed the cold convergence formations. Circling around the serpent, he quietly set up 5 first-grade low-quality cold convergence formations beyond the 500-meter radius, then activated them. Once deployed, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth transformed into spiritual cold and surged into the area within that 500-meter ring. Since these were first-grade low-quality formations after all, it would take some time, so Chen Li sat cross-legged in meditation 500 meters away to rest. A full day and night passed. The area within the 500-meter ring had been flooded with spiritual cold for an entire day and night, until the cold was practically forced to overflow. Sensing this, the meditating Chen Li immediately opened his eyes and looked at the serpent python beneath the tree 500 meters away. By now the python was completely motionless, its body burrowed into the earth, leaving only its head exposed. Chen Li grabbed the frost condensation sword, formed a cold-resistant energy shield with a hand seal, and in less than 3 breaths, he was already at the serpent's head. Without a word, he slashed down at it with his sword. The head and body were severed in 2. To this very death, the serpent never understood how it had died. Chen Li pulled the corpse out of the ground, hacked it into several pieces, and tossed them into his storage pouch. He then formed a hand seal to send a signal to the formations, stopping the generation of spiritual cold. Only then did he turn around to look at the blazing sun spirit fruit tree behind him. The moment Chen Li laid eyes on the crimson sun spirit fruit tree, his mind raced with one question: how many fruits? He parted the leaves and began counting. 1, 2, 3. Wait, only 8. This tree bore exactly 9 fruits per cycle. Having flowered for a century, it would now bear fruit for another. Had this serpent devoured one? Then why hadn't it left? Or had it devoured them all? Wait. When Chen Li extended his divine sense into the earth, just half a meter below, sure enough, he discovered 8 serpent eggs, and he was stunned. He quickly pieced together what must have happened. About 100 years ago, this serpent had swallowed a crimson sun spirit fruit, and cultivated an immortal root within itself, then departed to train for a century, eventually ascending to become a third-tier demonic beast before returning to lay these eggs. Chen Li carefully collected the 8 serpent eggs into his storage bag before tending to the harvest. With his mastery of alchemy, he had also perfected the art of preserving medicinal herbs. He had prepared 9 boxes, though 8 was more than sufficient. It took him merely a dozen breaths to harvest and seal each fruit in turn. As he watched the 8 Crimson Sun Spirit fruits rest safely in their separate storage pouch, Chen Li felt thoroughly satisfied. After harvesting the fruit, Chen Li turned his attention to the Crimson Sun Spirit fruit tree itself, noting that its leaves appeared no different from any ordinary fruit tree. Wait, something wasn't quite right. Leaning closer, he detected faint arcane patterns etched across the leaves, so subtle they were nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Chen Li then extended his spiritual sense toward the roots. Bones. A human skeleton lay beneath the earth with the tree's main root growing directly from the skull. Chen Li was utterly shaken. He had suspected the fruit tree hadn't taken root by chance. He dug through the remains and stumbled upon something. What was this? A token emerged from the soil engraved with the characters, Shangyang, Immortal Domain. He continued searching, but found nothing else. Only this single token remained. He examined the token thoroughly but couldn't extract any clues from it, and the Shangyang Immortal Domain was completely unfamiliar to him. Could this person have been a cultivator from 10,000 years ago? Perhaps an outsider cultivator from beyond the domains? Chen Li pondered for a moment before letting the question go. He began excavating the tree. It looked utterly ordinary, indistinguishable from any common spirit fruit tree unless examined closely. He would transplant it to Wuck Mountain and camouflage it among other fruit trees. The tree likely drew its vitality from the heavens and earth through its leaves, since the soil beneath wasn't refined spiritual land, and the surrounding area lacked any notable spiritual energy concentration. Chen Li drew his shovel and employed the shovel excavation technique to clear away all grass and soil within a zhang radius of the tree, then encased the roots with spiritual energy before securing them in a separate storage pouch. Chen Li carefully returned the Shangyang Immortal Domain token to its original resting place along with the bones he had uncovered. After all, this token was ancient yet showed no signs of decay. It was definitely not an ordinary object. Identity tokens like this might hold some method of tracing, and he had no desire to draw the attention of any terrifying existence. With everything complete, he activated his invisibility and speed talismans before retracing his steps. The 1,000-kilometer journey back felt remarkably different. Perhaps the path had been cleared of all demonic beasts. Aside from a few first- and second-tier demonic beasts, he encountered none of the third-tier or above. Within 10 days, he reached the edge of the boundless forest and made his way back toward Yuanwu Commandery via the beast-hunting sect's route. Back at Wuck Mountain, Xing Niu continued practicing his hoeing technique, while Chen Li finally relaxed in the leisure pavilion over a cup of tea. The journey had consumed nearly a month, with his awareness sharply focused the entire way. Yet with 8 Crimson Sun Spirit fruits secured, the family's first generation of cultivators was now assured. His clan valued quality over quantity, and as each generation passed, they would eventually number in the hundreds or even millions. A day later, news of Chen Li's return reached Zhu Lingyue, and preparations for their wedding feast began. 2 structures needed to be built on Wuck Mountain, a grand hall and a wedding chamber. It wouldn't do to hold their ceremony and bridal night in a cave dwelling forever. First, however, he needed to plant the Crimson Sun Spirit fruit tree, so he went out and purchased an assortment of spirit fruit saplings. Some would bloom and bear fruit in 5 years. Others yielded a single harvest annually. Planting the Crimson Sun Spirit fruit tree among them wouldn't bloom or fruit for decades, perhaps not for another 200 years. He lacked experience building large structures. Small mountain pavilions were manageable, but this would require considerable time. With only 2 months until the wedding, efficiency was crucial. After planting the spirit fruit trees, Chen Li sought lumber. The Yan family of Liangxi County specialized in cultivating spirit timber and managed construction work. The Yan family patriarch arrived with his clan members to survey the land on Wuck Mountain. Upon completing the survey, the Yan patriarch addressed Chen Li, "Master Chen, we've finished measuring the land. The main beams for the Great Hall and bridal chamber require 10 30-year golden silk spirit timber poles, while the construction materials need 150 20-year green fir spirit timbers. For the new bed, writing desk, tea table, and other furnishings, we'll need 20 30-year spirit cypress logs." Chen Li nodded in agreement after hearing the proposal. "Very well, brethren. Please proceed. I have full confidence in your family's century-long expertise in both spirit timber cultivation and large-scale construction." He then pressed urgently about the completion timeline. The Yan patriarch reassured him with a smile, "Rest assured, Brother Chen. We'll have everything ready within a month. Your wedding feast will not be delayed." Chen Li smiled and inquired about the cost. The Patriarch explained their pricing structure: 30-year golden silk spirit timber at 6 spirit stones per pole, 20-year green fir spirit timber at 3 poles per spirit stone, and 30-year spirit cypress at 3 spirit stones per pole, totaling approximately 180 spirit stones. Added to the labor cost of 70 spirit stones for a month of cultivator workers, the sum came to 250 spirit stones. Profit earned through hard work alone. After stating the total, the Patriarch immediately offered a discount for Chen Li without waiting for a response. For you, brother Chen, 200 spirit stones will suffice. Chen Li protested, but the Patriarch countered by invoking the life-saving favor from their previous encounter in Thousand Leaf Forest. After further polite resistance and being reminded of the same gratitude, Chen Li accepted the gesture. What name would you give this great hall, and what name for the bridal chamber? The Patriarch asked. Chen Li considered for a moment. The great hall shall be called Sunrise Hall, and the bridal chamber shall be named Unity Hall. With everything settled, the following day the family's construction cultivators arrived. 9 refining cultivators working alongside 3,000 mortals building tirelessly around the clock on Wuk Mountain. The cultivators shouldered the bulk of the heavy lifting, while the mortal workers provided auxiliary support. Both halls were positioned atop separate peaks on Wuk Mountain. Within a month, Sunrise Hall and Unity Hall rose majestically from the mountain peaks. Throughout this period, Chen Li remained stationed near the spirit rice paddies and cultivated fields, ensuring no one strayed into the protected area. However, his concerns proved unnecessary. The family's cultivators enforced strict protocols confining mortals to designated areas and preventing unauthorized movement within their territory. Upon completion, Chen Li paid the agreed-upon 200 spirit stones to the Patriarch, after which the remaining cultivators swiftly withdrew from Wuk Mountain. The Sunrise Hall and Unity Hall stood as testaments to their professional craftsmanship. 3 days passed. Inside the Chaoyang Hall of Wuk Mountain, Chen Li felt in good spirits upon seeing the newly built hall. Though not particularly large, the carved beams and painted rafters gave it a magnificent and impressive appearance. Over the past few days, he had arranged various furnishings according to his own preferences. In the center of the grand hall stood 3 steps with a master's armchair at the top. In front of the chair was a long rectangular desk crafted from spiritual cypress wood. Below the steps on both sides were arranged 5 armchairs, each also made of spiritual cypress wood. The Tongxin Hall was slightly smaller than the Chaoyang Hall, but apart from the main bedroom, there were several smaller rooms sufficient for several people to stay together. That day, Chen Li took stock of the gains from his Qi-Yin Spirit Fruit expedition. First and second-tier demon beasts, 39 heads. Third-tier demon beasts, 9 heads. Fourth-tier demon beast, 1 head. He separated the bones and hides from the first and second-tier demon beasts. Those with sufficient bone hardness were kept as formation materials, while those lacking in strength were buried in the soil to enrich the land with spiritual energy. The same process was applied to the third and fourth-tier demon beasts. However, the leg bone of that single fourth-tier demon beast barely qualified as a lower-grade second-rank formation material. As for the demon beast meat, consuming much of it would only marginally increase one's cultivation, and he had little taste for it. It was too fishy. The meat from the third and fourth-tier beasts was pickled and sealed for later. When someone who enjoyed it appeared, it would be used. The meat from the first and second-tier beasts was buried into the soil to increase its fertility and spiritual energy. None of these demon beasts possessed core crystals. Such cores only appeared in 6th-tier and above beasts, so they were treasured solely for their bones, flesh, and blood. Chen Li paused for a moment before speaking. This humble one was fortunate enough to grasp some aspects, but I am not yet a second-rank lower-grade formation master. Chen Li had chosen to hold something back. A few days later in Lingchuan County, at the Zhu family estate, Chen Li stood at the foot of the mountain. He had come to formally request the marriage arrangements, primarily to discuss the wedding banquet and the betrothal gifts to be exchanged within a month. Up on the mountain, Zhu Baiqiu, the family ancestor at the 9th layer of Qi condensation, descended together with Zhu Lingyue to welcome him. At the foot of the mountain, Chen Li observed the Zhu family's first-rank upper-grade defensive formation and noted that it was quite skillfully crafted. He himself possessed a first-rank upper-grade defensive formation, but he had not deployed it at Wuk Mountain, as it was unnecessary and consumed more spirit stones than a first-rank mid-grade formation would. Upon seeing Chen Li, Zhu Baiqiu found him unremarkable at first glance, but the steadiness in his eyes conveyed a sense of security. Zhu Baiqiu greeted him warmly. "Nephew Chen Li, sorry to have kept you waiting. Please follow us up the mountain to converse." "I pay my respects, Elder Zhu," Chen Li replied with a fist-in-palm salute. Along the way, Zhu Lingyue and Chen Li exchanged lingering glances. After ascending the mountain, inside the main hall besides Zhu Baiqiu, there were also Zhu family members at the 8th and 7th layers of Qi condensation. Chen Li greeted each of them in turn. The one at the 8th layer of Qi condensation was Zhu Lingyue's clan uncle named Zhu Zilan. Now over 60 years old, he was expected to establish his foundation before reaching 80, and was a first-rank upper-grade formation master. The one at the 7th layer was Zhu Lingyue's clan grandmother, named Zhu Baiyao. She was over 80 years old, also a first-rank upper-grade formation master, and belonged to the same generation as Zhu Baiqiu. These three were the Zhu family's highest combat strength. After over 200 years of development, the Zhu family had branched extensively. Hundreds of Zhu clan members with spiritual roots practiced cultivation, controlling numerous towns and villages across Lingchuan County, with a mortal population under their control reaching as many as 100,000. As for Zhu Lingyue, her parents were ordinary mortals. Since her spiritual root had been detected, she had been separated from her mortal family. After taking their seats, Zhu Baiqiu began with customary greetings. Nephew, to have become a first-rank upper-grade formation master at such a young age is truly remarkable. The younger generation is to be admired. This humble one was merely fortunate to grasp a glimpse of it. It amounts to nothing, Chen Li replied politely. Zhu Zilan beside him asked, "May I ask how deeply nephew Chen understands second-rank lower-grade formations? We have spent many years contemplating them, without fully grasping their essence." Zhu Zilan had asked casually, expecting nothing substantial in return. A mid-stage qi condensation cultivator who could comprehend first-rank upper-grade formations was already considered a genius. If someone at mid-stage qi condensation could understand foundation establishment formations, they had never even heard of such a thing. Chen Li maintained a calm expression and replied, "The key to second-rank lower-grade formations lies in breaking free from the thinking patterns of first-rank upper-grade and below. One cannot continue comprehending them in the same manner." Chen Li went on to elaborate extensively on his insights gained before comprehending second-rank lower-grade formations. At first the three listened without particular reaction. But as he discussed the method of comprehending second-rank lower-grade formation, runes their brows gradually furrowed. There was substance to his words. The three exchanged glances and gradually grew serious, beginning to take notes of everything Chen Li said. Half an hour later, after Chen Li had spoken only partway through, Zhu Zilan was stunned. Could this young man be a second-rank lower-grade formation master? Is nephew a second-rank lower-grade formation master? Upon hearing this question, all three late-stage qi condensation cultivators in the Zhu family turned their gaze toward Chen Li. The gap between first-rank upper-grade and second-rank lower-grade was a vast chasm. Some formation masters might never cross it in their entire lives. Even if one reached foundation establishment cultivation, their understanding of second-rank lower-grade formations might still be superficial. Only by crossing that threshold could one soar freely like a bird in the sky and swim freely like a fish in the sea. Zhu Lingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had known that Chen Li had gone to study higher-grade formations earlier and had thought he had gained little. After all, their ancestor had contemplated for countless years without being able to fully comprehend even a single complete second-rank lower-grade formation rune. The three late-stage qi condensation cultivators of the Zhu family breathed a sigh of relief, yet their expressions remained thoroughly astonished. A mid-stage qi condensation cultivator's comprehension exceeded what all of them together had studied. What kind of person was this? If Chen Li had previously been considered a formation genius, then, after this exchange, he was undoubtedly far beyond an ordinary formation genius. He was a full tier above it. What had begun as a normal marriage inquiry had now essentially become a senior formation master giving them a lesson. Ahem. Elder Zhu Baiqiu of the Zhu family broke the silence, and Zhu Lingyue felt somewhat embarrassed. What was going on? Had the discussion of marriage arrangements somehow turned into a lecture on formations? Zhu Baiqiu brought the conversation back to the main point. Nephew, you and our daughter Zhu Lingyue share mutual affection. The rest of us all agree. May I ask what betrothal gift you can offer? We are open to discussion. Through their exchanges, Zhu Baiqiu's attitude toward Chen Li had become very cordial. Chen Li seemed well prepared. He produced the bone and hide materials from the 4th-tier demon beast that he had just separated and said, "One set of 4th-tier demon beast bone and hide for formation, crafting 1 vial of qi overflowing pill and 300 spirit stones." Hearing these terms, Zhu Baiqiu did not immediately respond, but inwardly, he was deeply shaken. 4th-tier demon beast bone was a material for second-rank lower-grade formations worth several thousand spirit stones. And that vial of qi overflowing pill alone was worth around several hundred spirit stones. Zhu Baiqiu said, "Nephew Chen, this betrothal gift is far too valuable. Would you consider negotiating further?" Zhu Zilan and Zhu Baiyao on either side also echoed their agreement, saying it was far too generous. After all, the formation lesson he had just given them was worth far more than a few spirit stones. Chen Li looked at Zhu Lingyue and said, "It is not excessive. She is worth it." Hearing his words, Zhu Lingyue was deeply moved by the look in his eyes. Their gazes met, and everything felt perfectly destined. After some further negotiation, it was settled that the Zhu family would cover the cost of the banquet's spiritual foods and spiritual wines. The Zhu family firmly refused the extra few hundred spirit stones, insisting Chen Li take them back for their future life together. Having no choice, Chen Li retrieved them. The wedding banquet was to be held at the Chiang Hall on Wuk Mountain. The dowry the Zhu family provided included a small mountain, Luoxia Mountain, within Lingchuan County, which contained 3 acres of spiritual fields and some spiritual plants valued at just over 1,000 spirit stones. A month later, the slopes of Wuk Mountain were clad in red, ushering in its first mistress, and also the last. On that day, the green ox wore a red flower, raised its head by the gate, and watched the bride enter the mountain. The slender branches of the spirit jujube tree before the door swayed in the wind, as if in welcome. Inside the Chiang Hall on Wuk Mountain, congratulations, toasts, and praises rose one after another. The bride was resplendent in red while the groom stood tall and composed. Below the dais, Yun Tianqing watched Chen Li become the prized son-in-law of another family and felt a restless urge stirring inside him. Perhaps sending a few girls without spiritual roots another day would do. For the wedding feast, Chen Li had invited only the 4 families of Liangxi County. After all, they had once committed a killing together, along with some cultivators from the Zhu family. There were nearly 5 tables of cultivators in all. After the feast, as dusk drew near, the clamor faded away, and peace returned to Wuk Mountain. At night, in the Tongxin Hall, dry wood met a blazing fire and burned through the night. 3 months later, the 3 mu of spirit rice on Wuk Mountain ripened, and Zhu Lingyue grew even more enchanting. In the Tongxin Hall, Zhu Lingyue stroked her belly and gazed at the 3 mu of golden spirit rice outside the window. The rice ears swayed in the wind, a breeze drifted through the casement and stirred the young wife's black hair. Outside the window, over by the spirit rice fields, Chen Li was preparing to harvest. Zhu Lingyue waved, and Chen Li waved back. After several months of deep exchange, they had finally yielded a result. Apart from Chen Li, the founding patriarch, the first generation of the Chen family would soon appear. As the patriarch, he felt pressure as heavy as a mountain and had to build up the family's resources. Over the past year, the spirit binding formation and the spirit rain formation on the 3 mu of spirit rice had been operating every day. As a result, the spirit rice had shot up wildly, with full plump ears bearing a jade-like luster. It had grown well and was already ripe for harvest after a little more than a year. In this region, each mu of spirit field yielded between 300 and 500 gene. Using a low-grade golden thread blade sickle and the harvest technique, Chen Li reaped all 3 mu of spirit rice in no time. Then he used the low-grade grain storing technique to thresh it, the flame control technique to dry it, and finally stored it away. After 10 days of drying and a busy round of work, he harvested 1,200 gene of spirit rice. Chen Li opened the quest panel. Red fortune bar, 40100. Family quest. Reclaim spirit fields, plant spirit rice, and harvest at least 1,000 gene of spirit rice completed. Take a wife and have children with at least 5 descendants. 0. The family's strongest combatant breaks through to late Qi refining 6th layer, not achieved. The family harvests at least 1,000 spirit stones completed. Arrange a second-rank low-grade defensive formation on the family territory capable of defending against foundation establishment cultivators, not arranged. Chen Li began studying the next tasks. A second-rank low-grade defensive formation consumed a great many spirit stones to operate each day. Thus his plan was to craft it first, set it up to complete the quest, and then suspend its operation. But to craft a second-rank low-grade defensive formation, one generally could not use demon bones and beast hides for the formation flags and poles. It required spirit objects with elemental attributes that were several hundred years old or more. For example, thunder-attributed spirit wood or silk cloth imbued with cold, and a high platform also had to be built. All of it cost no small amount. He now had only a little over 1,000 spirit stones left, and a first-rank mid-grade defensive formation needed about 1,000 spirit stones per year to maintain. The good news was that the spirit binding formation and the spirit rain formation on the 10 mu of spirit fields consumed almost nothing. By activating the formations with his own spiritual power, he could make them operate skillfully within the natural environment. For someone with 5 spiritual roots like him, advancing from the 6th to the 7th layer of Qi refining purely through hard cultivation would certainly take more than 10 years. Therefore he had to refine pills. But now the only century-old herbs left were the supplementary herbs for foundation establishment. He could not touch those. Only 1 or 2 herbs under 100 years old remained, so he could only use the 500-year-old herbs to refine Qi refining tier pills. The medicinal power would have to be diluted before they could be taken. In this way, one plant could yield at least several dozen furnace batches, but it would truly test his alchemical skill. Zhu Lingyue was at the 2nd layer of Qi refining, possessed 4 spiritual roots, and was a first-rank low-grade formation master. As the founding ancestor's wife of Wuk Mountain, her cultivation could not be allowed to lag behind. There was also the fated opportunity inside the silver tiger demon's belly that he had not yet retrieved. He did not know what it was, but this one would require him to go 1500 kilometers deep into the Wubian forest to find that silver tiger demon. This silver tiger demon did not guard a fixed place, but moved constantly. Last time no 5th-rank demon beasts had appeared at a depth of 1000 kilometers. Going another 500 kilometers deeper 5th-rank demon beasts were certain to appear. There was also the matter of developing Luoxia Mountain Zhu Lingyue's dowry estate in Lingchuan County, which needed to be considered. Chen Li rapidly sorted out many matters. He could only proceed one step at a time. Inside the Tongxin Hall, Zhu Lingyue watched Chen Li lost in thought walked over and said, "Husband, you have been brooding for a while. What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about how to amass a little more family wealth." "You need not worry, husband. I still have 300 spirit stones as well as the income from Luoxia Mountain. Besides, you are a first-rank high-grade formation master. Manage things for a few more years, and I think we won't be inferior to any other qi refining family." "My lady is right. We'll build it up step by step." "My lady, take this bottle of overflowing qi pills for cultivation." Chen Li produced a bottle of overflowing qi pills from his storage pouch. Zhu Lingyue was astonished. Even the betrothal gifts had included a bottle of overflowing qi pills, and now there was another. Seeing her suspicion, Chen Li revealed, "My lady, in fact, I also have some alchemical skills. These are all pills I refined." Afterward, Chen Li would certainly reveal some of his secrets gradually, but the fortune bar and the sights of opportunity could never be told to anyone. Zhu Lingyue stared at Chen Li in disbelief. "Before the marriage you never said you could refine pills." Alchemy also required a great deal of time to develop, so she asked doubtfully, "Husband, you are skilled in both formations and alchemy. The two together must have demanded considerable time, right? Besides, you are the same age as Lingyue, and with 5 spiritual roots you are already at the 5th layer of qi refining. I truly wonder how brilliant your natural talent must be to excel at both." Chen Li smiled wryly and dispersed the aura concealment art, revealing a cultivation base at the 6th layer of qi refining. At that sight, Zhu Lingyue was dumbfounded. "So this is what comes of not checking before marriage. Husband, you are at the 6th layer of qi refining." Zhu Lingyue could not believe her eyes and shot to her feet with an exclamation. Chen Li nodded. Zhu Lingyue was thrilled. What a wonderful surprise. After she had digested the news, she smiled and said, "Husband, you are steady and prudent. You really are a good man who can manage the household. As for the Tao of alchemy, my lady, if you wish to learn it, I will teach you everything I have." "Husband, don't mock Lingyue. I am dull by nature. Comprehending first-rank mid-grade formations while also attending to cultivation already consumes most of my time. If I were to learn alchemy as well, I fear there would be no time left for cultivation. If I teach you hand in hand, how could you still worry about not learning? I will also help you comprehend the first-rank mid-grade formation." At this moment, Chen Li did not take out the second-rank low-grade formation, afraid it would shock Zhu Lingyue again. Zhu Lingyue giggled. "Well then, I will trouble you, husband. Tonight let Lingyue serve you thoroughly in return for your teaching." Chen Li was speechless. 1 month later, at the beast-capturing Sect's hunting hall. The hall teemed with cultivators, some 7 or 8,000 strong, spanning all stages of qi refining from 1 to 9. At that moment, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators flew into the hall from outside. These were the outer Sect officers of the hunting hall. One of the Foundation establishment cultivators called out, "Our Sect's decennial mass hunting event is about to begin. You who have come to our hunting hall today no doubt seek the Qi Overflow Pill and Foundation Establishment Pill. Let me announce the rules for this mass hunting event. 600 Tier 1 and 2 Demonic Beasts earns 3 vials of Qi Overflow Pill. 60 Tier 3 Demonic Beasts earns 1 Foundation Establishment Pill, and 2 Tier 4 Demonic Beasts also earns 1 Foundation Establishment Pill." After hearing this, the qi refining cultivators below erupted in wails of despair. Someone shouted, "Officer! 10 years ago, 300 Tier 1 and 2 Demonic Beasts earned 3 vials of Qi Overflow Pill. 30 Tier 3 Beasts earned 1 Foundation Establishment Pill, and 1 Tier 4 Beast earned 1 Foundation Establishment Pill. Why has everything doubled this time?" The Foundation Establishment officer spoke with an expressionless face. Elder Gui from the Alchemy Pavilion stated that the sect is facing a shortage of medicinal herbs and cannot refine as many Foundation Establishment Pills or Qi Overflow Pills as before. Upon hearing the officer's words, some late-stage qi refining cultivators frowned deeply. They were precisely the ones most eager to obtain Foundation Establishment Pills. Even those below qi refining layer 3 furrowed their brows. They hoped to obtain a single vial of Qi Overflow Pill to rapidly advance their cultivation. Those at the mid-stage of qi refining wavered uncertainly, some discussing the formation of teams. The officer continued, "Half a year from now, those returning from the boundless forest shall register at this hunting hall. Those who meet the requirements will receive their rewards on the spot." Meanwhile, in Liangxi County of Yuanwu Commandery, upon hearing of the beast-capturing sect's decennial mass hunting gathering, every family busied themselves producing various spiritual goods. The Luo family prepared talismans, the Yun family produced thunder pellet ingredients, the Yin family gathered spirit, with the Wang family crafted magical artifacts, and Chen Li produced a pile of Tier 1 mid to low grade formations along with 3 sets of Tier 1 top grade attack formations. This was the time to sell at elevated prices, a long-standing tradition for the decennial gathering a chance to make substantial profits. On the outskirts of the boundless forest stood a temporary cultivation market erected for the sect's yearly event. In recent days the market had been bustling with visitors. Chen Li had also set up a formation stall here. With a foundation establishment cultivator temporarily stationed to maintain order, he was required to pay tribute of 10 spirit stones per stall per day. This year the foundation establishment cultivators stationed here came from the beast-capturing sect, and strangely added a regulation: all chi refining stall holders must register their family or faction affiliation with them, including solitary cultivators. What Chen Li did not know was that these foundation establishment cultivators secretly traded the seller's information, 60 spirit stones for a single stall's owner details. Where there are disputes, there are transactions. After all, in a forest this vast, all kinds of birds gather, and many are born wicked. These station foundation establishment cultivators were only responsible for collecting spirit stones. Disputes arose constantly, and undoubtedly many could not resist the temptation to purchase information. As for what despicable acts these chi refining counterparts planned, they would simply say, "None of my business." The 3 station foundation establishment cultivators: "How do you know I was the one who leaked it?" A chi refining layer 9 cultivator with a scarred face approached Chen Li's stall and asked, "Do you have any Tier 1 top grade attack formations for sale?" Chen Li smiled warmly and replied, "I have 3 sets of attack formations here capable of reaching the power of a chi refining layer 9 cultivator. I wonder which one interests you, fellow cultivator." Chen Li laid out the 3 formations. The scarred cultivator did not examine them and selected the first set. "What is your price?" 1,000 spirit stones. The scarred cultivator's expression darkened. "Don't take me for a fool who doesn't understand formations. The materials for a Tier 1 top-grade formation only sell for 300 or 400 spirit stones." Chen Li explained patiently, "Fellow cultivator, engraving a Tier 1 top-grade formation pattern requires consuming spiritual energy. Moreover, both the formation board and rods are crafted from excellent 3rd-tier demon beast hide and bone. The attack effect far surpasses that of ordinary Tier 1 top-grade formations." The scarred cultivator disregarded his words and declared, 500 spirit stones. That's my offer." Hearing the price have, Chen Li remained unruffled. Most people with higher cultivation pressed him this way, and he had grown accustomed to it. Although engraving a Tier 1 top-grade formation did not consume excessive spiritual energy, and the materials for the board and rods were obtained incidentally, while hunting near the Red Sun spirit fruit, carrying no additional cost. However, by normal market standards, selling for 500 spirit stones would yield virtually no profit. It would amount to forced selling. Now, although his asking price of 1,000 was somewhat high, this was the decennial gathering, a well-established custom. So what if it was expensive? Everyone raised their prices. How else could one make a substantial profit? Then please seek elsewhere, fellow cultivator. 500 spirit stones cannot purchase a Tier 1 top-grade formation. Chen Li did not look at him and began packing away the Tier 1 top-grade formation. The scarred cultivator's face darkened. He glared at Chen Li with visible displeasure. If not for the foundation establishment cultivator nearby, he would have taught this chi refining mid-stage cultivator a lesson right then and there. After all, in his worldview, those of lower cultivation must yield to him, while he must yield to those of higher cultivation. Before long, likely the scarred cultivator's companion shouted from a distance, "Brother Li, have you found the Tier 1 top-grade formation you wanted to buy? The others have already finished their purchases and are waiting for you." The scarred cultivator's expression suddenly changed. Gazing at Chen Li's stall number plaque, number 52, he seemed lost in thought. Then he said to Chen Li, "Very well, 1,000 it is. I'll take it." Chen Li accepted the payment and handed over the goods. As the scarred cultivator transferred the spirit stones, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. But Chen Li did not care. His Tier 1 top-grade wood attribute attack formation and his Tier 2 low-grade bone-cleaving immortal slaying formation had already grown restless and eager for action. A foundation establishment cultivator had already been slain. What fear could there be from someone like this knave? Not far away, the scarred cultivator, already some distance gone, suddenly asked his companion, "Does any of you know the information about stall number 52? The fellow cultivator walking alongside him seemed hesitant to speak. One of them glanced at the scarred cultivator with a knowing look. The scarred cultivator frowned and tossed over 30 spirit stones. "Speak." From the Chen family in Liangxi County, Yuanwu Commandery. Chi refining layer 5. A Tier 1 top-grade formation master. Upon hearing Liangxi County Chen family and Chi refining layer 5, the scarred cultivator's sinister grin could scarcely be contained. Curious about how his companion knew such details, the scarred cultivator learned the reason along the way. It turned out that earlier that morning this companion had succumbed to temptation and paid 60 spirit stones to one of the Station Foundation establishment cultivators in exchange for stall information. That stall had been selling a 30 Li evading form talisman for 1,200 spirit stones, with the owner arrogantly declaring, "Take it or leave it, you poor wretch." The scarred cultivator could not bear this injustice. Although the seller was also at Qi Refining Layer 9, he firmly believed that revenge deferred is revenge preserved. At that very moment someone had also purchased information about Stall 52. The two exchanged their acquired intel, each learning the other's stall details. At the temporary market, Chen Li had been stationed for 10 days, having paid 100 spirit stones in tribute. He sold 9 sets of Tier 1 low-grade formations, 7 sets of Tier 1 mid-grade formations, and 2 sets of Tier 1 top-grade formations. Tier 1 low-grade formations typically consisted of simple spirit trapping arrays, temporary defensive arrays, or cold gathering arrays. Each set sold for approximately 30 to 80 spirit stones. Tier 1 mid-grade formations were generally focusing fire arrays or minor sword art arrays, each set priced between 100 and 300 spirit stones. Tier 1 top-grade formations went for 1,000 per set. In total he had amassed over 3,000 spirit stones, a truly lucrative profit. 10 days later the crowd at the temporary market had thinned considerably. Most cultivators from the beast-capturing sect had entered the boundless forest to hunt demonic beasts, so Chen Li decided to return. Wuck Mountain. Magpies had long settled back onto their perches. Chen Li returned to Tongxin Hall riding his sword flight artifact. In Tongxin Hall, Zhu Lingyue, who was nurturing her pregnancy, was overjoyed to see Chen Li return. "Husband, you've worked hard. How did the sales go?" Zhu Lingyue's belly had already begun to show noticeably. "Wife, you are the one who has worked hard. You crafted several sets of formations in a month, and they sold well. I earned over 3,000 spirit stones in total. These were merely Tier 1 low-grade formations. Nothing to boast about. Since you sold so many this time, most of the credit goes to your few sets of Tier 1 top-grade formations." Zhu Lingyue was modest, then sighed wistfully. "High-grade formations are indeed more valuable. When will I become a Tier 1 top-grade formation master?" she said enviously. "Wife, with me by your side there is no problem." Chen Li patted his chest confidently. The two exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with love for one another. "By the way, husband, regarding the remaining 7 mu of reclaimed land, the spirit leek grass has begun blooming one after another this month. We now have 7 more mu of spirit fields. Wonderful. In a few days I will go and plant the fields." The two chatted idly, sharing their thoughts and hearts with one another. At dawn on Wuck Mountain, a lowing broke the silence of the mountain as Chen Li slapped the cow behind him. "Brother cow, have you mastered your weed removal technique?" The green ox raised its head proudly once again, earning the title of Genius Ox. Soon after, the newly taught sowing technique set Chen Li off, once more earning another label of Foolish Ox. Yesterday he and Zhu Lingyue had planned to build a teleportation array connecting Luoxia Mountain and Wuck Mountain. 4 mid-foundation establishment cultivators using speed talismans between Luoxia Mountain and Wuck Mountain. It takes slightly over half an hour, so building this is necessary. Though it costs some spirit stones, it saves considerable time. These are all small teleportation arrays made according to formulas. As long as the array patterns from the book are properly carved, these small teleportation arrays should be manageable. Regarding spiritual field cultivation, Luoxia Mountain's 3 acres of spiritual fields are planted entirely with spiritual rice, with a first-rate mid-tier defensive array also deployed. Wuck Mountain has 5 acres planted with spiritual rice, while the remaining 5 acres are dedicated to medicinal herbs, mainly those under 100 years old. The plan for the mountain areas includes building Xianju Pavilion on Luoxia Mountain, which will serve as a residence and cultivation space for cultivators in the future. On Wuck Mountain, a building called Xuexian Pavilion will also be constructed, serving as a place where descendants can test their spiritual roots and learn the basics of cultivation. It will also store foundational texts on arts arrays and alchemy. The key to the teleportation array lies in establishing a connection between both ends by integrating Kongming stones into identical sensing array patterns, allowing them to respond with the same energy and form a connection. Following the formulas he carved and adjusted. For second rank and above teleportation arrays, a more advanced spatial foundation stone is used instead of Kongming stones. So Chen Li still had half a ton of Kongming stones in his storage bag. These items are in high demand among array masters and refiners, making them quite affordable. Chen Li set up one end of a mid-sized first-rank teleportation array beside Zizai Pavilion, then used a speed talisman to reach Luoxia Mountain in Lingchuan County within half an hour to establish the other end. Within Luoxia Mountain, which is significantly smaller than Wuck Mountain, the spiritual rice in the fields had already been harvested. Chen Li spent some time setting up the soul binding array and spirit rain array, then sowed the seeds and deployed a mid-tier first-rank defensive array. Chen Li took the teleportation array back to Wuk Mountain. In less than 60 breaths he arrived. At Zizai Pavilion, within the mountain, Chen Li brewed himself a pot of tea, took a few sips, and rested for a while. Inside Tongxin Hall, Zhu Lingwei was studying the Compendium of Herb Identification, Compendium of Pill Types and Uses, and Basic Secrets of Alchemy. Seeing Chen Li enter, she happily said, "Husband, I've nearly finished these 3 books. When can I start practicing alchemy?" Chen Li took out the recipe for Beigu pill and told Zhu Lingwei, "Take a look at this recipe first, then I'll take you to the cave mansion in the mountains to practice alchemy." Alright. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Li mentioned, "I might need to go to the beast hunting sect marketplace in a few days to buy some medicinal herb seeds and array materials." Zhu Lingwei nodded and told him to be careful. Chen Li handed her a top-tier first-rank attack array, explaining that if any danger arises, she could activate it, and even Qi condensation cultivators would dare not approach. Zhu Lingwei felt Chen Li's affection deeply moved beyond words. All expressions of love must be shown through actions. 3 days later, at the beast hunting sect cultivation marketplace, there were noticeably fewer people than last time. Many Qi condensation cultivators from the sect were engaged in battles in the boundless forest. Chen Li altered his appearance, once more transforming into a handsome young master. He entered a shop specializing in array materials, primarily selling supplies for second-rank low-tier defensive arrays. He spent 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and gave away a first-rank high-tier array just to purchase 400-year-old Vajra Thunderwood and Ice-Cold Cloth, which combined thunder and ice properties. Excellent materials for crafting second-rank low-tier arrays. At another herbal garden, Chen Li spent another 1,000 spirit stones on over 130-year medicinal herbs and a batch of spirit grass seeds. Spending money felt good, but now he was nearly broke with only a little over 1,000 spirit stones left. As he was about to leave, someone in a cultivation tea house not far away was watching him from the marketplace street. At the tea house, a pale-faced young master holding a small white fan, appearing frail and delicate, was observing Chen Li from a distance. Beside him stood a guardian, a foundation establishment early-stage cultivator in his middle years. Anyone paying attention would recognize this young master as Luo Haoyun, one of the 4 Qilin sons of the Luo family, a golden core bloodline clan affiliated with the beast hunting sect. At just 16 years old, he had already reached the 7th layer of Qi condensation. The foundation establishment guardian, noticing his young master's gaze, flattered him. "You must be tempted, my lord. Shall I have him captured to warm your bed?" Luo Haoyun nodded, his tongue flicking across his upper lip with a voice as soft and refined as a eunuch. "Excellent. This one is so handsome. He should be mine to enjoy." Wandering through the marketplace streets, Chen Li felt someone watching him. After leaving the market, he quickened his pace, yet the feeling of being followed persisted. He tried several different routes, but couldn't shake whoever was following him, and they were getting closer. He realized their pursuer was a foundation establishment cultivator. Cursing inwardly, what the hell? He had conducted all his transactions honestly in the marketplace and hadn't offended anyone. Had he shown off his wealth? Impossible. He had only spent around 3,000 spirit stones, and he had used a fabricated identity. Could someone send a foundation establishment cultivator to investigate over a fake identity? Absolutely not. Was this about robbery or desire? Chen Li slapped 10 more speed talismans onto his body and sprinted toward a dense forest in the mountains at full speed. He had already taken out the 3rd-rank soul-binding array and the mysterious bone Immortal slaying array from his storage bag. In a narrow stretch of the dense forest, Chen Li quickly set up the soul-binding array. He laid down the mysterious bone Immortal slaying array behind him and drew forth the frost coalescing sword. The foundation establishment cultivator, appearing as a middle-aged man, leisurely trailed behind Chen Li, clearly enjoying the thrill of hunting prey that couldn't escape. Having reached the 3rd layer of Qi condensation, he joined the Luo family at 20. By 80, after attaining the 9th layer, the Luo family granted him a foundation establishment pill, which he barely succeeded with. For the past decade, he had served as Luo Haoyun's guardian. Since turning 10, Luo Haoyun had taken a liking to capturing handsome male cultivators. The guardian had lost count of how many he'd brought to his young master. Easily dozens of Qi condensation cultivators by now. Occasionally, after Luo Haoyun had his way, the guardian would partake, as well influenced by what he'd witnessed. Afterward, he would kill all the Qi condensation cultivators. Watching Chen Li draw his sword and prepare to fight, the guardian almost laughed. The dozens of cultivators he'd captured before had all posed exactly the same way. From a distance, he called out, "Young friend, my young master is waiting for you in bed." Then added mockingly, "Qi condensation mid-stage versus foundation establishment. Don't dream about it. Show me what you've got." Hearing this from afar, Chen Li's blood ran cold. Damn it, he swore he'd never transform into handsome Yinzu again. After waiting for several breaths, the middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator finally sauntered into view in the narrow stretch of dense forest. Chen Li deliberately asked, "Senior, if I am to die, I wish to die with my eyes open. Might I ask which family your young master belongs to? The middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator gave a light chuckle at the question. There's no harm in telling you. He is Luo Haoyun, one of the 4 Qilin sons of the current generation of the Luo clan, a golden core aristocratic family. A figure you would never be able to provoke in your entire life. If you obediently surrender after we've had our fun, we'll give you a comfortable death. Chen Li, having obtained his answer, smiled faintly and said, Senior, isn't it rather dismissive of you to look down on us qi refining cultivators? The middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator was thoroughly savoring the atmosphere, laughing heartily. A mid-stage qi refining cultivator killing a Foundation establishment cultivator. Wait for your next life. Chen Li smiled too. I wonder if Senior has ever heard of a second-rank low-grade formation master. Then, without giving him a chance to react, the first-rank high-grade spirit trapping formation activated, and the middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator was instantly ensnared. Chen Li immediately activated the Mystic Bone Immortal Slaying formation set up behind him. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the dense forest swiftly converged into the Immortal Slaying formation. A mass of condensed power sent tremors through the surroundings, an awe-inspiring, towering momentum. Trapped inside the spirit trapping formation, the middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator felt a chill race up from the back of his skull. Cold sweat streamed, and his heartbeat thundered. He was panicking. At the words second-rank low-grade formation, master, his face turned waxy pale, just as pale as his young master's face. He realized he couldn't break free from this spirit-trapping formation for the time being. Who would have thought a mid-stage qi refining cultivator was actually a second-rank low-grade formation master? Oh no, I've provoked a genius. Fellow Taoists, spare my life. I know I was wrong. I'll give you my storage pouch, and I'll flee at once. This middle-aged early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator could only beg desperately. His entire demeanor was panic-stricken and terrified, meek and servile. Not a trace of his earlier arrogance remained. Chen Li suddenly roared too late. A surge of energy comparable to late-stage Foundation establishment blasted out from the Immortal Slaying formation and shot straight toward the middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator trapped in the spirit trapping formation. The only sound was the miserable shriek of the middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator. As the formation's force pierced through his body. The remaining energy carved a 2-zhang-wide crater behind him. When the dust dispersed, all that remained where the spirit trapping formation had been were the middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator's 2 legs and part of his waist. His upper body had been annihilated without even a breath left behind. A storage pouch hung from the remaining legs and waist. Chen Li casually took it, then set fire to the leftover flesh and blood. Activating it this time had consumed an additional 300 spirit stones. Chen Li extended his divine sense into the pouch. More than 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. He had recouped his investment. There were also more than 30 identity tokens. Damn it all. He had killed this many qi refining cultivators. For the first time, Chen Li felt that killing a man had been truly worthwhile. There were piles of qi refining pills, bigu pills, overflowing qi pills, and yuan replenishing pills, along with a heap of first-rank mid to low-grade magic tools, a large stack of basic talismans, basic cultivation arts, and more. There were also plenty of first-rank high-grade spiritual items, and on top of that, he had gained a Foundation establishment-grade cultivation art, the true fire-burning heaven art. Chen Li cleaned up the scene and sped back to Wuck Mountain. Inside a tavern in the Beast Capture Sect's cultivation market, Luo Haoyun had already been waiting in bed for quite some time. The person he awaited still had not arrived, but his little brother was already burning with impatience. He waited until evening, and still the man had not come. He realized that more likely than not something had gone wrong. Useless trash. Luo Haoyun cursed, then used a 1,000 Li voice transmission stone to ask a clan cultivator about this Foundation establishment cultivator's life tablet. Before long, he received the definitive news: the Foundation establishment cultivator's life tablet had shattered, meaning he had already perished. Luo Haoyun's waxy pale face flickered with uncertain emotions. He immediately reined in his impatient little brother and hurried back to the Luo clan's ancestral grounds. Losing a Foundation establishment cultivator still required giving the clan some explanation. He had already devised an excuse: the protector had gone out to purchase goods and was killed by marauding cultivators. Chen Li returned to Wuck Mountain. Inside Tongshin Hall, Zhu Lingwei received a large pile of first-rank mid to low-grade spiritual items from Chen Li, who asked her to help take inventory. Husband, so much. Zhu Lingwei looked at the lingering killing intent on Chen Li's body. Her eyes seemed to ask, you killed someone? Chen Li nodded. I ran into a Foundation establishment cultivator who didn't know his limits, so I killed him. Oh, then what? You killed a Foundation establishment cultivator. Zhu Lingwei was aghast. Husband killed a Foundation establishment cultivator. Zhu Lingwei asked again to confirm. Chen Li nodded. Wife, to be honest with you, I've long been a second-rank low-grade formation master. Zhu Lingyue's eyes flew wide open. She stared at Chen Li in disbelief for a long time. She had thought Chen Li was already impressive enough, but she never imagined there was still another surprise. After the warm exchange, Chen Li immediately went to plant the spiritual herb seeds. A day later, all 10 mu of spiritual fields on Wuk Mountain were planted with spirit rice and medicinal herbs quietly awaiting blossom and fruit. Another day later, inside the cave dwelling, Zhu Lingyue looked at the first-ranked high-grade cauldron, then at the Bigu pill recipe, and said to Chen Li, "Husband, I'll begin now. Go ahead and boldly experiment. Your husband will keep watch for you." 20 days later, Zhu Lingyue successfully refined a batch of Bigu pills. In her joy, she sighed with feeling, "Husband, if it weren't for you, I don't know how much longer this would have taken." One day outside the first-rank mid-grade defensive formation on Wuk Mountain, a disturbance arose. At the entrance of the guest welcoming pavilion, when Chen Li came out, 2 Qi refining second-layer servants clasped their fists and said, "We have been ordered by the Liu clan's ancestor to inform you of the triennial tribute matters. Since it concerns the Liu clan ancestor's tribute, speak then. Our ancestor said that since the Chen Clan has been established in Liangxi County for just over 3 years, it only needs to pay tribute of 80 spirit stones and 500 jin of spirit rice." Chen Li was inwardly surprised. Among Qi refining clans, 80 spirit stones over 3 years was very little. After all, with only 2 people on the household register, it could still be counted as a clan. Chen Li cupped his fists and replied, "Then I thank the Liu clan ancestor for his consideration." At the same time, the other 4 clans in Liangxi County were equally astonished. This time the tribute terms were all somewhat less than those of 3 years ago. In the main hall of the Liu clan's ancestral grounds in Yuanwu Prefecture, Lu Shilo asked in puzzlement, "Ancestor, the Beast Capture Sect's Foundation establishment pills have now risen to over 10,000 spirit stones each, and there is no supply on the market. Why should we reduce the tribute from the Qi refining clans below us?" Lu Shuiqing said, "I suspect Zhang and was killed by them joining forces. If they could kill Zhang, and they could kill me too." Lu Shilo's expression shifted drastically. In disbelief, he stood up and said, "How dare they? A Qi refining cultivator killing a Foundation establishment cultivator. Ancestor, aren't you overthinking this?" Lu Shilo went on, "Could Zhang and have been killed by other Foundation establishment bandit cultivators? Moreover, that Luo clan ancestor at the 8th layer of Qi refining had reportedly entered death seclusion before Zhang and attended the banquet, yet about a year later word came that the seclusion had failed and the ancestor had died when their lifespan ran out. Wasn't that too great a coincidence? Such a coincidence. Furthermore, according to the information I gathered before, the Yun clan, the Wang clan, the Yin clan, and the Chen clan all went missing together for a few days. One can't help but suspect they were the ones behind it." Lu Shuiqing added, "He refining killing Foundation establishment. 50 years ago that was hardly a novelty." Lu Shilo fell silent as well. "Then they truly have the means to kill Foundation establishment cultivators." Lu Shuiqing also fell silent. As a Foundation establishment cultivator herself, she thought inwardly, it is extremely difficult for Qi refining cultivators to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. Even if several people ganged up on him, he could still have escaped. Therefore, it could only show one thing, and one had to admit it: they truly possessed the means to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Shuiqing nodded, seemingly thinking of other leads for obtaining Foundation establishment pills, and said, "Recent events are murky and puzzling, so we should first do our best to maintain the current situation before planning other moves." Lu Shilo asked cautiously, "Then what about Foundation establishment? Are there any other methods for your longevity, ancestor?" Lu Shuiqing lamented, "Longevity is a matter of heavenly fate. There is no turning it back. There is already another channel for the Foundation establishment pills. Just wait patiently, there will be." At the edge of the Wubian forest 1,000 kilometers away, 5 Qi condensation level 9 cultivators had formed a team to hunt a group of level 3 demonic beasts. Among them was the scarred cultivator who had purchased Chen Li's first stage high-grade formation. They had already set up their traps waiting for the level 3 demonic beasts to walk into their snare. This team had been in the Wubian forest for 3 months now. They had hunted beasts together several times, but on average each person had only killed around 20 beasts. If this were 10 years ago, they would have been very happy. But this year it takes 60 beasts to exchange for 1 Foundation establishment pill. With half the time already gone, everyone's thoughts were restless, beginning to entertain some extreme ideas. Along the way, many fellow sect disciples had killed each other. At this moment, 7 level 3 demonic beasts were stepping into the trap. After entering, the 5 of them simultaneously launched their strongest attacks, with the scarred cultivator activating his first stage high-grade formation. Although the scarred cultivator wanted to bully Chen Li, he still acknowledged Chen Li's first stage high-grade formation. It was indeed useful with outstanding attack power, nearly causing serious injuries to level 3 demonic beasts with a single strike. Watching as the 7 beasts prepared to die, the scarred cultivator suddenly activated the first stage high-grade formation again, but not aimed at the beasts, instead targeting the fellow cultivator beside him who was casting spells. The other two seemed to share the same understanding. Together they launched their assault against the remaining one. Within moments, the 5-person team was reduced to 3. A month later, the 3-person team dwindled to 2. Subsequently, the scarred cultivator and another fellow disciple murdered their companion once more before parting ways. The scarred cultivator tallied the level 3 demonic beasts in his storage bag. Over 50 in total, still 3 short. By now he had unconsciously ventured 1,500 kilometers deep. One day he spotted 3 more demonic beasts, 3 silver tiger demons. He stealthily approached, first wounding one severely with his formation, then physically slaying the other 2. Exhausted and covered in wounds, he had finally gathered the full 60 beasts. While he was resting, the commotion from the battle may have attracted attention. A level 5 demonic beast roared toward him. Hearing the disturbance, the scarred cultivator fled in panic, abandoning his first stage high-grade formation without time to retrieve it. After all, it was a level 5 beast catching up to him in less than 3 breaths. With the monstrous presence closing in, the scarred cultivator had no choice but to draw out 2 Chen Li escape talismans he had purchased at a high price. Only by using both talismans at once did he finally break free from the level 5 beast sent tracking. 20 li away, the scarred cultivator exerted himself to fly back to the Wubian forest, at the forest's edge, panting heavily and disheveled. Thinking of the nearly 1,000 spirit stones spent on those 2 escape talismans and the first stage high-grade attack formation, he could not retrieve. A sharp pang of pain struck him. He had almost all his wealth invested in just those 2 items. At this thought, Chen Li came to mind once more, and unconsciously he wanted to vent all his frustrations on that person. Lixian County's Chen family. This time you will cough up not just your life, but everything you own. On Wuck Mountain, the Immortal Learning Tower had risen from the ground 5 stories tall, also built by the Yin family, costing another 100+ spirit stones. At this point, one would also notice 6 formation platforms added within Wuck Mountain, something Chen Li had been working on simultaneously these past few months. The second stage low-grade defensive formation had been laid out and tested, running perfectly. Chen Li's craftsmanship was always exceptional. Though the process was somewhat difficult, the carving of formation patterns onto the 400-year-old diamond thunder wood had consumed a wave of spiritual energy. He had acquired quite a bit from Luojia's foundation establishment stage, using roughly a dozen bottles in total. Currently, the outermost formation is a first-stage medium-grade defensive array. Only when this medium-grade formation shatters will the second stage low-grade defensive array activate instantaneously. This was a link in the design chain, and he had figured it out. He had placed 3,000 spirit stones within the platform. Once activated, it would automatically consume stones, roughly 1,000 per day. Those major sect formations, by contrast, consumed medium-grade spirit stones. His tag mission was also complete. Red Fortune Bar 60100. Deploy second stage low-grade defensive formation on family territory capable of defending against foundation establishment cultivators deployed. Inside Tongxin Hall, Zhu Lingyue's pregnancy had reached 8 months. She was nearing her delivery. Over these past few months, she had learned to refine starvation pills and Qi overflow pills, though she had not yet fully mastered first-stage medium-grade formations. Inside Tongxin Hall, Chen Li was accompanying Zhu Lingyue as she studied the first-stage medium-grade formations. Suddenly, the location of the opportunity site within the silver tiger demon's abdomen in his divine sense changed. A few days later, why was it moving toward Wuck Mountain? Watching this location move over 100 kilometers daily and in the direction of Yuanwu Commandery, he was utterly stunned. That day, Zhu Lingyue sensed Chen Li's thoughts shifting. "Husband, why have you been frowning these past few days? Is something wrong?" Chen Li reassured her, saying, "Nothing much. Someone may come knocking these days. I will go meet them." When he saw the silver tiger demon's abdomen was only 100 li away, Chen Li confirmed it was heading straight for Wuck Mountain. That night, 4 sets of first-stage high-grade spirit trapping formations had been deployed around the outer perimeter of Wuck Mountain, along with quite a few first-stage high-grade attack formations. The first-stage supreme-grade attack formation and the second-stage low-grade Xian Bone Immortal Slaying formation were not deployed. They were kept as mobile reserves. Because the silver tiger demon's abdomen was only 1 li away, the person was already nearby. At the foot of the mountain, the scarred cultivator sensed the first-stage medium-grade defensive formation. First-stage medium-grade defensive formation, haha. Without saying a word, he grabbed a broadsword and began hacking wildly at the defensive formation. After Chen Li clearly recognized the person, he chuckled. "Let him hack away. Finally, after 5 consecutive strikes, the Qi Condensation Level 9 Cultivator's magic power was still able to break through the first stage medium-grade defensive formation with brute force. The moment it shattered, the scarred cultivator actually let out an even more unrestrained laugh. However, the laughter lasted only a second, an instant. An even more powerful formation energy condensed forth. He was dumbfounded. Was this a first-stage high-grade defensive formation? He continued swinging his broadsword, delivering a strike that numbed his arm. Refusing to believe it, he kept swinging his blade. Because he could not believe someone at mid-Qi Condensation could possess a second-stage low-grade defensive formation. Inside the mountain at Zizai Pavilion, Chen Li was drinking tea. Ever since discovering this person was the cultivator who had purchased his first-stage high-grade formation months ago, he had pieced together the motive. It was likely because he had not gained any advantage from Chen Li. After leaving, he had gathered information about him, and thinking his cultivation was higher than Chen Li, sought to vent his anger. Chen Li thought, was not that transaction just selling something at a slightly higher price? To turn dissatisfaction into murderous intent was unprecedented. Were all the beast-hunting sect like this? After the second stage low-grade formation activated, the scarred cultivator had been hacking for half an inch since time and still had not broken through. By now he was increasingly furious. He refused to believe his next strike would not succeed. He could hear each blow striking the second stage low-grade defensive formation, 80-80. He was already panting heavily, more desperate than a level 5 demonic beast fleeing for its life. Cursing inwardly, what kind of terrible formation was this? Even the formation was moving under his strikes. He had lost his composure, still wanting to gather his strength to slash at the formation, with an unyielding determination to break it or die trying. At the foot of the mountain, Chen Li appeared. Simultaneously, the spirit-trapping formation activated. The scarred cultivator, who was gathering strength to strike the formation, was instantly trapped by its power. Even a foundation establishment cultivator could be contained for several seconds. Trapping a Qi Condensation cultivator for a full incense sticks time would be no problem. Chen Li walked forward with a smile, calm and unhurried, saying, "Fellow Taoist, are you here to purchase a formation?" The instant this Qi refining 9th layer cultivator was trapped by the spirit sealing array, and upon hearing Chen Li's voice, his panic train of thought suddenly cleared. What had just happened to him? A chill abruptly descended upon his heart. The smile he only ever directed at high-tier cultivators now stretched across his face toward Chen Li. Fellow Taoist, do you happen to have a first-order superior grade formation? I accidentally lost my way just now and launched an attack on your family's territory. How terribly sorry of me. As long as fellow Taoist dispels the spirit sealing array, I shall disperse my forces immediately. Chen Li burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Very well, then consider this life concluded. Do remember not to lose your way again in your next existence." Hearing these words, the scarred cultivator's expression darkened. "You cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the beast-hunting sect. He, fellow Taoist, can depart in peace. Those from the beast-hunting sect who have perished in the boundless forest are simply countless." Chen Li activated the first-order supreme grade wood attribute attack formation. 2 agonizing screams later, the scarred cultivator was dead, reduced to ashes. A gust of wind swept through, and the ashes merged into the fabric of heaven and earth. Within Wuxian, Chen Li set up a fresh first-order middle-grade defense formation and deactivated the operating second-order lower-grade defense formation. Chen Li held the scarred cultivator's storage bag and examined it with his divine sense. His expression filled with immense joy. There were actually 60 third-tier demon beasts here. He had struck it rich. There was indeed a mountain of work ahead. Most critically, there were 3 silver tiger demon beasts. The information regarding the opportunity location inside the silver tiger demon beast's abdomen was nestled among them. Chen Li found an open clearing and began processing these 3 silver tiger demon beasts. He drew out the Huangquan knife. First one, slitting open the belly and dissecting thoroughly. Nothing found. Separating bone, meat, and hide. The meat was cured and sealed, while the bones and hide would serve as formation materials. Second one, cutting open the belly. Right on cue, he discovered a cultivation manual. This technique had been embedded within the gastrointestinal tract of this silver tiger demon beast. The title read 5 Qi Converging for Breakthrough Method. 5 large characters in all. Chen Li skimmed through it rapidly. In no time, Chen Li was utterly astounded. The book expounded on how cultivators with the 5-element spiritual roots could rely on their innate 5-element spiritual energy to progress from Qi refining to foundation establishment, and from foundation establishment to golden core. In the current cultivation world, besides heaven spiritual root cultivators who could self-condense their foundation establishment, the majority of cultivators relied on foundation establishment pills to advance. A small portion employed other methods for foundation establishment. There was also the demonic path method of direct spiritual energy infusion, though this approach easily caused cultivators to lose their minds. The 5 Qi converging for breakthrough method taught that during the Qi refining 8th and 9th layers, one should purify the 5-element spiritual energy into Chaoyuan Qi and place it within one's self-cultivated spiritual seas. 5 spiritual seas needed to be opened, with each spiritual sea capable of holding 9 strands of Chaoyuan Qi. Once the Chaoyuan Qi in all 5 spiritual seas was full, these 5 spiritual seas would merge into the spiritual ocean. 5 Qi returned to the sea, building the Tao foundation. After Chen Li finished reading, he sensed there were still some issues. Purifying Chaoyuan Qi also consumed one's own spiritual energy stored in the spiritual seas, and consuming spiritual energy required replenishment. Therefore, after the 5 Qi converging for breakthrough methods purification, substantial spiritual energy replenishment was needed before one could condense again. In this cultivation world, it was unheard of for 5-element spiritual root cultivators to successfully achieve foundation establishment with a single foundation establishment pill. Perhaps dozens would be required. Well then, these were truly the pursuits of wealthy cultivators. One method required abundant spiritual energy, the other required dozens of foundation establishment pills. The distinction lay in the former being somewhat easier to achieve. Bestowing dozens of foundation establishment pills to foundation establishment one person, most sects or families simply lacked such generosity. Wouldn't it be far more cost-effective to allocate those resources to 2 spiritual root or 3 spiritual root cultivators instead? Moreover, there was an additional prerequisite among 5-element spiritual root cultivators who reached Qi refining 9th layer. Not even 1 in 10 survived. The vast majority of 5-element spiritual root cultivators never reached Qi refining 9th layer before fading into obscurity. Still, having an additional method for foundation establishment and golden core was not bad. After storing away this 5 Qi converging for breakthrough method, the 3rd silver tiger demon beast revealed nothing. The same processing method was applied. The remaining 57 third-tier demon beasts were similarly processed, separating skin, meat, and bone. The skin and bone served as formation materials while the meat was cured and sealed. At least 100,000 gene of demon beast meat had been sealed away. Harvesting 60 third-tier demon beast skins and bones as formation materials meant another batch of first-order superior-grade formations could be crafted. Selling a set for 800, it was worth nearly 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The beast hunting sect's group hunting assembly had concluded. Rumor had it they had lost 2/3 of their Qi refining stage cultivators. Devastating losses indeed. Today, within the Unity Hall of Wuxian, 2 infant cries echoed through the chamber. Zhu Lingwei had given birth to twins, Dragon and Phoenix. After taking the Vitality Restoration pill, the spiritual energy lost during childbirth had substantially recovered. Zhu Lingwei spoke softly from the side. Husband, please give these 2 children names. Chen Li pondered, reflecting for a moment, then said, the eldest daughter shall be called Chen Songli, the second son shall be called Chen Songyan. Hereafter, following the principle of like the evergreen pine, sharing longevity with mountains and rivers, the second character shall be chosen accordingly. The names husband has chosen are excellent. Zhu Lingwei replied with a smile. Wife, you should rest more. Eat more vitality restoration pills. Zhu Lingwei contemplated something, then said, I wonder if husband might take some mortal women as concubines. That could also expand the family lineage. Chen Li had contemplated this before, simply marrying some mortal women to complete the label task. He could father several children a year. But upon reflection, he directly rejected this notion. Immortals and mortals were destined to part ways. Moreover, that label was only chosen because it meant having 5 children. And these mortal women after 100 years would only bring additional sorrow. Chen Li replied, we are still young. A few more rounds will do the trick. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lingyue's face flushed red. She worried, but spiritual roots are so fickle. Though we 2 cultivators with spiritual roots have elevated our chances somewhat, our children are not guaranteed to have spiritual roots. Chen Li grasped her hand, his gaze resolute. Rest assured. I believe our children will certainly have spiritual roots. Zhu Lingyue met Chen Li's gaze. Witnessing his confident expression, she chose to trust her husband. Generally speaking, spiritual root detection was conducted between the ages of 5 and 8. Some children's spiritual roots required annual testing during this period to account for slower physical and spiritual development, which could affect spiritual root detection. After age 10, if still no spiritual root was detected, then there truly would be none. After consuming the red sun spirit fruit, a spiritual root would spontaneously generate within 1 year. The type of spiritual root was unknown. It would be random. Thus testing at age 5. If no spiritual root administer the red sun spirit fruit, then test again the following year. If spiritual roots appeared, few would question it, as there were many precedents. Chen Li contemplated this plan. During the 2 months, while waiting for the birth of his child, Chen Li cultivated mystic shadow ice art to great accomplishment. His speed with the frost condensation sword increased several-fold compared to the minor accomplishment stage, and the cold sword aura lingered for as long as 30 breaths wherever it passed. To practice his swordsmanship, he leveled a small hill within Wuk Mountain and built a cultivation platform named Questioning Dao Platform. After finishing his sword practice there, Chen Li went to see Zhu Lingwei, and together they tended to the baby. A few days later he packed his things again and went to inspect the spirit rice fields and spirit herb fields. The spirit rice had been growing for 6 months and looked lush and green. The spirit herbs in the herb fields had also sprouted, each row neat and orderly. There was still time before they matured and could be harvested. If only some fortuitous opportunity to hasten their ripening came along later. At one spirit field, Brother Niu was performing the weeding technique. Seeing Chen Li coming over to inspect, Brother Niu wielded the weeding technique with great swiftness. Brother Niu, not bad. How is your seeding technique coming along? Before long, Brother Niu demonstrated the seeding technique and once again earned the title of Genius Niu. Chen Li then decided to increase Brother Niu's workload, having him learn 3 techniques at once: fireball technique, granary return technique, and harvesting technique. Brother Niu flipped over with all 4 hooves in the air, protesting, "I am a cow." Chen Li declared protest invalid. A day later, Brother Niu stood in the wind, utterly bewildered, while Chen Li tossed down the 3 techniques and launched another round of lecturing at him. "Stupid cow." After finishing teaching Brother Niu, Chen Li went to see the 2 little ones in the Heart Together hall. When the 2 little ones saw him, they babbled with delight. Chen Songli had clear, bright eyes and was full of spiritual intelligence, while Chen Songyin seemed a bit dull, as though not especially clever. Chen Li gently poked the cheeks of the 2 little ones, spending some time getting close to them. Zhu Lingwei had consumed several bottles of excess chi pills seized earlier, and with Chen Li's help successfully comprehended a first-rank mid-grade formation. She had now advanced to a first-rank mid-grade formation master, and her cultivation had risen to the 3rd layer of chi refining. "Husband, I can take care of these 2. Go refine pills." Chen Li planned to use 500-year grade spirit herbs to refine chi refining level excess chi pills. This task required first diluting the medicinal power of the herbs before alchemy, and it demanded some finesse. Thus he needed to go into seclusion for a while. "Then I must trouble you, my wife." In the cave dwelling, Chen Li produced a 500-year grade Luoyin Breaking Realm spirit herb, cut off a small piece with spiritual power, and placed it into the alchemy furnace. Using the flame control technique, he volatilized part of its medicinal power. When it had volatilized to the right degree, he added herbs of less than 100 years, then formed hand seals, controlled the fire, and condensed the pill. For the first furnace, the medicinal power was diluted too much, and pill condensation failed. For the second furnace, the dilution was insufficient, and condensation failed. For the third furnace, the dilution was barely off, and condensation failed yet again. For the fourth furnace, the dilution was just right. Pill condensation succeeded. From the cave dwelling came resounding laughter, "Ha!" And faintly one could hear, "This old ancestor truly is a genius alchemist." Chen Li had once again preserved his self-proclaimed title of genius alchemist. After the first success, he seized the momentum and continued refining. At the beast-catching sect in the Grand Sect Hall, the 2 armchairs on the high dais represented the 2 nascent soul elders, while the 9 chairs below represented the 9 core formation cultivators. At this moment, only 2 of the 9 seats below were occupied. One was a cultivator at the early golden core stage, and the other at the mid-golden core stage. The early golden core cultivator was the enforcement elder of the hunting hall, a burly, rugged man named Jin Yu. The mid-golden core one was the hall master of the alchemy pavilion, a man with flowing hair and a faint, refreshing fragrance named Gui Chiotong. The 2 spoke in hushed voices and even cast a soundproof barrier. Jin Yu said, "Hall Master Gui, what about the extra few dozen foundation establishment pills you promised me?" Gui Chiotong floated out 5 bottles of pills from a storage pouch and said, "These are the extra 50 foundation establishment pills. More than enough for your precious 5 spirit root son to establish his foundation." After checking the pills, Jin Yu revealed a smile and said, "Pleasant cooperation indeed. These corpses are all late-stage chi refining disciples who had slain over 60 tier 3 demonic beasts. These chi refining cultivators have strong medicinal power in their bodies, enough for you to refine human pills for quite a while. Jin Yu also produced a storage pouch filled with the corpses of 9th layer Qi refining cultivators. After inspecting them, Gui Qiutong also smiled and said, "Are the lucens clean? It won't draw anyone's attention, will it?" Jin Yu's expression was calm. "Don't worry. We'll still leave a few survivors so it won't arouse anyone's suspicion." "That's good. For now, let's not touch the sect's own disciples. I'm worried about attracting the attention of the Grand Elder. Next, we'll need to collect some Foundation Establishment corpses. Your pills won't be lacking." Jin Yu remarked mockingly, "Haha, don't worry. We can kill some Foundation Establishment rogue cultivators, or those from certain clans. As for some Foundation Establishment Immortal clans, a few Foundation Establishment pills are enough. Some Foundation Establishment cultivators with little time left will offer themselves up for the sake of their families. There are already quite a few signing up." He continued, "If we kill a batch of rogue Foundation Establishment cultivators, no one will seek justice for them. Rest assured." Gui Qiutong nodded with satisfaction. Until we meet again." Half a month later in Yuanwu Commandery at the Lu family estate, Lu Shilo sat in the main hall looking at the 2 Foundation Establishment pills in his hand, then at Lu Shuiqing. He asked softly, "Old ancestor, these 2? Lu Shuiqing did not explain. He was silent for a moment, then said, "Go and establish your foundation. My time is running out." Lu Shuiqing looked at the restriction placed within his own body, but did not tell Lu Shilo. His expression was resolute. Lu Shilo seemed to recall some rumor. Tears streamed down his face and his chest filled with grief and indignation with nowhere to vent. "Rest assured, old ancestor. Shilo understands everything now. The Lu family's 200 years of legacy will never be broken." Lu Shuiqing nodded and waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. After Lu Shilo left, Lu Shuiqing gazed at the sky with a sorrowful expression and murmured to himself, "I hope that in the next life I will not be burdened by the clan. It would be fine to live freely as a mortal. I am tired." 3 months later, news came from Yuanwu Commandery that the Lu family patriarch Lu Shilo had successfully established his foundation. The Lu family's old ancestor Lu Shuiqing announced that he would enter seclusion and receive no visitors for 10 years. In Liangxi County, the Yunlua, Anwang, and Chun families all sent letters of congratulations along with gifts celebrating the successful foundation establishment. The Lu family widely invited the Qi refining clans within the commandery to attend Lu Shilo's foundation establishment Immortal banquet. Before long, Chen Li at Wuck Mountain also received the invitation. In the Heart Together Hall, the 2 little ones could already crawl around. Chen Li had already finished his alchemy session, producing a total of 120 bottles of excess Qi pills, which left even Zhu Lingyue astonished. Chen Li tossed 5 bottles to the Green Ox, gave 15 bottles to Zhu Lingyue, and kept the rest for his own breakthrough to the late Qi refining stage. During this round of refining, he had also controlled the pill toxins to the utmost limit, forcing out every bit that could be expelled. The residue was extremely small, but Chen Li knew that it would accumulate over time. He would thoroughly eradicate this hidden danger later. With those 5 bottles, the Green Ox would be enough to break through to the 2nd layer of Qi refining, and Zhu Lingyue could also rise to the 4th layer of Qi refining. "Husband, how did the Lu family patriarch establish his foundation so quickly this time? How did they obtain foundation establishment pills so fast? Impressive, isn't it?" Chen Li was also puzzled, but he could not figure out why. He said, "Perhaps they had some fortuitous encounter. I can't guess either. Don't overthink it. As long as we live well, that's what matters." Zhu Lingyue smiled softly. On Wuchu Mountain, under a clear and cloudless sky today, Chen Li sat at the Zizai Pavilion drinking tea while crafting a first-grade superior formation. Chen Li retrieved the demon bones and demon skin of a 3rd-grade demon beast from his storage bag, then while brewing tea, inscribed first-grade superior formation patterns as if mending clothes, one set after another. He completed one set in half an hour, pulling out another as soon as he finished one. A gentle breeze blew and a spirit fruit tree on the mountainside swayed in the wind. From the Zizai Pavilion, the Qiyang spirit fruit tree was perfectly concealed within. Now that the Qiyang spirit fruit tree had been replanted, its green leaves remained verdant, showing no signs of withering. He also occasionally visited Luoxiao Mountain to check on the spirit rice, and while there he would pull some weeds. Several more days passed. At the Lu family estate in Yuanwu Prefecture today was Lu Shilo's foundation establishment ceremony. Many guests had already arrived at the Lu family's guest reception hall. At the first floor, every visitor was expected to bring a gift. Chen Li presented a set of first-grade medium-quality formations, neither too extravagant nor too dismissive. After all, the market price for one set was around 100 to 300 spirit stones. Not far away, he spotted Cloud family's head Yin Tianqing along with Luo family's head Luo Sheng, as well as the Yun and Wang families. The five of them quickly gathered at one table. Yun Tianqing said, "Brother Chen, it's been a while. I heard the wonderful news of your daughter and your remarkable blessing." The other families also offered their congratulations to Chen Li for his 2 children, and Chen Li replied to each one. After some casual conversation, the Zhu family from Lichuan County arrived. When Zhu family head Zhu Baiqiu spotted Chen Li, he walked over. "Greetings, Elder Zhu. Nephew Chen, please accept these. This is a bottle of replenishing yuan pills for Lingyue to restore her vital energy along with spirit rice and spirit milk. These are gifts from this elder for my own child to enjoy." "Many thanks, Elder Zhu." Chen Li accepted without hesitation. Half an hour later, the Qi refining families from Liangxi County had mostly arrived, and Chen Li had now met all the family heads. The most powerful family head was at the 9th level of Qi refining, while the weakest was at the 5th level. In Yuanwu Prefecture, there was only the Foundation Establishment Lu family. Over the years, about 6 or 7 Qi refining families had gradually established themselves in Yuanwu Prefecture, including Chen Li. Previously, with no other Foundation Establishment families coming to establish themselves in Yuanwu Prefecture, Zhang unlikely saw an opportunity. About a dozen Qi refining families supporting 2 Foundation Establishment families would be exactly at the limit. But when Zhang arrived, he engaged in foolish schemes, ultimately meeting a passive end. The situation has now returned to its original state. Visitors also came from the neighboring Yunnan Prefecture. 2 Foundation Establishment families attended, 1 member from the Wu family, which has 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators in Yunnan Prefecture, and a representative from the Li family, which had recently broken through to Foundation Establishment from Qi refining. From other prefectures, one of the 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Bai family of Guanyue Prefecture also arrived. By now everyone had gathered, and the dishes were almost served. Before the banquet officially began, Lu Shilo descended to the 1st floor to make a brief appearance. His gaze kept drifting toward Chen Li's table, and the others noticed this. However, everyone maintained their composure, without any unusual behavior. After all, they were on someone else's territory. They were merely there to enjoy the banquet, and had done nothing. While Chen Li and his companions were eating and engaging in casual conversation, a servant at the entrance suddenly announced, "A distinguished guest has arrived. A golden core true person from Beast Capture Sect is here." Lu Shilo on the 2nd floor was startled and rushed to the entrance, greeting warmly. "I wasn't aware of the esteemed elder's arrival. Forgive my lack of proper welcome, please excuse me." When all the cultivators emerged, they bowed with clasped hands. The person was precisely Jin Yue, the enforcement elder of the hunting hall at Beast Capture Sect. His expression remained cold as he asked, "Have any of you seen this individual?" Jin Yu produced a portrait. After examining it, Lu Shilo shook his head and replied, "Senior, this junior has not seen this person." The Foundation Establishment ceremony transformed into a portrait identification gathering. Internally, Lu Shilo cursed, yet he dared not show any displeasure. One by one, cultivators approached to view the portrait, but each shook their head. When Chen Li's turn came, upon seeing the portrait of the scarred cultivator, understanding dawned. Though his heart briefly panicked, his acting proved sufficient, and he shook his head just like the others. After everyone had finished examining the portrait, Jin Yu furrowed his brow. Likely having already questioned many people, he found it unsurprising that no one recognized the individual. Jin Yu coldly uttered, "Continue with your gathering." The incident disrupted the Foundation Establishment ceremony, forcing it to an abrupt conclusion. Everyone departed in haste. While traveling, Chen Li reflected. This scarred cultivator had somehow drawn a golden core true person to investigate personally. Could this individual be harboring an earth-shattering secret? That person's storage bag contained 60 demon beasts, and the rest was all books and cultivation techniques. Books and cultivation techniques. Could this be a case of appearances deceiving? Chen Li hurried back to Wuchu Mountain. Inside a study on the 2nd floor of Shuexian Tower, he placed all the books from the scarred cultivator. They were all cultivation manuals at the Qi refining level, and Chen Li began to review them. Meanwhile, after departing, Jin Yu returned to his cave dwelling, where countless cages lined the interior, each imprisoning a 9th-level Qi refining cultivator from Beast Capture Sect. Upon returning, Jin Yu addressed a prisoner in one of the cages. "You're certain that the Blood River True Infant technique is with that person?" Jin Yu displayed the portrait of the scarred cultivator retrieved from the sect's records. If it weren't for the spiritual backlash from using soul searching on someone at the early Golden Core stage, he would have simply extracted the information directly. The imprisoned 9th-level Qi refining cultivator spoke deferentially. "Yes, precisely this person. 3 years ago we accidentally entered an ancient tomb seemingly from a cultivator 10,000 years past. Inside there were only these 2 cultivation manuals. This person and I split them evenly. One was the Blood River True Infant technique, the other was the Blood River True God technique for the Elder. Please, Elder, let me out." When that cultivator pleaded desperately, Jin Yu showed no compassion. With a single incantation gesture, he permanently silenced the supplicant. He retrieved the Blood River True God technique, which detailed refining spiritual energy through nascent soul blood to achieve divine transformation. However, divine transformation was too distant for him. The Blood River True Infant technique was what he truly sought. If he couldn't even reach nascent soul, how could he possibly achieve divine transformation? Yet this individual had entered the boundless forest, and despite an exhaustive search throughout the surrounding area, no trace emerged. Most likely they had perished in the boundless forest or fallen into another's hands. Alas, Jin Yu sighed, deeply recognizing the cruel hand of fate. At Wuchu Mountain within the study on Shuexian Tower's second floor, a first-grade superior manual bound in the cover of the Guiyuan method concealed another book beneath its exterior, completely invisible unless one thoroughly examined it. Chen Li began reading through the Blood River True Infant technique. Soon he exclaimed in astonishment. This was unmistakably a demonic cultivation method. It required slaughtering millions of living beings, gathering their blood essence, to forge a Blood River True Infant. He tucked the book into his storage bag. How had that golden core cultivator learned about this person and this technique? One thing he understood clearly: should this book become known without overwhelming strength to protect himself, it would mean only one thing: certain death. Time slipped away like water, and once again autumn golden hues graced the land, heralding a season of plenty. The spiritual rice on Mount Wuk had ripened anew, with Brother Nyo shouldering the chief duties of the harvest this year. Brother Nyo had already ascended to the second layer of qi condensation, wielding the harvest and storage techniques with effortless mastery. Before the spirit patties, his powerful hooves moved with rhythmic grace, channeling the harvesting art to slice the golden rice stalks into pristine uniform rows. Chen Li stood nearby, showering the genius ox with praises which only fueled Brother Nyo's vigor. From Tongxin Hall, Zhu Lingwei approached, cradling the twin infants to witness the harvest scene. The little ones waved their limbs with glee, cooing and babbling in infantile delight. Once the Wuk Mountain harvest concluded, Chen Li and Brother Nyo activated a teleportation array bound for Luoxia Mountain. They dedicated another half-day to the reaping before twilight descended back upon Mount Wuk. The man and his ox teleported back. Throughout the ensuing 10 days, Brother Nyo expertly applied the storage technique to thresh the rice ears, harnessed fire control art to dry the grain, and meticulously sealed the yield within spatial storage pouches. The harvest spanned roughly 8 mu of spirit rice, yielding a total of 4,000 jin, a splendid return. Brother Nyo had rightfully earned his title as this season's master harvester. The sowing responsibilities fell squarely upon Brother Nyo, as well, who executed the planting technique with polished precision. All those arcane arts Chen Li had personally instructed him in had certainly not been in vain. Though he often protested the lessons by rolling onto his back with hooves kicking toward the heavens, Brother Nyo had diligently trained in secret. Soon he would possess complete mastery over all cultivation matters. Brother Nyo raised his head high and emitted a resonant moo. Chen Li lauded him once more before casting a pile of cultivation scriptures in his direction, allowing the ox to study them at his own pace. Brother Nyo raised his head high and emitted a resonant moo. Days later, having finished sowing the new crop, Chen Li spent several more days by Zhu Lingwei and the twins' side before formally entering seclusion to shatter the bottleneck into the late stage of qi condensation. Inside the secluded cave dwelling, Chen Li had lined up 100 vials of spirit surge pills. He opened one, swallowed the dosage, and upon full absorption immediately reached for the next, repeating the cycle without pause. Advancing from the 6th to the 7th layer of qi condensation marked a significant threshold in the early cultivation phase, especially for cultivators with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. Nevertheless, no barrier could withstand the relentless accumulation of medicinal pills. Days drifted by as Chen Li persisted in his regimen of pill consumption and deep meditation. Within Tongxin Hall, Zhu Lingwei similarly followed a gradual path of medicinal cultivation, and their 2 children blossomed in age and health. Beside the spirit rice paddies, Brother Nyo steadily mastered new techniques as fresh seeds sprouted, renewing the eternal cycle of vitality. Within Mount Wuk, an atmosphere of profound serenity prevailed. Deep within the Taihu mountain range lay the ancestral territory of the Golden Core level Luo family, a realm not distant from the beast-taming sect. Within a secluded cultivation pavilion, Luo Haoyun successfully breached the threshold into the 8th layer of qi condensation. Following the death of his Foundation establishment guardian on the previous expedition, the clan had strictly forbidden him from leaving until he achieved a breakthrough. After dedicating several months to rigorous cultivation, this dual spirit root youth had at last shattered his limits once more. Luo Haoyun made his way to the clan council hall once more to petition his elders for permission to travel again. Pleased with his swift breakthrough, the clan approved his request and assigned him a new guardian, an elderly man with silver-streaked hair firmly rooted in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. He found himself back at the cultivation marketplace of the beast-taming sect, producing youthful portraits and querying every passerby. Inside a bustling tea house, a pale-faced young master reclined, his once youthful guardian now transformed into an elderly figure. The Foundation establishment elder inclined his head. "Young master, might I ask if you are seeking the marauder who ambushed you previously?" Luo Haoyun nodded solemnly. After days of inquiry, I learned he purchased second-tier low-grade array materials along with a considerable quantity of century-old or lesser medicinal herbs and crop seeds. Though his revealed cultivation was merely the 5th layer of chi condensation, he is almost certainly a second-tier low-grade array master. It is uncertain whether he truly remains at that level, for he may very well be masking his genuine strength. The Foundation establishment elder shook his head. The clan-owned array master has stated he could never grasp second-tier formations during his chi condensation phase. Hence it was firmly concluded that a cultivator at such an early stage cannot possibly master second-tier array arts. Luo Haoyun nodded, then swiftly shook his head. He may very well be a prodigy of the array arts. And I too am a prodigy. I am aware that certain exceptional minds cannot be measured by mundane standards. Consequently, his cultivation most likely resides in the mid to late stages of chi condensation, employing methods far surpassing ordinary cultivators to have slain our guardian. Then, given that this individual purchased vast quantities of medicinal herbs and seeds, could he also be a pill alchemist? Luo Haoyun lapsed into silent contemplation. His porcelain-pale face remained utterly impassive. He almost nodded, yet instead shook his head. If this man possessed the talents of both a genius array master and a master alchemist, would he not be an even greater monstrosity than himself? He had already reached the 8th layer of chi condensation before his 17th year. He was a coveted golden core seed. Who else could possibly rival his monstrous talent? Perhaps we should conduct a more thorough investigation. Luo Haoyun shook his head. He had absolutely no intention of drawing the clan attention, for his deeds were hardly honorable. Furthermore, relying merely on the two of them to trace the culprit would be an exhausting waste of time. Was such menial toil truly befitting a man of his standing? Luo Haoyun mulled over the stranger possible background, then dismissed the thought with a shake of his head. Enough. I will not waste breath on it. The man is impossible to deduce. Consider my previous encounter merely a stroke of bad luck. Should I cross paths with him again, I vow to make him wish for death over life. Your words carry absolute truth, young master. Whoever dares to strike at our house Luo with murderous intent shall surely endure a fate far worse than death. Haha. Deep within the cave dwelling on Mount Wuk, Chen Li, who was absorbed in pill consumption and cultivation, suddenly let out a sharp sneeze. Who on earth was fixated upon him so relentlessly? Only 5 vials remained. He could already feel the threshold looming. The accumulated medicinal force was on the verge of surging past that pivotal barrier. The 5-spirit root constitution was monstrously resource-intensive. No wonder 9 out of 10 cultivators with such roots spent their entire lives stagnating in the early stages of chi condensation. Without ample resources, ascending was nothing short of impossible. Chen Li downed another vial. After completing the absorption cycle, he sensed he still fell just short. He swallowed a final one. And precisely then the moment arrived. A thunderous resonance echoed within his dantian as spiritual energy surged through his meridians, bestowing an overwhelming wave of euphoria. He had successfully breached the 7th layer of chi condensation. The journey had been arduous. He had swallowed 97 vials of spirit surge pills to shatter the bottleneck. Without such a formidable resource foundation, he had no idea when success might have been within reach. If churning through pill after pill felt like such a monumental trial to him, how insurmountable must the path be for those 5 spirit root cultivators who lacked even a single medicinal vial. Upon shattering into the late stage of chi condensation, Chen Li felt his combat prowess had effectively doubled. His spiritual energy radiated profound density and resilience, granting him sword flight endurance that stretched a full double hour beyond his mid-stage limits. He checked the passage of time. His relentless day and night cultivation had consumed a staggering 6 months. He dared not contemplate how long the ascent would have taken had he been forced to rely solely on natural gathering. Chen Li emerged from seclusion. Within Tongxin Hall, Zhu Linghui's countenance blossomed with radiant joy at his appearance. The 2 little ones had almost forgotten the sight of their father. Chen Li and Zhu Linghui exchanged warm greetings. During his 6 months of isolation, nothing extraordinary had transpired. Liangxi County remained unchanged in its peaceful demeanor. The sole matter of note involved several local households frequently purchasing mid to low-tier first-order arrays, all of which Zhu Linghui had deftly managed. The 2 little ones, plump as steamed buns, had already begun uttering simple phrases like, "Mother, I am hungry, hold me." Yet both had endured such prolonged abstinence. Once the two little ones were gently coaxed into slumber, Chen Li and Zhu Lingyue locked gazes. A deep blush warmed Zhu Lingyue's cheeks as dry timber met fierce flame. A passionate encounter unfolded, drowning the chamber in twilight haze. 10 days later, under a dreary rain-soaked sky, Chen Li sat drinking tea at the Pavilion of Ease. Only after breaking through to the late qi refining stage could he unleash the full power of this qi refining technique while wielding the frost condensation sword to execute the mystic shadow ice art. In his leisure, Chen Li once again took out the 5 qi surging realm-breaking method to study. A light rain fell outside the Pavilion of Ease as he brewed tea and read within the pavilion. Meanwhile, deep within the boundless forest, an 8th-rank demon beast was undergoing the great tribulation of transformation. 30,000 li into the boundless forest, dark clouds gathered over 100 li in every direction. Peals of thunder rolled incessantly, their heaven-shaking roars driving all surrounding demon beasts into hiding. At the very heart of the thunderclouds, an 8th-rank crimson gold lion demon was struggling against the heavenly tribulation. Bolt after bolt struck the lion demon, whose body blazed with a golden protective light while it roared defiantly at the sky. Half a quarter of an hour later, the tribulation clouds dispersed, and heaven and earth returned to tranquility. The lion demon had successfully overcome the tribulation, transforming into a burly human figure with a tuft of golden lion mane still trailing from his back. A 7th-rank crimson azure lion demon rushed over and spoke in the beast tongue. "Congratulations, big brother, on successfully taking human form. This form will greatly benefit your future cultivation." The burly man snorted coldly. "If it weren't for the fact that the human body structure is more attuned to the great Tao, I would never have transformed into human form. 500 years ago, the cultivators of the beast capture sect hunted us wantonly. Of all our brothers, only the 2 of us remain. I will never forget this grudge." The 7th-rank demon beast Crimson Azure knew his elder brother's thoughts and said worriedly, "Big brother, the human forces are formidable now. We must still be cautious." The burly man said, "Head is precisely because our demon beast tribes fight separately, scattered and slaughtering one another, that we have been bullied into this state by human cultivators. I will unite some demon tribes under our command, and let the humans taste what it feels like to be hunted to no fear themselves." "Big brother, what about the 9-armed spirit ape?" The 9-armed spirit ape was also an 8th-rank, transformed great demon. "Never mind him. That 9 arms is a coward hiding deep in the mountains, cultivating all day. His descendants have been slaughtered by humans again, and he doesn't dare utter a single fart. All right, I'll follow your lead, big brother. So which demon tribe should we integrate first?" "The silver tiger demon, the lion demon, and the flying crane demon. All demons of rank 3 and above must obey orders. As for those at rank 6 or 7 who refuse to cooperate, tell me. My hands are not idle. I will beat them until they cooperate." "Yes, big brother." The burly man continued. "The beast capture sect recently held their infamous mass hunting gathering and slaughtered quite a number of demon beasts. The beast capture sect is our primary target. Some cultivation families have also stained their hands with our blood. They are the second target. As for those mortals, kill them if you see them. It doesn't matter. Big brother, the beast capture sect has 2 nascent soul elders. If they were to act, could we withstand them?" "Rest assured. The elder currently stationed at the beast capture sect is at the early nascent soul stage. 500 years ago, he was at the early nascent soul stage, 500 years later still the same. He has nothing to fear. The other nascent soul cultivator left on a journey 100 years ago and has yet to return. Whether he is alive or dead is unknown. As for the nascent soul elder stationed at the sect, leave him to me." Crimson Azure nodded, indicating his understanding. 2 months later, at the beast capture sect, of the 2 high-back chairs on the Grand Hall's dais, only 1 was occupied. Of the 9 chairs below, only 8 were filled. A core formation cultivator with a feeble aura stepped forward and reporting to the ancestral master, a demon beast force has emerged in the boundless forest. My senior brother and I went to hunt a 6th-rank demon beast, but it lured us into an ambush. 3 7th-rank demon beasts appeared at once. My senior brother could not withstand them, and his core was grabbed and crushed, killing him instantly. I barely escaped by severing my own arm, but my cultivation has fallen drastically. The nascent soul elder on the dais nodded slightly, his expression shifting subtly. "I understand. According to intelligence, an 8th-rank transformed great demon has recently appeared near the boundless forest. You need not venture deep into the forest for hunts for the time being. I shall make a trip there myself to investigate." "Yes, ancestral master." With that topic concluded, the hunting hall elder Jean Yu stepped forward, cupping his hands. "Ancestral master, the qi refining disciples who participated in the mass hunting gathering suffered heavy losses. Might we descend to the mortal world ahead of schedule to recruit spiritual-rooted prodigies?" The nascent soul elder frowned slightly, sizing up Jean Yu. Finding nothing amiss, he nodded and said such trivial matters are yours to decide. Yes, Ancestral Master. One core formation cultivator after another reported their affairs. The atmosphere was somber. After all, they had lost a core formation fellow disciple and gravely wounded another. This was a significant blow to the beast capture sect. After the meeting concluded, Chen Li returned to his cave dwelling. Over the past few months, he had questioned every cultivator within the beast capture sect's territory, yet only one lead emerged. The scarred cultivator had been seen at the edge of the boundless forest near the end of the mass hunting gathering, but afterward his whereabouts became unknown. This information made Chen Li suspect that the man had died at the hands of his fellow disciples. The reason would have been the struggle to seize demon beast corpses. Thus, over these past months, he had secretly resorted to coercion and bribery, and many more ninth-layer chi refining cultivators returning from the boundless forest had vanished without a trace. Yet he still could not find that technique manual. By now he no longer dared to keep killing. Still, he firmly believed he simply had not killed the right person. Throughout these months, he had kept watching the ninth-layer chi refining cultivators he had spared, but had found nothing. He was on the verge of madness. He had languished at the early core formation stage for over 100 years, and he had no desire for bitter cultivation. Recently, relying on human elixir cultivation, his realm had finally begun to show some loosening. But human elixirs were difficult to refine and heavy with pill toxins. He craved a quick method to condense a nascent soul. It must be in the hands of those remaining ninth-layer chi refining disciples. I will endure a few more years, and when I slaughter you all, I don't believe I won't find it. Inside his cave-dwelling Chen Li had already become hysterical. At Crow Sparrow Mountain upon the Question Dao platform, Chen Li had spent the past 2 months using his late chi refining cultivation to bring the mystic shadow ice art to perfection. He had also cultivated the optimized chi concealment art to the pinnacle and purchased a high-grade aura hiding talisman. Even a full-strength divine sense sweep from a late foundation establishment cultivator might not detect him. Only a deliberate one-on-one focus scan could possibly uncover him. In the Heart Together Hall, Zhu Lingyue had fed the 2 little ones and began consolidating her cultivation. After 8 months of continuous pill consumption, her cultivation had broken through to the 4th layer of chi refining. Now examining inward, she discovered new life within her, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Gazing at Chen Li at the Question Dao platform, she involuntarily recalled those days and nights of earth-shaking battle, and her face grew even redder. A few days later, 30,000 li into the boundless forest, the nascent soul elder of the beast capture sect encountered the transformed lion demon. Their exchange lasted less than 60 breaths before the sect elder was forced to retreat. Upon returning to the beast capture sect, he immediately announced seclusion, leaving behind only one instruction. The matter of hunting must not be easily abandoned. You may deliberate and decide among yourselves. The core formation cultivator who had narrowly escaped heard this news, and also announced his departure from the sect to establish his own clan. His reasoning was that the great Dao no longer held any hope for him, and he wished only to enjoy the remaining years in the mortal world. Thus, he declared the founding of another core formation clan in the Taihu mountain range. Upon hearing this news, the Luo family came to visit, offering lavish gifts. When the newly arrived core formation cultivator proposed a redivision of territorial power, the Luo family's core formation ancestor agreed to everything. Another 2 months passed, and within Wuk Mountain the spiritual rice fields welcomed autumn harvest once again. With the vibrant essence of autumn surrounding them, Chen Li carried his eldest daughter, Chen Li, upon his shoulders, while Zhu Lingyue held their second son, Chen Songyan, close by her side. The 2 of them strolled leisurely alongside the golden expanse of spiritual rice fields, enjoying the cool breeze. Following behind them was a green ox as the family of 4 wandered through the golden spiritual rice fields. This year the ox had proven to be the MVP of farming and harvesting, having grown into a versatile all-around performer. After the autumn harvest concluded, another message arrived. 3 days later, the Lu family invited all chi refining family heads within the commandery to discuss tribute matters. News arrived from Taihu Mountains that the Golden Core Luo family, previously receiving tributes from these foundation establishment Immortal clans, had been replaced by the Golden Core Yang family. Nanhua Kingdom now had its second Golden Core noble family. With only 15 commanderies in the kingdom, the territory was likely to be split again, potentially leading to increased taxes. While foundation establishment cultivators might negotiate with chi refining families, Golden Core cultivators dictated terms without discussion. 3 days later, within the Lu family hall. At midday today, autumn heat burned fiercely, unsettling hearts and minds. The 13 family heads of chi refining clans within Yuanwu commandery gathered once more. After taking their seats, Lu Shilo went straight to the point, saying, "You've likely all heard the rumors. Elder Yang from the beast-catching sect has claimed our commandery. The reason I've gathered you today is that Elder Yang demands we increase our tribute to the Luo family by 2/3, but we foundation establishment families cannot bear such a heavy burden. I'm being straightforward here. It's not that we foundation establishment families are greedily seeking more taxes, but rather that the Golden Core elders above us are demanding it. After speaking, the Chi refining families below erupted into chaos. A family head at the 9th layer of Chi refining said, "Family head Lu, we dare not question the Golden Core elder, but adding 2/3 to our tribute from the original amount is truly difficult for us Chi refining families. I wonder if family head Lu has any other solutions." Lu Shilo shook his head and said directly, "I haven't thought of other solutions. I wonder if the rest of you can consider further." At Chen Li's table in Liangxi County, several people looked at each other in bewilderment. This situation felt strangely familiar. Last time it was Zhang and a foundation establishment cultivator who could be beaten to death by a group. And as for murdering a Golden Core elder, they wouldn't have enough heads even if they had 100. The enemy could dispatch them with a single move. Other tables were also engaged in heated discussions. Even a family head from a Chi refining clan that had been here for over 10 years spoke up saying, "We truly cannot afford the tribute. We can only abandon our clan and establish elsewhere on foreign territory." A family head at the 8th layer of Chi refining said with rising tone, "Family head Lu, Elder Yang's newly established clan likely needs many hands. Could we send some non-clan cultivators with cultivation to reduce the tribute amount? Could you report this to Elder Yang and see if it's feasible?" Upon hearing this suggestion, some Chi refining families' eyes lit up. They found it workable. Each family gathered mortals with spiritual roots from the mortal realm, cultivated them for years until they reached early stage Chi refining cultivation, and sending them away wouldn't burden the families significantly. Chen Li initially thought it was a clever scheme, but this shabby idea was truly cruel. Those mortals who were discovered to have spiritual roots would surely feel grateful to their former Chi refining families, so how would the cultivators being sent away view this treatment? Moreover, Chen Li's family had no non-clan cultivators. His plan was to wait until the Song generation grew a few years older before considering bringing in outsiders, since the first generation of cultivators was more reliable than hired help. If he started recruiting outsiders now, would the Chun family still truly be the Chen family? From the main seat on the high platform, Lu Shilo pondered over this method. Although it might chill the hearts of some non-clan cultivators, he reasoned that these cultivators could be recruited from the mortal realm each year, cultivated for 4 or 5 years through hardship, and eventually reach the first layer of Chi refining stage. Someone raised objections. Is it wise to send away non-clan cultivators? Surely each of your families has nurtured non-clan cultivators who have grown into important pillars. Sending them away now would create division among the remaining non-clan cultivators. One must not sacrifice something valuable like a watermelon just to grasp something trivial like sesame seeds. Once these words fell, the family head who supported sending away the non-clan cultivators countered, "Some well-established non-clan cultivators have indeed consumed family resources, and we naturally wouldn't let them feel abandoned. But for those newly recruited at early Chi refining stage, if we explain the circumstances, they would likely volunteer themselves, hoping to cultivate under a Golden Core Immortal's protection. We wouldn't even need to persuade them." After this statement, the objector prepared to respond, but Lu Shilo interrupted. "Very well, let us first discuss this approach with Elder Yang. I will consult with other foundation establishment families, and I will notify everyone when there is news." Seeing Lu Shilo's approval and the majority's agreement in the hall, Chen Li had no choice but to follow the crowd. His cultivation was too weak to resist, leaving him vulnerable to exploitation. After the meeting dispersed, Chen Li returned to Wuk Mountain and shared the news with Zhu Linghua. Inside the Tongxin Hall, Zhu Linghua expressed her concerns. "I wonder if this Elder Yang will devise further schemes in the future. I can only hope our peaceful days last longer." "I hope so," Chen Li replied. The Golden Core Luo family, which had dominated for years, unexpectedly ceded half their territory to Elder Yang so decisively. This Elder Yang is no ordinary person. Observing Chen Li's worried expression, Zhu Linghua confidently assured him, "I believe you will one day advance to Golden Core. When that time comes, our Chen family will certainly not be at anyone's mercy." Hearing her words, Chen Li's brows relaxed. He too believed such a day would come, and he envisioned something even greater beyond it. At the Lu family estate in Taihu Mountains, atop the peak stood a magnificent golden hall, where Luo Huan, the Luo family's Golden Core ancestor, sat upon an elevated chair on the high platform, gazing down at the direct lineage Luo cultivators at the foundation establishment stage below. From below, a Luo family member at late-stage foundation establishment bowed and asked, "Ancestor, shall we simply allow that Yang Jing to claim 7 commanderies from our Nanwood kingdom?" Luo Huan dismissed the concern with a calm tone, "That Yang Jing's cultivation has fallen to early-stage Golden Core, which matches my own. I fear him not. But the beast-catching sect has 2 supreme elders. One recently entered seclusion, and another who traveled far and has not returned in 100 years. Yang Jing was once among that wandering elder's disciples. The Luo family cultivator instantly grasped the implication. His ancestor wasn't showing deference to Yang Jing himself, but rather acknowledging the nascent soul cultivator backing him. Nascent soul cultivators represented the pinnacle of power on this continent, with a single one capable of sustaining an entire sect. Nascent soul cultivators could live roughly 1,500 years, and with certain longevity elixirs and techniques, some could reach 16 or 1,700 years old, truly formidable lifespans. In recent millennia, whether due to declining spiritual energy in heaven and earth or other factors, advancement beyond the golden core stage had become extremely sluggish even for those blessed with heavenly spiritual roots. In recent years, fewer cultivators had reached the nascent soul stage, and those who had were particularly cautious about preserving their lives, so their confrontations typically remained controlled skirmishes rather than battles to the death. As for the even higher realm of divine transformation, it remained entirely unknown. The most recent 10,000 years had seen no nascent soul cultivator advance to that state. The divine transformation stage was an unreachable, ethereal ideal. Luo Huan then issued another directive: set aside Yang Jing's matter for now. I have obtained several foundation establishment pills. Have Hao Yun and the others return for secluded cultivation breakthroughs. Yes, ancestor. Time drifted like white clouds, fleeting and swift, and more than half a year had passed. Within Wuk Mountain, summer had arrived, the slopes lush and verdant. Today, news arrived from the Lu family. In the past half-year, 2 Qi cultivation families departed from Yuanwu Commandery, one at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, the other at the 8th, neither having resided in Yuanwu for more than 30 years. The letter roughly conveyed that Golden Core cultivator Yang Jing had reluctantly agreed to the proposed method of granting tax exemptions to nurturing cultivators. Once the approval was announced, every family descended upon mortal towns and villages with frantic urgency, frantically testing for spiritual roots, so desperate that even mortals possessing aptitude became commodities to be traded. Chen Li made no move to follow the crowd. When that day came, he would simply surrender a few lower-grade first-rank arrays of mid to low quality. He had an abundance of formations at his disposal. The bridge would be crossed when he reached it, and that day had not yet arrived. Over the past 6 months, he had thoroughly studied the 5 Qis converging to the origin breakthrough technique, attempting to forge a Qi Si within his body, but alas, his cultivation fell short, and the endeavor failed. Beyond his attempts to cultivate the Qi Si, Chen Li also threw himself into alchemy. One specimen of spirit grass for breaking through rated 500 yielded approximately 70 vials when diluted for pill refinement. The previous batch consumed 1 full specimen plus another small portion, leaving over half remaining. With optimized refining techniques, that remaining half produced 40 vials of Qi overflow pill within a single month. 10 vials went to Brother Niu, enough for him to break through to the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, while Zhu Lingwei received 25 vials, sufficient for her to reach the 5th layer. Within the Hall of Concord, Zhu Lingwei discovered she was with child once more. Looking down from above, Qi Jin pressed the level 7 beast to the ground. Helen, I'll grant you one more chance. Centuries of cultivation are not easily won. Will you submit to me today? Pinioned beneath his power, the beast roared defiantly. Qi Jin, you dream. I merely lag behind you by a few steps. I will never bow to you. Qi Jin shook his head, his expression cold and unreadable. Why must you insist on this? Yet as he spoke, cruelty crept across his face. His hand transformed into a blazing golden claw that plunged downward, piercing straight into the beast's belly. Within mere breaths, the massive claw emerged cleanly through its flesh, retrieving the core with practiced ease. The level 7 demon howled in agony as its core was forcibly torn free. A gentle breeze swept through, and slowly the wailing subsided until life flickered out completely. After 100 breaths, Qi Qing descended wreathed in murderous aura and reported to Qi Jin, "Brother, the entire flock of feather crane demons has surrendered." Qi Jin laughed loudly. Excellent. Let us set a modest goal first. Eradicate every cultivator from Southern Wu Kingdom who has ventured 1,000 kilometers into the boundless forest. Qi Qing licked the blood from his lips. Understood, brother. Not one shall return alive. Whenever they hunted a single level 3 beast, a dozen more would suddenly emerge from nowhere, swarming and overwhelming them in brutal group attacks. As the death toll among cultivators mounted, scattered fighters and hunting youths from prominent families began to sense something deeply wrong. These demons had become chillingly coordinated, and their hunt was ruthlessly focused on humanity alone. Word spread rapidly across all factions. At the beast hunting sect's hunting hall, Elder Jean Yu was secretly consuming a human pill. A Foundation establishment deacon burst in voice urgent. Elder Gene disaster has struck the boundless forest. Our disciples are being systematically ambushed and slaughtered by coordinated demon beasts. Gene Yu furrowed his brow slightly, his demeanor calm and unhurried. I see. Do not hunt for now. We elders will deliberate first. Yes, elder. Once they departed, Gene Yu rose and paced, lost in thought. It had to be that great transformed demon causing chaos. Last time, even the Supreme Elder had been humbled. What could he possibly do? Without reaching nascent soul cultivation, one could never truly shape fate. Yet Gene Yu still wanted to protect the beast hunting sect before it fell, for this stable environment yielded him considerable benefits. He sent word to the sect's golden core cultivators. In the sect's main hall below the raised platform, 7 golden core cultivators listened to Gene Yu's report. Each face grim. How close are these beasts getting? 1,000 kilometers. What do they intend? Asked the late-stage golden core elder in astonishment, master of the hunting hall. Senior brother, are these demons seeking to encroach upon our human territories? The likelihood is great, someone agreed. The hunting hall master nodded. Then notify everyone. At Wuck Mountain, new life had already arrived days prior. 2 boys twins once again. Both Zhu Lingyue and Chen Li were overjoyed, though one could only attribute such fortune to heaven's will. The third son was named Chen Songshuan, and the fourth Chen Songshao. The arrival of these 2 new lives brought even greater warmth to Wuck Mountain. Their eldest Chen Songli and second son Chen Songyan, both nearly 4 years old, could barely stay still from day to day. Within the Hall of Concord, Zhu Lingyue consumed numerous vitality-nourishing pills alongside spirit herb decoctions carefully prepared by Chen Li. Her eldest son approached, piping sweetly, "Father, may I hold little brother?" Moments later, the second son followed suit. "Father, I wish to hold little brother too." Chen Li could only laugh and sigh at their persistence. Zhu Lingyue gently shooed the children away and turned to her husband. "My lord, rumors circulate throughout the county of an impending demon beast attack. How trustworthy is this news?" Chen Li's expression turned grave. "It is highly probable. The boundary of the boundless forest lies barely 1,000 kilometers away. We could be reached in no time." But he quickly added reassurance. "Fear not, madam. We are safe within these mountains. This low-grade second-rank defensive formation will hold firm against even a level 5 beast, for now at least. As for level 6 or 7 demons, those battles belong to true heroes facing worthy opponents. Should they truly come, Chen Li would have no choice but to flee with his children." Hearing her husband's words of comfort, Zhu Lingyue felt some of her anxiety ease. "My lord, more and more people have been purchasing our formations these past days. All are preparing for defense." "Indeed," Chen Li replied. "I have already sold 7 or 8 sets of top-grade first-rank formations. Let us make our own preparations as well. Rest assured, madam, I will ensure everything is in order." Zhu Lingyue's expression steadied with conviction. Linking her arm through Chen Li, she believed all would pass. Meanwhile, word from the beast-hunting sect regarding the demon-beast invasion of southern Wu Kingdom sent tremors through every household. Talismans, formations, and magical artifacts all saw brisk sales. Chen Li had earned considerably from his top-grade first-rank formations, each set fetching 700 or 800 spirit stones, bringing in over 5,000 or 6,000 low-grade spirit stones for 7 or 8 sets. Crisis, it seemed, was the very engine of opportunity. More than half a year passed quietly since the news spread. The demonic beast seemed to have lingered about 1,000 kilometers from the edge of the boundless forest, showing no movement for 6 months, and the various families of the South Wu Kingdom began to relax their guard. On Wuck Mountain, during the period of preparing defenses, he had deployed 15 sets of first-grade high-tier spirit trapping arrays and 30 sets of first-grade high-tier attack arrays around the mountain. All were in standby mode. Once the demonic beasts were trapped, 2 sets of first-grade high-tier attack arrays would activate simultaneously to blast them to hell. This mechanism had taken half a month to develop. He was a genius array master after all. How could he be idle? Everything was in place, awaiting only the right opportunity. However, as more than half a year passed without any movement from the demonic beasts, Chen Li relaxed somewhat, though a lingering sense of unease remained. He resolved to wait another half year. If nothing happened by then, he would dismantle the arrays. His first-grade Supreme Attack Array and the Profound Bone Devil-Slaying Array were ready for immediate deployment at any time. It could be said that Wuck Mountain today was a forest of teeth, a lethal array formation. Among them were over 10,000 first- and second-tier low-grade demonic beasts, more than 1,000 third-tier beasts, over 300 fourth-tier beasts, more than 70 fifth-tier beasts, a dozen sixth-tier beasts, and 4 to 7th-tier beasts numbering nearly 4 or 5. Upon the peak, Crimson Gold gazed down upon the massive army, his heart serene. He recalled the scene 500 years ago when he had been hunted by cultivators of the beast capture sect. Back then he had only been a 5th-tier demonic beast. During his flight, he and his siblings had been pursued by a group of Foundation establishment cultivators, brothers and sisters fallen one by one, captured or killed. Only he and his younger brother had barely survived by the grace of fortune. Today was the day of blood for blood. The Crimson Azure Beast, his true form, landed beside Crimson Gold, awaiting his eldest brother's command. Crimson Gold raised his head and gazed at the night sky as time slowly slipped away. The darkness thickened, and in the hours before dawn, the perfect moment for slaughter, he paced thoughtfully. Crimson Gold strode forward, glanced up at the high-hanging bright moon, and issued his command. You 6th and 7th-tier beasts will attack the Beast Capture Sect in Taihu Mountain Range and the Golden Core Cultivation clans. The remaining demonic beasts will assault those scattered cultivators, Foundation establishment families, Qi condensation families, and the mortal settlements across every region. Crimson Azure nodded, his expression unmoving. Yes, eldest brother. Before departing, Crimson Gold chuckled and said, should you encounter a nascent soul cultivator, do not panic. Leave it to me. Yes. After giving his orders, he looked again at the moon in the sky and declared, this slaughter shall last 5 days. After 5 days, all forces will withdraw. Yes, eldest brother. Liangxi County shrouded in deep night. Within the Luo family grounds, Yun Yutong and Luo Zihan, married for several years, were taking a leisurely stroll aboard a pleasure boat. Since becoming spiritual companions, their cultivation had progressed exceedingly slowly over these years. They cared only for pleasure. One remained at the 2nd layer of Qi condensation, the other at the 3rd. Entirely devoted to each other and with no interest in cultivation, they spent their days admiring flowers and the moon from their boat. The Luo family had dismantled their 1st-grade high-tier defensive array 3 months prior, reasoning that even if breached, the initial attack would surely strike elsewhere first. Activating the array then would not be too late, and keeping it running continuously wasted spirit stones terribly. Yin Yutong recalled the story of how her ancestor had married Chen Li, and a smug smile spread across her face. Dear husband, I heard that Chen Li and Zhu Lingyue have already had 4 children together. So dreadful. Fortunately, I did not marry him, or how could I have lived such a romantic life? Luo Zihan readily agreed. Wife speaks truly. Although the family head urges me to enter seclusion and cultivate, I told him I would stay with you for another half-year before going into seclusion. Yin Yutong's expression soured. Cultivate. All you ever think about is cultivation. How wonderful it is that we can accompany each other. I think so too. Cultivation is so dreadfully boring. We can always focus on cultivation when we are in our 40s or 50s. By then, reaching Foundation establishment and beyond will be as simple as breathing, won't it? Their love-addled minds consumed as they were neither noticed a 3rd-tier demonic beast drawing close. On the pleasure boat, Luo Zihan spotted something moving in the grass. You are right, wife. Let us go catch the little rabbit. As the boat drew near the grass, the two of them, eagerly anticipating catching a rabbit, were suddenly leaped upon by a monstrous rabbit, several zhang in size. Oh! Both their faces changed instantly, and screams tore from their throats. Watching the giant rabbit descend upon them, every evasive movement grew sluggish and delayed. In the end, only Luo Zihan reacted a fraction faster. He seized Yun Yutong beside him, and without the slightest hesitation threw her outward. Noah! Yun Yutong shrieked in terror. As she flew toward the gaping maw of the rabbit, she turned her head in utter disbelief toward the husband behind her. How could he do this to her? By the time she comprehended the truth, it was already too late. Her final sight was of him fleeing far away. The moment she was swallowed whole, regret flooded her heart. She had heard that Zhu Lingyue, who had also married Chen Li, had already reached the 4th layer of Qi condensation and become a mid-tier 1st-grade array master. As consciousness fled, 2 lines of tears streamed from her eyes. Meanwhile, the fleeing Luo Zihan screamed wildly, demonic beasts are attacking. Demonic beasts are attacking. Luo Sheng, the patriarch of the Luo family who was cultivating upon the peak, heard this instantaneously. Every hair on his body stood on end. Acting without hesitation, he activated the 1st-grade high-tier defensive array. Rushing down the mountain, he found his clan members already engaged in battle against a 3rd-tier demonic beast. Had a 3rd-tier beast infiltrated? After several minutes of fierce struggle, a few Luo clan members, having expended numerous talismans of the late Qi condensation stage, finally slew the creature. Luo Sheng looked at the disheveled and trembling Luo Zihan, his brows knitted tightly. Where is Yutong? Was she not with you? Only now, seeing the 3rd-tier beast dead, did Luo Zihan's senses partially clear, but then something else flashed through his mind. He immediately burst into tears. Yutong! She protected me and was devoured by that beast. Yutong. Luo Sheng frowned, then sliced open the belly of the third-tier beast. Inside he saw Yun Yutong unrecognizable and partially digested. Luo Sheng fell silent. Upon seeing Yun Yutong in that horrific state, Luo Zihan nearly vomited his earlier meal, but restrained himself. He continued wailing pitifully, "My precious Yutong." His sorrow appeared so genuine that the surrounding clan members felt pity and could not help but sigh, moved by what they perceived as true devotion between them. When the violent crashing sounds of the array being struck came, Luo Sheng shook off his thoughts. Other demonic beasts were still attacking the defensive array. Luo Sheng shouted loudly, "Stop weeping. Focus on defending against the beasts." That night, aside from Chen Li, everyone in Liangxi County shared the same delusion: the attack would surely strike elsewhere first, and they would have ample time to notice. Consequently, they all suffered devastating blows. The Wang family fared the worst. 2 fourth-tier beasts and 3 third-tier beasts had infiltrated among them. Before their defensive array could even be activated, more than half their clan members were already dead or wounded. The Yin family, relying on hardened spiritwood defenses, managed to survive despite 2 intruding beasts, 1 fourth-tier and 1 third-tier. Though they lost some members, the majority took shelter in time. The Yun family suffered the second worst, with 4 third-tier beasts breaching their perimeter. After tremendous effort, exhausting their Thunderflame pearls and depleting most of their family reserves, they finally killed 3 of the beasts, but 1 escaped. The cost was catastrophic. 3 chi condensation cultivators at the 4th and 5th layers perished, 7 to 8 at the 3rd layer fell, and more than a dozen at the 1st and 2nd layers were killed. Their losses were grievous beyond bearing. When Yun Tiancheng beheld so many fallen clan cultivators, he could no longer restrain himself and broke down in uncontrollable sobs. His spirit aged 30 years in a single night, and white hair erupted across his temples. The very essence of turning white overnight manifested upon him. As family after family suffered catastrophic losses, Wuk Mountain presented an entirely different scene. Outside Wuk Mountain, 3 third-rank demon beasts and a 4th-rank demon beast were creeping closer. Catching sight of the 1st-rank mid-grade defensive formation within the mountain, these demon beasts charged furiously, intent on smashing it apart. However, these demon beasts were unable to detect the dense array of spirit-trapping formations laid beyond the mountain. Just as they were about to approach, the 3 demon beasts were each ensnared by a 1st-rank high-grade spirit-trapping formation. Each formation triggered 2 sets of 1st-rank high-grade offensive formations, which immediately blasted the creatures trapped within. A thunderous boom erupted in an instant. Before they could even draw near, the 3 demon beasts were already annihilated by the formation's energy. As for the 4th-rank demon beast, which exuded an aura of early foundation establishment, it too was trapped by a 1st-rank high-grade spirit-trapping formation and took 2 strikes from 1st-rank high-grade offensive formations. Yet it was still not dead. It smashed through the trapping formation and continued charging toward the mountain with roars. What awaited this 4th-rank demon beast, however, was an even more awe-inspiring pulse of formation energy. A 1st-rank supreme-grade offensive formation struck with full force. The formation energy hurtled over at terrifying speed. The demon beast's head met it head-on. With a sharp crunch, its skull was pierced through and flattened. The smell of roasted meat wafted through the air. The colossal body of the 4th-rank demon beast went limp, its vital breath utterly severed. Wuk Mountain returned to silence once more. Those demon beasts seemed never to have come at all. Inside Tongxin Hall, the little ones slept soundly, with Zhu Lingyue by their side. Outside, Chen Li patrolled, collecting the spoils of war. Afterwards, over 100 1st and 2nd-rank demon beasts that charged the formations that night were all killed by Chen Li. The darkness gradually receded, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. That night, 6th-rank and 7th-rank demon beasts led a swarm of demon beasts in a ferocious attack on the beast-hunting sect. The great formation protecting the beast-hunting sect was breached 3 times, and each time repaired and reactivated. By now, all 7 golden core cultivators inside the sect were bearing wounds. Outside the sect, those 7th-rank and 6th-rank demon beasts were also suffering. The heritage of a nascent soul-level sect was no empty name. Its methods of attack, such as formations, talismans, puppets, and spirit insects, were far too many. They came in an endless stream. Outside the sect, Qi Jin's younger brother sensed that things were no longer in their favor and grew hesitant. Should they retreat or not? After an entire night of assault, they still had not breached the beast-hunting sect, but the opposing side had lost a large number of Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, achieving the minor objective of this expedition. Inside the sect, the master of the hunting hall shouted, "You demon beasts have been recklessly attacking the southern frontier. Do you not fear provoking a war between humans and demons?" Nonsense. Your beast-hunting sect hunts and kills us wantonly. So why can we not kill you? It is you who have been pushing us relentlessly. Qi Qing retorted angrily. The night passed, and the first light of dawn broke through. The two sides simply stared each other down, neither able to do anything to the other. It was still extremely difficult to completely break through the heritage of a nascent soul-level sect. Additionally, these demon beasts had no experience attacking a nascent soul-level sect, and had underestimated its true depth. At this moment, Qi Qing found himself in a deeply conflicted situation. He wanted to retreat, but his elder brother Qi Jin had demanded 5 days of carnage. The plan bore little resemblance to reality. Suddenly, a beam of golden light teleported in from the horizon. With a thunderous boom, Qi Jin unleashed the terrifying divine sense and mana pressure of an 8th-rank, shape-shifting, great demon. Everyone within the sect instantly felt their minds and spirits oppressed. The Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators struggled to endure, and even the master of the hunting hall at the late Golden Core stage felt Qi Jin's crushing pressure. The sect's guardian grand formation was on the verge of collapse. The people in the sect all gazed toward the Supreme Elder's mountain peak, from which a voice echoed, "Qi Jin, do not push others too far. Do you really intend to make a move?" A surge of mana shot out from the cave dwelling on the peak. The oppressive force weighing on everyone began to fade, and only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. "If you are a defeated opponent of mine, I am taking action myself today. What can you do to me?" A beam of cyan light teleported over. It was Ling Yi, the nascent soul elder guarding the beast-hunting sect. His expression was one of fierce rage. "Very well, very well. This time I'll take out my trump cards and fight you to the bitter end." Within the sect, Jin, you felt the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator with his own body for the first time, and his longing to become stronger grew even more urgent. Just as the two were locked in confrontation, a light, indifferent voice drifted over from afar. "It seems I have been away for too long. Someone has already forgotten me." Upon hearing these words, the 7 Golden Core cultivators within the sect were startled at first, then overjoyed. Their other Supreme Elder had returned, and the spirits of the beast-hunting sect's cultivators surged at once. Outside the sect, several 7th-rank demon beasts began to panic, and the 6th-rank demon beasts broke into an uproar, ready to flee. In the sky, the nascent soul elder Ling Yi, locked in the standoff, heaved a sigh of relief at these words. He was uncertain that he could defeat this 8th-rank demon beast, even if he resorted to his trump cards. Qi Jin narrowed his eyes, sighed, and a look of unwillingness lingered in his gaze. "Retreat." Qi Jin spoke a single word. When the demon beasts below heard the order, the 7th-rank and 6th-rank demon beasts all breathed sighs of relief, and without a moment's hesitation fled in every direction. Moments later, a beam of blue light teleported in from afar. A middle-aged cultivator holding a folding fan in his hand appeared and gazed at Qi Jin. "It is good you have returned, junior brother," Ling Yi said to the middle-aged cultivator in a relaxed tone. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, then said directly to Qi Jin, "Do you intend to annihilate our sect?" As he finished speaking, a surge of mana at the peak of the early nascent soul stage burst forth. Qi Han's expression shifted slightly, but Qi Jin still spoke. "Your sect slaughters my demon beasts with reckless abandon. I have come to demand an explanation from your sect." "Haha, reckless slaughter. An explanation. This is merely the survival of the fittest. It is the way of the great Tao." Hearing this, Qi Jin flew into a fury. "Fine. Since that is how you put it, we shall meet again. You want to leave? Then you must first fight me." All across the Nanwu Nation, places had been attacked by demon beasts throughout the night. At dawn, cultivators in every prefecture suddenly discovered that these demon beasts had retreated in succession. At the Taihu Mountains, the Yang family, Yang Jing was holding off a 6th-rank demon beast and a 5th-rank demon beast. All the Qi refining cultivators beneath him had died to the last one. Only he remained struggling desperately on his own, when suddenly the 6th-rank and 5th-rank demon beasts, as though receiving some kind of signal, ceased attacking and swiftly withdrew. After snapping back to his senses, he realized that the family structure he had painstakingly built was gone once more. At this moment, he felt exhausted at heart, and was even tempted to just become a rogue cultivator. Before long, people from the Luo family arrived, 2 foundation establishment cultivators. "By the order of the Patriarch, we have come to assist true person Yang." He was dumbfounded. What the hell? So generous. The Luo family should have been delighted to see him dead. It was not long before he learned the reason. It turned out that his former master had returned. He also realized that the swift end to this beast calamity was because his master had come back. In that moment, his confidence returned. All his exhaustion was cast to the wind. If those people died, he could simply recruit another batch. Yang Jing exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. All of this was finally over. And thus the one-night beast calamity came to a close. They came in haste, and they left in haste. Fortunately, Lu Shilo's abilities were still up to par. Although the family lost some chi refining cultivators, its upper-level combat strength remained largely untouched. Lu Shilo immediately ordered his clansmen to investigate the situation of the chi refining families within the prefecture. He had a bad premonition that this beast calamity must have caused devastating losses. A few days later, the Lu family's clansmen returned after completing the casualty count. In the main hall, Lu Shilo was listening to the investigation report. Family head the Zhu family of Lingchuan County suffered minor losses with their upper-level combat force mostly intact. The Zhang family of Lingchuan County was struck by two fourth-rank demon beasts that charged into the family's core area, resulting in heavy casualties. The family head perished, and the remaining cultivators, all at the chi refining stage, have abandoned their family status. The Wang family of Liangxi County sustained severe casualties. Their family head is dead, and the surviving cultivators, all early-stage chi refining cultivators, have relinquished their family standing. Lu Shilo learned that two more chi refining immortal families had been lost, his brow furrowing deeply. During this demon beast calamity, most family cultivators suffered significant losses, but some families were well prepared and experienced minimal casualties. The Chen family was one of them, which made perfect sense given that Chen Li was a top-grade first-rank formation master. After hearing the report, Lu Shilo sighed inwardly. With such heavy casualties, if the Yang family insisted on maintaining the original tax quota, it would truly be devastating. In Liangxi County, after the demon beast rampage, mortal villages and towns were invaded by first- and second-rank demon beasts sweeping through like leeches with destructive power far beyond imagination and numerous casualties. Some survivors among the mortals were already contemplating relocation. Within the Yun family's main hall, Yun Tiansheng lacked his former vigor. His hair had turned white overnight, and he sat absent-mindedly in the main seat. A clan member at the third level of chi refining reported family head the Luo family has sent word that Yu Tong is gone. Upon hearing this, Yun Tiansheng's heart skipped another beat, his expression growing even more somber. Whenever he recalled this, Yun Tiansheng was filled with regret. If only he had known to stop conserving those spirit stones and activated the formation earlier, so many lives could have been saved. A century of foundational work was destroyed in an instant. These past few days he had not recovered from this devastating loss, all due to his own misguided decisions as family head. He believed himself a sinner. Is there anything else? Yun Tiansheng replied with a mournful tone. Our family's spirit fields and spirit plants were trampled and crushed by those demon beasts. We'll need to arrange for replanting. The deceased clan members have been buried with full honors. There are two third-level chi refining cultivators from other surnames in the clan who wish to leave. They will be given some compensation. Yun Tiansheng was silent for a long while before saying, "Sai, handle it as you see fit." The cultivator at the third level of chi refining also fell silent upon hearing this, then nodded. By the way, you've handled the aftermath matters quite orderly these past few days. You shall temporarily act as family head and manage internal affairs. The clan member at the third level of chi refining hastily declined, but ultimately could not refuse. Yun Tiansheng, his expression dejected, spoke with resolute determination, "All my cultivation resources shall go to you. Family resources shall prioritize you as well. Break through to middle stage chi refining as soon as possible. I have failed the Yun family's century-long legacy. Family head, why go this far?" At Wuxian, only after hearing that the nascent sole elder of the beast-hunting sect had turned the tide, single-handedly forcing back the demon beast army, did Chen Li dismantle the formations around Wuxian's perimeter. The two spirit jujube trees at the entrance had grown to over 3 meters tall, thriving and unharmed. The 3 mu of spirit rice at Luoxia Mountain were partially destroyed, so he spent some time setting up a mid-grade first-rank defensive formation and replanting the spirit rice. In the mountain, Brother Niu continued tending to the herb fields and spirit rice paddies. In the Tongxin Hall, after feeding the third son Chen Songxian and fourth son Chen Songxiao, Zhu Lingwei watched the eldest son Chen Songli and second son Chen Songyan chasing and playing below the mountain. She would call out to them from time to time, "Slow down when you run." At Zizai Pavilion, Chen Li as usual brewed and sipped tea, as if the demon beast turmoil had never occurred. At Zizai Pavilion, Chen Li was processing the information from these past few days. The Wang family had been established here for over a century. On the western side of Liangxi County, they had 5 mountains, more than 20 mu of spirit fields, and over a dozen mortal villages available for division. Everything else was taken over by the Liu family. Chen Li felt regretful remembering how they had once conspired together on a murder case. Who would have thought that after such a short time the Wang family would be gone? Such is the impermanence of worldly affairs. A few days later the group arrived once more at Baifeng Mountain. However, only 4 people came this time. The small mountain pavilion remained the same, but there were fewer people. When Chen Li saw these individuals again, he was filled with deep emotion, especially regarding Yun Tiancheng. He had been such a spirited family head before. Now he had become an old man with hoary hair and a dejected spirit. The Yin family head, as well, had visible white hair atop his head. The Luo family head was in slightly better condition, but the wrinkles on his forehead had also increased. Chen Li sighed. It was no longer like when they had conspired together to kill the Foundation establishment cultivator. Back then each of them had been full of vigor, feeling that any great difficulty could be overcome. The Luo family head spoke candidly. The Wang family's 5 mountains and 24 mu of spirit fields are distributed as follows: 8 mu at Qingfeng Mountain, 4 mu at Dila Mountain, 4 mu at Amian Mountain, 4 mu at Fian Mountain, and 4 mu at Sisan Mountain. The 4 mountains with 4 mu each were easy to divide. After drawing lots, Chen Li selected Fian Mountain along with its subordinate mortal villages. This was also Chen Li's first batch of mortal villages under his control. The remaining Qingfeng Mountain was the real prize. A few years ago these families would have definitely vied for it, but now each family had suffered heavy losses and had just endured a major catastrophe. They lacked the spirit to compete. Thus they employed the simplest method: highest bidder wins. Neither the Yin nor Yun families wanted to purchase, leaving only Luo Sheng and Chen Li. In the end, Chen Li purchased this 8 mu spirit field of Qingfeng Mountain for 3,000 inferior spirit stones along with 7 or 8 mortal villages. These families were not surprised that Chen Li could produce 3,000 spirit stones. After all, he was a first-ranked top-grade attack formation master, and one set sold for 700 to 800 spirit stones. They had even purchased from him before the demon beast incident. Chen Li paid the spirit stones on the spot, and these families immediately divided them among themselves. From this point, Chen Li, including his previous Luoxia Mountain, now possessed 4 mountains, and the number of mortals under his jurisdiction reached several thousand. The group dispersed. At Wuxian, as the sun set, Chen Li explained the newly acquired territory to Zhu Linghua. He also brought brother Niu to familiarize himself with the territory and to inspect these mortal villages. In the boundless forest, the nascent soul cultivator from the beast hunting sect, who had been absent for a century, fought Qi Jin for several days and nights. Watching the boundless forest being devastated by collateral damage, Qi Jin felt fury but could do nothing about it. Qi Jin said furiously, "I concede defeat." These past few days of being suppressed in battle had been miserable for him. Upon hearing this, the nascent soul cultivator also stopped, and the two then engaged in a secret discussion there. A day later, the beast hunting sect announced that first, their decennial group hunting gathering would no longer be held under the sect's name. Those who wished to hunt beasts could set out on their own. Second, Qi Jin's demon beast forces would retreat 10,000 li into the boundless forest and no longer harass the region of Nanwu Kingdom. When news of this peace agreement spread, many cultivators rejoiced. Another day passed, and the beast hunting sect announced more news. First, given the demon beast calamity, the tribute requirements for golden core aristocratic families could be reduced by 30% at their discretion over the next 20 years. They were also required to reduce tribute requirements for the Foundation establishment families under their jurisdiction, with similar reductions propagating downward. Once this news spread, cultivator families throughout Nanwu Kingdom were overjoyed. They could finally rest and recover. They also witnessed firsthand how terrifying nascent soul cultivators truly were. One person could dictate the rules for an entire region. Many people were filled with gratitude toward this nascent soul cultivator from the beast hunting sect, who had been away from the sect for 100 years. A few days later, Chen Li brought brother Niu to the newly acquired mountains for planting and arrangements. Meeting several mortal representatives, Chen Li saw they had suffered heavy losses and were temporarily of no use, so he let them go about their business. Chen Li set the age for spiritual root testing at 10 years old, informing the mortals that those willing to have their children tested could bring them to the spiritual jujube tree in front of Wuk Mountain's gate. Chen Li deployed mid-grade first-tier defensive formations across these mountains, primarily managed by brother Niu. All the herbal medicine fields covered 12 acres, supplemented by spirit gathering and spirit rain formations to optimize growth. However, the Wang family had already constructed many buildings on these 2 mountains, so no additional structures were needed. Only the spirit fields required proper maintenance. Soon after, small teleportation formations were installed on both mountains, directly connecting to Wuk Mountain. Once brother Niu learned to use the teleportation formation, he frequently traveled between these mountains. After the beast hunting sect began recuperating from top to bottom, the entire Yuanwu commandery entered a period of rest and recovery. On Wuck Mountain, Chen Li's days revolved around crafting formations, selling them for spirit stones, purchasing spirit herbs, refining pills, cultivating, and spending time with his children and wife before returning to his work. The youngsters bearing the Song character grew increasingly remarkable day by day, while Zhu Lingyue balanced her days between crafting formations, caring for the children, and cultivating. As seasons passed, time flew swiftly. After 10 harvests of spirit rice on Wuck Mountain, the Chen family had peacefully endured a decade, progressing steadily throughout those 10 years. In the first year, Brother Niu broke through to the third layer of qi, refining through the cultivation of overflowing qi pills. In the second year, Zhu Lingyue also relied on overflowing qi pills and spirit stones for cultivation, advancing to the fifth layer of qi refining. In the third year, eldest daughter Chen Li underwent spiritual root testing with no root detected, so she consumed a crimson yang spirit fruit. Similarly, second son Chen Songyan showed no spiritual root and also took the crimson yang spirit fruit. In the fourth year, Chen Li was discovered to have a 4-element spiritual root, while Chen Songyan possessed a 3-element one, bringing immense joy to Zhu Lingyue. By the fifth year, Chen Li began teaching his eldest and second children their first cultivation lesson, the breath-guiding art. In the sixth year, third son Chen Songxian tested positive for a 4-element spiritual root and required no crimson yang spirit fruit, whereas fourth son Chen Songxiao showed no spiritual root and was given the fruit instead. By the seventh year, Chen Songxiao had developed a 4-element spiritual root. Chen Songyan successfully drew in qi first, reaching the first layer of qi refining, followed closely by Chen Li, who achieved the same milestone. In the eighth year, Zhu Lingyue became pregnant, while her third and fourth sons both reached the first layer of qi refining. A year later, she gave birth to a daughter named Chen Songmei. The 10th year saw Chen Li enter seclusion and break through to the 8th layer of qi refining. Over this decade, he had sold 50 sets of top-grade first-tier formations and purchased over 200 boxes of 100-year overflowing qi grass to refine more than 300 bottles of overflowing qi pills. Chen Li reserved 200 bottles for his own breakthrough to the 8th layer of qi refining. During the 9th year, allocated 50 to Zhu Lingyue, 30 to Brother Niu, and kept the remaining 20 for the 4 children. The pills were refined with optimized techniques to minimize any residual toxicity. Chen Li completed the refining process toward the end of the 8th year, and after distributing them, the children focused on learning basic spells rather than immediately entering seclusion for cultivation. Consequently, all 4 children remained at the first layer of qi refining. Since Zhu Lingyue was occupied caring for the children and lacked time for seclusion, Chen Li entered cultivation first to reach the 8th layer, after which she could pursue her own breakthrough. Additionally, the family milestone of marrying and having children with 5 descendants had been achieved. He had unlocked a new colored fortune bar, though the evolution of opportune locations had not yet begun. On the second floor of Xinchua Tower, Chen Li pinched Chen Songyan's ear and said, "Father mastered fire control in a single day. I took 2, and you have been at it for 10 days without success. You are a fool." "Ouch, sister, let go, it hurts." "But Uncle Niu took over half a year to learn it," Chen Songyan quickly explained. "You are comparing yourself to Uncle Niu. He walks on 4 legs while you walk on 2. I do not care. Do you think everyone is talented like you and father? Look at your third and fourth brothers. They have been practicing for days too," Chen Li declared. "You are the elder brother. Your third and fourth brothers have already mastered it, yet you have not," Chen Songyan retorted. Chen Li stood at the doorway watching the 2 bicker, a gentle smile playing on his lips. His eldest and second children were growing into young girls and boys. Chen Li had likely inherited some of his talents. She learned quickly and showed natural aptitude for formations. But Chen Songyan, despite having decent spiritual root qualifications, was slow to learn and easily distracted, always eager to go out and play after finishing his studies. Chen Li made a sound of acknowledgement. Chen Li's face lit up with joy upon seeing her father. "Father, you have emerged from seclusion. Congratulations on your breakthrough." Chen Songyan, seeing Chen Li as if a mouse spotting a cat, quickly chimed in, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, father. Li, I heard you comprehended a low-grade first-tier formation. That is impressive. For someone at the first layer of qi refining to grasp this, you truly resemble your father in his youth," Chen Li said, ruffling his eldest daughter's head affectionately. "It is all thanks to father's teaching," Chen Li replied with a grin. Turning to Chen Songyan, Chen Li added, "Your spiritual root qualification is fine. Focus on breaking through your cultivation first, and father will take you out once you are ready." "Yes, father." Chen Li then asked, "Where are your third and fourth brothers?" "They are with Uncle Niu," Chen Li explained. After successfully drawing in qi, they wanted Uncle Niu to teach them the harvesting technique. "Your Uncle Niu is quite the farming expert. The spirit rice you eat mostly comes from his fields." Chen Li chuckled. At the spirit rice field, Chen Songxian and Chen Songxiao watched Uncle Neo demonstrate the harvesting technique. The ox communicated effortlessly with the two children through body language alone. Fourth brother, have you mastered it? Chen Songxian asked. I understand a little, Chen Songxiao replied. Look at it like this. Fourth brother, you are so clever. Much smarter than our eldest sister. Chen Songxian praised. Third brother, I cannot compare to our eldest sister. I think you are just as intelligent as she is, Chen Songxiao responded. Chen Songxuan's face flushed slightly. No. Third brother, once we master the autumn harvest technique, we can help Uncle Neo with harvesting. We also need to learn the sowing technique. Then we can farm together next year. Chen Songxiao said honestly. True farming is much simpler than those formations. They are far too difficult. Third brother, father says we must learn formations. It is enough that father, mother, and our eldest sister are learning. I do not really want to study it. I lack their talent for comprehending formations. Father said that when we venture out to fight, each additional formation we master gives us another trump card. It is wise to follow father's guidance. Sigh, fourth brother, you really. I still feel formations are not for me. I will explain to father once he emerges from seclusion. Third brother, father will surely scold you, right? I do not want to get in trouble. I will tell him even if I get scolded. In the Tongxin Hall, the fifth child, Chen Songmei, was fast asleep after a full meal. Zhu Lingwei gazed out from the windowsill, finding it amusing to watch her third and fourth sons learning the harvesting technique from an ox. Soon Chen Li arrived at Tongxin Hall and said to Zhu Lingyue, wife, you should enter seclusion now. I will take care of our fifth child. Zhu Lingyue had reached the fifth layer of qi refining, and with sufficient overflowing qi pills, she was ready to break through to the sixth layer. She nodded with a grin. All right, husband. These troublesome little ones are all yours then. Wuck Mountain, the Immortal Learning Pavilion, summer cicadas singing. Whenever Chen Li had free time, he would give lessons to these little ones. Today's topic was combat arts. On the second floor was a room named the teaching chamber. It was arranged like a classroom with a blackboard at the front and 4 small desks lined up in a row. The youngest Chen Songmei was asleep on a small cot in the corner, protected by a simple soundproofing spell. Inside the classroom, the eldest Chen Li sat upright, flipping through a first-grade low-tier formation manual. The second son, Chen Songyan, gazed out the window, lost in thought. The third son, Chen Songshuan, stared blankly at the blackboard. The fourth son, Chen Songxiao, was also reading a first-grade low-tier formation manual, though he appeared rather drowsy. Chen Li, noticing their distracted expressions, asked, "Tell me, how would you kill an enemy with roughly the same cultivation level?" Songxiao, share your thoughts. Chen Songxiao quickly turned his little head and said, "Father, I just learned the harvesting technique. I would use it to cut off his head. I also learned the fire control technique. I would ignite a fire to burn him to death." Chen Li nodded. Though a bit childish, at least he had thought about it. Turning to the third son, Chen Songshuan, he asked Songxian. Chen Songxian replied, "Father, if using the harvesting technique, the opponent might dodge it. If I had a first-grade low-tier spirit-suppressing formation, I would lure him into it first. After trapping the enemy, I would use my strongest attack. If he doesn't die, I flee." Chen Li nodded approvingly. This third son truly understood his thinking. Second son, your turn. After pondering for a while, Chen Songyan grumbled, "I have the same method as my third brother." Chen Li nodded again. Before he could call on anyone else, Chen Songli eagerly interrupted. "Father, my idea is to strengthen the strongest attack based on my third brother's plan. Launch multiple waves of attacks. The opponent certainly won't be able to withstand them. Songli, this idea is quite good, but not enough." Chen Li praised his eldest daughter. He continued, "Besides this approach, the most important thing is to have your own close combat signature killing technique. If talismans and formations cannot achieve their proper effect, you must have a unique skill capable of engaging the enemy in close combat." Chen Li began his lecture. Half an hour later, the lesson concluded. Chen Li had instilled in them the ideas of controlling the opponent first, preparing multiple attack strategies, and maintaining awareness of escape routes. After the class ended, Chen Li came to check their formation knowledge, but the third son, Chen Songshuan, raised his hand. Chen Songxian spoke directly, "Father, formation knowledge is not suitable for me. It is too difficult. I do not think I am suited to study formations." The remaining 3 turned around to look at Chen Songshuan, thinking inwardly, "How daring. Father is a formation master. If not formations, what should he study?" Chen Li, unexpected at his third son's directness, asked patiently, "Where exactly do you find it difficult?" The third son, Chen Songshuan, answered straight away, "Formation, pattern comprehension, and carving. It comes down to talent. Eldest sister only needs 1 day, while I require 5 days. I lack the talent. Without talent in the path of formations, one indeed struggles to go far. What you cannot do, you simply cannot do." Chen Li replied, "You must still learn the basics of formations. Fundamental formation knowledge is essential. You need not comprehend those profound formation patterns, but you must understand how to use formations, how to destroy enemy formations, and how to identify formation ambushes. Songshuan, since you find pattern comprehension difficult, you can devote your time to other formation knowledge. What do you think?" Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Songxian was overjoyed and said, "Very well, father." However, Chen Li changed his tone. In the path of immortality cultivation, one must learn at least some of the 100 arts. Songshuan, think carefully about what craft suits you. Every cultivator in our family must have at least one skill to rely upon. Take a month to try different things and report back to me after a month. Yes, father. Shortly after, the second son, Chen Songyan, also expressed his reluctance to comprehend formation patterns. Chen Li graciously agreed, imposing the same requirement as with the third son. The eldest Chen Songli confidently stated, "Father, I have already begun carving a first-grade low-tier formation. It will take some time." Chen Li praised her, saying, "Songli, you are impressive. You have a talent for formations. Bring it to father once you finish." "Understood, father." Chen Songli's tone was full of confidence. At this moment, the fourth son, Chen Songxiao, scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Father, I still need some time for formation comprehension." Fourth son, if you encounter anything you do not understand, you may ask your eldest sister. You can also consult me or mother. Report any problems promptly. This son understands. After finishing the formation assessment, Chen Li began assigning tasks. Eldest, you will first complete the carving of a first-grade low-tier formation. Second son, find the craft you wish to pursue, or you may also cultivate to improve your cultivation base. Third son, whatever you wish to do, try many things. Fourth son, you will first complete the comprehension of a first-grade low-tier formation. All four children of the Song generation acknowledged their orders. Chen Li announced the end of the lesson. At the Unity Hall, Chen Li returned inside with Chen Songmei after teaching the children. Those children's accommodations were all at the Immortal Learning Pavilion, each with their own room. Inside the Unity Hall, after feeding Chen Songmei until she was full, Chen Li summoned forth the Crimson Fortune Bar in his Sea of Consciousness. Crimson Fortune Bar 100 family reclaims spirit fields, plants, and harvests spirit rice. 1,000 gene, 1,000 completed family marriages, and offspring 5 completed families, highest combat power breaks. Through to late Qi refining stage, Qi refining 8th layer, completed family accumulates spirit stones 1,000. 1,000 completed family territory deploys a second-grade low-tier defensive formation capable of resisting foundation establishment cultivators deployed completed within the Sea of Consciousness. There were 3 options. 1. This promotion advances the fortune bar to orange, unlocking opportunity zone evolution. Do you wish to evolve? 1 fortune points can be obtained through tags. There are 8 tags. Choose 5. Please select. 1. This promotion advances the fortune bar to orange, granting 3 warning functions. Please choose the warning types. Chen Li first began to evolve the opportunity zone. Evolution complete. Do you wish to inject information? Chen Li, yes, injection complete. In the Sea of Consciousness, 3 more opportunity zone entries appeared. 1. 9 Nether Secret Realm of the Boundless Forest location, Secret Realm location, information injected. Map guidance mode can be activated. Secret Realm map has been injected for viewing. Danger, Boundless Forest, Beast 9 poisons, Aura view, Aura information, Secret Realm beast restrictions, none suggested, party size 9-2. Great Sun Seed, Jade location information injected. Map guidance mode can be activated. Danger, Golden Core, Yang family restrictions, none suggested, party size 13. Wang Jian location information injected. Map guidance mode can be activated. Danger, Azure Cloud Sect, Wang Jian Qi, refining 9th layer, view this person's information restrictions, none suggested, party size 1. After briefly reviewing them, Chen Li was in good spirits. However, faced with choosing tags for the orange fortune bar, his indecisiveness resurfaced. Chen Li began reading the tags. Fortune points can be obtained through tags. There are 8 tags and 5 can be selected. 1. The family's strongest combatant breaks through to foundation establishment, and the strongest among the descendants breaks through to mid-stage Qi, refining 20. 2. The family can refine at least 30 foundation establishment pills, 20. 3. The family recruits at least 10 cultivators from outside the clan, 20. 4. The family harvests at least 1 spirit stones, 20. 5. The family plants at least 30 mu of spirit wood, 20. 6. The family crafts 10 sets of second-grade low-tier formations, 20. 7. Family descendants, 10-20. 8. The family crafts a first-grade high-tier spirit boat, 20. Please select the tags. Which should he choose? This time Chen Li thought for a moment and directly selected 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Making 10 sets of second-grade low-tier formations would bankrupt him just on materials, so there was no need to make that many now. He did not choose family descendants because he had decided to let things take their natural course. After all, he would not father more children, if future children would come from his sons and daughters. But his own children were still too young now, so he would choose it next time. A first-grade high-tier spirit boat fell under the path of artifact refining, and its materials were truly hard to find. So that would do for now. Tags selected and locked. The list is as follows. Orange Fortune Bar 0-100. The family's strongest combatant breaks through to foundation establishment, and the strongest among the descendants breaks through to mid-stage, chi refining not achieved. The family can refine at least 30 foundation establishment pills 0. The family recruits at least 10 cultivators from outside the clan 0. The family harvests at least 1 spirit stones 0. The family plants at least 30 mu of spirit wood 0. Chen Li closed it and opened a new one. This promotion to the Orange Fortune Bar grants 3 warnings. Please select the warning type. 1. Demon Beast Warning. If demon beasts attack Wuk Mountain, you will receive 3 dream warnings within 100 years. 2. Family Member Crisis Warning. If a family member is in mortal danger, you will receive 3 dream warnings within 100 years. 3. Sect Warning. If a sect schemes against Wuk Mountain, you will receive 3 dream warnings within 100 years. Chen Li chose 2. After choosing 2, he could feel a mysterious resonance connecting to him. He and his 5 children and Zhu Lingyue became bound by an indescribable connection. The dangerous dream about killing Zhang and must have been an advance rehearsal by the Fortune Bar. The fortune promotion was complete. Later at Wuk Mountain, the 2 spiritual jujube trees in front of the gate had already stood for over 10 years, lush and thriving. Under the tree, an old farmer waited with more than 100 children. Chen Li came out from the mountain. The old farmer stepped forward. Greetings, Immortal Master Chen. These children are all willing to have their spiritual roots tested. Chen Li asked, puzzled, why hasn't anyone come to test spiritual roots in these 10 years? The old farmer said with a sorrowful face, to tell you the truth, Immortal Master, the children who went to the Wang family's Immortal Master all died. Some people felt that the outside was too dangerous and did not want to send their children out. What's more, our mortal villages lost too many young children during the demon beast calamity. It has taken these 10 years of rest and recovery to regain our strength. Chen Li nodded and stopped lingering on the matter. Children stepped forward. The 100 or so children behind the old farmer looked a little bewildered, yet also excited and nervous. Today they were all dressed very properly. Chen Li reached out and tested them one by one. In less than half an instant stick's time, the testing was complete. Only 2 out of 100 people were found to have spiritual roots. Chen Li still praised them not bad. Out of more than 100 people, 2 have spiritual roots. That's a very high rate. Old uncle, please take the rest back. Thank you, Immortal Master. Having some is enough, having some is enough. You 2 children must obey the Immortal Master. Do you remember? The 2 children who were kept nodded, reluctance written on their faces. The children without spiritual roots sobbed quietly, their expressions sorrowful. With that, the 2 children with spiritual roots were separated from their former village companions by the gulf between immortal and mortal. The old farmer led the other children away, leaving only the 2 beneath the tree. Chen Li looked at them and smiled gently. Don't be nervous. Tell me your origins first, and then I will take you into the mountain. Immortal Master, my name is Luoan Yue from Tingma Village, Qingfeng Mountain. Immortal Master, my name is Li Chun from Niuji Village, Qingfeng Mountain. Chen Li nodded and said to the 2 children, good, I've noted that. From now on you can simply call me Patriarch. Luoan Yue, you have a 5-element spiritual root. Li Chun, you have a 4-element spiritual root. Come with me into the mountain. A month later, Luoan Yue and Li Chun were studying the Qi guidance art on the 1st floor of the Shuexian Tower. Every month spirit rice was provided for their meals. They had also come to know the 4 children of the Chen family. Though they were not yet familiar with one another, they could still exchange a few words. At the Zizai Pavilion, the 4 children began reporting their progress. Chen Li was drinking tea while the 4 children sat beside him. Chen Li said, Father, I have successfully carved the formation patterns of a 1st-grade low-tier formation. Please take a look, Father. Chen Li took out a set of 1st-grade low-tier formations from her storage pouch. It was an attack-type formation. Chen Li took it, looked through it, and nodded. My Li is gifted. Not bad. This is indeed a 1st-grade low-tier formation. At just over 10 years old, you're already a 1st-grade low-tier formation master. Keep up the good work. Having earned her father's approval, Chen Li was delighted. I will, Father. The second son, Chen Songyan, said, Father, I haven't yet found a craft I want to practice. But after another month of arduous cultivation and 2 bottles of overflowing Qi pills, I've broken through to the 2nd level of Qi refining. That's fine. Songyan, your spiritual root aptitude is quite good. You can focus on raising your cultivation first, and then you'll have more choices. Chen Songyan quickly acknowledged. The 3rd son, Chen Songshuan, said, Father, this month I have studied books on alchemy, talismans, puppetry, artifact, refining, vein surveying, and other subjects, and I have also tried some. I think puppetry is what I am best at. Although it involves some formations, it does not require talent in formations, so I will focus on this craft. Chen Li had high hopes for his 3rd son. The boy had the makings of a family head, but Chen Li still needed a few more years to observe him. Alright, the family only has some low-tier puppet techniques. In a few days I'll go to the market and buy you a higher tier one. Thank you, Father. The 4th son, Chen Songxiao, was sweating on his forehead. He had not yet fully comprehended the first-grade low-tier formation in this past month. Seeing his nervousness, Chen Li asked softly, "Fourth son, how are you doing?" "Father, I still haven't completely understood the first-grade low-tier formation." Chen Li asked patiently, "Is there any difficulty? I feel as if I understand the formation patterns, but after a few days I don't understand them again." Chen Li understood. The fourth son was not suited to walk the path of formations. Someone with true talent would not be like this. In formations, understanding means understanding. If he no longer understood a few days later, it could only mean he had grasped the surface rather than the principle. Chen Songxian nodded. "Yes, father." As he listened, Chen Songxiao felt wronged and began to cry. "Father, your son is dull and has let down your upbringing." Chen Li walked to his side and patted his shoulder. "Songxiao, everyone has their own strengths. The path of formations values talent. You don't have to force yourself. Your father sees your good points too. You are diligent, persistent, and obedient. That shows you are a good child. Try more crafts, and you will know which one suits you." Hearing the consolation and praise in Chen Li's words, Chen Songxiao said firmly, "Thank you, father. I can definitely do it. Good, I believe in you." Chen Li affirmed. Chen Songxiao felt a warmth in his heart at Chen Li's words. After a while, Chen Li left. The third son, Chen Songxuan, said to Chen Songxiao, "Fourth brother, just listen to me. I guarantee I'll find one that suits you." Chen Songli also came over to comfort him. "Fourth brother, father said that if you don't understand something, you can ask others. I see that you always study alone in silence. From now on, I'll ask you every day what problems you have, and we'll solve them together." Chen Songyan also came over and ruffled his hair. "Fourth brother, it's no big deal. Look at me. I spent several extra days on flame control, and father scolded me no end. What's your case compared to that? I don't understand formations either." After this string of consolations, Chen Songxiao felt the warmth and love of his family. A burning heart was buried deep within him, a pure and childlike heart, forever devoted to his family. 10 years had passed, and the outside powers had shifted as well. Liangxi County still boasted 4 qi refining families. Among them, the Luo family patriarch Luo Sheng had advanced to the 7th level of qi refining, and the Yin family patriarch had likewise reached the 7th level. The Yun family now had a new patriarch at the 4th level of qi refining, while Yun Tianqing had withdrawn to the position of ancestral elder. As times changed, Chen Li also publicly announced that he had advanced to the 6th level of qi refining. In the Taihu Mountains at the Luo family's council hall, the Luo family had suffered very few casualties in that beast upheaval. At the foundation establishment level, the losses were almost entirely cultivators of outside surnames. Only a few of the direct line foundation establishment members had been injured. Within 10 years, the Luo family produced 2 more foundation establishment cultivators, both among this generation's 4 Qilin prodigies. Luo Haoyun was one of them. He had achieved foundation establishment 8 years ago at the age of 19, giving him great promise for the Golden Core stage. On the high platform, the Luo family's Golden Core ancestor Luo Heng said, "Haoyun, when you go out to travel this time, you must act with the utmost restraint and keep your hands clean. Remember, a gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall." Luo Haoyun clasped his fists and replied, "Please rest assured, ancestor. Now that I am already at foundation establishment, every word and action represents the Luo family. Naturally, I know this well." Luo Heng nodded with gratification and continued, "Good. Haoyun, you are a Golden Core seed. I do not want to keep you tied to the family forever, so some travel is necessary. But be careful in all matters and never underestimate the people of the world." Luo Haoyun nodded and said, "I will engrave ancestors' instructions upon my heart." After Luo Haoyun and the others left, only 2 people remained in the hall. One was the Luo family's Golden Core ancestor, the other the current family head at the late foundation establishment stage. Luo Heng sighed. This child Haoyun does indeed have excellent aptitude, but unfortunately he is too proud. He has tempered himself within the clan for 8 years, and although there has been some improvement, he cannot change all that much. Ancestor, the child is still young. He reached foundation establishment at 19. That is merely youthful high-spiritedness. Alas, true enough. By the way, the Yang family says they have taken a liking to our Baiguang West Lake and hope we can make a trade. Ancestor Baiguang West Lake has 10 mu of top-grade spirit fields, and the spirit water in the lake enables spirit plants, spirit herbs, and spirit rice to grow better and ripen somewhat faster. We absolutely cannot give it to that Yang family. Alas, that scoundrel Yang Jing came to me with the request letter from the beast-capturing Sect's supreme elder, who has been absent for a century. Do we still have a choice? This is going too far. At the Yang family territory, ever since the supreme elder who had been absent for a century returned to the beast-capturing Sect, Yang Jing, having once been his master, had been living smoothly and prosperously for the past 10 years. A throng of rogue cultivators joined the Yang family, and quite a few family cultivators also came to pledge their allegiance. Even some Foundation establishment rogue cultivators came to him. Over the past decade, he had gradually gathered 30 female cultivators with spiritual roots as Tao companions. Those 10 years could truly be described as spreading branches and leaves with revelry every night. In recent years, the Yang family had produced dozens of children, and even several of them had spiritual roots. For a golden core cultivator, that probability was somewhat high. Excellent. You say there is something at Baiguang West Lake. Yes. Otherwise there would not be 10 mu of top-grade spirit fields at Baiguang West Lake, and the spiritual energy contained in the lake water cannot be false. The Luo family is not foolish. If we can think of it, they have certainly already investigated it. The Luo family's methods are lowly. If the Patriarch entrusts this to me, I will definitely investigate it thoroughly. Our beast-capturing sect has hundreds of mu of such spirit fields and many means to accelerate their maturation. I hope you can find something out of the ordinary. Understood, Patriarch. On the highest peak of the beast-capturing sect stood a magnificent building. At that moment the sect's two supreme elders were there. The nascent soul cultivator, who looked like a middle-aged man and had not returned for a century, was named Long Qing. The other, an old nascent soul cultivator, was named Ling Yi. Inside the building the two sat in armchairs drinking tea. Ling Yi then said, "Junior brother, has that young nephew come to see you again? A miserable bond from 100 years ago. After all, we were master and disciple once. Once the debt of affection is repaid, the connection is severed." Long Qing said with an expressionless face. "Let us not speak of him. For the past 10 years, I have been unable to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage. Although the bottleneck has loosened a little, it is still not enough. Perhaps I must travel forth once more. A junior brother has only just returned, and yet he wants to leave again." Long Qing nodded. "There is no choice. I must trouble you, senior brother, to defend the sect for a while longer. I will announce 100-year seclusion and then slip away quietly." Since matters had come to this, Ling Yi nodded in agreement. He was 1,100 years old and had been at the early nascent soul stage for 700 years. He had tried countless methods. Making even an inch of progress in nascent soul cultivation was extremely difficult. Long Qing, only 700 years old, and with hope of reaching the mid-nascent soul stage, would certainly not wait idly for death. The two chatted a while longer, commenting on every golden core cultivator in the sect. Their assessment of Jin Yu was early golden core stage, and his cultivation has barely improved in 100 years. He is fated for the golden core, so it is not worth investing heavily in him. Their assessment of the Hall Master of the Hunting Hall was late golden core stage, with his cultivation nearly complete. He may attempt to condense a nascent soul within 100 years. Their assessment of Gui Qiutong, the Alchemy Pavilion Master, was mid-golden core stage nearing late stage. He may attempt to condense a nascent soul within 200 years. A few days later, the beast-capturing sect announced that Supreme Elder Long Qing had entered seclusion to break through, and no one was permitted to disturb him. The news swept across the entire Nanwu kingdom in an instant. When Jin Yue, who was in the sect, heard it, he heaved a great sigh of relief. For the past 10 years, he had not dared to kill anyone because most of those who had been at the 9th level of Qi refining 10 years ago had advanced to Foundation establishment, and this group of cultivators seemed to sense that someone had been targeting them. These newly advanced Foundation establishment cultivators always traveled in groups or together with the majority of the sect's disciples. Outside the beast-capturing sect, in a dense forest, a sound isolation barrier had been placed around a small mountain pavilion. "Pavilion Master Gui, I have encountered a bottleneck with the Qi refining human pill. My cultivation has stagnated and further use brings no progress. That is normal. These 3 bottles are Foundation establishment human pills. Over the past 10 years, only these few bottles have been refined. The previous batch of Foundation establishment human materials has been exhausted, so you must think of a way." Jin Yu took them and said, "Good, it's a small matter. In a few days it will be time to cull some Foundation establishment cultivators within the sect. Be very careful. The Supreme Elders must not learn of it. I will handle it, I rest assured." 2 months later, at Wuk Mountain. Inside Tongxin Hall, Zhu Lingwei emerged from seclusion, that day having broken through to the 6th level of Qi refining. Zhu Lingwei was overjoyed. Seeing Chen Songmei, whom she had not seen for months, she hugged, kissed, and nuzzled him. "Husband, I still have a few bottles of overflowing Qi pills left. Let's distribute them to the eldest and the others." Chen Li nodded and accepted them. The family's supply of overflowing Qi pills for cultivation breakthroughs was running low again. He would have to think of a solution. Over the past decade, selling first-tier formations and some spirit rice had netted about 50 to 60,000 spirit stones. The major expenses of the past 10 years included 30,000 spirit stones for 100-year-old overflowing qi grass, as well as the daily consumption of spirit stones. These spiritual stones maintained the daily operation of the Chen family's first-tier mid-grade defensive formations across their several mountains. Adding in the previous spirit stones, the family's savings were now nearly gone. Counting what remained in their pockets, they were truly empty. It was time to open the items from the land of opportunity. Selling formation arrays could no longer sustain his expenses. He had to venture into a chance opportunity. At Zizai Pavilion, Chen Li was studying the Wubian Forest Geo-Secret Realm. This secret realm was located 6,000 li from the edge of the Wubian Forest, with 5th-tier demonic beasts possibly appearing along the way. The peril of this opportunity, the 9 poisons qi, arises from a mixture of 9 toxic miasmas. It is colorless, odorless, and formless. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage exposed to this poison will find their meridians completely sealed, their spiritual energy corroded from within, and their physical bodies succumbing to decay. Countermeasure 1. Once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, they can form an energy shield to block this toxic gas from penetrating their defenses. Countermeasure 2. Introducing the Dusu flower, which has the power to solidify the 9 poisons qi into a visible stationary form. Offers a temporary window before the flower's effects expire and the poison returns to its original state. According to the Compendium of Herb Identification, the Dusu flower grows commonly in graveyard areas. Chen Li recalled that the Wubian forest contained an ancient demonic beast burial ground. Chen Li devised a 2-step approach to neutralize the 9 poisons. The first step involved using a formation array to activate the Dusu flower and disperse it throughout the toxic atmosphere. Once the poison solidifies, a strong wind formation would clear a safe path through the hardened toxins. This same procedure would need to be executed both ways through the passage. With his plan set, Chen Li began his preparations. On the first day, he ventured 700 kilometers into the Wubian forest and located the ancient beast graveyard. The area was bone-chillingly cold. The Dusu flower only produced a modest amount of poison, which proved largely ineffective against cultivators in the mid to late stages of qi condensation, so few dared to harvest it. As a result, the graveyard was overgrown with Dusu flowers everywhere. Chen Li pulled out a storage bag specifically for collecting the abundant blooms across the mountains, employing harvesting techniques to gather them efficiently. After several hours, he had amassed several tons of Dusu flowers, clearing multiple hillsides bare, though they would undoubtedly regrow come spring. The following day, Chen Li crafted a batch of first-rate lower-grade activation formations along with wind arrays and prepared swift travel and invisibility talismans. On the third day, after giving Zhu Lingyue certain instructions, he set out. Chen Li told others he was going out to purchase supplies, then disappeared toward the Wubian forest from the direction of the beast capture sect. With his map mode activated, the journey proceeded without incident. Perhaps due to the unification under Qijin, he rarely encountered 3rd-tier or higher demonic beasts in the outer regions now. Only after reaching 1,000 kilometers did he encounter a few scattered demonic beasts. Chen Li chose not to kill them. Having reached the late stage of qi condensation, his movements went completely undetected by 3rd-tier beasts. With both the speed and invisibility talismans active, only a 5th-tier demonic beast might detect his passage. Others would surely mistake him for a gust of wind. By the 2,000-kilometer mark, Chen Li had safely traversed another 1,000 kilometers. 3rd-tier demonic beasts had multiplied considerably, yet they struggled to perceive his presence. 4th-tier beasts had nearly vanished from the area, a testament to the benefits of Qijin's unification. He had heard that Qijin's territory lay 10,000 li away, roughly 5,000 kilometers from here. Chen Li had considered visiting the Qijin kingdom, but knew he would only be able to go once he reached the nascent soul stage. For the final 1,000 kilometers, he relied entirely on his map mode. Without it, navigating such an immense forest would have been impossible, with identical trees, peaks, and pools stretching in every direction. Only because the map confirmed he was drawing closer to his destination did he avoid suspecting he had lost his way and circled back to the starting point. He traveled relentlessly for another 3 days and nights. His cultivation at the 8th layer of qi condensation was pushing his limits, and the landmark lay less than 100 kilometers away. At 50 kilometers out, scattered 4th-tier demonic beasts appeared. Chen Li avoided drawing their attention and carefully navigated around each one. An hour later, with less than a li remaining, Chen Li grew tense. The map revealed the 9 poisons concentrated over a pool beyond which lay a cave entrance. The secret realm was inside that cave. Standing at the pool's edge, Chen Li saw nothing unusual about the water, nothing to suggest the lethal poison lurking above it. Without hesitation, Chen Li retrieved Brother Chicken from his spirit beast pouch. Brother Chicken, go. The moment it touched the water, it dissolved into flesh and blood within a second, merging with the pool. Rest in peace, Brother Chicken. He wondered how many beasts and cultivators had already perished here unknowingly. Yet Chen Li found it puzzling. A pool capable of dissolving so much should have been discovered long ago by either people or beasts. It couldn't have remained hidden this long. After all, others weren't fools. For now, Chen Li set aside his doubts. Once his cultivation advanced further, perhaps to nascent soul or divine transformation, he would understand how to proceed. Chen Li began deploying formations in a fan-shaped arrangement around the pool. 30 sets in total, each containing 2,000 caddies of dusu flower, about 3 tons deployed with another 3 tons reserved for the return journey. He then positioned wind formations on one side of the pool, planning to activate them once the 9 poisons solidified, blasting the toxic haze aside to carve a safe passage for his sword flight. With everything in place, Chen Li withdrew a formation plate capable of coordinating all 30 activation arrays simultaneously. He formed the hand seals and channeled spiritual energy into the plate. Within 10 breaths, all 30 formations activated in unison, beginning to release the dusu flower's essence into the pool. Chen Li sat in meditation for half a day. When he observed the dusu flower vapor beginning to overflow, he activated the formation plate to cease the infusion, and then witnessed something truly magnificent. Colors erupted across the pool's surface like fireworks, and the dense, vibrant 9 poisons condensed into an impenetrable veil around the cave entrance. The poison mist lay completely still. Who arranged this? Incredible! Chen Li marveled. This was no natural formation, yet he couldn't fathom who created it. Setting aside his curiosity, he returned to his task. Chen Li activated his large fan formation, sending powerful winds from over a dozen wind arrays sweeping through the thickened 9 poisons. After meditating for an hour, Chen Li confirmed the eastern path was completely clear of the colored poison. He released Brother Chicken to scout ahead. Unharmed, Brother Chicken returned. Chen Li sheathed his frost condensation sword, dismantled the 30 activation formations and several wind arrays, then mounted his sword and sped toward the cave through the cleared passage. At the cave entrance, a corridor 2 zhang long bore traces of formation work that kept the 9 poisons at bay. This must have been an array crafted at the nascent soul level. Chen Li waited in the corridor as the poison's effects gradually faded over an hour. Once the colors dissolved and the 9 poisons returned to their invisible, odorless, formless state, he proceeded cautiously forward. Examining the formation, Chen Li confirmed it was indeed man-made. Had this secret realm been established 10,000 years ago? Yet he found it strange that the outer perimeter's only danger was the 9 poisons. There were no warnings about artificial hazards. Regardless, he had come this far and would press onward without paranoia. As Chen Li advanced, he reached a bend where a vortex of spiritual energy swirled before him. 9 floating tablets hung at its center, each inscribed with the words Jiyo Token. 9 tablets, matching exactly the 9-person limit indicated in his consciousness regarding this opportunity site. The predictive power was truly extraordinary. The moment Chen Li grasped the token, the spiritual vortex erupted in radiant light, enveloping him completely before he vanished from sight. It was as if he had passed through a dark passage, his mind momentarily adrift, when suddenly, he found himself standing before the cliff face of a great mountain. A glimmer of light appeared before his eyes. Chen Li opened them and saw 9 tablet indentations carved into the cliff face before him. The token in his hand remained intact as he began scanning his surroundings. Turning around, he noticed a jade tablet hovering at his chest, bearing characters that shifted between visibility and concealment. Chen Li quickly understood the jade tablet controlled the manifestation and concealment of the 9 poisonous mists surrounding the entrance. The 10 flashes of light on the tablet indicated 10 chances. He stored the tablet away. This secret realm's appearance here would inevitably attract discovery sooner or later. With this jade tablet, he could temporarily claim it as his own. As for after 10 uses, by then his cultivation should have reached the nascent soul stage, and he would have nothing to fear. He then tucked the jade tablet into his storage pouch and raised his gaze toward the horizon. An endless plain stretched before him, a sea of green, and he stood atop a towering peak. Chen Li looked down upon the vast plain and felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirling around him, exclaiming in wonder. The concentration of spiritual energy within this realm was far denser than in the outside world. Chen Li refrained from acting rashly, for the demonic beasts within the secret realm served as danger indicators. He began to open the secret realm map within his sea of consciousness. Within his sea of consciousness, the secret realm map unfurled. The realm was neither large nor small, spanning nearly 1,000 kilometers across. As Chen Li studied the map, he noticed 9 mountains marked upon it. The nearest peak was labeled Thousand Grass Mountain. Without hesitation, Chen Li set off toward it, employing a flying artifact. Upon approaching, he discovered 5 third-tier demonic beasts lying dormant, their aura indicating cultivation at the 9th layer of qi condensation. Chen Li circled around the beasts, attempting to enter the mountain from another direction. But the moment he stepped across the boundary, a spatial force immediately transported him back out. What was happening? Before he could react, the 5 third-tier demonic beasts seemed to sense the disturbance and charged straight toward his position. Chen Li retreated rapidly, and once he had created sufficient distance, he swiftly laid 5 sets of top-grade first-stage spirit-binding arrays followed by a mystic bone immortal slaying array at his rear. Once the 5 third-tier demonic beasts entered the spirit-binding arrays, Chen Li activated the mystic bone immortal slaying array, piercing all 5 in a single devastating strike. When he entered the mountain again, no spatial force expelled him. He surmised this was a rule or restriction specific to this mountain within the surrounding space. This had to be an artificial arrangement. Setting aside his thoughts, he walked into the mountain. The moment he entered, the dense spiritual energy of medicinal herbs filled his senses, and following it, he made his way to the summit. Outside a small mountain pavilion, a spiritual herb field flourished with numerous medicinal plants. Chen Li's expression lit with delight. A single glance revealed the foundational herb needed for foundation establishment, along with herbs for refining, overflowing chi pills, marrow cleansing pills, and vitality nourishing pills. Surrounding a 500-year-old spiritual herb were specimens of varying ages. There was overflowing chi grass for the overflowing chi pills, marrow cleansing flower for the marrow cleansing pills, blood essence grass for the vitality nourishing pills, and purple monkey flower for foundation establishment, among others. Chen Li's eyes shone with astonishment. Such a tremendous bounty. He steeled his emotions and focused on the task at hand. What was this opportunity compared to what would come in the future? One must think big. Soon he retrieved over 1,000 herb containers and began harvesting the spiritual plants. Chen Li felt no fatigue carefully picking and preserving each specimen one by one, ultimately sealing more than 1,700 boxes. He began sorting and classifying. The foundation establishment main herb, purple monkey flower, the overflowing chi grass for overflowing chi pills, the blood essence grass for vitality nourishing pills, the marrow cleansing flower for marrow cleansing pills, and various supporting herbs of different ages, all numbered in the hundreds. There was enough to refine a substantial quantity of pills which would accelerate his clan's cultivation progress and make foundation establishment a feasible goal. Other herbs suitable for the foundation establishment stage, such as mirror-breaking spiritual grass, also numbered in the hundreds. After completing his inventory, Chen Li searched the mountain once more, but found nothing else of significance for the time being. The growth years of these spiritual herbs did not exceed 500 years, all corresponding to the chi condensation and foundation establishment tiers, as if someone had meticulously arranged them. He deduced this must be the growth rules established by the cultivator who designed this secret realm. The ability to independently carve out a space. Could their cultivation perhaps have reached the legendary divine transformation stage? Unable to determine the answer, he set the matter aside. There would come a day when he would know. He was certain. He exited the mountain feeling a growing anticipation for the next peak. Chen Li consulted the secret realm map. The next mountain was Crimson Flame Mountain. But as he approached, he detected a 4th-tier demonic beast whose aura matched mid-stage foundation establishment, though it appeared notably weakened. Chen Li lured it out once more. A top-grade first-stage spirit-binding array could not contain a 4th-tier demonic beast. As it charged directly at him, Chen Li unleashed the mystic bone immortal slaying array with a single blow. The beast was sent flying, but was not yet dead. Chen Li struck 3 more times, finally killing it completely. Entering this mountain, true to its name, volcanic fire permeated every corner. This earth vein fire was precisely the kind used to refine foundation establishment pills, or even higher-grade golden core pills. Without hesitation, Chen Li produced a top-grade second-stage shuqing furnace, gathered the fire with his spiritual energy, and sealed it within the furnace. He then employed a pill-refining fire control secret art to compress the earth vein fire, preventing it from dissipating easily. The earth vein fire in this mountain was inexhaustible. Even after Chen Li collected from a large area, new sources continued to erupt from underground. Once finished, he moved on to the next location. 7 more mountains remained in the secret realm, the next being 10,000 Bamboo Sea. But upon approaching, he was dumbfounded. 35th-tier demonic beasts lay in wait. If all 30 charged at him simultaneously, even his mystic bone immortal slaying array would not suffice. Surrounded by 30 foes, death was the only outcome. Chen Li wasted no time and immediately retreated, choosing instead to head toward the deeper listening spring mountain. From a distance, he spotted 3 6th-tier demonic beasts guarding it. Good heavens, run! Chen Li withdrew back to Crimson Flame Mountain and pondered for a while before deciding he dared not venture any deeper. The appearance of 6th-tier beasts meant that danger increased the farther one delved. As a chi condensation cultivator, he could only claim what was within his reach now. When he reached the golden core or nascent soul stage, he would return to claim more. Each mountain carried its corresponding dangers, deliberately placed by whoever designed this secret realm. Every peak held treasures that the cultivator intended to preserve for worthy successors. After deliberating, Chen Li hesitated not at all. and made his way directly back to the transmission peak. He pressed the transmission token into the indentation, and a pulling force drew Chen Li back into the cave corridor. The token resumed its place, hovering above the spiritual energy vortex. Chen Li repeated the same maneuvers from before, creating a safe zone in the center by expelling energy. As he passed through, he activated the concealment jade tablet, and the 9 poisonous mists along with the mountain behind them gradually sank beneath the earth without a sound, leaving only an unremarkable pool of water. However, Chen Li did notice a faint wisp of 9 poisonous gas escaping from the pool, quite minimal. He believed it was caused by slight deterioration of the formation over time. This trace of leakage would hardly be detectable, and he did not dwell on it further. Once the 9 poisonous gas had faded to colorless and odorless, Chen Li applied his swift movement and divine concealment talismans to his body and began his journey home. Over the course of 10 days, Chen Li appeared at the edge of the boundless forest. On the way, he deliberately engaged the demonic beasts, slaying approximately 20 third-tier creatures. This outing had yielded tremendous gains, and the prospects ahead were promising. A day later, Chen Li returned to Crow Mountain. Inside, all remained as usual. The elders were busy with various pursuits, some studying formations, others cultivating techniques, and still more advancing their cultivation. The 2 newly recruited children were still on the first floor studying the spirit guiding art. In the Concord Hall, Zhu Lingyue saw Chen Li return weary from his journey, and her face lit up with joy. Her first words were, "Husband, you have worked hard." Although Chen Li had claimed his outing was for supplies, Zhu Lingyue had a vague suspicion it was something else, yet she chose not to press the matter. Deep down, she understood that her husband must have been attending to other affairs. "Wife, have you had a difficult time these past days? Has anything happened?" "Nothing major, everything has been peaceful. However, several clan leaders from Liangxi County mentioned they wish to discuss something with you. Perhaps you could find time to see what it is about." "Very well." Chen Li nodded, and the 2 exchanged pleasantries for a while before he checked on the youngest child. The little one had grown somewhat larger, his small hands gripping Chen Li's with considerably more strength, changing day by day. A day later, outside the Luo family's territory, Chen Li came to meet Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng had notified several other family patriarchs, and the 4 family heads gathered together at a small pavilion on White Maple Mountain. The Cloud family patriarch had been changed from Yun Tianqing to Yun Changyue. Luo Sheng got straight to the point and said, "Brother Chen, here's the situation. I discovered a cultivator's ruin in the boundless forest. I wonder if Brother Chen would be willing to join us in exploring it." "Patriarch Luo, may I ask if this ruin has any formation restrictions?" Chen Li raised his question. Who wouldn't want to monopolize a ruin? If they couldn't consume it alone, something must be blocking them. As an arranger, Chen Li immediately deduced their true purpose. "Haha, Brother Chen is indeed perceptive." "That's correct. This ruin has a formation array. Several of us tried to break through with brute force multiple times, but failed. Since you are a formation master, we thought you should know how to break it." Chen Li was somewhat reluctant to go since he needed to return and refine pills. Still, he asked, "How far is this from the edge of the boundless forest?" "Only 700 kilometers from the edge." Chen Li analyzed, "That's indeed quite close. If late-stage chi refiners can't breach it, it's most likely not a first-rate high-grade defensive formation. Possibly a second-rate defensive array instead. Breaking a second-rate defensive formation isn't beyond my capabilities, but I've just returned from purchasing supplies and need to dispose of them. My mind and body require rest, and I'd rather not venture out again." Seeing this, Luo Sheng pulled out an object and said, "Brother Chen is a first-rate high-grade formation master. We have a preservation stone recording this formation. Would you care to take a look?" Chen Li took it and examined it. This formation is a second-rate mid-grade defensive array called the Four-Directional Hidden Formation. It belongs to the Earth element with its core located in the northwest direction. Bring some wood element magical artifacts or formations and strike that core to break the array. Witnessing Chen Li readily provide the solution, everyone was stunned by the formation master's professional ability. Glancing at it once and knowing how to break it, just how formidable. If Chen Li had known these people were questioning him, he would have scoffed, "Do they understand the caliber of a genius formation master?" Luo Sheng hurriedly said, "Brother Chen truly is a leading figure among formation masters. Then will you really not join us?" Chen Li shook his head. "I won't be going." Seeing this, Luo Sheng helplessly said, "Then very well. Since Brother Chen has been so straightforward with us, if your method proves correct, you'll surely receive your share when we return from the ruin." Chen Li waved his hand and said, "No need, no need." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Li departed. Only 3 remained at the small pavilion. At this point, Yun Changyue said, "Both of you, after consideration, my chi refining middle stage cultivation is weak, and I fear I might hinder our efforts. I won't be joining you." He then added, "Our Cloud family's vitality has yet to recover from the demon beast calamity 10 years ago. We prefer not to take risks and only seek stability for our clan." Luo Sheng had wanted to persuade him once more, but seeing Yin Xingyue's firm resolve, he could only say, "Then very well. This opportunity is not meant for you fellow Taoist Yin." After returning from White Maple Mountain, Chen Li once again gave lessons to his eldest and the other children. Today's class took place at the Learn Immortal Tower in the Teach Immortal room. The lesson topic was the optimal approach for cultivators exploring ruins. Over the past 2 months, Chen Li had also advanced to the second layer of Qi refining thanks to 5 bottles of overflowing Qi pills. Each time she discussed formation-related challenges with Chen Li, her confusions would quickly resolve. Her father always managed to answer her questions, so she was delighted to see him teaching the class again. Chen Li spoke up. "As per tradition, Li, why don't you share your thoughts?" "Father, I believe we should first consider whether there are restriction formations or poisonous gases. We also need to be cautious about companions joining us in the ruins. Finally, when distributing treasures from the ruins, one must dare to fight for their share." Chen Li praised Li speaks well. The second son Chen Songyan said, "Father, I believe eldest sister is right. My thoughts align with hers." Hearing this, Chen Li shot Chen Songyan a sidelong glance, as if saying, "Not using your brain again." Chen Songyan scratched the back of his head, trying to cover his embarrassment. Chen Li, helpless, moved on to the next. The third son Chen Songshuan pondered for a moment. "Father, I think eldest sister makes valid points, but I believe strength is paramount when exploring ruins together. One must be the strongest to maintain initiative, so I wouldn't team up with someone whose power level differs too greatly." Chen Li also praised Songshuan's refined thinking is quite good. "What about you, fourth son?" The fourth son Chen Songxiao replied, "Father, I think if one discovers a ruin, they should keep it secret first, not tell anyone. Then return home to report to father, mother, and siblings. The whole family can brainstorm together and explore the ruin as a unit. That way there won't be so many problems." These words immediately drew everyone's attention. Chen Songli's eyes lit up. Chen Songyan nodded in agreement, and Chen Songxian looked astonished. The fourth son's suggestion was simply brilliant, an absolute killer move. Chen Li hadn't expected his honest fourth son to think this way. While it didn't emphasize individual or small team expeditions, it truly represented the optimal strategy for the family. Chen Li nodded and said, "All of you did well, but the fourth son's ability to approach this from a family perspective is truly rare. Family cooperation carries the least risk, and any issues we encounter can be resolved internally. Moreover, the benefits accrue to the entire family." The second son Chen Songyan said, "Father, over 2 months, I've been experimenting with various skills. I've developed a particular interest in insect breeding, and I've asked mother to purchase some insect eggs. I'm currently learning hatching techniques." Over the past 2 months, Chen Songxiao had followed Chen Songxian in browsing through the 100 arts of cultivation. After comparing numerous options, Chen Songxiao felt most drawn to pulse detection. Although it relied on certain magical artifacts for detection, he felt this was the most intriguing. "Father, I wish to learn pulse detection art." Chen Li understood. "Very well. The third son will study puppet manipulation, the second son will master insect breeding, and the fourth son will learn pulse detection. When I have time, I'll visit the beast taming sect marketplace to purchase some higher-level books." "Thank you, father." The lesson continued for a while longer. The late summer cicada songs had faded and autumn was approaching once more. On the first floor within 2 small cultivation rooms, Luo Anyue and Li Chun were still practicing the guiding Qi technique. Those with 5 spiritual roots and 4 spiritual roots typically required several years to successfully draw in Qi. With limited auxiliary methods available at present, the guiding Qi technique relied mostly on personal effort. These two felt uneasy about spending 2 months without accomplishing anything freeloading off the family. They had been confined to their rooms practicing the guiding Qi technique with desperate intensity all day long. When Chen Li came to find them, both felt extremely nervous. Although Miss Song Li from the household had told them multiple times not to rush, they had indeed taken some time to successfully guide Qi. Still, having never cultivated before, they remained anxious about whether they could truly become immortals. Upon seeing the two, Chen Li noticed their extreme tension and offered gentle reassurance. "Miss Song Li has informed me of your situation. Simply focus on your cultivation without overthinking other matters. Follow the guiding Qi technique as instructed. Do not worry. Once you reach the first layer of Qi refining, you'll be able to contribute to the family. If you encounter any difficulties, you may speak to me." Hearing this, Luo Anyue and Li Chun both replied earnestly, "Patriarch, we have no problems. We will cultivate to reach the first layer of Qi refining as soon as possible and serve you." Chen Li nodded, gave a few more instructions, and then departed. On Mount Wuk, the rain had cleared today. The air was filled with the fragrance of spiritual herbs, and the herb field seemed even more vibrant after the rain. A sudden moo broke the tranquil atmosphere that had settled after the rainfall. Brother Nyo began his daily cultivation through farming. The 30 bottles of overflowing chi pills given earlier, he had been consuming them for years during his cultivation, and he was nearing the 4th layer of chi refinement. Today he was headed to Mount Fian to loosen the soil and weed the spirit herb field. The 3rd and 4th brothers rode on Brother Nyo's back, joining to help. The small teleportation formation beside Zizai Pavilion glowed, and a bull and 2 people vanished from the spot. In the past few days, Chen Li had gone to the Beast Capture Sect's Immortal Cultivation Market again, and bought many first-grade top-tier techniques, pulse-seeking art, puppetry art, and insect breeding art. After purchasing them, he let the others study on their own first, because he needed to refine pills. Inside the cave-dwelling, Chen Li started the fire and heated the furnace. Within the cave-dwelling, a second-grade top-tier Xianxin cauldron floated. The earthly fire beneath the cauldron was gradually released by Chen Li, and 2 rows of cabinets were filled with hundreds of boxes of overflowing herb. On another cabinet, various auxiliary herbs were also arranged. He began refining overflowing chi pills once again. After refining all these overflowing herbs, he could obtain at least 600 bottles of overflowing chi pills. Additionally, the 500-year grade falling wild goose realm-breaking flower could release some of its potency for refining. Half a plant could yield about 100 bottles. He aimed to refine 1,000 bottles. 1,000 bottles of overflowing chi pills would be enough for the entire family's next stage of cultivation. The whole family was consuming pills like candy. They could be called the pill-crazed Immortal Clan. Once the furnace was adequately heated, Chen Li began refining the first batch. Pill refining knew no time. 3 months passed. Using the second-grade top-tier Xianxin cauldron, he successfully refined 1,000 bottles. The efficiency of refining overflowing chi pills with the second-grade top-tier Xianxin cauldron was greatly improved. Although it was overkill, there was no need to suffer needlessly. Using a cannon to kill a mosquito was perfectly fine. A few days later in the Tongxin Hall, Chen Li gave 120 bottles of overflowing chi pills to Zhu Lingyue, telling her to break through to the late chi refinement stage. Zhu Lingyue was so moved on the spot that she couldn't speak. Chen Li had spent 3 months refining pills and produced another batch of elixirs. Although he had done this often before, she was still astonished and touched by her husband. A few days later in the Shuexian Tower, Chen Li received 70 bottles. Chen Songxuan, with his 3 spiritual roots, got 60. The goal for the 1st and 2nd brothers was to break through to the mid-chi refinement stage. The 3rd and 4th brothers each received 30 bottles, aiming to first reach the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Earlier, when they had successfully induced chi, their father had given each of them 5 bottles. Now they received more. All 4 children were stunned. They knew their father had gone to refine pills, but they hadn't expected him to produce so many. Chen Li's impression of Chen Li had been calm, wise, and kind. But today, witnessing such generosity, he gained another impression: his father was mysterious. Chen Songyan was also shocked. All along, his impression of his father had been calm, wise, and stern. Today, he added another impression: his father was wealthy. Chen Songxian gained an impression of Chen Li similar to Chen Li's. His father was mysterious. The 4th brother, Chen Songxiao, felt differently: his father's deep love. He must never disappoint his father's expectations. After distributing the pills in the Shuexian Tower and setting goals, he said to them, "You must all raise your cultivation levels. Let us meet at the summit of the immortal path. I do not wish to be the only one there." Hearing this, Chen Li clenched his fists. Looking at his father's figure, he said to himself, "Chen Li, you can do it." The others had their own thoughts. Chen Li also gave Brother Nyo 70 bottles with the goal of raising his cultivation to the 6th layer of chi refinement. What could Brother Nyo express? He could only wag his tail at Chen Li and burst into song. Ever since Chen Li distributed the overflowing chi pills, the entire Mount Wuk experienced a wave of accelerated cultivation. Chen Li practiced cultivation on the move, handling matters outside the mountain and tending to the spirit fields by himself. At Zizai Pavilion, he consumed overflowing chi pills like meals. The pill toxicity hadn't manifested yet because he had optimized the refinement process to its utmost, and the inherent toxicity of these pills was minimal. His 5 Chi Chaoyuan realm-breaking art could now open a Chi Si. Although he might not need this technique to establish his foundation, he was still interested in opening a Chi Si to store Chaoyuan Chi. After storing Chaoyuan Chi in the Chi Si, if his Dantian spiritual energy was depleted and no pills were available, he could calmly draw upon the Chaoyuan Chi to replenish his own spiritual energy loss. Chen Li spent 3 days opening a Chi Si and condensing a strand of Chaoyuan Chi. The process indeed consumed a great deal of spiritual power, fortunately supplemented by overflowing Chi pills. Not far away, Brother Nyo, who had been just 1 step away from the 4th layer of Chi refinement, finally reached it after several days of cultivation. He did not continue cultivating, but first stabilized his cultivation. After all, he was a bull. Brother Nyo looked at the golden rice ears in the spirit paddy, felt his hooves itching. It was better for this old bull to harvest them. He had been at it for 10 years. A few months earlier, 700 kilometers into the boundless forest, Luo Sheng and the family head were attacking the northwestern formation I with wood attribute artifacts. After a series of strikes, the grand formation finally collapsed. Brother Chen is truly professional, Luo Sheng said to the family head. Yes, fellow Taoist, Chen's mastery of formations has been beyond doubt since the battle with Zhong'an. The two nodded, exchanged a glance, and began to enter the ruins. The ruins were a cave. After confirming there were no toxic gases, they continued inward. Inside the cave, both were tense, holding their artifacts ready for any emergency. After walking for a while, finding nothing unusual, they temporarily relaxed. They walked further, picking up various artifacts along the way. Both were highly excited. Brother, and look over there. Following Luo Sheng's gaze, the family head saw a skeleton sitting cross-legged. They exchanged a wary glance and slowly approached. The skeleton's clothes were blue-gray, and the hat was still perched on the skull. When they stepped closer, Luo Sheng noticed a detail. The skeleton's hands, palms together in prayer, had two cyan jade finger rings on the middle fingers. Luo Sheng was a bit pleased. They might be high-grade artifacts. As he continued examining the two finger rings, the family head seemed to discover something else. Brother Luo, look. Under the blue robe, isn't there a book? Luo Sheng looked and indeed saw a book half hidden. As he pulled out the book, two thin wisps of black chi emerged from the finger rings unnoticed by either and directly invaded their ears. At the moment of invasion, Luo Sheng felt nothing, nor did the family head sense any discomfort. By then, Luo Sheng had already taken out the book. He brushed the dust off the cover, revealing the title, Soul Parasite and Spirit Transfer Art. The two suddenly looked at each other, and when they did, both noticed something strange about the other. They exclaimed simultaneously, Brother and Luo, your left eye has turned black. The moment they spoke, they realized they had unknowingly fallen victim to something. A chill shot from their feet to their heads. They were doomed. Soon the world spun around them. Luo Sheng and the family head struggled desperately to control themselves, but within moments both collapsed unconscious. 3 minutes later, they awoke simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, and a smile that did not belong to them spread across their faces. Inside the cave, the two surveyed each other, laughing for less than a breath before a tremendous sense of spiritual separation struck them with shock and pain. Two distinct expressions appeared on their faces. One side twisted and ferocious, the struggle of the original soul. The other side was dark and menacing, the remnant souls of the cultivators who had possessed Luo Sheng and the family head, both vying for control of the body. The dark half-face, the remnant soul that possessed Luo Sheng, said to the family head, Madam, take the spirit soul jade finger and use the blood soul power within it to suppress the original soul. The two tried to reach for the jade finger on the skeletal remains, but the other half-face prevented them, making it difficult to stretch out. The remnant soul possessing Luo Sheng snorted coldly, a mere chi refining cultivator. In an instant, Luo Sheng's original soul felt a sharp sting. The possessing remnant soul calmly picked up two jade fingers from the remains and put them on their middle fingers. The possessing cultivator activated the jade fingers, and a surge of blood-colored spiritual energy invaded their bodies. The ferocious half-faces turned dark, completely suppressing the original souls. After 60 breaths, the two stabilized. The possessing Luo Sheng then said, Madam, I didn't expect it to be two chi-refining cultivators. The array we set up was a second-rank mid-grade defensive array. We had intended to lure Foundation establishment cultivators. The so-called family head showed some disdain for his body, a resentful expression on the family head's face. A man's face with a woman's demeanor hard to look at. The cultivator possessing the family head said, We didn't even venture deep into the boundless forest. After 200 years of waiting, we only lured two chi-refining cultivators. It will take much time to cultivate back to the golden core stage. Luo Sheng, comforted, resigned to it, Madam. After all, it was a last resort. Back then we were at the early golden core stage with little lifespan left. We happened to obtain these two spirit soul jade fingers and the soul relocation art, which allowed us to barely escape the cycle of life and death under Heaven's Tao. Unfortunately, it's not as reliable as nascent soul's possession. We still need the jade fingers to stabilize our souls and gradually annihilate the original souls. And family head then said, I wonder what my husband plans to do next. Luo Sheng pondered for a moment and said, With the secret art of the technique, we can only extract the memories of the past few days. They are somewhat blurry, but we can still grasp the general idea. We are both family heads of chi refining families in Yuanwu County, Nanwu Kingdom. You are from the Yin family, and I am from the Luo family. As for how this array was broken from the vague memories, it seems a chi refining cultivator named Chen Li, an array master, told them how to break it. And family head also captured some memories and said, This Chen Li is also a chi refining family head in Yuanwu County. It seems that these two late Qi refining cultivators being able to enter is thanks to him. Our seeing the light of day again is also thanks to him. Luo Sheng suggested, Madam, the strength we can currently exert is only at the late Qi refining stage. Many treasures and techniques are unusable. Moreover, the blood soul power has been greatly consumed over the centuries and needs replenishment. Let's first assume the identities of these two, cultivate our cultivation, thoroughly annihilate the original souls, and then plan our next move. And family head said helplessly, we have no choice but to do so. It's a pity that we can only transfer souls once, otherwise I would definitely find a female cultivator. Madam, bear with it. As long as we can be together, why should we care about male or female? A month later, the Yin family head and the Luo family head of Liangxi County returned from exploring the ruins and immediately went into seclusion. After Chen Li finished alchemy, the two came to visit and offered 300 spirit stones as payment for breaking the array. At the guest pavilion, Chen Li scrutinized the two, feeling something odd, but he couldn't pinpoint what. When bidding farewell, the Yin family head suddenly asked Chen Li, Daoist Chen, are you really at the mid-Qi refining stage? Chen Li was startled. Could he have seen through his optimized Qi concealment art and high-level invisibility talisman? Chen Li steadied his mind and said calmly, I am at the 6th layer of Qi refining. Is there something wrong? Seeing that Chen Li didn't seem to be lying, the Yin family head said, then your talent in the Tao of formations is truly remarkable. Chen Li watched them leave, utterly puzzled, unable to discern any problem. He shook his head and returned to the mountain. The two who had left gathered again not far away. Luo Sheng said, Madam, is there any issue with this person? The Yin family head said, I just used my residual golden core divine sense to probe him. There is indeed a layer of obstruction that blocked the divine sense. However, our souls are unstable now, and we don't know his full cultivation level, but it should still be Qi refining stage. That's fine. As long as it's not foundation establishment, we have the ability to kill him. These days we need to extract blood souls. I feel the original souls are showing signs of struggling again. We must strengthen the blood soul power to suppress and annihilate them. A mocking smile appeared on Luo Sheng's face. The original souls' families have many cultivators. Let's start with them. But we must not attract others' attention first. The two nodded in tacit understanding, revealing greedy smiles. Extracting blood souls requires the cultivator to be alive. The soul-devouring art is used to strip the cultivator's soul and essence blood from the flesh. At Crow Mountain, Chen Li, in addition to condensing the Chaoyuan Qi and feeding Chen Songmei, also studied the art of puppetry, insect cultivation, and vein detection. As a man of exceptional comprehension, Chen Li racked his brains and went through the basic techniques below the first-rank high grade. He hasn't practiced yet, but he could certainly serve as an instructor. Time flowed like water. A month passed in a hurry. At Crow Mountain, in Chen Songyan's room at the Immortal Learning Pavilion, a surge of spiritual energy overflowed. He had reached the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Chen Songyan, with his 3 spirit root aptitude and ample pills, broke through without any hindrance. After emerging from seclusion, he came to pay respects to Chen Li. Chen Li was delighted to see his breakthrough. Overjoyed, he then taught Chen Songyan the insect cultivation art. Seeing that his father had mastered it even better than him in just over a month, Chen Songyan's thought of playing after his breakthrough died away. In the heartfelt hall, Chen Songmei, nearly 2 years old, was crawling everywhere. Chen Songli emerged from seclusion and came to the heartfelt hall. Seeing Chen Songmei, she directly hugged her and said to Chen Li, Father, I have successfully broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Chen Li smiled warmly and said, Good. Next, you should stabilize your cultivation before breaking through to mid-Qi refining, or you can comprehend a 1st-rank mid-grade formation. All right, Father. Songmei has grown even cuter in 2 months. Father, let me, as her eldest sister, take care of her for a few days. Haha, sure. 3 days later, the 3rd child, Chen Songxian, and the 4th child, Chen Songxiao, emerged from seclusion one after another. Both had broken through to the 2nd layer of Qi refining. As soon as they came out, they also went to find Chen Li first. Chen Li was quite happy and told them to stabilize their cultivation first. Overjoyed, Chen Li then taught them the art of puppetry and vein detection. When they learned that their father had almost mastered these low-level arts in just over a month, the two were once again impressed by their father's terrifying learning ability. Their father was not only a formation genius, but also unmatched in other aspects. On Wuk Mountain, the weather was fair and bright. Several children emerged from their cultivation seclusion, making the mountain considerably livelier. At the Dao-seeking platform, Chen Songli and Chen Songyan were engaged in a duel, though it was evident that Chen Songyan was the one bearing the brunt of the blows. Nearby, in a spiritual field, the 3rd and 4th brothers were jointly casting a sowing spell, planting the seeds for a year's harvest of spirit rice. Beside them, a green ox nodded its head approvingly. In the Tongxin Hall, Chen Li gazed at the sleeping Chen Songmei, then turned his attention inward to his Qi, where 9 strands of Yuanqi breath had already condensed. He could now begin to forge a second Qi, or alternatively break through to the 9th layer of Qi refining to refine the foundation establishment pill. Once Zhu Lingwei emerged from her seclusion, he would first prepare for foundation establishment for the family could not be left without an adult in charge. As he pondered the matter of alchemy, the first-rate mid-grade defensive array that ran perpetually stirred once more. Beyond the mountain beneath a spirit date tree, a cultivator in his 30s was striking the formation. As the newcomer approached, his expression was fraught with panic and urgency, his clothing stained with numerous patches of blood. Upon seeing Chen Li emerge from the mountain, the cultivator in his 30s immediately knelt and clasped his hand, saying, "Elder Chen, I am a cultivator of the Luo family. I beg you, Elder Chen, to urgently send for reinforcements. My family patriarch, what I am about to say is not what it seems. He is murdering people. He has killed many clan members." Chen Li was momentarily taken aback. What did "my family patriarch is not my family patriarch" mean? Just as Chen Li was about to ask him to elaborate, a voice rang out from a distance. "Elder Chen, do not let this man cloud your judgment. This wretch accidentally killed clan members and escaped while being subjected to interrogation. The Luo family is currently issuing a wanted notice for him. We must capture him and return him to the clan to set a proper example." Luo Sheng had also arrived at the scene. Seeing Chen Li, he clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Elder Chen. The Luo family is doing its utmost to hunt down this individual. Not a single word he speaks is true." Chen Li sensed that something was amiss and retreated into the formation. He noticed that Luo Sheng was saturated with a murderous aura, which indeed seemed unlike the Luo Sheng he previously knew. Nevertheless, Chen Li had no desire to meddle in this bewildering matter. The Luo family cultivator roared at Luo Sheng, "Stay away from me. You are not our patriarch. You are not our patriarch. You are a devil." He then turned to Chen Li and shouted, "Elder Chen, please save me. He is not our patriarch. He is a devil, I tell you, a devil." Witnessing this scene, Chen Li found himself at a loss as to how to judge the situation. Just as he was pondering, the head of the family also arrived and said to Chen Li, "I shall assist the Luo family in capturing this individual. Forgive me, Elder Chen." Seeing that escape was impossible, the Luo family cultivator voiced his suspicion to Chen Li. "Elder Chen, after our patriarch returned from the ruins, he could not recall many things. Moreover, whenever he summoned clan members to ascend the mountain, they never returned. Our patriarch has undoubtedly been possessed by a demon." Hearing this, Chen Li recalled that before entering the ruins, Luo Sheng had promised him a reward upon return. That reward had indeed been delivered, so everything had appeared normal. However, Chen Li then thought of a secret known only to a select few, a secret from over a decade ago, and asked, "Elder Luo of the Luo family, has Zhang been visiting me these past few days? He hasn't been at your place, has he?" Hearing this, Luo Sheng likely considered Zhang and to be their friend, and replied casually, "Elder Chen, Elder Zhang and may simply be too busy. He has not yet come to our place." The head of the family also chimed in, "Elder Zhang, and mentioned that he would come drink tea and chat with us in a few days. But enough talk. We are about to apprehend this wretch. Elder Chen need not concern yourself. We shall depart swiftly." Upon hearing their responses, Chen Li smiled. He immediately struck the Luo family cultivator, rendering him unconscious, and dragged him into the formation. Chen Li did not understand why these two chose to capture the cultivator alive rather than kill him outright, but it did not matter. These two were indeed suspicious. When they killed Zhang and all of them were accomplices, they could not possibly have forgotten. Furthermore, the Luo family's foundation establishment ancestor perished in that conspiracy. How could Luo Sheng possibly forget such a thing? Chen Li might forget, but Luo Sheng certainly would not. Watching Chen Li drag the cultivator into the formation, Luo Sheng's expression darkened. The family head beside him shared the same uneasy look. Luo Sheng spoke with displeasure, "Elder Chen, this is our family's internal affair. I implore you not to meddle lest you invite unnecessary peril upon yourself." The family head threatened, "Elder Chen, do not imagine that hiding within this formation will protect you from us. This mere first-rate mid-grade formation is no match for the two of us." Chen Li regretted that most of his first-rate high-grade spirit-confining formations had been withdrawn, and these two were not positioned within the area covered by the remaining formations. Had they been, he would have trapped them on the spot. Chen Li dared not directly kill these two, for above the commandery lay the Lu family. Silently executing the heads of two chi-refining families would surely attract considerable trouble. Claiming they had been possessed would not suffice on his word alone. The Lu family would never believe him. So Chen Li declared directly, "I too suspect that you have been possessed. Why don't we go together to the Lu family to settle this matter?" Luo Sheng and the family head exchanged a glance. They realized Chen Li had also grown suspicious of their identities. The two exchanged signals with their eyes. "Kill him. Luo Sheng drew forth a staff-like artifact preparing to attack Chen Li's formation. Just then an infamily cultivator arrived with Lu Shilo of the Lu family shouting loudly, "Stop!" This infamily cultivator at the second layer of Qi refining had secretly left the infamily territory 10 days ago under the pretext of entering seclusion to achieve a breakthrough. Moreover, he had long suspected his family patriarch had changed. From the very first day of his return, he had been cautiously testing him. Some clan members who had been taken into the Patriarch's cave for cultivation had never reappeared. He had come to realize the gravity of the situation. To persuade Lu Shilo to investigate the infamily, he had offered a remarkably precious first-rate high-grade artifact. All it required was for Lu Shilo to accompany him into the Patriarch's cave to discover where those vanished cultivators had gone. An hour earlier, coincidentally, when the infamily Patriarch was absent, they had stepped into that cave. When Lu Shilo's brows furrowed slightly, this infamily cultivator was utterly stunned on the spot. He had seen row upon row of withered corpses, their faces twisted in grotesque expressions, eyes bulging, dying without peace. After questioning the remaining clan members on the mountain, they learned that the infamily Patriarch had flown in the direction of Wuk Mountain. Thus upon arriving they found themselves in this standoff. Lu Shilo regarded the infamily Patriarch and Luo Sheng and said, "I heard you have been possessed by demons. It seems the rumors are true. Would you like me to return to the Lu family and fetch the Divine Soul Mirror artifact for inspection?" The infamily Patriarch and Luo Sheng exchanged a glance and snorted, "Foundation establishment, is it? We shall meet again." Then both produced a talisman, and in moments they vanished from sight, fleeing in an extreme hurry toward some direction. Watching the two flee at great speed, Lu Shilo's expression grew grim, and an awkward silence fell upon the scene. Chen Li remained motionless within the formation. The infamily cultivator said to Lu Shilo, "Elder Lu, allowing those two to escape will bring endless disaster to Yuanwu Commandery." Lu Shilo immediately replied, "I will issue a wanted notice for these two, without delay. All families should exercise caution over the next 2 days and avoid going out. I shall send the message forthwith." The infamily cultivator could only nod. Thinking of the grim scene awaiting him at home, he did not even wish to return. At Wuk Mountain, Lu Shilo surveyed the area and noticed a first-rate mid-grade defensive formation. It appeared quite ordinary, and he detected nothing unusual. The few individuals at the entrance soon dispersed. Chen Li set up dense spirit-trapping arrays around the vicinity, then returned inside the mountain to warn everyone not to venture out and to refrain from teleporting elsewhere for the time being. Brother Niu could only remain at Wuk Mountain as well. Liangxi County was likely to descend into chaos. 3 days passed, and although Liangxi County appeared tranquil on the surface, events within its borders had already spread to neighboring counties. The gruesome fate of the Luo and in families became the subject of widespread discussion. Luo Zihan had just reached the 4th layer of Qi condensation, yet he too could not escape his grim fate and was reduced to a hideous desiccated corpse. The Luo family was left with only 3 first-layer juniors and 2 second-layer clansmen, a sight too dreadful to behold. With such vast territory and influence, they undoubtedly could not defend it. They informed the Lu family of their situation, requesting only some clan lands and spirit fields, leaving the remaining territory entirely at Lu Shilo's disposal. The infamily fared even worse. Their remaining Qi condensation cultivator's first act was to bury the desiccated corpses of his clansmen, after which he harvested all dozens of mu of spirit timber and distributed it among the few surviving first and second-layer cultivators, then declared the dissolution of the infamily. The infamily announced that each clansman must seek their own livelihood, as they could no longer sustain their estate. Wanted posters bearing the likenesses of the Patriarch and Luo Sheng circulated throughout the entire Yuanwu Commandery. Many took it as a grave threat and activated their defensive formations accordingly. Meanwhile, the two of them stood atop a distant mountain 200 li away. Upon the mountaintop beneath a tree, Luo Sheng channeled the blood soul spiritual energy from his soul-guiding jade to annihilate the original soul, while the Patriarch beside him performed the same ritual. Soon after, 2 agonizing screams echoed faintly, those of the original Luo Sheng and the Patriarch wailing in desolation. At that moment, Luo Sheng exhaled heavily, finally eliminated. The Patriarch beside him also let out a breath of relief. Just as both felt they could cease channeling the blood-soul power, an intense sensation of separation spontaneously erupted from within their bodies, striking them with sheer terror. Instinctively, they channeled the blood-soul power again, and only then did the symptom vanish. The possessed Luo Sheng exclaimed in alarm, "Did we not destroy the original souls? Why is this overwhelming sense of detachment still present?" The possessed Patriarch shared the same terror, shaking his head. I do not know. This is not how it should work. Shouldn't we be free from needing the blood soul power once the original souls are eliminated? Does this soul-bestowing spirit transfer technique have such a side effect? Must one rely on blood soul power for an entire lifetime to prevent separation from the physical body? Luo Sheng muttered to himself, but no one answered. He flipped through the manual of the soul-bestowing spirit transfer technique again, scanning every page, yet found no mention of this side effect. Could the creator of this technique have deliberately concealed such a drawback specifically to trap cultivators seeking to extend their lives? Luo Sheng's face darkened. Refusing to believe it, he tested it several more times. The moment he stopped channeling the blood soul power, that horrifying sensation of separation immediately resurfaced. Without the blood soul power, he could feel the excruciating pain of his spiritual soul being peeled away from his physical body. If not replenished immediately, he feared his soul would completely detach and perish. The Patriarch's expression was grim. Husband, the blood soul power can sustain us for at most one more day. Without it, we shall surely endure the agony of soul and flesh separating. His face went through various expressions before Luo Sheng rose to his feet with determination. It must be because our cultivation is too low. Once we rebuild to the golden core stage, perhaps we will find a proper solution. The Patriarch also found this reasoning sound. Then our course should be to stabilize our souls first, and then cultivate back to the golden core stage. However, stabilizing the soul requires using the soul-devouring great art to absorb blood souls, which means we would need to constantly capture living cultivators, inevitably making us targets for other cultivators. The Patriarch said, demon cultivators cannot survive among the various factions in the southern frontier. We must head to the Eastern Sea. Luo Sheng was unwilling to let his life end thus. Then we go to the Eastern Sea. But before that we must stockpile sufficient blood soul power. The Patriarch nodded. Luo Sheng continued. We shall kill several more people. The entire Yuanwu commandery will become our blood supply. Let us start by wiping out those weaker qi condensation families, especially that Chen Li. He shall be our first target. Husband Chen Li is a first-rate high-grade array master. If he has a first-rate high-grade defensive formation, even with our current cultivation, it would take time to break through. What if other qi condensation families attack us in force at that moment? We would be caught in a precarious position. Luo Sheng sneered and drew out 2 second-rate low-grade talismans from his storage bag. These 2 wall-breaking talismans are second-rate low-grade. With our late-stage qi condensation cultivation, we can perfectly activate them. Once unleashed, even a first-rate high-grade defensive formation can be breached. The Patriarch also smiled. Excellent. There should be no problem then. That qi condensation family is likely impoverished and lacks valuable resources. As long as we close in on them, they will have no choice but to await their doom. The 2 men leered with triumph, certain that success was within their grasp. Late into the night, the sound of barking dogs drifted up from the mountain base. At Wuk Mountain, Chen Li stood fully prepared, his intuition telling him there was an extremely high probability those 2 would come for him. Beyond the mountain, a cold wind swept through and 2 furtive figures emerged from the shadows. Luo Sheng looked up at the first-rate mid-grade defensive formation ahead, drew out his staff, and without a word struck it directly. The defensive formation shattered instantly. Luo Sheng sneered contemptuously, clay dogs and rotten chickens. Just this. But before he could finish, the moment the formation shattered, a second-rate low-grade defensive formation activated instantly, condensing a powerful barrier of protective energy. Luo Sheng was stunned. Wasn't Chen Li merely a first-rate low-grade array master? The 2 exchanged a glance. They realized this second-rate low-grade wall-breaking talisman could not be breached in a short time, and their immediate thought was to flee. In that single moment of hesitation, 15 spirit-trapping arrays activated simultaneously in parallel. Some trapped the air, some trapped mosquitoes, some trapped wild boars, and some trapped the 2 men themselves. Inside the mountain, the instant Chen Li's first-rate mid-grade defensive formation shattered, he simultaneously triggered 15 outer spirit-trapping arrays. Whatever got caught. He would deal with it later. Chen Li immediately flew to the outside of the mountain. He heard the thunderous detonations of the wall-breaking talismans. By the time he arrived, the 2 had just broken through the first-rate high-grade trapping array and were attempting to make their escape. He instantly set up the Profound Bone Immortal Slaying formation behind him. Seeing the Profound Bone Immortal Slaying formation at Chen Li's back, the 2, having previously reached the golden core stage and possessing considerable insight, could immediately sense its formidable aura. They exchanged a glance and drew out 2 escape talismans, once more their figures vanishing at incredible speed. After the duoshi, Luo Sheng and the remnant soul cultivator of the family Patriarch suffered a setback at Chen Li's place, the 2 never appeared in Liangxi County again. A few days later, 2 pieces of bad news came from Yiyuan County and Lingchuan County in Yuanwu Commandery. In Yiyuan County, within the residence of a chi refining family, all the cultivators had turned into dried corpses. No one noticed until the morning when family members returning from outside discovered them. In Lingchuan County, a certain chi refining family discovered the two in advance. Despite putting up a desperate resistance, they still lost many clan members to capture. Upon learning this, Lu Shilo was filled with anxiety. If all the chi refining families in the commandery were wiped out, the Foundation establishment families would become commanders without troops. So he immediately formed an alliance within the commandery. Once the two appeared, they would use sound transmission stones to notify each other for support. However, these two were extremely cunning. After a few encounters, they learned of the alliance formed in the commandery and immediately changed their tactics to toy with them. Luo Sheng attacked one family, and when others came to reinforce Luo Sheng's side, drew the fire, while the in-family Patriarch on the other side specifically targeted chi refining families with weak defenses. Some chi refining families returned to find many of their clan members taken, and they were so aggrieved that they spat blood. But their anger had no outlet. They could only express their dissatisfaction to the Lu family. After paying tribute for so many years, now is the time. We need you, the Lu family of Foundation establishment. Lu Shilo's pressure instantly multiplied. In the Lu family's ancestral hall, the atmosphere was oppressive. A ninth-layer chi refining cultivator of the Lu family said to Lu Shilo, "Big brother, these two demonic cultivators in the commandery are truly cunning. They have many tricks, including quite a few second-grade low-rank artifacts and techniques. Before their dwasha, their cultivation must have been considerable, at least Foundation establishment late stage." He then continued, "Why not report this to the Golden Core Yang family? Ask them to send some people down and reveal that these two demonic cultivators possess many high-grade artifacts. Since their current cultivation is only at the chi refining stage, some Foundation establishment cultivators who catch wind of it will surely be interested." Lu Shilo, who had been in a frantic state these past few days, brightened at these words. "Sixth brother, your words are excellent. I will write a letter immediately and report to the Yang family." At Wuk Mountain, Chen Li was planning to create a formation he had never heard of before. From the incident of the two demonic cultivators, he realized that his own family's early warning system was inadequate. The function of this formation was that as soon as someone stepped into the outskirts of Wuk Mountain, it could sense whether the person was a cultivator or immortal and also know their path. This way they wouldn't have to wait until someone attacked the formation to know of their arrival. As for the danger warning function in his Sea of Consciousness, it was probably because these two had not yet reached a level that could threaten the Chen family, so the danger level was low and no warning was triggered. Today a gentle breeze blew. At the Learning Immortal Pavilion in the Teaching Immortal Room, the widely discussed demonic cultivator duo had given Chen Li much inspiration. He decided to give another lesson to the Song Generation disciples. In the past few days, Chen Li had been stationed in the mountain and nothing had happened. However, the tense atmosphere was still felt by the children. The explosions outside the mountain a few days ago had made them truly feel the reality. Chen Li first recounted the events in Yuanwu Commandery, making Chen Songli and the others realize the cruelty of the cultivation world. Several thriving chi refining immortal clans in Liangxi County had vanished in an instant. Ruthlessness was the fundamental hue of cultivation. Today's lesson topics were how to prevent duoshi and common methods used by demonic cultivators. Chen Li said, "I have selected several soul-type cultivation techniques for you all. One is the soul calming art, and another is the 7 orifices clarity method. Study them at home and strengthen your soul cultivation." Both techniques were first-grade upper rank. He had obtained them from the Foundation establishment cultivator of the Luo family earlier, and today, he happened to pick them out. Later, if there was an opportunity, he could make some soul annihilation talismans. Chen Songli and the others began discussing today's lesson topics. After answering, Chen Songli asked worriedly, "Father, when will these two demonic cultivators be eliminated? If they lurk in the shadows, how can we defend against them?" Chen Li, still calm and confident, said softly, "These two cannot harm our Chen family. Rest assured and focus on your cultivation. With your mother and me here, you have no need to worry." Chen Li's tone was composed. After hearing him, Chen Songli felt much relieved. Their father always gave them a great sense of security. She beamed a bright smile and said, "As long as father is here, they surely won't dare to return to our Wuk Mountain." Chen Li smiled and nodded. Then he went on to describe the methods of demonic cultivators, such as leeching human blood, refining human pills, devouring human souls, etc. At the Taihu Mountains, the Yang family. Golden Core Yang Jing was in the inner hall, engaged in his daily dual cultivation with over a dozen female cultivators. Indulging in sensual pleasures, he had entrusted the family's external affairs to the Foundation establishment cultivator who had previously seized the Luo family's Beiguang West Lake. This Foundation establishment cultivator, who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, was named Yuan Biao. At this moment, this Foundation establishment cultivator was in the main hall in high spirits. Last time he had spent only 6,000 spirit stones to obtain the 10 mu of top-grade spirit fields at Baiguang West Lake from the Luo family. He had widely publicized this and recruited several Foundation establishment cultivators from outside the clan. Although he had not yet discovered the secret of those 10 mu of top-grade spirit fields, he believed that given time, he would surely find it. In the hall, Yuan Biao read Lu Shiluo's letter repeatedly, then said to the newly joined Foundation establishment cultivators, "Gentlemen, this is a letter requesting aid from Yuanwu Commandery. Please take a look." After they finished reading, one of the Foundation establishment cultivators sensed some details and said to Yuan Biao, "Steward Yuan, I am willing to assist the Lu family's Foundation establishment cultivator in capturing these two demonic cultivators." Another one seeing this also grew anxious and said, "Steward Yuan, I detest demonic cultivators to the bone. Let me go." As the two argued, Yuan Biao seemed to enjoy it. He said, "You two go together. Whatever gains you reap will be yours." The two left, and Yuan Biao smiled. The feeling of holding great power was truly wonderful. He mused that he needed to find several more female cultivators to send to Yang Jing, so that Yang Jing wouldn't get tired or lose interest. Otherwise, once Yang Jing had time to involve himself in affairs, he would have to act like a grandson again. Another month passed. During this month, the duo Shi Luo Sheng and the in-family Patriarch cultivator appeared again, and the three Foundation establishment cultivators arrived just in time. The two did not expect to be ambushed by three Foundation establishment cultivators. They immediately used talismans to flee, but the three pursuing cultivators seemed to have anticipated this. Earlier, those two Foundation establishment cultivators from outside the Yang family had borrowed a soul-tracking hound from the beast-catching sect in Yang Jing's name. The moment Luo Sheng and the in-family Patriarch appeared, the hound locked onto their aura. The soul-tracking hound chased the two relentlessly. Seeing the constant stream of artifacts and talismans produced by the duo, the two Yang family outsiders pursued even more fiercely. They chased them all the way out of Nanwu Kingdom, dropping many pieces of equipment along the way. A few more days passed. In Yuanwu Prefecture, Lu Shiluo returned bringing news. Those two demonic cultivators had escaped from Nanwu Kingdom, and both were severely injured. Nothing to worry about anymore. Upon hearing this news, the cultivation families across the various counties breathed sighs of relief. These two cultivators had been so elusive and unpredictable, creating an atmosphere of constant vigilance where even ordinary outings were fraught with the fear of never returning. Although the demonic cultivators had fled, they left a trail of chaos in Yuanwu Prefecture. In Liangxi County, only the Yun family and the Chen family could maintain any semblance of their former prestige. Similarly, the majority of the Luo family also sought refuge with the Yang family, while a smaller group chose to become wandering cultivators at Dunya Mountain. The Lu family under Lu Shiluo absorbed most of the territories formerly held by the Un and Luo families, but a small portion was allocated to Chen Li and the Yun family. Today, Yun Tianqing and Yun Xingyue of the Yun family arrived at Wushan. Outside the mountain, Yun Tianqing reminisced about over a decade ago, when Chen Li first established his clan in this place. Unexpected that such great changes would occur in just over 10 years. The two jujube trees at the entrance had grown into towering giants capable of sheltering against wind and rain. Beneath the trees, the two gently activated the formation array, and Chen Li emerged. Upon seeing Chen Li, the two were extremely courteous. Yun Tianqing addressed him, "Brother Chen, we have come to discuss the division of this territory. To suffer two consecutive disasters within this decade, truly heaven shows no mercy." Chen Li also sighed with emotion. The two began their discussion beneath the tree. With only two parties involved, the division was straightforward. Chen Li received 3 mountains, 16 acres of spiritual fields, and over 4,000 commoners. The Yun family obtained approximately the same. Chen Li returned to the mountain and informed Brother Niu. The following day, he went to formally take possession of these 3 mountains and the 16 acres of spiritual fields. Although the spiritual plants on these 3 mountains had been harvested by deploying some spirit gathering arrays and spiritual rain arrays, they could still cultivate various crops. The mountains already possessed numerous structures, eliminating the need for new construction. To conserve spirit stones, he did not set up a first-tier middle-grade defensive formation, but rather a first-tier lower-grade one, solely to separate the cultivators from the mortal world. The commoners continued with their daily routines as usual. Brother Niu at Qi refining 4th stage cultivation, who had spent over a decade in spiritual plant cultivation, swiftly prepared the 16 acres of spiritual fields, planting numerous spiritual herbs and spiritual rice. Moreover, a first-tier upper-grade small-scale teleportation array was established across these 3 mountains, all connecting to Wushan. 10 days later at Wushan, it was another bright and peaceful day. Chen Li began researching the second opportunity site indicated by the orange Qi fortune line. At the Zizai Pavilion, he opened this opportunity site within his consciousness C. Great Sun Seed Jade. Location position information has been injected. Map guidance mode available. Danger Yang family of Golden Core Realm. Restriction none. Recommended personnel 1. According to the location information, this place is situated in the territory of the Yang family of Golden Core Realm in Taihu Mountains. Chen Li needed to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance. After all, this was not the borderless forest. Taihu Mountains had many people, making it unsuitable for operating large-scale formation arrays. He would need to act stealthily, completely undetected. However, he decided to wait for Zhu Lingyue to emerge from seclusion before going. A household without an adult guardian would not do. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed in an instant. Zhu Lingyue successfully broke through to the late Qi refining stage, reaching the 7th level by consuming pills. Upon emerging from seclusion, Zhu Lingyue was overjoyed. As someone with a false spiritual root reaching Qi refining 7th level at over 30 years old was truly a delightful surprise, something she would never have dared to imagine before. In the Unity of Hearts Hall, Chen Li recounted everything that had transpired over these months to Zhu Lingyue. She immediately felt a sense of danger and astonishment. She was amazed by Chen Li's steady composure, inner depth, and formidable strength. Husband remained composed even in crisis. I truly admire you. Haha, just basic operation. Chen Li smiled calmly. The two shared an intimate moment together. Days later, Chen Li departed. Over these months, Chen Li had completed the design schematics for that set of early warning system formation arrays. The materials involved and the connections between the formation patterns had all been clarified. The core critical aspects were mostly sorted out. He would address them after successfully retrieving the Great Sun Seed Jade. Several days later, an unremarkable wandering old cultivator appeared in the cultivation marketplace of the beast hunting sect in Taihu Mountains. The old man at Qi refining 5th stage looked exactly like a down-on-his-luck cultivator who could never achieve foundation building. After wandering about for a while, he vanished from the cultivation marketplace. He would never transform into someone like Yin Zhu again. That had been far too attention-grabbing, and he had nearly come to a bad end. The old man, disguised as Chen Li, ventured deep near the Yang family's territory in Taihu Mountains, then located that specific area. From a distance, he observed a lake nestled between 2 mountains with approximately 10 acres of spiritual fields bordering each side of the lake. Numerous cultivators patrolled the spiritual fields, but from too great a distance, he could not determine their cultivation levels. He also noticed a cultivator walking back and forth, holding something, seemingly searching for something. Chen Li roughly estimated the location of the Great Sun Seed Jade. It was neither in the lake nor within the spiritual fields. He could not determine its precise location for the time being. Chen Li continued his stakeout for several more days. After the cultivator searching with the object departed, Chen Li quietly approached the nearby area and discovered that the Great Sun Seed Jade was changing positions. It could actually change position. Chen Li was stunned. He decided to observe for a few more days to draw a conclusion. The Great Sun Seed Jade could autonomously shift its location, changing positions over a dozen times daily. The locations continuously alternated between the deep mountains, the lake, and beneath the spiritual fields. If not for the map, he would not have believed this was true. No wonder those high-level cultivators could not detect anything unusual there. After discerning a certain pattern, Chen Li began contemplating where to make his move. Because cultivators continuously patrolled, it was impossible to quietly blast open the mountain. When the object shifted, it would be compressed beneath the mountain. When it shifted to the spiritual fields, it would be underground beneath the fields. However, the patrol cultivators on the spiritual field side were even more numerous with higher risks. After careful consideration, he concluded that the only viable approach was to retrieve it by diving into the lake. However, he first needed to learn some water-based cultivation techniques. Chen Li returned to the cultivation marketplace and gathered some information. This place originally belonged to the Luo family, but had now become Yang family territory. Additionally, the spiritual lake water in this area possessed a maturation accelerating effect. Although the acceleration effect was not dramatic, it still held some benefit. Inside the inn, Chen Li produced a first-tier, upper-grade waveless escape technique purchased from the marketplace. This technique enabled underwater movement without causing any abnormal water flow disturbances, truly achieving a traceless passage across water. It was a water system technique at the Qi refining level. Chen Li cultivated for 1 month and achieved an elementary level of mastery in the waveless escape. He then tested it in a location with water, but it was not yet sufficient for truly traceless movement across water. He cultivated for another month and advanced the waveless escape to a great level of mastery sufficient for traceless movement across water. Several days later, he returned to the vicinity of Baiguang, West Lake. Through his observations over these days, Chen Li determined that the investigating cultivator was likely at foundation building level, visiting Baiguang, West Lake, every 2 to 3 days. He needed to time his infiltration to avoid this foundation building cultivator, then dive in. On the first day during the Chun hour, the Great Sun Sea Jade was beneath the mountain, and the foundation building cultivator had just departed today. Chen Li employed concealment talismans, chi concealing techniques, advanced chi concealing talismans, and the waveless escape. Seizing the moment when the chi refining cultivators were absent from patrolling the lakeside, he stealthily dove into the lake bottom under the cover of night. Chen Li began within the lake, sealing his chi and closing off his 5 senses. At noon, the Great Sun Sea Jade began transferring into the lake, and he discovered that after transferring into the water, the concentration of spiritual energy within the water gradually increased. At the lake bottom, Chen Li did not dwell on this phenomenon. He opened the map mode within his consciousness sea and began searching. Upon approaching, he discovered a white jade seed deeply concealed at the lake bottom, slowly moving. Without the precise location guidance from his consciousness sea, it would have been utterly impossible to detect. It was hidden far too well. Chen Li slowly approached and directly reached out to grab the jade seed. The moment he picked it up, he sensed a pulling force also tugging at the jade seed. This was not formation energy, because from the outside he could not detect any traces of formation arrays deployed in this area. It seemed to be some form of heavenly mechanism. However, this binding force loosened the moment Chen Li touched it. The Great Sun Sea Jade was directly obtained by Chen Li. After obtaining it, the mountains slightly trembled. Chen Li knew he needed to flee immediately, otherwise attracting a golden core cultivator would spell disaster. Chen Li directly used the waveless escape to transfer to the shore. Before reaching the shore, he quickly applied 10 speed talismans, 10 divine concealment talismans, and 10 escape form talismans, attaching them all to his body. Chen Li slowly emerged onto the shore. The mountain's tremor diverted most of the patrol cultivators' attention, leaving them no opportunity to observe the lakeside situation. Seeing that no one had discovered him, Chen Li directly fled. Chen Li ran without rest for several days and nights until he reached Wubian Forest. He then returned openly to Wuk Mountain from the forest, his body covered in beast blood to create the appearance of having hunted beasts there. Some family cultivators noticed, but thought nothing of it. After returning to Wuk Mountain, Chen Li took out the Great Sun Sea Jade and began his research. Inside his cave abode, Chen Li handled the white jade seed and suddenly recalled how the Great Sun Sea Jade, when placed in the lake, interacted with sunlight to produce white spiritual energy. When Yuan Biao acquired this land from the Luo family, he had promoted it extensively. He also knew from the cultivation market that the waters of Baiguang West Lake had some effect on accelerating the maturation of spirit plants. He guessed that the Great Sun Sea Jade's purpose was acceleration, and it required direct sunlight. A day later, Chen Li immediately tested it. He broke an opening in one corner of his cave abode so that sunlight could shine directly inside. Chen Li began planting seeds, placed the Great Sun Sea Jade into a small wooden bucket, and added water. Under direct sunlight, he started observing. After a while, white spiritual energy appeared in the bucket and steadily increased. 2 hours later, Chen Li directly watered spirit grass seeds in a plot of land with the water from the Great Sun Sea Jade. A day passed. Chen Li came over and found the seeds had already sprouted and grown. This was a spirit grass that normally took 10 years to mature, but after just 1 day, it had already grown to the equivalent of 1 year. Seeing this, he was greatly excited. Perhaps the Great Sun Sea Jade's maturing power was diluted by the vast amount of lake water, and some of it evaporated, so the acceleration effect was not as dramatic. Chen Li continued with the same procedure. This time, he found a smaller wooden bucket and placed the Great Sun Sea Jade directly under the sun for 4 hours, forming a sealing hand seal to lock in the accelerating spiritual energy. He directly used this bucket of water to water the experimental field again. Another day passed, and when he saw the 10-year spirit grass seeds had matured by another 2 or 3 years, he was truly ecstatic. By this calculation, it would take about 5 days to mature a 10-year spirit plant, 50 days for 100 years, and roughly 250 days for 500 years. At that moment, Chen Li suddenly felt that the path ahead would be exceptionally smooth. He won't back down. Such a heaven-defying treasure was undoubtedly a closely guarded secret, and for now only he could know. Revealing it to his family now would not be appropriate. It would be better to wait until he reached the nascent soul stage or beyond. He thought of the 1,000 Grass Mountains' 9 Nether secret realm, where over 1,000 medicinal herbs had been discovered. Compared to the Great Sun Sea Jade, that was truly far inferior. With this Sea Jade, he could obtain spirit herbs of any age, and pills would flow endlessly. As long as he had roots or seeds, he could rapidly cultivate precious materials within a short time. Even spirit stones would become effortlessly obtainable. However, at this moment his expression gradually composed itself. He knew that becoming carried away by success was dangerous. Only with a humble heart could one endure long. If he let his pride run wild, countless troubles would follow. He calmed his mind and gradually adjusted his attitude, remembering to maintain reverence for the cultivation world. The first priority was to carve out a secret cave abode where he could discreetly accelerate cultivation. He began to implement his plan. 1 month had passed since Chen Li's commotion at the Taihu mountain range. Initially, after the mountain tremors, Yuan Biao quickly arrived. His first thought was whether that object was hidden within the mountain. He immediately ordered the excavation, and what emerged was a massive construction site. The 2 hills in the middle of the lake had been completely unrecognizable within 3 days. With explosive talismans detonating everywhere, the entire mountain was leveled. Dust filled the air, and the lake was filled with fallen rocks and soil. Yuan Biao, covered in dirt and dust, collapsed in despair when he found nothing after blasting through both mountains. Then someone discovered that the spiritual energy concentration in the lake had completely disappeared, and 10 acres of premium spirit fields were severely leaking their spiritual energy. At that moment, something clicked in his mind, and he directly asked the patrolling chi refining cultivators, 3 days ago, was there anything unusual here? Several of them shook their heads, but one mentioned, I glanced at the lake and noticed some spiritual fluctuations, but when I looked again they had disappeared. I thought it was caused by the mountain tremor, so I didn't pay attention at the time. Yuan Biao exploded in fury. You fools! Someone stole something. Definitely someone stole it. Someone absolutely stole the secret of this place. Yuan Biao thought of many people, including these patrolling cultivators, the new foundation establishment cultivators who had recently joined the Yang family, and even Yang Jing. But after thinking it over, he dismissed each possibility. It absolutely wasn't them. Yuan Biao suddenly thought of the Luo family and blurted out, it must be the Luo family. It must be them. The patrolling chi refining cultivators looked completely bewildered. Even now they had no idea what Yuan Biao was searching for. Yuan Biao had lost his composure. He struggled to control his emotions. Ever since becoming the Yang family steward, he had been calling the shots every day. How could he bear feeling such a treasure snatched right before his eyes? He immediately rushed to Yang Jing's inner hall. Though decadent music played constantly interrupting now would surely earn him a scolding. But he couldn't care less anymore. Master, terrible news. Terrible news. That Luo family has stolen the treasure. Inside the inner hall, Yang Jing looked at the dozen or so delicate consorts beside him, and hearing the wailing from outside, he instantly felt ill-tempered. He could only reluctantly come out, saying, before leaving, my dears, I'll be back to continue later. Outside the hall, seeing Yuan Biao's dispirited appearance, he asked, what's wrong? Are you mourning? All day long. Yuan Biao grabbed Yang Jing's leg and cried, ancestor. The Luo family is too shameless. They stole the treasure from Baiguang West Lake. Now those 10 acres of premium spirit fields have become medium grade, and the lake's maturing spiritual energy has completely vanished. Yang Jing thought for a moment. Was there such a place? Oh, that's the place I asked my master for. What? He realized the gravity of the situation. Yuan Biao, what happened? Explain in detail. Yang Jing released his golden core cultivator aura without reservation, pressing down on Yuan Biao until he couldn't breathe. Only now was he truly a golden core cultivator. Soon Yuan Biao recounted everything that had happened at Baiguang West Lake, and Yang Jing flew into a rage. He stood up and recalled his master's words, this is the last time I will help you. Don't come to bother me again, or else you know what will happen. At that moment a cold breeze swept in, startling him back to clarity. He truly couldn't provoke the Luo family yet, but he couldn't appear too weak either. Those who had defected to him believed he still had connections with his master. He also couldn't afford a direct confrontation that would spark a feud between the two families. He still wanted to enjoy his pleasures with his dozen consorts each day. He pretended to be angry and said, go question the Luo family to see if they are responsible. If they did it. Since the exchange has already been made and payment settled, they cannot act like this. Yuan Biao was stunned. Was this really his master? Why so restrained? Hadn't he always said, heaven and earth are great, but I am greatest? But he dared not contradict him. Unable to figure it out, he could only force himself to agree, yes, master. Time passed swiftly, and another 10 days elapsed. News spread through the Taihu Mountains that the Luo family had stolen a treasure from the Yang family. The Luo family declared this was utter fabrication and slander, that Yuan Biao was merely trying to stir up conflict between the two families, and demanded that Yang Jing punish Yuan Biao severely. The Yang family declared that they had indeed taken it, while Yuan Biao accused them of being stubborn as ducks. The two sides remained locked in a war of words, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Upon hearing this news at Wake Mountain, a faint smile curved Chen Li's lips. Yuan Biao claimed the Luo family was responsible, and Chen Li stood firmly behind him. Over these past few days, Chen Li had opened several new cave dwellings. Besides the original first cave dwelling on the peak of Wake Mountain, he had opened 6 or 7 more. The outer perimeter was covered with barrier formations suitable for studying cultivation arts or for seclusion and closed-door cultivation. He assigned these caves to Chen Li and the others, each beaming with joy. They finally no longer had to cultivate at the learning Immortal Tower. They had their own exclusive cultivation caves. Chen Li selected one cave dwelling for himself, dug a well within it, and constructed several storage pools. The well water would flow through a simple transmission formation into the storage pools. He also arranged a sunlight refraction formation that could channel sunlight into the cave regardless of the sun's position, except when it set below the horizon. Inside the cave, he also opened a patch of farmland where he planted spirit overflowing grass blood essence grass, purifying marrow flowers, and the foundation establishment purple monkey flowers. The scale reached approximately 1,000 plants of each type. He cleverly arranged an irrigation formation system. When the sunlight struck the storage pools, each day the great sun seed jade would activate within them. After several days of sunlight exposure, the storage pools would form cultivation accelerating spirit water. Chen Li maintained backups across several pools using them in rotation. One after another was exhausted, then refilled and reactivated. He never left the great sun seed jade inside the cave. It was safest to keep it on his person at all times. Chen Li merely needed to check whether these irrigation formations operated normally. After all, now that they had embarked on the path of cultivation, they certainly couldn't resort to manual watering every day. Around the outer perimeter, Chen Li also arranged formations with spirit-blocking grass, preventing the fragrance of the spirit herbs within from escaping. After completing the arrangements, he also learned of the deployment situation of the Song generation members. Each of their cave dwellings had been arranged with their own distinctive characteristics. The eldest son brought formation materials into the cave. The second son moved worm eggs related to worm breeding techniques into his cave. The third son brought puppet materials and puppet technique books into his dwelling. As for the fourth son, there was nothing much to move. His spirit vein-seeking technique could be practiced equally well in the cave or at the learning Immortal Tower. At Tongxin Hall, Zhu Lingwei began comprehending a top-grade first-order formation. Ever since advancing to the late stage of qi refining, she had begun attempting to comprehend it. Chen Songmei with her ponytail walked back and forth within the hall, occasionally stumbling. Whenever she saw Chen Li and the others, she would greeting them with sister brother, waving hello. Another day passed, and Chen Li prepared to enter closed-door cultivation to refine pills and break through to foundation establishment. At the learning Immortal Tower, Chen Li instructed Chen Li and the others to cultivate diligently, and he would examine their progress in cultivation arts once he emerged from seclusion. Chen Li named one of the cave dwellings, calling it the Alchemy Cave. It would primarily be used for pill refinement. Within the cave dwelling, Chen Li's plan was to first break through to the 9th layer of qi refining, then refine foundation establishment pills, and finally achieve foundation establishment. 1. Fluid motion. Before entering seclusion, Chen Li transformed his appearance, concealed his aura, and disguised himself as a foundation establishment disciple to travel to the beast capture Sect's cultivation market, where he sold a spirit herb of approximately 500 years of age. This transaction yielded him roughly 10,000 spirit stones. These spirit stones were for the daily maintenance of the defensive formations. He instructed Zhu Lingwei that if enemies attacked Wake Mountain, he would sense it. If she could not hold out, she could come call him out of seclusion. Passing by Old Ox Brother's place, Old Ox Brother made some ox-like sounds indicating he would farm diligently. Rest assured, Ancestral Master. Chen Li laughed heartily and praised the genius ox once more. The cultivation environment in the kingdom of Nanwu remained relatively stable. Ever since Yuanwu Commandery suffered devastation at the hands of the soul-devouring Luo Sheng, and the Yin family everyone had been recuperating and gathering strength. No one wished to make any major moves. Half a month passed, and Chen Li began his closed-door breakthrough. He once again embarked on the days of consuming pills for cultivation. Within the alchemy cave, Chen Li took out those several hundred bottles of spirit overflowing pills and began cultivating bottle by bottle. Inside Chen Li's cave dwelling, she took out books on middle-grade first-order formations. After breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refining, she reflected that her father was a top-grade first-order formation master, even at the middle stage of qi refining. Only by becoming a middle-grade first-order formation master during the early stage of qi refining could she catch up to her father's footsteps. Thus, she also began comprehending middle-grade first-order formations. Inside Chen Songyan's cave dwelling, within several worm-breeding boxes containing worm eggs, Chen Songyan began performing techniques to incubate them. The art of worm breeding encompasses selecting species, incubation, cultivation, and controlling for battle. He was still in the learning phase of incubation. There was still quite a long road ahead before he could truly command worms in combat. After performing the techniques, he had to wait for some time. This was also the reason he chose worm breeding. It allowed more leisure time. He took out a mortal novel and began reading. Chen Songshuan, on the other hand, seriously studied several volumes of lower-grade first-order puppet techniques. He categorized and summarized which puppet techniques were most urgently needed by the family. Spirit plant puppets were the first priority, which mainly included planting puppets, harvesting puppets, weed-removing puppets, and so on. These could help Uncle Ox liberate most of his productivity. He began advancing toward this goal. At the Learning Immortal Tower's second floor, the Immortal Teaching Room. After finishing several books on spirit vein-seeking techniques, Chen Songshao gazed out the window at the scenery, smiling contentedly. He fantasized about one day discovering countless spirit veins, gold mines, and more for the family. Time flowed like water, and another half-year quietly slipped away. Within the cave-dwelling Chen Li had consumed roughly 400 bottles of spirit-overflowing pills over 6 months. This 5-spirit root cultivator had finally broken through to the 9th layer of qi refining. Consuming over 400 bottles of pills without any pill toxins was impossible, of course. The pill toxins were accumulating, though the quantity remained small and had not yet reached the moment of eruption. He could continue consuming pills for now, though he would find ways to completely eliminate the pill toxins later. His cultivation had reached this point, surpassing 99% of all 5-spirit root cultivators in the cultivation world. Mixed spirit root cultivators who managed to reach this stage were exceedingly rare. Chen Li emerged from seclusion to inspect the operational status of the Great Sun Seed Jade Cave dwelling, replacing some depleted formation materials. Half a year had passed, and those century-old, 300-year-old, and 500-year-old spirit herbs had all matured. He harvested them and sowed the next crop. The cultivation accelerating spirit water in the storage pools had been produced across several more pools, continuing the next cycle. Gazing at the 1,000 boxes of spirit herbs that he had so easily and successfully cultivated, Chen Li's heart filled with joy. Never again would he have to worry about pills. After emerging from seclusion, Chen Li did not disturb the Song generation members. He visited Zhu Lingwei and instructed her that he would continue his closed-door cultivation to refine foundation establishment pills and break through to foundation establishment. Zhu Lingwei was greatly encouraged seeing Chen Li break through to the 9th layer of qi refining. When she learned he would enter seclusion again to break through to foundation establishment, she was filled with anticipation. She told Chen Li to rest assured and enter closed-door cultivation. Everything was under her control. Chen Li felt at peace. Husband and wife united in heart, their bond could cut through any obstacle. Over these 6 months, nothing major had occurred in Yuanwu Commandery. Everyone continued to recuperate. However, quite a number of mortals and cultivators had come to Wake Mountain for spiritual root assessments. This time Zhu Lingwei assessed several hundred children, and only one possessed spiritual roots. She had this child learn the spirit-inducing manual on the first floor of the Learning Immortal Tower, just like Li Chun and the others before. Chen Li returned to the alchemy cave and began refining foundation establishment pills. Inside the cave-dwelling Chen Li produced a second-rate, high-grade Xianqing furnace cauldron along with over 200 boxes of ripe purple monkey flowers harvested from the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Over 200 plants had also been hastened to maturity, using De Ri Zhong Yu, bringing the total to roughly 500 boxes. According to the foundation establishment pill formula recorded in Li Daoan's secret techniques for refining 7 types of pills, 1 300-year purple monkey flower serves as the main ingredient, supplemented by 400-year medicinal herbs. These auxiliary herbs enhanced the breakthrough pilling power, and together they could refine one batch, producing 1 to 3 foundation establishment pills. The 100-year auxiliary herbs needed for foundation establishment were sufficient now, and even if they ran short, 50 days would suffice. The formula specified a first-rate high-grade furnace cauldron, but Chen Li would use his second-rate high-grade Xianqing furnace cauldron instead, which should raise the success rate somewhat. In the cave-dwelling Chen Li started a fire beneath the furnace. He released earth vein fire, and after a short while the cauldron grew hot, whereupon Chen Li began refining pills. It had been a long time since he last refined new pills. Previously, his Chigu pill, Ichi pill, and Bun pill had all upheld his self-styled title of genius alchemist, each succeeding without fail. He wondered whether he could maintain his streak this time, and was almost tempted to perform some purification ritual, beseeching the immortal gods for blessings. But he dismissed the thought. His approach was purely technical. On the first day, Chen Li carefully refined his first batch, only to produce a heap of black residue. He realized then that this would not be so simple. On the second day, Chen Li learned from his mistakes. When a low-grade foundation establishment pill finally appeared, he knew it would not be so difficult after all. By the third day, having absorbed the lessons of the past 2 days, Chen Li obtained 3 medium-grade foundation establishment pills from a single batch. He knew then that he was indeed a genius. Not by any other means, but simply through practice. Time passed, and he continued refining pills. In Liangxi County, within the Yun clan grounds. In a great hall, Yun Chungyue and Yun Tiansheng were engaged in conversation. "Grandfather, I have successfully broken through to the 5th layer of qi condensation. Chen Li of the Chun family is at the 6th layer, and Zhu Lingyue is at the 5th. Our family strength is now roughly on par with theirs. Although your cultivation levels are the same now, Chen Li is a first-rate high-grade formations master capable of slaying a foundation establishment cultivator. Yun Tianqing said nothing to crush his spirits, but spoke plainly. Yun Tianqing revealed a secret. The public knowledge was that Chen Li cultivated at the 6th layer of qi condensation, and Zhu Lingyue at the 5th, both having practiced the optimized concealing qi art and possessing high-grade qi gathering talismans. Grandfather, is it truly possible to slay a foundation establishment cultivator? Yun Qingyue's voice carried disbelief. Yun Tianqing's thoughts returned to that fierce battle in Qianya Forest, recalling Chen Li's remarkably powerful formation array. Yes, that was over a decade ago. Do you still remember that newly arrived foundation establishment cultivator named Zhang and I? Yun Qingyue nodded, and Yun Tianqing recounted the Zhang and murder case from more than 10 years prior. 30 breaths later, Yun Qingyue understood, exclaiming, "You mean Zhang and was killed jointly by the families of our Liangxi County? That was truly perilous. A first-rate high-grade formations master truly did decide the outcome of that battle." Yun Tianqing nodded, reminiscing about the past. Alas, the world changes while people do not remain the same. Among the 5 great families of Liangxi County back, then only our Yun family and the Chen family remain. Yun Qingyue thought of the 2 demonic cultivators. Grandfather, isn't it strange? Since being put under one, why haven't those 2 demonic cultivators come to our Liangxi County? Our family is far too weak. They both at the late stage of qi condensation could easily ambush us. Yun Tianqing was also puzzled. By all accounts, those 2 demonic cultivators could exert strength equivalent to the 9th layer of qi condensation, possessed no few second-rate low-grade magical artifacts, and had numerous tricks up their sleeves. Their combat style was vicious, yet they showed no interest in visiting their meager little clan. Perhaps our family possesses something they fear. Yun Qingyue speculated rashly. Yun Tianqing immediately shook his head, well aware of their family's true strength. If those 2 demonic cultivators had come after their family, the Yun family of Liangxi County would certainly have been erased from existence. They would never have been able to resist. Yun Cheng continued speculating. Those 2 have dealings with Chen Li. Could it be because of him? Yun Tianqing pondered for a moment, then suddenly rose to his feet. Highly likely. It certainly has nothing to do with our family. Within the county, only the Chen family and ours remain. Perhaps Chen Li once fought them, or something occurred that has made them wary of him. Yun Tianqing ventured a bold speculation, for only such an explanation made sense. At this moment, calming himself, Yun Tianqing said to Yun Qingyue, "We must cultivate good relations with the Chen family. We have underestimated him. I feel that Chen Li is not an ordinary man." Yun Qingyue's expression turned grim, yet he nodded firmly. On Wuk Mountain, the weather today shifted from clear to cloudy. In front of the gate, 2 spiritual date trees swayed in the wind, and several leaves drifted down. Below the trees, many children around 10 years of age had gathered once more. Zhu Lingyue had come for the annual spiritual root test. Chen Li also assisted. It had been a year since Chen Li entered seclusion. Zhu Lingyue turned to the group of children who had failed to manifest spiritual roots and said, "You may return. None of you possess spiritual roots." One little boy shouted loudly, "Immortal master, can one not cultivate without a spiritual root?" Zhu Lingyue had not expected such a question. From among the mortal elders below came a rebuke. "Have some manners. Can the words of an immortal master be false?" Hearing this, the boy dared not speak further. His lifelong dream lay shattered before his eyes, tears blurring his vision as resentment and unwillingness filled his heart. Zhu Lingyue had seen too many such scenes. With a cold expression, she waved her hand, dismissing them, and offered no response. After the mortals had departed, Chen Li beside her sighed softly and asked, "Mother, do you think there exists any method for generating spiritual roots in this world?" Zhu Lingyue shook her head. "No, I have never heard of such a thing. Spiritual roots are bestowed at birth. If one is not born with them, they are gone." Chen Li worried. "Mother, all 4 of us siblings possess spiritual roots. What if Sister Songmei does not? Would that not separate us into 2 different worlds, eh?" Hearing this, Zhu Lingyue paused, then said, "All 4 of you have spiritual roots, so Songmei most likely possesses them as well." Chen Li fell silent, nodding slightly, but inwardly, she thought if my sister lacked spiritual roots, she would surely find a way, and father would certainly do the same as well. Zhu Lingyue also found it strange. It was true that children born to 2 people with spiritual roots had a higher probability of possessing them than those born to mortals, but having all 4 children possess spiritual roots was indeed somewhat improbable. Unable to figure it out, Zhu Lingyue could only attribute it to the greater likelihood of spiritual-rooted offspring born to 2 spiritual-rooted parents. At this moment, Chen Li gazed toward a certain cave dwelling and asked softly, "Mother, do you think father's seclusion is proceeding smoothly?" Zhu Lingyue held Chen Li in utmost confidence. After more than a decade of life together, she trusted her husband's abilities completely. She smiled confidently. Rest assured your father is the most cautious man under heaven. He would never undertake anything without certainty. Chen Li contemplated her words, a confident smile gradually appearing on her face as she nodded earnestly. At the Crow Mountain Alchemy Hall, Chen Li smiled with joy. He had been refining Foundation Establishment pills for 3 months and finally ceased his alchemy today. He was now tallying the results of his 3 months of pill refinement. Among them were 34 high-grade Foundation Establishment pills, 123 medium-grade pills, and 37 low-grade pills, totaling 194 Foundation Establishment pills. The Chen family had essentially achieved freedom in Foundation Establishment. After tallying, Chen Li sealed all 194 Foundation Establishment pills into exquisite boxes. His heart filled with joy, he prepared to advance to Foundation Establishment in one go. A month later, having adjusted his mind and body, he returned to his cultivation cave and prepared to consume the Foundation Establishment pill to ascend to Foundation Establishment. In this realm, Foundation Establishment meant gathering the spiritual energy scattered across the various meridians into one. During this unification process, the spiritual energy would wash through the 100 meridians, a cleansing that tempered and refined the foundation of the meridians. After the washing, the spiritual energy would circulate through several cycles before flowing into the Dantian, where it transformed into a liquid spiritual sea stored within the Dantian. The chi of this spiritual sea would then nourish the body's vitality, completing Foundation Establishment. In this realm, the function of the Foundation Establishment pill was to trigger the spiritual energy within the body to wash through the 100 meridians, accelerating the process of the spiritual energy flowing through the meridians into the Dantian to form the liquid spiritual sea. Cultivators with a heavenly spiritual root had relatively smooth meridians, allowing them to achieve Foundation Establishment on their own. Those with dual spiritual roots could also do so in some cases. Most cultivators with a triple spiritual root required the assistance of a Foundation Establishment pill, usually 1 or 2 pills, as self-establishment was somewhat difficult for them. As for cultivators with a pseudo or mixed spiritual root, the failure rate of self-establishment was as high as 99.9%. The remaining 0.1% was simply luck. For pseudo and mixed spiritual root cultivators, relying on a single Foundation Establishment pill to succeed was as hopeless as fishing a needle out of the ocean, essentially impossible. Chen Li had prepared himself for this. He never expected to succeed with just one Foundation Establishment pill. Even the old man Han with a pseudo-spiritual root had used over a dozen pills. As a mixed spiritual root cultivator, he would need at least 20. Chen Li decided to simply consume the pills. As for the pill poison, he would deal with it when it erupted. A day later, he began taking the first pill. After taking the first pill, the spiritual energy within his body stirred, washing through a few meridians before stopping. Chen Li knew that the medicine was insufficient. He continued with the second pill, and the spiritual energy surged again, washing through 5 or 6 more meridians before halting. He took the third pill, and the cycle repeated. Then the 4th, 5th, 6th, and so on until he reached the 20th pill. Sensing that he still needed more, he continued. Finally, at the 24th pill, the 100 meridians within Chen Li's body connected. He felt an immense comfort as the surge of spiritual energy flowed smoothly through the meridians, cycled several times, and then entered his Dantian, transforming into a liquid spiritual sea. He looked inward at his Dantian, seeing the vast and pure liquid spiritual sea stored there. The chi of this spiritual sea began to nourish his vitality. His flesh, blood, and bones were purified by the spiritual sea's chi, expelling mortal toxins and impurities. At this step, Foundation Establishment was achieved. He, a cultivator with a mixed spiritual root, had finally achieved Foundation Establishment. At that moment, the air around the cave rippled slightly. It was normal for the breakthrough to release some turbid chi, causing subtle changes in the surrounding atmosphere. Chen Li exhaled, his entire body and mind relaxing. The greatest change brought by Foundation Establishment was lifespan. A normal Foundation Establishment cultivator could live between 200 and 250 years. He did not immediately emerge from seclusion after his breakthrough. Instead, he spent a day stabilizing his cultivation. A day later, Chen Li had stabilized his internal energy. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, he opened his eyes and raised his hand, channeling the spiritual energy within. An indescribable power gathered in his palm, and he felt he could take on 10 Zhang ANS. At this point, he had surpassed 99.9% of mixed spiritual root cultivators in this realm. Foundation Establishment was an insurmountable threshold for those with mixed spiritual roots. Outside the cave, several members of the Chen family sensed the fluctuation in Chen Li's spiritual energy. Zhu Lingyue held Chen Songmei in her arms, waiting outside the cave along with Chen Songli and the others. When Chen Li emerged and saw his family waiting for him, he was overjoyed. He said to Zhu Lingyue, "My dear, you have worked hard these days. Our Chen family has taken another great stride forward. Hearing this, Zhu Lingwen knew that Chen Li had succeeded in foundation establishment. She smiled and replied, "It was not hard. Our family has reached this day only because of you, my husband." Chen Li and the others had not yet reached the mid-stage of qi refining, so they could not use their divine sense to detect Chen Li's cultivation level. Since Chen Li had announced that he was at the 6th layer of qi refining, they assumed his great stride referred to breaking through to the late qi refining stage. They did not delve deeper, unaware that they now had a foundation establishment father. My foundation establishment father. The Song generation children dispersed, and Chen Li and Zhu Lingwei returned to the Heart Together Hall. Chen Li and Zhu Lingwei discussed the matter. Zhu Lingwei asked, "Husband, should we announce that you have broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining?" Chen Li nodded, saying yes. "We need a stable environment for development now. We should not stand out too much nor appear too weak." Zhu Lingwei nodded. "I understand, husband." The next day after Chen Li's emergence, he was at the Learning Immortal Tower in the teaching hall. He had come to check on the learning progress of Chen Li and the others. Among the 4 Song generation children, some sat upright, while others were eager to show off. Chen Li spoke. "Who will tell me what they have learned?" Chen Li raised her hand again. Chen Li gestured for her to speak. She said, "Father, I have comprehended the 1st level mid-grade array patterns. I also discussed them with Mother and successfully engraved a set of 1st level mid-grade array patterns." With that, she took out a 1st level mid-grade attack array from her storage pouch. Chen Li scanned it with his divine sense and confirmed it was indeed a 1st level mid-grade attack array. With an approving expression, he praised her. "Impressive, Li. Your talent in the Tao of formations is almost as good as your father's." Chen Li was delighted by his praise. She added, "Father, I have also studied the soul subduing technique and cultivated it to the minor accomplishment stage." She then demonstrated the minor accomplishment stage of the soul subduing technique. Chen Li probed with his foundation establishment divine sense and found that it indeed had a resistance effect. Li, you have studied a lot and gained a lot." After examining Chen Li's progress, Chen Li noticed Chen Songxian looking eager. He said, "Songshuan, tell me what you have learned." Chen Songxian produced a puppet and said confidently, "Father, this is a seeding puppet I made. It has already been used for seeding on Crow Mountain and the results are good. It frees up quite a bit of time for Uncle Niu." Chen Li had also crafted some low-level puppets before. He picked up the low-level seeding puppet Chen Songxian had made, examined it carefully, and understood its workings. Songshuan, the key to puppet arts is how to make a lifeless object function. The imprint that controls the puppet also requires understanding. This imprint is related to some low-level arrays, isn't it? Father has keen insight. It is indeed related. When I encountered difficulties, I asked Big Sister, and I also sorted out some tricky points on my own, gradually overcoming the obstacles. Chen Li nodded in approval. He asked a few more questions about the puppet, such as energy consumption, material selection, and so on. Seeing that Chen Songxian could answer them all, it seemed he truly understood. Chen Li felt gratified and praised him. Songxian has also studied seriously and made good progress. Next was the second child, Chen Songyan. Chen Songyan spoke with some lack of confidence. "Father, my insect cultivation technique is still at the stage of hatching insect eggs. I have been casting spells to nurture them at intervals. It will take some time for the eggs to hatch. Then it will be the stage of raising the larvae." Chen Songyan was a bit nervous. During this time, he had merely cast spells regularly and often indulged in mortal storybooks. He had not thought of these extra methods. He stammered, "Father, I didn't think of that." Seeing this, Chen Li pressed further and found that Chen Songyan's answers were hesitant and unclear. He realized that Chen Songyan had not been studying or cultivating properly. He said sternly, "From now on you will stay here at the Learning Immortal Tower. I will teach you the insect cultivation technique, and we will practice it together." Now that Chen Li had reached foundation establishment, he had plenty of time to straighten out this wayward second child. Hearing Chen Li's words, the second child looked utterly dejected, but dared not argue. He could only agree. The last one, the 4th child, Chen Songxiao, was inwardly panicked when he saw his second brother's fate. But he steadied himself. He had studied the meridian detection technique seriously over the past year. He said very earnestly, "Father, I have studied all the books related to the meridian detection technique, and I have practiced most of the incantations and techniques. However, the meridian detection technique requires some detection artifacts, such as a fixed star plate, which we don't have at home." After speaking, Chen Songxiao demonstrated the hand seals and techniques of the meridian detection technique. Chen Li watched for a while and asked some questions, finding that Chen Songxiao had indeed studied seriously. He praised Chen Songxiao. "Songxiao, you've done well too. I will buy the meridian detection artifacts you mentioned for you." "Thank you, Father." After examining the Song generation disciples, Chen Li did not immediately assign them tasks. Instead, he had them set their own goals. The three Song generation disciples quickly provided their tasks with the exception of Chen Songyan. Chen Songli's goal was to reach the fourth layer of Qi refining to comprehend more first-order middle-grade formations, to consolidate her skills in first-order middle-grade formations, and to master the soul suppression technique to great perfection. Chen Songshuan's own requirement was to master the puppet techniques related to spiritual plants, striving to free Uncle Niu and to elevate his cultivation to the third layer of Qi refining. Chen Songxiao required himself to raise his cultivation to the third layer of Qi refining and to experience the vein-finding technique at the edge of the boundless forest. Chen Li's requirement for Chen Songyan was to raise his cultivation to the fourth layer of Qi refining to hatch the insect eggs to the next stage, and he would frequently test his knowledge of the insect breeding technique. After confirming each person's tasks, Chen Li departed. At his seat, Chen Songyan radiated a dejected air. Beside him, the fourth brother consoled him. Second brother, I am also studying at the Immortal Learning Pavilion. You have company. Chen Songyan forced a bitter smile. Thank you, fourth brother. He then complained, father's requirements are so strict. Chen Songli on the left refuted, second brother, this is strict. Father has given you about a year, and you still haven't understood this low-grade insect breeding technique. Chen Songyan muttered, insect breeding simply cannot be rushed. Stop making excuses. I will come to supervise you from time to time, he. Chen Songli curled into a knowing smile. Chen Songyan suddenly felt that the road ahead was shrouded in complete darkness. With Chen Li watching him, he dared not relax, let alone now having Chen Songli as well. These two were both monsters. After Chen Songli left, Chen Songxian offered his second brother a moment of silent sympathy. Second brother, why don't you come make puppets? I'll teach you personally. Chen Songyan shook his head saying, if big sister finds out I've changed my cultivation technique again, she won't wait for father to scold me. She'll be the first to come beat me up. Chen Songxiao proposed, third brother, you said the 10,000 gene of monster meat in the ice fresh pavilion. Have you found a good way to eat it? Chen Li had long ago placed the 10,000 gene of pickled monster meat in the ice fresh pavilion he constructed. Inside, besides the monster meat, there was also spiritual rice from annual harvests, as well as spiritual vegetables purchased externally, and so on. Several cold gathering formations were arranged to preserve the food's freshness. The rule was that whoever wanted to eat could help themselves, and each month newly joined external cultivators would also receive distributions. Chen Songxian said triumphantly, that goes without saying. I've been researching how to make it delicious during this time. Will father scold me for wasting time? Chen Songxiao worried. Father isn't someone so unreasonable, rushing to complete tasks right after they're assigned. That wouldn't lead to efficient completion. Should we call big sister? Sure, I'll go call her later. At the questioning platform, their movements naturally did not escape Chen Li's notice. Chen Li did not restrict them. He discovered that his divine sense could now reach about 3 li. Ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivators could only reach about 1 li, but he could reach 3 li, equivalent to the divine sense of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He was certainly not an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps because he frequently inscribed formation patterns, it had honed his spiritual sense. After breaking through to foundation establishment, he had become stronger than ordinary cultivators by several fold. The frost shadow technique he currently practiced could also enhance his abilities somewhat, but not to such a great extent, indicating that this cultivation method could not fully manifest foundation establishment level power at the foundation establishment stage. Chen Li could only take out the 4 phantom spear soul technique from Li Daoan's cave dwelling, as well as the true fire heaven scorching technique obtained from the Lu family's external foundation establishment cultivator. One was a close combat spear technique that could be cultivated to late foundation establishment, and the other was a long-range fire attack technique that used foundation establishment spiritual energy to condense fire techniques possessing considerable power. Chen Li decided to learn both techniques. A month later, Chen Li paused his cultivation. The 4 phantom spear soul technique truly required foundation establishment to learn. It was sufficiently fierce. Without the support of foundation establishment spiritual energy, it simply could not be wielded. The true fire heaven scorching technique also indeed possessed considerable power. Under his robust spiritual energy, the true fire it generated would be something ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would not dare to intercept. Chen Li returned to the cave where the great sun jade planting matured medicinal herbs. He harvested the old batch and planted a new one, all 500-year grade herbs, with the majority being breakthrough herbs for foundation establishment. Most of these spiritual herbs were used for alchemy, with a small portion sold. After receiving this harvest, he gave the excess qi grass to Zhu Lingyue, who could refine the overflow qi pill. She could refine them whenever she had time. Chen Li was going to make a trip to the beast-catching sects market to sell some aged medicinal herbs, then purchase some formation materials for making an early warning system, as well as a vein-finding artifact for Chen Songxiao. Now that he had reached Foundation Establishment, inscribing second-order lower-grade formation patterns no longer required supplementary energy restoration pills. He also needed to purchase some fourth-tier monster bones to create more second-order lower-grade attack formations. After completing these, he would begin comprehending second-order middle and upper-grade formations. Now that some of the label tasks had been completed, he called up the Opportunity Task panel in his Sea of Consciousness. Orange Chi Fortune Bar, 2100. Highest Family Combat Power Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment Offspring. Highest Combat Power Breakthrough to Mid-Chi Refining Ancestors Foundation Establishment achieved. Offspring Chi Refining Third Layer not achieved. Family Can Refine Foundation Establishment Pills 30 completed. Family Recruits External Cultivators 10 3 not completed. Family Harvest Spirit Stones 100,000 3,221 from Daily Formation Sales not completed. Family Plants Spiritual Wood 30 Mu 0 not completed. After reviewing, a future question emerged. What Chen Li was thinking about was how to distribute cultivation resources to external cultivators. The task panel offered an inspiration. External cultivators who completed certain tasks, he said, could obtain cultivation resources. For example, if a certain Chi refining first layer external cultivator completed planting 1 mu of spiritual, they could obtain a certain number of overflow Chi pills. A set of cultivation resource acquisition rules could be established. In the future, as descendants increase, a set of rules must also be established. For instance, they would need to create a certain amount of productive value for the family before being able to obtain some foundation establishment pills or higher grade pills upon reaching certain goals. Chen Li had conceived the outline. More detailed regulations still needed to be formulated later. Beast-catching sect cultivation market. Inside a spirit herb shop, a clerk at the Chi refining 6th stage addressed an old man at the Chi refining 9th stage. Senior, we can only offer 9,000 spirit stones for this. Fine, 9,000 it is. The old man departed. In another herb shop nearby, the old man had transformed into a middle-aged cultivator. A shopkeeper said to the cultivator appearing middle-aged, "Fellow Taoist, 9,100 spirit stones is the absolute highest we can offer. Any higher, and we won't make any profit." "All right then, 9,100 it is." Chen Li had been changing his appearance throughout the market. Sometimes an old man, sometimes a middle-aged man, sometimes a sturdy muscular figure. All at the Chi refining 9th stage of cultivation. He had sold 8 spirit herbs, aged 500 years, accumulating nearly 100,000 spirit stones. Combined with the 3,000 plus spirit stones he had before, his total now exceeded 100,000. The quest family gains spirit stones 100 had been completed. Chen Li turned back and temporarily departed from the market. After resting for a month, he reappeared at the market, this time as a buyer. A foundation establishment level array master seeking to purchase. Inside a beast skin and bone shop, Chen Li spoke with abundant chi. "Boss, how about 8,000 spirit stones for the bone materials from this 5th level beast? 8,000 for 2 pieces. The shopkeeper's expression showed difficulty, but his heart was leaping with joy. A big order. He feigned reluctance and hesitated. All right. Chen Li moved to another shop. "Boss, why is the bone and hide from this 6th level beast so expensive? 80,000 spirit stones. Can you give me a discount? 70,000. The foundation establishment shopkeeper immediately shook his head. Chen Li had no choice but to produce a 500-year-old Luoyin breaking through spirit grass. The foundation establishment shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he nodded immediately. 2 months later, Chen Li transformed once more, this time as a seller. What he sold were inferior grade foundation establishment pills, and his disguise was that of a foundation establishment alchemist. Inside a pill shop, Chen Li presented an inferior grade foundation establishment pill. The shopkeeper, also an alchemist, tentatively offered inferior grade foundation establishment pill. 8,000 spirit stones. Chen Li shook his head. He knew the current market conditions well. With herb shortages, foundation establishment pills were now scarce commodities with no available stock. The reason he chose to sell here was that these shop owners knew exactly who their customers were. Their distribution channels were excellent, and they never worried about sales. The shopkeeper examined Chen Li's foundation establishment cultivation once more and said, 10,000 spirit stones per pill. That's my final offer. Chen Li sold 3 pills. Chen Li then walked into a magic artifact shop and directly said, "The second-tier inferior grade star locking disc is 12,000 spirit stones. Too expensive. I'll buy it for 10,000. Fine, 10,000 it is. Pay the spirit stones." Chen Li came and went from the beast-catching sect's cultivation market freely. With his foundation establishment cultivation, practically no one dared to provoke him. Chen Li also spent 10,000 spirit stones on various odds and ends. Array formation materials and puppet materials, herb seeds, a pile of insect eggs, and a stack of cultivation technique books. Wuchua Mountain Study of Immortals. The cultivation books stored on the second floor had expanded once more, filling an entire 2 additional cabinets. The storage room for array formation and puppet materials on the second floor was now packed with first-tier, lower middle, and upper-grade materials. Time flew by, and another month passed. This month, everything at Wuchua Mountain proceeded as usual. Under Chen Li's occasional teachings and examinations, Chen Songyan's insect breeding technique had made tremendous progress, successfully hatching the first batch of iron fire ants. These iron fire ants fed on iron essence and copper essence. Once successfully cultivated, they could serve as a supplementary attack method. Besides supervising Chen Songyan, Chen Li's own early warning system had also been designed and completed, consisting of several components. The third component was the information receiving prohibition. It would receive information transmitted back from the induction prohibition and mobile capture prohibition in real time, consolidating them into visual display screens. First came simple visuals. Red represented cultivators, blue represented ordinary people. This system would emit a tinkling bell sound whenever it detected a cultivator. If a cultivator's spiritual energy fluctuation reached the set threshold, the array would produce a humming sound. Chen Li named this array the Wuchua Mountain First Generation Comprehensive Warning Array. The first generation's functions were relatively simple, establishing the framework first before gradually adding more. The future upgrade goal for the warning array was real-time video surveillance, integrating attack arrays, illusion arrays, poison arrays, trapping arrays, defensive arrays, and more into a single comprehensive array. He explained this array's design to Zhu Lingwei and Chen Songli, and the two of them were responsible for the simple array inscriptions of the first and second components, while Chen Li handled the third. Chen Li was the chief designer and chief technical lead of the Wuchua Mountain First Generation Comprehensive Warning Array. Whenever Zhu Lingwei and Chen Songli encountered difficulties, Chen Li personally provided guidance. Because it was the first generation, most of the materials used were first-tier, middle, and lower-grade array materials. Apart from the third component's array materials being somewhat special, everything else was manageable. The three of them had already begun working with great enthusiasm. When Wuchua Mountain was thriving as usual, a month later 2 cultivators arrived outside the Liu family's ancestral lands in Yuanwu Prefecture. One appeared to be at the Qi refining 8th stage, the other at the 6th stage, one old, one young. The two were conversing in hushed tones. Father, it said, the Liu family has been passed down for 200 years. Besides their foundation establishment cultivators, they have 4 late-stage Qi refining cultivators, one of whom has reached the 9th stage of Qi refining. Their strength is not to be underestimated. That's why we should first disguise our cultivation. We'll establish our family here, then gradually expand our influence. Lu Shilo came out. He had already learned from the request letter why these two had come. First, state your origins. Proof of identity. For establishing a family in the southern Wu Kingdom, you need to prove your identity and background are clean. The older cultivator stepped forward and clasped his hands. Senior Lu Huangjin comes from the Cliff Mountain area as a wandering cultivator. This is the jade identification from the Golden Core true person of Cliff Mountain. This is my son Huang Qingbin. Cliff Mountain's vicinity was home to wandering cultivators. A Golden Core cultivator resided there, capable of overseeing an area of wandering cultivators. Lu Shilo examined the jade identification. Indeed, there was Golden Core spiritual energy, proving these two's origins were clear. Lu Shilo said to Huang Jin, you're cleared. Since you're here to establish a family, choose a location. Huang Jin nodded and directly said, Huang Jin chooses Liangxi County. Lu Shilo's expression remained unchanged as he nodded, showing no surprise. This is the Lu family's letter of recommendation. It contains my spiritual imprint. Take it. As for how to specifically choose your location, you'll need to communicate and coordinate with the other 2 families in Liangxi County. Huang Jin nodded in understanding. The two took the letter of recommendation and headed toward Liangxi County. 3 months ago at Duanya Mountain, spiritual energy stirred before a cave dwelling as Huang Jin broke through to foundation establishment and emerged from seclusion. Huang Qingbin, who had been waiting outside the cave for a long time, said to Huang Jin, congratulations, father, on reaching foundation establishment. Huang Jin raised his head and looked at the sky. This wandering cultivator had finally achieved foundation establishment. He said to Huang Qingbin, in a few days we'll go to Yuanwu Prefecture to establish our clan and also investigate the old case from back then. Huang Qingbin nodded and said, father, it's been over 10 years. Investigating will be extremely difficult. That Zhang owed me quite a few spirit stones. After he reached foundation establishment back, then he actually refused to repay them. And soon after he went to establish a clan elsewhere, he was killed. I'm also curious, who killed him? Investigation is only a small part. The most important thing is to develop in the prefecture. We need a place to sustain ourselves and enjoy the worldly power and wealth. Huang Qingbin also showed longing. All right, father. Father, according to information from Nanwu Kingdom, there is a foundation establishment clan in Yuanwu Prefecture. If we go there, we might conflict with them. Huang Jin's eyes darted around. We'll conceal our cultivation levels and first settle in as a qi refining clan. Yuanwu Prefecture can only support one foundation establishment clan, and that will be us, understand? Understood, father. 3 days ago at an inn in Yuanwu Prefecture, Huang Jin said to Huang Qingbin, I'll conceal my cultivation to qi refining 8th layer, and you'll conceal your cultivation from qi refining 7th layer to 6th layer. Here are 2 second-grade low-rank concealment talismans, one for each of us. All right, father. Huang Qingbin asked, Father, are we going to Liangxi County? Huang Jin nodded slightly. Yes, I've gathered about 70 or 80% of the information on Yuanwu Prefecture over these days. Chen Li of the Chun family in Liangxi County, their highest combat power has only just broken through to qi refining 7th layer. The qi refining old ancestor of the Yun family is barely at qi refining 6th layer. Moreover, 2 qi refining clans were lost before, so the land is vast and sparsely populated. It's just right for us to go there. Huang Qingbin sneered, Father, I can suppress both of these families alone. Liangxi County is really weak. Huang Jin's expression darkened. We'll first subdue those 2 families, avoiding conflict if possible, and then scheme against the Lu family's foundation establishment cultivator. Understood, father. He asked Huang Qingbin, how is your investigation of the old case going these days? Huang Qingbin replied, I've investigated. The cause of Zhang Yin's death was announced by the Lu family. They said he encountered bandit cultivators and died while attending a foundation establishment Immortal banquet in a neighboring prefecture. Bandit cultivators? That's impossible. If there were foundation establishment bandit cultivators nearby, the Lu family would have been wiped out long ago. Continue your investigation, but don't attract attention. Yes, father. Today the weather was fine and the breeze gentle. At Yun Family Mountain in Liangxi County, Yun Tianqing and Yun Shenghua looked at the Lu family letter that Huang Jin handed over. After examining it, both nodded. They looked at Huang Jin, who appeared to be at qi refining 8th layer, and Huang Qingbin beside him with an indifferent expression at qi refining 6th layer. What could Yun Tianqing and Yun Shenghua do? They could only greet them with smiles. Yun Tianqing said warmly, Fellow Taoist Huang, the Yun family welcomes you to establish your clan in Liangxi County. May I ask if you already have a cultivation clan territory? Not yet. That's why I've come to discuss with you. Do you have any spare clan mountains? Yun Tianqing did not hesitate. They couldn't defeat a qi refining 8th layer cultivator. The Yun family currently didn't want to provoke anyone, they only wanted to restore their family's strength. My Yun family is willing to sell the 2 clan mountains we just acquired. 1 mu of spiritual field for 300 spirit stones. That's the lowest market price. Consider it as making friends with fellow Taoist Huang. Good, the price is indeed cheap, but I Huang have just arrived here and don't have that many spirit stones. How about 100 spirit stones? Huang Jin looked at them with a playful gaze, completely disregarding the 2 men. Yun Tianqing and Yun Shenghua heard this and smiled bitterly inside. Yun Tianqing gritted his teeth and said, since fellow Taoist doesn't have that many spirit stones, Yun was inconsiderate. 100 spirit stones it is. The Yun family is willing to be friends with fellow Taoist Huang. Huang Jin lowered his head with a hint of a mocking smile. The Yun family shows such sincerity. I Huang am willing to become friends with the Yun family. Wuk Mountain, the outskirts. As Huang Jin stepped into this place, he felt an indescribable unease, as if being watched. He looked at the 2 spiritual jujube trees in front of the mountain gate and the defensive array behind them, feeling as if every step might trigger a trap. Huang Qingbin, who followed, also felt the same, but didn't take it to heart. He said to Huang Jin, Father, this Chen Li is a first-grade high-rank array master with qi refining 7th layer cultivation. I'm afraid he is not intimidated by our current apparent cultivation. Should we use some methods? Huang Jin said proudly, don't make a fuss for now. Let's probe this person's true strength. Under the tree, the 2 knocked on the array twice. Chen Li had long heard the warning array's tinkling bell sound from inside the mountain. Watching the dynamic movement trajectories generated by the array, they walked to the gate, and Chen Li also came out. At the gate, Chen Li saw Huang Jin and Huang Qingbin. One old, one young. The old at qi refining 8th layer, the young at qi refining 6th layer. Chen Li's first impression was that these 2 were strange. Without releasing his foundation establishment divine, since he asked calmly, who are you 2? The moment Huang Jin saw Chen Li, he felt that Chen Li was very confident. The qi refining 8th layer aura that Huang Jin released did not make this person take a second glance. Huang Jin composed his thoughts and expression and said, I am Huang Jin, and I have come to establish a clan in Liangxi County. This is a letter from the Lu family. Please take a look, fellow Taoist. Chen Li took it and examined it. Seeing Chen Li take it, Huang Jin cautiously probed Chen Li with a wisp of his foundation establishment divine sense, and found him to be a chi refining 7th layer. Only then did he relax. However, it was precisely this probe that Chen Li sensed the foundation establishment divine sense. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chen Li's expression returned to normal, and he handed the Lu family letter back, saying in the same tone, "Fellow Taoist, the letter is fine." Huang Jin took it and said again, "I wonder if fellow Taoist Chen has any clan territory for sale. We have just arrived and have no cultivation site yet." Huang Jin put on a look of negotiation. Chen Li raised an eyebrow slightly. "Fellow Taoist, I am selling a mountain I recently acquired. The market price for spiritual fields is about 500 spirit stones per mu. However, since you are new to establishing a clan in Liangxi County, I Chen can also offer a discount." Huang Qingbin, who was nearby, did not notice that Chen Li was concealing his cultivation. Seeing Chen Li's response, he was not satisfied and raised his voice. "Fellow Taoist Chen, would 100 spirit stones per mu be acceptable?" Chen Li was stunned, then laughed. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Are you joking, fellow Taoist? Wasn't it you who started the joke first? After Chen Li spoke these words, the atmosphere under the tree for discussion instantly turned rigid and tense. Huang Jin's expression changed dramatically, while Huang Qingbin seemed infuriated by Chen Li. Huang Qingbin, a chi refining 7th layer cultivator. How dare he be so arrogant? How does he have the audacity? Huang Qingbin's tone was ice cold. "Chen Li, what do you mean?" Chen Li remained unruffled. These two had concealed their true cultivation levels, and from the very start they tried to drive down the price, while acting high-handed and unreasonable, clearly looking for trouble. Chen Li wagered that they wanted to bully others with their authority, but since they had hidden their cultivation levels, they certainly didn't want to escalate the situation. His tone remained calm as he replied, "Gentlemen, according to market rates, a mu of spiritual farmland is currently at least 400 spirit stones. Considering you're newly establishing your clan here, I can offer a slight discount of several dozen spirit stones." He paused briefly, then added coldly, "If you're unwilling, then please leave." Hearing Chen Li's nonchalant words, Huang Jin felt fury burning in his heart. He truly wanted to reveal his true cultivation and crush this insignificant chi refining wretch before him. However, thinking of the Lu family wasn't all his schemes aimed at replacing the Lu family. It wasn't worth ruining the grand plan for a mere chi refining cultivator. He suppressed the impulse raging within him, thinking that when he made the Huang family the sole foundation establishment clan in Yuanwu County, the Chen family would be like a pig on a chopping block, slaughtered at will. Huang Jin's voice dropped to a low, icy tone. "Does Master Chen not wish to be friends with us? Is this how one treats friends? Coercing sales?" Upon hearing this, a flash of murderous intent crossed Huang Jin's eyes, yet he held back. "Very well, since fellow Taoist Chen insists, it seems my Huang's face carries no weight. We shall meet again." Beside him, Huang Qingbin shot a glance at Huang Jin, seemingly asking if they should strike. Huang Jin subtly shook his head. Huang Qingbin could only suppress the flames of rage in his heart, and said through gritted teeth, "Fellow Taoist, until we meet again." The two swept away with robes trailing. Chen Li watched them depart, his inner alarm bells ringing loudly. Concealing their cultivation, exercising such restraint. If not them, who else would harbor such treacherous schemes? He immediately reinforced the mountain's outer formations, deciding to secretly observe these two. Several days later, at Wuk Mountain. Returning from his covert observations, Chen Li discovered these two frequently surveilled the Lu family. He suspected their true target was the Lu family, so he chose to watch the tigers fight, planning to intervene as the situation developed. One day, Chen Li approached Chen Li with the design blueprints for the first-generation comprehensive warning formation for Wuk Mountain. At the Zizai Pavilion, Chen Li said excitedly, "Father, I've made some improvements. The first enhancement involves integrating shadow recording stones into the formation. When perfectly fused, they can capture the appearance of visitors. The second improvement incorporates an illusion array that activates when the mountain's perimeter comes under attack." Chen Li examined the enhancements carefully, confirming the integrations were flawless. These seemingly simple, yet clever improvements demonstrated Chen Li's remarkable talent in formation studies. A true prodigy in her craft. Chen Li spared no praise, saying, "Excellent work on the upgrades. Li, continue your bold experiments. Once you surpass your father, this old formation master can retire." Chen Li's face lit up as she retorted, "Father, you're joking again. Daughter could never match your mastery of formations." Seeing her delight, Chen Li shifted the topic. "Li, your uncle Niu has broken through to chi refining 5th layer. Find time to teach him some combat techniques." At this news, Chen Li's expression instantly fell. She shook her head vigorously. "Father, no. Uncle Niu would drive me insane. Get Song Yan instead, he's always idle." Chen Li burst into laughter. Teaching Uncle Niu was headache-inducing for anyone. All right, you don't have to go. Let Uncle Niu teach himself. Thanks, father. Chen Li beamed, showing her pearly whites. The two chatted for a while longer until Zhu Lingyue arrived. Seeing the father and daughter, she said, husband Li Songxian, and the others are grilling spirit beast meat. I tried some and the taste was quite good. I brought some for you. Chen Li took it and bit in, delicious. Chen Li also dug in, saying, it's good, but I still don't like eating spirit beast meat. Zhu Lingyue laughed and chided, you really are your father's daughter. You both dislike spirit beast meat. Zhu Lingyue looked at Chen Li with bright eyes. Husband Songmei is really enjoying herself. Let's go grill some together. Chen Li gave a slight nod, then turned to Chen Li. Li, come on, let's relax. Wuk Mountain Spirit Rice Fields. A cow was performing fire-controlling techniques. Chen Songxian was busy grilling meat. Chen Songxiao was cutting spirit beast meat. Chen Songyan was arranging sauces, and Chen Songmei was eating with grease dripping from his mouth. When Chen Songxian and the others saw Chen Li approaching, they were overjoyed. Chen Li said to Chen Songyan, Songyan, prepare the seasonings for father and me, you know our preferences. Chen Songyan responded immediately, got it on it. From a distance, Wuk Mountain Spirit Rice Fields were filled with the aroma of grilled meat drifting across the entire mountain. Wisps of smoke rose, accompanied by a cow and a family together. Another 10 days passed. Huang Jin and his companions settled in Liangxi County. Their first action was commanding the mortals under their control to construct their family estate, while their second task involved conducting spiritual root assessments on those mortals. The two from the Huang family frequently requested assistance from the Yun family, employing them for various menial tasks. 10 days later, they visited Wuk Mountain again, this time claiming to discuss territorial boundaries. Because the two mountains the Yun family sold to the Huang family were adjacent to the Chun family's Qingfeng Mountain, they likely harbored ulterior motives upon spotting the spirit herbs in the 8 mu of spiritual farmland within. Chen Li presented the Lu family's land allocation documents. If they disagreed, they could confront the Lu family directly. Chen Li ultimately declared if they wanted the land, they should come with offers to purchase. Peaceful development benefits everyone. Their scheming had failed. Seeing that Chen Li wouldn't succumb to their tactics, and that he even implicitly conveyed he wasn't afraid of the Huang family, Huang Jin and his companions' murderous intentions began to stir. A month elapsed following this incident. Near Qingfeng Mountain within the Huang family's territory, Huang Jin and Huang Qingbin held a clandestine discussion in their newly established cave dwelling. Outside the mountain, countless mortals were toiling to construct a building on the steep cliffs. As the foundation was being laid, mortals occasionally shouted directions, and at times some would collapse from exhaustion and be carried down the mountain. Mortals possessing spiritual roots were selected as overseers, ruthlessly whipping those who refused to labor. With the slightest authority, they raised their lashes against their fellow villagers. Inside the cave-dwelling, Huang Jin devised a plan. Their objective: systematically eliminate the 4 late-stage qi refining cultivators of the Lu family. During their time as wandering cultivators, they specialized in banditry. His foundation establishment pill was precisely obtained through robbery. Huang Jin stated, the Lu family periodically sends late-stage qi refining cultivators for beast hunting. I'll eliminate them first. Father, your wisdom is supreme. Father, the Lu family has a reclusive qi refining 9th layer cultivator. How should we handle this person? Huang Jin chuckled, we needn't concern ourselves with him. Once we lure out and kill Lu Shilo, won't he too become meat on the chopping block? Huang Qingbin suddenly recalled something. Father, what will you do with that item we plundered? Huang Ji nodded and retrieved a set of second-rank lower-grade Tiangang formation from his storage bag. This too had been seized through robbery. He sneered, once Lu Shilo falls into this formation, his death becomes our choice. Huang Qingbin thought of Chen Li and said to Huang Jin, Father, once we've dealt with the Lu family, won't that wretch Chen Li's days be numbered? Let that insignificant fellow survive a few more days. Once we've dealt with the Lu family, his death is certain. The two burst into laughter within the cave dwelling. The autumn wind was clear, the autumn moon bright, another golden autumn had arrived. The spirit jujube tree at the doorstep had borne fruit once more. 10 zhang tall, the spirit jujube tree was laden with red plump dates. Chen Songmei longed to eat the spirit jujubes, and his elder siblings turned into flying figures. Chen Songmei stood beneath the tree as spirit jujubes rained down like a cascade. The little girl ran excitedly under the tree, catching the sky full of spirit jujubes. In that moment, it seemed like a time of peace and tranquility. Inside the mountain, Chen Li transplanted the red sun spirit fruit into the cave dwelling of the great sun planting jade. He wondered if using the spirit water ripened by the great sun planting jade would accelerate its maturity. After all, 100 years to bloom and 100 years to bear fruit. It didn't seem so difficult. He didn't know how the red sun spirit fruit differed from other spirit plants. He was just giving it a try. He began to water it. Several days passed, and Chen Li found that the ripening was not obvious. Based on his experience with other spirit herbs where 50 days could ripen a century-old herb, the red sun spirit fruit tree did not match. He would need to observe it for a longer period. Chen Li could only leave it to time. In the alchemy hall, Chen Li filled the medicine cabinet with ripened century-old overflowing qi grass. Zhu Lingyue would come to refine it whenever she had free time, and the two of them worked in tacit understanding. Chen Li did not mention where the spirit herbs came from, and Zhu Lingyue did not ask. She only knew that following Chen Li was the right choice, and that having spirit herbs to refine was all that mattered. The 2 sets of 5th-grade beast bones and hides that Chen Li had bought earlier were already made into 2nd-tier low-grade attack arrays. With his current cultivation, carving 2nd-tier low-grade attack runes was as simple as drinking tea or water. After finishing the refining, finding himself idle, he began to read the essentials of 2nd-tier array rune carving again. The set of 6th-grade beast bones and hides he had bought could be used to attempt making a 2nd-tier high-grade attack array. The finished 2nd-tier high-grade attack array was immensely powerful. Cultivators below the golden core level could only dodge when they saw it. At Wuk Mountain in the Zizai Pavilion, Chen Li sat by the pavilion sipping tea while contemplating the runes of the 2nd-tier high-grade array. The last time he had comprehended the 2nd-tier low-grade time was too tight. Now he had time to ponder slowly. A few days later, the peaceful life was disturbed. Brother Niu and Chen Songxian returned from Qingfeng Mountain, and Chen Songxian reported a situation at the pavilion. His expression somewhat grim, he said, "Father, the 1st-tier mid-grade defensive array at Qingfeng Mountain has been destroyed, and about 1 mu of the 8 mu of spirit fields inside has been trampled." Chen Li's expression shifted. He immediately thought of who might have done it. Qingfeng Mountain was adjacent to the Huang family. Chen Li mused, even if it wasn't Huang Jin and his people, it was them. Everything had been fine for years, but trouble came as soon as they arrived. Chen Li's expression turned stern. He comforted Chen Songshuan, "Songshuan, I will handle this matter. Don't go to Qingfeng Mountain for now." Chen Songxian left. The tea kettle in the mountain pavilion was still boiling, steam rising as Chen Li pondered how to kill. Since Huang Jin and his people were forcing a showdown, he decided not to wait any longer. Rather than waiting for the enemy to strike first, it was better to eliminate the enemy first. Shortly after, Chen Li quietly left the mountain gate. In the Yun family's small secret chamber, Yin Chengyue had just returned from Qingfeng Mountain, his expression uncertain. Entering the chamber, he said directly, "Ancestor, the array at Qingfeng Mountain has been destroyed." Yin Tiansheng was startled. "Is this true?" "Absolutely true." "Troubled times indeed." Yin Tiansheng sighed. He recalled that the Yun family, along with the former Luo and Wang families, had coexisted in this area, with occasional friction, for about 100 years. In the past 20 years, there had been many calamities of beast disaster and a demonic cultivator's possession. After these disasters, the Luo and Wang families were gone. Now the Huang family also seemed to be stirring up trouble. He couldn't help but wonder why couldn't they live in peace. Yin Chengyue then asked, "Ancestor, which side do you think will win?" "The Chen family has the means to kill Foundation establishment cultivators. Is the Huang family a match for them?" Yin Tiansheng was silent. He didn't know that Huang Jin had concealed his cultivation level. On the surface, both sides seemed to be at the late qi refining stage, somewhat evenly matched. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "I hope it's the Chen family." A few days earlier, Huang Jin had gone to the Wubian forest to hunt members of the Lu family who were there hunting beasts. Huang Jin returned from the Wubian forest that day, and both of them were very pleased. The first step was a success. This time he had ambushed in the Wubian forest and successfully killed a late qi refining cultivator of the Lu family. Watching the qi refining cultivator he had tortured to death, he felt immense satisfaction. Inside the cave-dwelling, Huang Qingbin said smugly, "Father, I deliberately destroyed the 1st-tier mid-grade defensive array at Qingfeng Mountain and then trampled 1 mu of spirit herbs inside." He continued, "Let Chen Li suffer. He might come to cause a scene, and then we can say a wild boar broke in and ravaged the mountain." Huang Jin laughed heartily. "Excellent. A wild boar breaking through a 1st-tier mid-grade defensive array. That kid will surely be furious." Huang Qingbin was elated and laughed along. "When he comes, we'll teach him a harsh lesson and make him even more embarrassed." A few days passed. A 1st-tier mid-grade defensive array was reinstalled on Qingfeng Mountain, but Chen Li didn't come to confront them. Huang Qingbin felt as if he had punched cotton, somewhat unsatisfied. Chen Li wasn't following their script. Inside the cave dwelling, the two chatted again. Huang Qingbin sneered. Could Chen Li have gone to complain to the Lu family? Huang Jin chuckled. Even if he goes to the Lu family, it's useless. There's no real evidence. Couldn't a passing wild boar have done it? Another 2 days passed, and the Chen family remained silent. Chen Li didn't come to confront them. Huang Jin and his son both thought Chen Li was a coward. This made Huang Jin despise Chen Li even more. Meanwhile, another piece of news emerged. The Lu family cultivators went to the Wubian forest to investigate their missing clan members. Huang Jin was overjoyed when he heard this news. He prepared to tail them again. Outside the Huang clan territory in a hidden thicket, Chen Li had been lying in wait for several days, but had not found an opportunity to kill with a single blow. Combining their actions of stalking the Lu family, he concluded with 80% certainty that these two Huang men were likely trying to replace the Lu family. Huang Jin, abandoning the status of a foundation establishment clan to become a qi refining clan, must have some scheme. He didn't believe Huang Jin's behavior was like his own, lying low and developing quietly. He thought of a plan that wouldn't require him to act personally. Before the two returned and received the news, he infiltrated the Lu family. Chen Li easily bypassed the Lu family's first-tier high-grade defensive array, sneaking in without triggering the alarm. He secretly placed a note about Huang Jin's motives in a place frequented by a 9th-level qi refining cultivator of the Lu family, and also revealed that Huang Jin's actual cultivation was at the foundation establishment stage. Having done this, he believed that if the Lu family wasn't stupid, they would make some deployments. Upon learning this information, the 9th-level qi refining cultivator Lu Zian immediately reported to his foundation establishment brother Lu Shilo. In the secret chamber, Lu Zian said, "Brother, that Huang Jin is very likely a foundation establishment cultivator, and he is plotting against our Lu family. The disappearance of our clan members in the Wubian forest may be related to him." Lu Zian recounted all the intelligence Chen Li had given him. Lu Shilo was astonished, his expression changing repeatedly. "Where did you get this information, eh?" Lu Zian briefly explained the situation. Lu Shilo exclaimed, "You mean someone sneaked into our Lu family to give us this information, and we didn't notice a thing?" Lu Zian speculated, "The defensive array in our clan territory didn't give any warning. This person must be proficient in arrays." Lu Shilo grew restless. Huang Jin was the top priority. If Huang Jin was truly a foundation establishment cultivator plotting to take over their Lu family, they could not stand by and do nothing. He stood up, his expression solemn. "Sixth brother, let's set aside whether this information is true or false for now. First, we must resolve the matter of our missing clan members. If it is as described in this intelligence, our Lu family will not sit idly by. Let's do this." The two began to conspire in the secret chamber. The Lu family started to release news that they were going to the Wubian forest to investigate the missing clan members, and the Huang family successfully received the news. Thus, by today, Chen Li observed an interesting phenomenon. On this day, 600 kilometers into the Wubian forest, Lu Zian led a group of Lu clan members in front, scouting ahead. Huang Jin followed behind Lu Xian, while Lu Shilo used a concealment technique to follow a lead behind Huang Jin. Chen Li's divine sense extended 3 li, and he also concealed his form, following a lead behind Lu Shilo. From a distance, it looked like Lu Zian led, followed by Huang Jin, then Lu Shilo, and finally Chen Li. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who was the oriole? Huang Jin observed that the Lu family cultivators, led by their qi refining 9th-stage cultivator, had ventured deep into the wilderness. He deemed this desolate place the perfect location for murder and silencing witnesses. Huang Jin decided it was time to act. Disguising his features, he suddenly revealed himself and darted directly toward Lu Zian of the Lu family, the qi refining 9th-stage cultivator. However, Lu Zian seemed to have anticipated this, activating a 2nd-tier lower-grade explosion displacement talisman. He immediately distanced himself from Huang Jin. By the time Huang Jin gave chase, Lu Zian had already reached Lu Shilo. At that moment, Lu Shilo gazed coldly at the disguised Huang Jin, his expression chillingly grim. Lu Shilo's voice was icy as he spoke with fierce determination. "Huang Jin, you've played your disguise well. Who would have thought you were actually at Foundation Establishment Cultivation? A life for a life. Prepare to die." At the sight of Lu Shilo, Huang Jin wore an expression as if beholding a ghost. He knew his secret was exposed. His instinct was to flee, having committed such banditry so many times it had become habitual. But his thoughts paused, and he recalled that 2nd-tier lower-grade Tiangang formation. If he could eliminate this foundation establishment member of the Lu family, wouldn't that be the optimal strategy? Gritting his teeth and mustering his resolve, he made his decision. Seeing Lu Shilo lunging toward him, he immediately enticed and fled. Lu Shilo pursued closely, and Lu Zian led the other Lu family cultivators in close pursuit. Chen Li watched the drama unfold from behind and followed closely as well. Half an hour later, at a canyon in the boundless forest, Huang Jin activated several 2nd-tier lower-grade escape talismans, creating some distance from Lu Shilo. Temporarily escaping the range of his opponent's divine sense, Huang Jin swiftly arranged the Tiangang formation around the canyon. As long as Lu Shilo entered the canyon, he would be trapped. Huang Jin assumed a combat stance, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he faced the approaching Lu Shilo. A single conviction dominated his mind: he would kill Lu Shilo today. At that moment, Lu Shilo's divine sense locked onto him once more. Huang Jin shouted toward his direction, "In Yuanwu Prefecture there can only be one foundation establishment family. Upon seeing Huang Jin's combat stance, Lu Shilo immediately informed the Lu family cultivators behind him. Hearing Huang Jin's declaration, his fury reached its peak. Lu Shilo drew his massive blade artifact and charged toward Huang Jin. A fierce flame erupted from the blade. Even before he arrived, the flames had already reached his opponent. Huang Jin also swung his sword, releasing an icy water sphere to counter the flames. Lu Shilo descended into the canyon, and facing Huang Jin directly spoke not a word before immediately engaging in close-quarters combat with his blade. A faint smile curved the corners of Huang Jin's lips as he watched Lu Shilo descend into the canyon. Lu Shilo charged forward to fight, while Huang Jin wielded his sword to defend. Huang Jin was forced to retreat continuously, yet every strike from his blade carried lethal intent. When Huang Jin saw the Lu family cultivators preparing to pursue, he knew he could wait no longer. He immediately created distance from Lu Shilo, flying backward. Watching Lu Shilo charging forward with his blade, Lu Shilo feared that Huang Jin might escape again once the family's reinforcements arrived. Thus he raised his blade once more to engage and obstruct. As Lu Shilo rushed up with his blade, Huang Jin produced a formation disc and rapidly chanted incantations. Sensing something amiss, Lu Shilo tried to dodge, but was too late. The second-tier lower-grade Tiangang formation immediately enclosed him. Beholding Lu Shilo trapped within the formation, Huang Jin beamed with joy. Wait here while I eliminate those troublesome Lu family members behind you, then I'll come back to kill you. Trapped inside the formation, Lu Shilo remained composed, at first striking with all his might. However, when his attacks failed to breach the formation, he used the two expensive second-tier lower-grade wall-breaking talismans he had purchased, producing two thunderous explosions. The Tiangang formation still stood firm and unyielding. He then produced a second-tier middle-grade talisman and detonated it once more. Though the formation trembled somewhat, it remained as immovable as bedrock. At this moment, panic seized him. He felt his spiritual energy depleting rapidly. If he couldn't break the formation, his spiritual power would be exhausted before Huang Jin's, inevitably leading to a slow death within the array. Hearing Huang Jin's words, he bellowed in rage. Huang Jin, you despicable wretch! Release me and face me fairly. Foundation establishment versus foundation establishment. Huang Jin remained unruffled. The moment Lu Shilo was trapped, he had already considered victory within his grasp. He would first swiftly eliminate the obstructing Lu family cultivators behind Lu Shilo. Otherwise, lingering here would prevent him from focusing entirely on draining Lu Shilo's spiritual energy, which required time. The Lu family cultivators would interfere, so he would kill these people first. Huang Jin sneered mockingly at Lu Shilo. The game is over. Watch as your family members are slaughtered right before your eyes. Beholding Huang Jin advancing toward the pursuing family members with his sword, Lu Shilo's face reflected despair, his heart tormented with agony. He thought of ancestor Lu Shuiqing's sacrifices. Was he to die so ignominiously within this formation today? He had failed her, the venerable one. Gazing at Huang Jin's departing figure, his heart was racked with pain, his soul seared with torment. Tears welled in his eyes unbidden. Just as Lu Shilo succumbed to despair, a surge of energy shot forth from a distant mountain peak. A magnificent and pure formation force collided with the Tiangang formation, causing it to shatter instantly with a thunderous roar. Lu Shilo stared dumbfounded as the Tiangang formation crumbled. Upon a small mountain peak not far away, Chen Li released a strike from the Xian Gu Lu Xian formation and concealed himself once more. He had observed the spectacle for a while, never expecting that scoundrel Huang Jin to possess a second-tier lower-grade Tiangang formation. The Xian Gu Lu Xian formation. Even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would not dare withstand a single strike. Crushing it with overwhelming force was entirely feasible. I still had to intervene myself. Chen Li murmured to himself. After Lu Shilo recovered from his stupor, he immediately reacted. Bowing respectfully toward the departing figure on the mountain peak, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your assistance. He thought of the person who had provided intelligence to their family, but this was not the time for detailed contemplation. He swiftly exited the canyon to pursue Huang Jin. Lu Xian of the Lu family gazed at Huang Jin approaching with his sword and exclaimed in alarm, "Where is my elder brother Lu Shilo? I'll send you on your way first. On the Yellow Springs Road, he will accompany you." Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from the canyon direction, startling everyone. Huang Jin spoke with composure, "Don't bother thinking about it. That explosion was probably your ancestor self-destructing. If he could break the formation, he would have done so long ago." "Impossible." Lu Xian refused to believe. "Off you go." Huang Jin raised his sword, the foundation establishment sword Qi, bearing down directly upon this Qi, refining 9th stage Lu family cultivator. Just as the sword Qi was about to reach Lu Xian, a familiar figure descended before him. The sword Qi was deflected by a blade. Lu Shilo had arrived. The Lu family cultivators all cried out in unison, their tears of fear transforming into tears of joy. Elder brother. Family head. Huang Jin stared in disbelief, his voice faltering. This is impossible. You actually broke the formation. Huang Jin was thrown into panic. His trump card was gone. Lu Shilo raised his massive blade and charged forward. Die! Huang Jin, lacking any will to resist, turned and fled desperately. Several days later, Lu Shilo and the Lu family cultivators pursued relentlessly. After a full day of chasing, Huang Jin's spiritual energy was finally exhausted. Lu Shilo and the Lu family cultivators had exhaustedly drained Huang Jin to death. Chen Li, who had been following closely all along, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. He turned and headed back. Over these several days he had wanted to intervene many times, but he had restrained himself. 2 more days passed, and Chen Li returned first. Huang Qingbin was not a concern. Even if he wished to spare him, Lu Shilo would never consent. Events unfolded exactly as he had foreseen. Lu Shilo led a group of Lu clan members straight for the Huang family ancestral grounds. At that moment, Huang Qingbin had no idea that Huang Jin was already dead. From afar, the mortal workers on the mountain peak resembled an army of ants building the grand hall for their Huang family. He felt no stir of emotion. Several mortals with spiritual roots stepped forward and reported, "Elder Huang, the hall will certainly be completed in 2 months." Huang Qingbin shook his head. "Too slow. You idle ones who do not work must be whipped mercilessly. That is the only way they will labor. Do you understand?" We understand. We have already whipped them severely. These wretched mortals do not warrant further trouble for you, Elder Huang. 2 months later it must be finished, otherwise watch your heads. Rest assured, Immortal, it will surely be completed." After dismissing the mortal representatives with spiritual roots, Huang Qingbin thought again of Chen Li. He had heard Chen Li also had a daughter with spiritual roots. Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Shilo had already appeared before him. Huang Qingbin had not reacted at all. Startled, he exclaimed, You how did you come here?" Lu Shilo chuckled twice, and without a word directly kicked and shattered Huang Qingbin's leg bones. Caught completely off guard, the pain shot straight to his skull, and Huang Qingbin nearly lost consciousness from agony. His concealed Qi refinement 7th layer cultivation could no longer be maintained and was laid bare. "Lu Shilo, what do you mean?" Huang Qingbin asked through gritted teeth. Lu Shilo pulled out Huang Jin's severed head from his storage bag and sneered, "You planned quite well, didn't you?" The instant Huang Qingbin saw his father's head, terror seized him. His mind went blank and panic flooded every corner of his body. It was over. His conspiracy had been discovered. Cold sweat poured from his body, his hands and feet trembled and went numb, but his desperate will to survive brought a fleeting moment of clarity. Huang Qingbin begged, "Elder Lu, this was not my plan. I was forced. It was entirely my father's doing, nothing to do with me. Besides, Huang Jin is not my father. I was adopted by him. I have no relation to him whatsoever. Elder Lu, spare my life. I will serve you as a bondsman. I will do anything." "Enough." Lu Shilo, weary of further words, struck directly at Huang Qingbin's forehead with one palm. Skull caved, brains spilled. Huang Qingbin died. The Huang family was annihilated. A cool breeze blew. Lu Shilo summoned a fire spell, and Huang Qingbin's corpse burst into flames. His thoughts drifted to the person who had assisted him, someone proficient in formation arrays. The Zhu family. Or the Chen family. Had it been him, since the Huang family had mistreated the Chen family's Qingfeng Mountain? He shook his head again. "Brother," said Lu Xian, "what of these mortals?" Lu Shilo's train of thought was broken. He set aside his speculation about that person. If the individual did not wish to reveal themselves, why press the matter? It was better for everyone this way. After processing this, he exhaled and replied, "Tell them the Huang family has been destroyed. Let them return to whatever they were doing." "Yes, elder brother." When the Lu family announced that the Huang family had plotted treason and was now exterminated, those mortals were free. They hailed the Lu family's immortal elders for their righteousness and knelt in gratitude. But once the Lu cultivators departed, the mortals with spiritual roots who had acted as overseers were beaten until their bodies were shattered pulp. Having seized power overnight and oppressed their fellow villagers, now that the immortals they leaned upon were dead, their fate could only be brutal beating to death, their corpses thrown to dogs. Each mortal wept quietly. The grief of losing loved ones would only last so many days, for the next cycle of bondage was unknown. Now in Liangxi County, only the Chun and Yun families remained as immortal clans. Immortal remarked, "I hear the Chun immortal clan has not conscripted their subordinate mortals in over a decade, nor do they force children to undergo spiritual root testing. Is that true?" "They say it is. I hope it is true." On Wuk Mountain, 2 Lu clan members delivered a formal letter stating that the 2 mountains formerly belonging to the Huang family now fell to the Chen family, and Chen Li accepted them with a smile. Lu Shilo had likely guessed something, but Chen Li chose not to reveal himself, and neither pressed the matter. Both sides understood. Within the mountains, he relayed the news to Chen Songxian and Brother Niu, who arranged the land reclamation in due course. Most of the farming operations had already been handed over to Brother Niu. At Zizai Pavilion, he continued to contemplate the second stage Supreme Tier formation marks. It seemed Huang Jin's death had nothing to do with him, and everything remained as usual. A few days later, he opened the final orange-colored opportunity location in his Sea of Consciousness. 3. Qingyun's Sect Wang Jian, Secret Alchemy Method. Qingyun's sect was tens of thousands of li away situated in the central region of the southern frontier. It was also a nascent soul sect. The crucial point was that its master was still alive. If that person remained concealed within the sect, there was nothing he could do. He was only at the foundation establishment stage. If he raided a nascent soul sect, it would be like an old man, hanging himself outright seeking death. Lu Shilo returned to the clan grounds, and withdrew to his secret chamber with Lu Zian. Brother, said Lu Xian, do you think it was the Chen or Zhu family? Both are proficient in formations, and I lean toward Chen Li since the Huang and Chen families had prior friction. Whether Chen or Zhu, this assistance is a grace that has saved our Lu family. Since this cultivator does not wish to reveal themselves, we should not disturb them either. Understood, elder brother. Lu Zian bowed his head in agreement. The two discussed for a while, and soon Lu Zian departed, leaving only Lu Shilo in the chamber. He recalled certain words spoken by their clan ancestor Lu Shuiqing. She had mentioned that Liangxi County possessed means to kill a foundation establishment cultivator. At the time, he had refused to believe it. Now that this incident had occurred, he would never again underestimate the world. With the Luo Wang and in families of Liangxi County all eliminated one by one, and the Yun family showing unconditional compliance toward the Huang family while lacking formation expertise, there was no doubt. The Yun family was ruled out. Lu Shilo was 80% certain, but since the person preferred anonymity, he also chose not to pursue it further. Day and night cycled, and 3 more days passed. The Lu family sent word to other Qi refining clans throughout the commandery regarding the Huang family incident, concealing one's true cultivation, murdering a Lu clan member, and plotting treason, all resulting in the clan's annihilation. After the news was made public, considerable discussion rippled through the commandery. At the Zhu family pavilion in Lingchuan County, Zhu Zealand reported to Zhu Baiqiu elder, according to some Lu clan spies, the Lu family's ability to slaughter at their same cultivation level came from intelligence provided by another party. We have investigated extensively, but the Lu family has not revealed who this other party is. Zhu Baiqiu chuckled. Another party. Another foundation establishment cultivator, it seems. The Lu family is not as simple as they appear. If our family ever advances to foundation establishment, we should take the Lu family as our primary focus and remain secondary for the time being. Zhu Baiqiu added reassuringly, do not worry about foundation establishment. For now, do not concern yourself with other matters. Zhu Zealand nodded. Elder, rest assured, I will devote myself entirely to advancing toward foundation establishment. Good. Over a decade ago, Chen Li had come to propose marriage. Zhu Zealand was then at the 8th layer of Qi refining, and now he had finally reached the peak of the 9th layer, preparing to break through to foundation establishment. The family had spent 15,000 spirit stones on a single foundation establishment pill, an outrageous premium. These spirit stones represented a third of the family's total resources. Even though it was merely a low-grade foundation establishment pill, they had still managed to secure it. If Chen Li were present, he would certainly find this foundation establishment pill deeply familiar. Was this not one of the 3 pills he had sold? White clouds drifted swiftly, and 4 months passed in a blink. At the carefree pavilion on Crow Mountain, Chen Li, after leisurely comprehending over these days, could now trace complete second-rank upper-grade array patterns on manuscript paper. In the alchemy mansion, Zhu Lingyue was refining pills. Whenever she had spare time, she concocted Qi overflow pills, and with Chen Li's assistance, she successfully produced replenishing origin pills. She had become the second leading alchemist of the Chen family. With an ample supply of spirit herbs, she had crafted 800 bottles of Qi overflow pills over these months, along with over 100 bottles of replenishing origin pills. The family would not lack Qi refining pills for the next decade. The members of the Song generation also made progress. Chen Songyan had advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refining, followed closely by Chen Songli, who also reached the 4th layer. Chen Songyan spent fewer than 10 bottles to advance. After all, he had 3 spiritual roots. Chen Songli, with 4 spiritual roots, advanced a few days later, consuming several dozen bottles of Qi overflow pills to successfully break through. While enhancing his cultivation, Chen Songli also mastered the soul suppression technique to its grand completion. In the 1st generation comprehensive array for Crow Mountain early warning, he added many functions. Applying the 1st-rank middle-grade arrays, he had learned to achieve real-time synchronization of figures and audio. The number 1 cultivation maniac of the Song generation was undoubtedly Chen Songli. Under the dual attention of Chen Li and Chen Songyan finally mastered the hatching and nurturing skills of fire iron ants, reaching the entry level of insect breeding. Chen Songshuan in the spirit fields discussed with his uncle Niu how to use puppet techniques to liberate productivity. He developed several sets of spirit plant puppets. There were weed-pulling puppets, sowing puppets, harvesting puppets, soil-turning puppets, and warehouse transport puppets. However, they still needed extensive debugging. In between, he also consumed over a dozen bottles of Qi overflow pills to boost his cultivation to the third layer of Qi refining. The number 2 cultivation maniac of the Song generation was Chen Songshuan, who bore the demeanor of a family head. Chen Songshao was studying the second-rank fixed star plate that Chen Li had bought for him, but his cultivation was insufficient to use it proficiently. Thus, he raised his cultivation to the third layer of Qi refining only to find it still inadequate. He was now in seclusion, striving to break through to the fourth layer. The youngest Chen Songmei was in the Heart Concord Hall reading the children's storybook compiled by Chen Li, and from time to time, she asked her third brother to roast demon beast meat for her. A few days later at the Carefree Pavilion, Chen Li called up the tag task status of the Orange Fortune Bar. Orange Fortune Bar 60100. Family's highest combat power breaks. Through Foundation Establishment, Descendants' highest combat power reaches mid-Qi, refining Ancestor Foundation Establishment Descendants, Qi refining 4th layer achieved. Family can refine Foundation Establishment pills 30 completed. Family recruits external cultivators 10 3 people incomplete. Family harvests spirit stones 100 completed. Family plants spirit trees 30 0 incomplete. Planting spirit trees would be entrusted to external cultivators. Recruiting external cultivators required patience. Those nurtured from within had different loyalty from those recruited from outside. He had the patience to wait for Li Chun and the others to grow. He wanted to be the master of the tasks, not their slave, completing them naturally when the time came. Chen Li withdrew from his sea of consciousness. A few days later he arrived at the Sun Cavern of Jade Nurturing Cave Dwelling, harvested a batch of accelerated spirit herbs, and planted the next batch. After planting, he took out some of the 6th-rank demon beast bones and hides he had purchased, a portion of the toad skin, 4 legs, and leg bones from a 6th-rank toad demon beast. As an array master, Chen Li intended to extract the toxicity from these toad bones and integrate it into the array. Master Chen, the array master, began his crafting journey. Outside the mountain, Chen Songli and Zhu Lingwei were adjusting and upgrading the first-generation comprehensive array for Crow Mountain early warning. Chen Songli, having held back for a long time, asked curiously, "Mother, is father going to refine a second-rank upper-grade array?" Zhu Lingwen nodded slightly. Have you thoroughly grasped the first-rank middle-grade arrays? Almost do I can now craft several types of first-rank middle-grade arrays. Father is too extraordinary. When will I ever catch up to his pace? Zhu Lingwei flicked Chen Songli's forehead. You're only in your teens, already a first-rank middle-grade array master. Even some prodigies from major sects are no better than this, and you're still unsatisfied. Not bad. Mother, have you finished comprehending the first-rank upper-grade array? Almost. With your father's guidance, it's much faster. Mother, teach me, Yua. In Lingchuan County, at the Zhu family estate, an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy occurred outside a cave dwelling. The Zhu family ancestor noticed this and breathed a great sigh of relief. During this period, the Zhu family had been on high alert. Many clan members dared not speak loudly lest they disturb Zhu Zealand's breakthrough. Gradually, the spiritual energy fluctuation subsided. 100 breaths later, Zhu Zealand emerged from seclusion, his face overflowing with joy. Ancestor, I have fulfilled my mission as Zealand has advanced to Foundation Establishment. Zhu Zealand declared with vigor. Good. Zhu Buqiu said 3 goods in succession. After 60 years, they had returned to being a Foundation Establishment family. As the ancestor, he had finally revived the Zhu family. Zhu Buqiu said happily. Zealand, go and stabilize your cultivation first. We'll handle the rest. Yes, ancestor. After their family member advanced to Foundation Establishment, they no longer needed to pay tribute to the Liu family and would also renegotiate territory boundaries with them. Zhu Buqiu and Zhu Lingyue's great-aunt Zhu Boyo were in the main hall discussing how to hold the Foundation Establishment Immortal Banquet and how to negotiate with the Liu family over territory. Zhu Buqiu said calmly, 4th sister, the Liu family just annihilated the Huang family. It's not a good time to clash with them. I'll trouble you to go to the Liu family and negotiate properly. All right, brother, I will do my best to negotiate. Zhu Boyo agreed, then changed the topic. Brother, I can pass the position of family head to Zealand. The Zhu family can have a younger and more capable leader. Zhu Buqiu pondered for a moment. Let's ask for Zealand's opinion after he emerges from seclusion. All right. Zhu Boyo then mentioned Zhu Lingyue, her tone slightly reproachful. That girl Zhu Lingyue, ever since she married into the Chen family, she's forgotten her natal home. She hasn't visited in years. I heard that girl has reached the 6th layer of Qi refining, and Chen Li is at the 7th layer. They're developing well. You might as well go see her. Now that we've regained our foundation establishment family status, we can claim Liangxi County and reduce their tax tribute. Zhu Buqiu nodded, finding it feasible. Agreed. 3 days later at the Yun family estate in Liangxi County. 4 months ago the Huang family was wiped out. The 2 clan mountains previously taken by the Huang family from the Yun family were allocated to the Chen family, and the Yun family raised no objections. These days rumors circulated that Zhu Zilin of the Zhu family had advanced to foundation establishment and that Liangxi County would be assigned to the Zhu family. The Yun family discussed which side to align with, fearing another scenario, like Zhang, and which had traumatized them. Yun Xingyue suggested, "Ancestor, I think we should follow them and become a subordinate of the Zhu family." He continued, "Our relationship with the Chun family is good and there are no major conflicts of interest. Switching sides should allow peaceful coexistence." Yun Tianqing found it reasonable, nodded, and said, "Good." They were the ones being chosen. The news that the Zhu family had returned to the ranks of foundation establishment clans spread throughout the commandery. A day ago at Crow Sparrow Mountain the warning bell had rung. Chen Li watched the warning video and Zhu Lingyue looking on expressed some surprise before saying, "Li, come out with me to take a look. This is the clan grandmother of the Zhu family of the same generation as the Zhu family patriarch." Chen Li halted in his steps and suddenly thought, "Mother cast a spell to conceal my cultivation level." Zhu Lingyue nodded approvingly and praised him. You have your father's caution." After all, Chen Li was only about 10 years old and had a 4 attribute spirit root, yet he had already reached the 4th layer of qi refining, enough to astonish anyone. Zhu Lingyue had now mastered the optimized qi concealment art to the great completion stage, and with a 2nd grade lower tier qi concealment talisman, even Zhu Buqiu, who had not yet reached foundation establishment, could not discern her true cultivation. She cast a spell on Chen Li using her own cultivation and the residual power of the concealment talisman to suppress his aura. "Li, it's done. Now your surface cultivation appears as the 2nd layer of qi refining." "Very well, mother." Outside the mountain, as Zhu Buqiu stepped into the periphery of Crow Sparrow Mountain, being a 1st grade upper tier formation master, she immediately sensed the traces of formations. Yet she could not identify what kind of formation it was. She had never seen it before. Everywhere she looked there were signs of formations, giving her a feeling of being watched. Beneath the spirit jujube tree, Zhu Buqiu knocked twice on the defensive formation. Zhu Lingyue emerged, followed by Chen Li. "Clan grandmother, what brings you here?" Zhu Lingyue asked with a hint of surprise. "Oh, what's this? Can't I come to see my own girl?" "Of course you can. I thought something had happened to the Zhu family." Zhu Lingyue's brow relaxed and her expression softened. "Li, come and greet your great-grandmother." "Greetings, great-grandmother." Chen Li greeted her obediently. So this is the Zhu family's great-granddaughter. She's truly beautiful." Zhu Buqiu patted Chen Li's head and asked Zhu Lingyue softly, "Where is your husband?" "In seclusion." Zhu Lingyue replied naturally. "Well, you're already at the 6th layer of qi refining. It seems your husband has treated you well all these years. No wonder you rarely sent letters back to the Zhu family." "Clan grandmother, I've been busy raising children and cultivating, so I never had the time." "Oh, I know your little tricks. Fine, since your husband is in seclusion, I won't go into the mountain. I came to tell you that Uncle Zilin has advanced to foundation establishment. Our family has renegotiated territories with the Lu family, and Liangxi County now belongs to the Zhu family." "That's wonderful. Uncle Zilin's advancement to foundation establishment means the Zhu family has returned to the ranks of foundation establishment clans." Zhu Lingyue was genuinely delighted. From now on your tribute can be reduced as well. Be sure to inform me once your husband ends his seclusion." Zhu Lingyue nodded. The two chatted idly for a while. Before leaving, Zhu Buqiu took out half a bottle of qi-infusing pills and gave them to Chen Li, whose surface cultivation appeared to be at the 2nd layer of qi refining. Chen Li quickly tried to decline, but failed, so he had to accept them. Before departing, Zhu Buqiu said to Zhu Lingyue, "Lingyue, remember to bring the children back to visit the family more often when you have time. Let the younger generation interact more." Zhu Lingyue replied affirmatively, "Yes, clan grandmother, I will." Zhu Buqiu nodded and then flew away. Today, the Lu family and the Zhu family officially announced that Lingchuan County and Liangxi County belonged to the Zhu family, while the other counties belonged to the Lu family. It was said that the Lu family surrendered Liangxi County without any dispute, and the 2 families announced a marriage alliance. The Lu family declared the same tribute rules as before with no increase. The Zhu family also announced the same rules as the Lu family, keeping both consistent. The qi refining clans of Yuanwu Commandery remained as usual, and the cultivation environment stayed stable. This time there was no conflict between old and new forces, and the numerous qi refining clans expressed their praise. The Yun family of Liangxi County did not hesitate and followed the Chen family in submitting to the Zhu family's jurisdiction. The Zhu family also sent someone to inform the Chun family that the tribute items had been reduced by 20%. Zhu Lingyue immediately returned to her natal family, once representing Chen Li, to personally thank the Zhu family patriarch. Although her husband was also a foundation establishment cultivator, he could not reveal it yet. The timing was not right. After a few days of comings and goings, the Zhu family's foundation establishment banquet was set for half a year later. Considering that Zhu Zilan was still in seclusion, stabilizing his cultivation, and also to allow some foundation establishment clans to adjust their schedules so they could send representatives, the date was chosen accordingly. 3 months later at Crow Sparrow Mountain inside the Sunseed Cave Mansion, Chen Li's second-grade upper-tier formation was nearing completion. He named this set of formations the Toad Poison Attack Array, a second-grade upper-tier formation. Over 3 months, he finished the entire set. The process was arduous. To avoid wasting the 6th-grade beast bone and hide, he worked with unwavering concentration and meticulous care. The result was good, and all the effort was worthwhile. He now possessed 3 sets of second-grade lower-tier attack formations, 1 set of second-grade upper-tier attack formations, and 1 set of first-grade peak attack formations, all capable of dealing foundation establishment-level damage. His future plans included crafting a second-grade spirit trapping array and also a second-grade upper-tier defensive formation. However, activating a second-grade upper-tier defensive formation would consume thousands of lower-grade spirit stones per day. Only a wealthy cultivator could afford to turn it on. Inside the cave mansion, Chen Li harvested another batch of qi-infusing grass that had ripened in 50 days, planted a number of century-old auxiliary spirit herbs, and then emerged from seclusion. In the heart of Unity Hall, Chen Li arrived. Zhu Lingyue was delighted to see him emerge from seclusion. She then told him the news of the Zhu family's advancement to a foundation establishment clan, and Chen Li offered his congratulations. The two enjoyed a warm moment together in the hall, chatting idly. A few days later, Zhu Lingyue went into seclusion to break through to the 8th layer of qi refining, and Chen Li took over the household affairs. During these months, Zhu Lingyue had refined enough qi-infusing pills to support her breakthrough. A few days later, Chen Li emerged from her cave dwelling and came to the heart of Unity Hall. Seeing Chen Li watching Chen Songmei eat, she knew her father had successfully ended his seclusion. She was overjoyed. Chen Li noticed her and greeted her warmly. After a while, Chen Li turned the conversation to formation problems. She had accumulated many questions and had been waiting for her father to emerge from seclusion. Chen Li had told her to save her questions, and he would patiently answer them. Chen Li felt immensely satisfied. Having her father's guidance was the best thing in the world. Inside the heart of Unity Hall, Chen Li patiently answered each of Chen Li's questions one by one. Chen Li quickly grasped the essence of the formations, and Chen Li was astonished by her talent. At 15, she could already comprehend first-grade upper-tier formations, surpassing even him at that age. Several hours later, as dusk fell, Chen Li said with a smile, "Li, that's enough for today. Take some time to digest what you've learned." Thank you, father." Chen Li, filled with harvest, was reluctant to leave. Before parting, she asked, "Father, are you a second-grade upper-tier formation master?" Chen Li nodded. Chen Li was astonished. "Then father is a foundation establishment cultivator." She continued, "Father, when I probe with my divine, since you appear to be at the 7th layer of qi refining. But a second-grade upper-tier formation should only be possible for a foundation establishment cultivator to craft right." Chen Li smiled without speaking, then tossed her a first-grade upper-tier optimized qi concealment art and a second-grade concealment talisman. Chen Li immediately understood. She too would conceal her edge like her father. A few days later, Chen Li summoned Chen Songyan and Chen Songshuan, instructing them both to cultivate the optimized qi concealment art and giving each a second-grade concealment talisman. From now on, the Chen family could be called the Old Six Immortal Clan. The Chen family should not be too ostentatious. With most of them having 4 attribute spirit roots, it was impossible for them to cultivate so quickly in a normal qi refining clan. Chen Li, a 5 attribute spirit root cultivator who had advanced from the 4th layer of qi refining directly to foundation establishment in just over a decade, was far too conspicuous. Thus, he had to lay low even more. Without reaching the nascent soul, stage 1 was still but an ant. Chen Li demanded that all of them practice concealment, suppress their cultivation, and match the normal progress of the outside world. A few days after this matter, the days passed. At the Immortal Learning Pavilion, the Song Generation members and Chen Li gathered for another exchange. Chen Songxiao was still in seclusion and did not attend. Chen Songmei slept soundly in Chen Li's arms, and the others' conversation did not wake her. Chen Songxian said to Chen Li, "Father, now Uncle Neo is basically freed up. My spirit plant puppets have taken over all the management of spirit rice and spirit fields." Chen Li showed a delighted expression. "Good. Do you have any further ideas?" Chen Songxian paused, then replied, "Father, I think the next step is to try crafting offensive puppets." Chen Li nodded in approval. "That's fine. Seeing his father's nod, Chen Songxian recalled something and said, "Father, Uncle Nyo wants to learn alchemy. If you have time, could you teach him?" "Of course. Songxuan, you handle things methodically. Follow your own plan and make bold attempts. Don't be afraid of mistakes. I'll remember about Uncle Nyo's alchemy." "Thank you, father." Chen Songxian was overjoyed at Chen Li's affirmation. Nearby, Chen Songyan had initially wanted to stay silent, but under Chen Songli's gaze, which seemed to say, "It's your turn," he had no choice but to report. "Father, the iron fire ants are still in the larval stage and cannot release fire yet. For now, these young ants can only build simple nests and carry things. It will take another 3 to 4 years of nurturing before they become soldier ants. I've tried every method, but it really needs that much time to mature." Chen Songli looked skeptical. Chen Li thought for a moment. "I understand. Continue nurturing them, and I'll think of something later." "Yes, thank you, father." Chen Songyan breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Chen Songli, blinking, as if to say, "Even father can't do anything about it. Still don't believe me." Chen Songli shrugged her look, replying, "You're just slow." Chen Songyan was annoyed, but Chen Li interrupted them. He said to them, "All of you cultivate this optimized chi concealment art as soon as possible and keep the second-grade concealment talisman on you at all times. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. I won't be going into seclusion for a while." They replied in unison, "Yes, father." Time slips away swiftly, and another 10 days have passed in haste. On this day, Chen Songxiao emerged from months of seclusion, having elevated his cultivation to the chi refining 4th stage, and had consumed approximately 20 bottles of overflowing chi pills. With his cultivation advanced, Chen Songxiao immediately set to work on his second-order star positioning disc. He discovered that his chi refining 4th stage cultivation finally allowed him to activate some of its simpler functions. After emerging from seclusion, he sought out Chen Li without delay. At the leisure pavilion, Chen Li was peacefully sipping tea. Upon seeing Chen Li, Chen Songxiao also drank a cup. He had never cared for tea before, but since Chen Li enjoyed it, he had come to appreciate it as well. After finishing the tea, he said to Chen Li, "Father, I shall spend some more time familiarizing myself with the basic functions of the star positioning disc." Take your time. This is a second-order magical artifact. You need not rush." "Thank you, father." Chen Li nodded and handed over a second-order breath-concealing talisman along with an optimized version of the breath-concealing art. Chen Songxiao received them and listened attentively to Chen Li's instructions. Upon finishing, he immediately declared, "Father, I shall certainly prioritize cultivating this technique and carry the breath-concealing talisman at all times." Faced with his 4th son's rigid demeanor, Chen Li could not help but find it both amusing and exasperating. "Very well, there's no need to be so stiff. Just proceed at your own pace." "Understood, father." Observing Chen Songxiao's tense appearance, Chen Li maintained his gentle smile with endless patience. He patted Chen Songxiao's shoulder. "Fourth child, why must you still be so formal with your own father? No need to be nervous. As for cultivation matters, there's no urgency. Learn more from your third brother." Chen Songxiao gazed into Chen Li's warm eyes and forced himself to relax, though that deliberate air of naturalness was still faintly detectable. "Yes, father." The two conversed for a while longer. Before taking his leave, Chen Li mentioned that once Chen Songxiao had mastered about half of the star positioning disc's functions, he would take him to try it in the boundless forest. Chen Songxiao was overjoyed. Several days later at the leisure pavilion, Mr. Ox had come to find Chen Li. Mr. Ox looked at Chen Li. His bovine eyes seemed to ask, "Where is that?" Chen Li feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand. Mr. Ox's eyes shifted again, and his hooves controlled spiritual energy to draw images of an alchemy furnace and pills. His ox eyes staring fixedly at Chen Li. Chen Li laughed aloud, indicating he understood. He took out the comprehensive guide to herb identification, the compendium of alchemy classifications and uses, and the fundamental secrets of alchemy. Chen Li said to Mr. Ox, study the theories from these 3 alchemy books first. Only after you finish them will I give you specific pill refinement instructions." Mr. Ox's expression filled with great joy, and he mooed 3 times before departing in utter delight. In the evening, as the sun set in the west, at the leisure pavilion, Chen Li took out the soul suppression technique and began to cultivate. In a misty, dense forest of the Taihu Mountains, a golden core cultivator wearing a mask was in negotiation with a 7th-level flying feather crane demon. The masked cultivator asked, "Has Qi Jin agreed?" The 7th-level flying feather crane demon replied coldly, "Hunfar Lord has stated that we must sacrifice some 5th-level demon beasts, and in principle we agree, but the conditions must be increased." The masked cultivator's tone grew displeased. "Increase. 5 sets of second-order superior grade plus 1 set of third-order inferior grade isn't enough. Lord Qi Jin says that if you want our cooperation, add 1 talisman inheritance, a high-rank inheritance, or there's no deal." The masked cultivator fell silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the demon beast. Finally he said, "Very well, take this one set of third-order superior grade Divine Thunder Talisman Inheritance." The Divine Thunder Talisman Inheritance floated out from the masked cultivator's storage bag. After the 7th level demon beast scanned it with his divine sense, he burst into laughter. Haha, excellent. When you humans turn ruthless, we demon beasts simply cannot compare. Having reached an agreement, the 7th level flying feather crane demon flew away, leaving only the masked cultivator alone in the dense forest. The masked cultivator removed his mask, revealing his true face. It was Chen Li. Chen Li took out an empty bottle of Foundation Establishment human pills and murmured, "Not enough." At this moment he released an aura approaching mid-golden core stage, but unfortunately, it was only approaching, not truly, at mid-golden core. After a while the ruthlessness, greed, and killing intent in his gaze were displayed without reservation. He needed even more human pills. Several days passed. At the beast-catching sect's hunting hall. In the deliberation hall, the alchemy pavilion's pavilion master Gui Xiaotong, the hunting hall's law enforcement elder Jin Yue, and the hunting hall's hall master Wang Tian had gathered here. The Grand Elder had withdrawn from worldly affairs for the past century, and all hunting-related matters were decided by the hunting hall's hall master Wang Tian. Thus these two had come to seek him. Senior Brother Wang, the demon materials from our 5th-level demon beasts in the alchemy pavilion have been nearly exhausted, and the refinement of several pills has halted significantly. Therefore today I wish to request that you secretly order some Foundation Establishment fellow cultivators to hunt some 5th-level demon beasts in the boundless forest. Gui Xiaotong's tone was calm and unruffled, as always, betraying no other intentions. Wang Fengtian glanced at Gui Xiaotong and hesitated. The demon beasts in our region have been unified by Qijin. At present 5th-level demon beasts are scattered and few. Qijin's territory does have many, but they are all guarded by 7th-level demon beasts. During the previous group hunting event our sect lost quite a few Qi refining disciples. Now Foundation Establishment disciples cannot be sacrificed for nothing either. I believe this matter should be considered more carefully. When Gui Xiaotong heard Wang Tian's refusal, she deployed her trump card. Senior Brother, it is not that I disregard the lives of Foundation Establishment disciples. It is just that the Grand Elder requires certain pills at regular intervals, and all these pills require 5th-level demon beast materials. If our alchemy pavilion cannot provide them, I do not know how to explain myself to the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Wang Fengtian's expression shifted to displeasure. Jin Yue, seizing the opportune moment, stepped forward to mediate. Since Senior Brother does not wish for our fellow disciples to take the risk. Jin Yue paused, then continued. Why don't we secretly commission this task to Foundation Establishment independent cultivators or Foundation Establishment families, letting them do the hunting? We would only need to offer some Foundation Establishment pills or second-order spiritual materials, and they should be willing. They have always been daring and adventurous, and this way our sect's Foundation Establishment disciples won't need to take the risk. What do you think? After hearing Jin Yu's proposal, Wang Fengtian considered for a moment and finally nodded. Then let it be so. Pass the commission to the junior brother to spread the word. You two discuss the details together. Wang Feng pushed the matter away. Jin Yu understood and immediately clasped his hands. Very well, senior brother. As the sun and moon continued their cycle, 2 months passed. At Wuhu Mountain today was a day of continuous drizzle. At the leisure pavilion, Chen Li had also cultivated the soul suppression technique to great accomplishment. For a Foundation Establishment cultivator practicing a first-order superior technique like the soul suppression technique, it was naturally effortless. 1,000 miles in a single day. Chen Songxian carried Chen Songmei up. Chen Songxian smiled and said, Father Songmei wants to eat roasted spirit chicken again, but we're out of spirit chickens at the Fresh Preservation Pavilion. Chen Songxian set Chen Songmei down. Chen Songmei walked to Chen Li, her young voice tender. Father, I want to eat chicken. Chen Li gently flicked her forehead with his thumb, teasingly scolding, You little glutton. Chen Li took out the last 2 spirit chickens from his spirit beast bag. Upon seeing the spirit chickens, Chen Songmei's tiny hands and feet danced excitedly, her voice cheerful. Thank you, Father. We can have chicken tonight. Chen Songxian took the 2 spirit chickens and suggested to Chen Li, Father, perhaps we could purchase some spirit chickens, spirit pigs, and other edible spirit poultry to raise on Qingfeng Mountain. Chen Li pondered and asked, Raising these would consume quite a bit of time. It seems none of our family members can spare the hands to feed these edible spirit poultry. Chen Songxian replied unhurriedly, Father, Uncle Ox, and I can take turns. Once Li Chun and the others successfully draw in Qi, we can hand the task over to them. Chen Li thought for a moment and said, You two take turns. Discuss it with your eldest sister. Chen Songxian responded, Yes, Father. Chen Songxian received the 2 spirit chickens and said to Chen Li, Father, perhaps we should purchase some spirit chickens and spirit pigs for breeding on Qingfeng Mountain. Chen Li considered and asked, Raising these would consume considerable time. Does our family have anyone who can spare the effort to tend these edible spirit poultry? Chun Songxian replied without haste, Father Uncle Ox, and I can take turns. Once Li Chun and the others successfully achieve Qi induction, we can hand the responsibility over to them. Chen Li deliberated for a moment, and said, You may take turns. Do discuss it with your eldest sister. Chun Songxian replied, Understood, Father. In a guest room of an inn on the cliff mountain, the ambience was elegantly arranged with curling incense, smoke, and many landscape screens. An old man at the Foundation establishment mid-stage said to a pale-faced youth, Young master, please enjoy your meal. The pale-faced youth was already prepared, burning with an insatiable craving. On the bed, a handsome fair-skinned youth at the 7th layer of Qi refining trembled motionless. The pale-faced youth, as if beholding a beloved treasure, his eyes turned scarlet, and he lunged forward. Oh no, don't. Outside the door, the Foundation establishment mid-stage old man heard the screams emanating from the room, cries mingled with some unsettling lascivious sounds. The old man's expression remained unchanged, as if long accustomed to such scenes. 2 hours later, the door opened. The pale-faced youth wore a look of utter satisfaction, licking his lips with a hint of lingering desire. He made a throat-slitting gesture to the old man. The old man entered the room. Moments later, a scream rang out, then silence. Later, at a tea house, the two, having finished their business, sat drinking tea as if nothing had happened. The Foundation establishment old man said to the pale-faced young master, Young master, I've thoroughly searched the vicinity of Cliff Mountain. There is almost no second-grade low-rank formation master who also practices alchemy. Good. It seems that person is unlikely to be a rogue cultivator. But we've had enough fun with the rogues here. Time to return. Young master, won't you stay a few more days? The rogues here all have delicate features. Haha, there are no good-looking ones left. All ugly. 10 days later, at the Zhu clan's ancestral grounds in Lingchuan County. Today was the Foundation establishment feast of Zhu Zealand. The entire clan grounds were filled with the clamor of drums and gongs, joy and festivity. The mortal members of the Zhu clan celebrated together with the cultivators. Inside a grand hall, the venue was divided into 2 floors. On the first floor were cultivators from Qi refining families of Yuanwu Commandery. The Zhu clan also had many Qi refining families from other commanderies through marriage. Chen Li was on the first floor, inconspicuous among the crowd. At that moment, the clan's Qi refining patriarch Zhu Baiqiu came out to greet guests. Seeing Chen Li come alone, he said, Nephew Chen, why didn't you bring your children? Chen Li smiled and replied, Patriarch Zhu, my children are dull and busy with cultivation. I'm all right. Remember to bring them for a visit when they're not cultivating. You as Patriarch, I'd like to see them. Next time for sure. Zhu Baiqiu did not press the matter. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Li, he went to attend to other guests. The feast was lavish: white-cut spirit chicken, lemon spirit duck, grilled spirit pork ribs, fragrant spirit rice, and spirit wine. There was no habit of taking leftovers home, otherwise he would have packed some for his little foodie Chen Songmei. At Chen Li's table sat Yun Xingwei of the Yun family. They nodded to each other. The others were strangers, only acquainted by nodding. As the sun rose, the auspicious hour arrived. Zhu Zealand, the newly promoted Foundation establishment cultivator, came to the first floor for a brief appearance, greeted everyone, then returned to the second floor. On the second floor, the assembled Foundation establishment cultivators included Lu Shilo of the Lu family from Yuanwu Commandery, the Wu and Li families from Yunnan Commandery, and the Chun and Huang families from Mon Commandery. Together with Zhu Zealand, there were 6 Foundation establishment cultivators. The Foundation establishment cultivator of the Chun family from Mon Commandery asked, Have you heard about the secret order of Golden Court True Person Jinyu from the Beast Capture Sect? Yes, it's been confirmed in recent days. The Golden Core Yang and Luo families have already notified all the clans. The Foundation establishment cultivator of the Wu family from Yunnan Commandery echoed. Zhu Zealand, having just emerged from seclusion, was unaware. He asked the secret order. Lu Shilo explained, Brother Zhu, this is about the Beast Capture Sect stock of 5th-grade beast materials being exhausted. They are calling on our Foundation establishment families or rogue cultivators to hunt in the boundless forest. 1 set of 5th-grade beast materials is worth 1 Foundation establishment pill, or can be exchanged for talismans, pills, artifacts, etc. of equal value. Strange. Why don't they send their own sect's Foundation establishment cultivators? Zhu Zealand raised a pointed question. Lu Shilo explained, Golden Core True Person Gene, you said it's an opportunity for us Foundation establishment families or rogue cultivators to exchange for sect cultivation resources. Those unwilling can decline. Zhu Zealand had no further doubts. He felt tempted. 1 set of 5th-grade beast materials for a Foundation establishment pill. A rare opportunity, indeed. The room fell silent for a moment. Someone proposed, Does anyone here have thoughts of forming a team? Lu Shilo, who had just been schemed against by Huang Jin and his son, was in a state of distrust. He shook his head and said, I may need to go into seclusion for cultivation. I fear I must miss this opportunity. Lu Shilou's refusal did not deter others from being tempted. A Foundation establishment pill which ordinarily required begging and pleading on the market could now be obtained by killing a single 5th-grade beast. A rare opportunity. The sect also offered many other alluring items. They believed that united they could certainly kill a 5th-grade beast. After much discussion, several immediately agreed to form a team. Someone asked Zhu Zilan, "Brother Zhu, what about you?" Zhu Zilan's heart raced. He thought that since he had just broken through to Foundation establishment, joining forces to kill a 5th-grade beast should be feasible. Then each would get a share of 5th-grade beast materials. He was about to declare his intention to join the team when a shout came from the entrance. An honored guest arrives. Young Master Luo Haoyun of the Luo family comes to attend the feast. Zhu Zilan, interrupted by the shout, paused. He pondered the name. Someone beside him whispered, "The Golden Core Luo family's current generations, for Qilan's sons. Luo Haoyun already at Foundation establishment in his early 20s. A truly honored guest indeed. Everyone quickly rose to their feet. Zhu Zilan hurried to the entrance to welcome him. On the first floor, Chen Li heard the name Luo Haoyun, and memories from over a decade ago surged back. His backside went cold, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it. I'll get that bastard sooner or later." At the entrance, Luo Haoyun, with a pale face, stood like a haughty white swan, his face etched with arrogance and an air of keeping others at a distance. His tone was condescending as he looked down at Zhu Zilan. "Daoist, may I enter your home to partake in the feast?" Zhu Zilan said nervously, Of course. I apologize for not receiving you properly, young Master Luo. My apologies." A group of Foundation establishment cultivators came out to greet him. Luo Haoyun swept his eyes over them, looking somewhat disdainful, and merely gave a slight nod. In his sweeping glance, he saw a crowd of ugly men and found no interest at all. When he reached the first floor, Luo Haoyun scanned the entire hall. Chen Li glanced at him, but in that fleeting moment Luo Haoyun noticed and gave Chen Li a few extra looks. First look, utterly ordinary. Second look, nondescript. Third look, no interest whatsoever. Chen Li also noticed Luo Haoyun's gaze and felt a flicker of surprise. What sharp attention. Fortunately, he himself was also at Foundation establishment, or he might have been exposed. Luo Haoyun scanned the entire first floor and concluded with the same 4 words, "A bunch of ugly men." After Luo Haoyun went upstairs, Chen Li reflected that these second-generation heirs did have some abilities, though limited. They might enjoy stirring up trouble, but one should not underestimate those who styled themselves as prodigies and Qilan's sons. On the second floor, with Luo Haoyun and his bodyguard joining, the atmosphere became very restrained. The others dared not even touch their chopsticks, staring blankly as Luo Haoyun and his guard feasted. Luo Haoyun paused mid-bite, his face pale and weak, and laughed heartily at them. "On my way here, I heard about the Beast Capture Sect's 5th-grade beast hunt. Would any of you be interested in teaming up with me?" Luo Haoyun extended a team invitation, and the group looked at his pale, sickly appearance and his hearty laughter, exchanging uneasy glances. The second floor was now filled with a tense atmosphere. Everyone looked at each other, none willing to speak. Luo Haoyun chuckled, "Are you all underestimating my abilities?" The others hurriedly denied it. Someone cautiously said, "Young Master Luo, our strength is meager. We fear we would hinder your grand beast-hunting endeavor." Luo Haoyun, upon hearing this, ignored the speaker and resumed his voracious eating, remaining silent, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. As Luo Haoyun continued to eat without responding, the person who had spoken felt an invisible pressure mounting with each passing moment. Sweat trickled down his forehead. He dared not look up at Luo Haoyun. After another dozen breaths, Luo Haoyun still ate in silence. Finally, unable to bear it, the speaker said, "Young Master Luo, I am willing to accompany you to the boundless forest to hunt a 5th-grade beast." Luo Haoyun glanced up, then swept his gaze over the others. What else could they do? Lu Shilo smiled bitterly, thinking that even if he wanted to escape, he could not. At this moment, the host of the banquet, Zhu Zilan, was cursing Luo Haoyun's ancestors in his heart, furious that he had disrupted his Foundation establishment feast and acted so arrogantly. "We are willing to accompany young Master Luo to hunt a 5th-grade beast." Everyone voiced their agreement, for they had no choice. He was from the Golden Core Luo family, with a core formation elder above him. Luo Haoyun's waxen face finally showed satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, good. He laughed heartily, his expression indescribable. After laughing, he added, "You all do think highly of me and of the Luo family, but—" He paused, stood up, and his guards rose with him. He patted his stomach. "I'm full. The food was decent. You all continue. I don't need any of you to hunt a 5th-grade beast. As for the team, you are unworthy." Upon hearing "you are unworthy," everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Though arrogant, those 4 words were most welcome at this moment. Luo Haoyun left without a care for the host, heading straight downstairs. Zhu Zilan, silently cursing him dozens of times, had no choice but to accompany him. Luo Haoyun scanned the first floor, glanced at Chen Li a few times, found him ordinary and uninteresting, and finally shook his head. After he left the Zhu family's ancestor Zhu Baiqiu and Foundation Establishment cultivator Zhu Zilin wore grim expressions. The Foundation Establishment cultivators on the second floor took their leave, their spirits dampened. The Qi refining families on the first floor also sensed the somber atmosphere and departed. Once again, the Foundation Establishment feast ended prematurely. Before leaving, Zhu Zilin kept behind several Qi refining families related by marriage to the Zhu family. Zhu Zilin informed them of the Beast Capture Sect's secret order. Those sects and Golden Core families had only notified the Foundation Establishment families. Chen Li had heard rumors recently, but had no confirmation until now. Zhu Zilin said to Chen Li and the others, "It is almost impossible to kill a 5th-grade beast with Qi refining cultivation, so you should not go." They all thanked him. Zhu Zilin looked at Chen Li and advised nephew Chen, "Though you are a 1st-grade upper-rank formation master, a 5th-grade beast cannot be killed by a 1st-grade upper-rank formation alone." Chen Li cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Uncle Zilin, for the warning. I know my own limits, and will certainly not go to the boundless forest to hunt any 5th-grade beast. Only a fool would go to the boundless forest to hunt a 5th-grade beast for barter." Chen Li could refine a basketful of Foundation Establishment pills and eat them like candy. Zhu Zilin nodded, and the group dispersed. Chen Li went directly to Luoxiao Mountain in Lingchuan County and used the small teleportation formation there to return to Wuk Mountain. The world bustled with activity, but Wuk Mountain remained as tranquil as ever. Time passed swiftly, and half a month later Chen Li once again went on a grand shopping spree at the Beast Capture Sect's cultivation market. At the Taihu Mountain Range in the cultivation market, an old Foundation Establishment cultivator entered a pill shop. Chen Li produced 3 lower-grade Foundation Establishment pills. The Foundation Establishment shopkeeper said 8,000 spirit stones. The old cultivator shook his head and held up one finger. The shopkeeper pretended to hesitate, and Chen Li ended up with 30,000 spirit stones. Another 10,000 spirit stones per pill. The old Foundation Establishment cultivator vanished into the Taihu Mountains. Shortly after, a disheveled, middle-aged Foundation Establishment cultivator stepped into the cultivation market. This time he visited a spirit herb shop. Chen Li pulled out 3 400-year-old breakthrough spirit herbs. After bargaining, he gained over 40,000 spirit stones. The disheveled, middle-aged cultivator then disappeared from the market. An hour later, a sharp-faced, arrogant young Foundation Establishment cultivator entered a formation material shop. The shopkeeper wondered if such an arrogant young man could afford anything. Chen Li began browsing. A set of 400-year-old golden thunderwood and ice-cold cloth cost 6,000 spirit stones and could be used to craft a 2nd-grade lower-rank defensive formation. This defensive formation incorporated thunderwood and ice attributes. He had bought one set before and set it up at Wuk Mountain. Now the shop had 4 sets left, so Chen Li bought them all. The shopkeeper was stunned. This is a big customer. When Chen Li directly paid over 20,000 spirit stones, the shopkeeper decided that arrogance was fine for a young man with money. Unfortunately, Chen Li did not find 2nd-grade upper-rank defensive formation materials here, nor could he complete the 2nd-grade lower-rank spirit trapping formation. However, he bought a good amount of spirit sealing stones needed for the trapping formation, spending another 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. Chen Li then went to a spirit wood shop to see if they had 400-year-old iron essence wood for the trapping formation. They did not, but they had seeds. He bought a bunch of iron essence wood seeds and golden thunderwood seeds. After finishing his purchases, Chen Li felt eyes on him. He knew it was time for this arrogant young Foundation Establishment cultivator to disappear from the market. 3 hours later, having shaken off some ill-intentioned followers, Chen Li transformed into an old farmer at the 7th level of Qi refining and went to the spirit poultry market. At a spirit chicken shop, the shopkeeper enthusiastically said, "Fellow Taoist, our 1st-grade upper-rank spirit chickens are 150 spirit stones each, middle rank are 65, and lower rank are 25. Chen Li looked at the chickens, counting his coins with a frugal air. After a moment, he called out, "Fellow Taoist, give me 2 upper-rank spirit chickens, 30 middle-rank ones, and 100 lower-rank ones." The shopkeeper, who had thought Chen Li's thriftiness meant only a small purchase, was taken aback by the large order. His face bloomed with smiles. "Certainly. Please sit and have some tea." Chen Li produced a spirit beast pouch. The shopkeeper prepared the chickens and calculated, "Fellow Taoist, that comes to 4,750 spirit stones. Given your generosity, I'll take just 4,700. Chen Li paid without hesitation. However, the chickens would need feed. The family could provide some food. Middle and upper rank spirit chickens required spirit rice or beast meat, and there were spirit herb fields with a few years' growth for feeding. The lower rank spirit chickens only needed leftover spirit rice husks and chaff. Chen Li also went to a spirit pig vendor and bought 3 pigs as a trial, spending over 150 spirit stones. Finally, he bought 10,000 jin of lower rank spirit rice for feed, spending a few hundred spirit stones. With money, one could be extravagant. In this trip to the market, Chen Li earned a total of 73,000 spirit stones, spent about 30,000, and had 50,000 left to maintain the defensive formation and daily expenses. After buying everything, the old farmer Chen Li quietly slipped out of the beast capture sect's cultivation market, leaving no trace. Wuck Mountain's Azai Pavilion. Chen Songxian received the spirit beast pouch and storage pouch from Chen Li. Shortly after, Chen Songxian brought Chen Songmei and brother Niu teleporting to Qingfeng Mountain. On Qingfeng Mountain, at a halfway point up the slope, a chicken farm and a pig farm had already been enclosed and constructed. Chen Songxian released the spirit chickens and spirit pigs from the spirit beast pouch. Brother Niu assisted by taking out the feed, and after tidying up for a while, the sounds of chickens crowing and pigs oinking filled Qingfeng Mountain with lively bustle. Third brother, now we can have endless chickens to eat. Chen Songmei, standing beside the flock of spirit chickens, gesticulated wildly with joy. Haha, tonight we feast on chicken. Chen Songxian then grabbed 2 inferior-grade spirit chickens to bring back and cook for the evening. At the foot of the mountain, 8 acres of spirit fields were planted with spirit rice and spirit grass, all of which could be used as feed for breeding. Brother Niu set up several feeding troughs and used flame control technique to roast the spirit rice. Shortly after, the fragrant roasted rice enticed the spirit pigs to squeal eagerly as he proceeded to feed the spirit chickens and spirit pigs. Chen Songxian inspected the first-grade, intermediate-grade defensive formation within the mountain. In a few days, Chen Li would come to set up an invisible second-grade, inferior-grade defensive formation, so he had no great concerns. After the 2 finished feeding, it was already evening. Gazing at this bustling scene, both Chen Songxian and brother Niu felt deeply satisfied. A day later, on the second floor of Shuexian Lu, Chen Songxian summoned Chen Songli, Chen Songyan, and Chen Songxiao to formulate this cyclic breeding schedule. At Shouxian Fong, Chen Songxian expounded, everyone, including Uncle Niu, can activate the teleportation array to Qingfeng Mountain. Brothers and sisters, please consider your available time, and I will arrange the shifts. The group discussed among themselves, but had not yet reached a unified schedule. Chen Songxian furrowed his brow slightly. He promptly proposed, eldest sister, second brother, fourth brother, let us do it this way. I will arrange the schedule directly. It only requires taking out a month or 2 of the year. Once Li Chun and the others successfully induce Qi, we can hand it over to them. Chen Songli stepped forward to support this. Third brother, I agree. You arrange it as you see fit. Having gained Chen Songli's endorsement, Chen Songxian directly formulated the schedule. Chen Songli casually mentioned, everyone's cultivation or immortal technique studies can be staggered. Songyan, what do you think? Chen Songli looked at Chen Songyan, who gave her a glance that seemed to say, you don't trust me. Third brother, do as you see fit. I, your second brother, will certainly support you. Chen Songxiao also stepped forward to declare, eldest sister, I support third brother as well. Chen Songli laughed heartily. Fourth brother, I'm not doubting you. You'll certainly be fine. I'm afraid your second brother will be lazy. Fourth brother, your eldest sister is discriminating against me. Chen Songyan gave Chen Songli a sidelong glance. Chen Songxiao smiled sheepishly and did not respond to their dispute. After a while, the meeting concluded in a pleasant atmosphere. Chen Songxian announced that he would personally cook tonight, and the chicken's flavor would be absolutely superb. Everyone's mouths were already watering. Meanwhile, in the boundless forest, at a point 1500 kilometers from its edge, Luo Haiyun and the Foundation establishment, old man serving as his guard, had also ventured this deep. Scattered third-tier demon beasts simply failed to attract their attention. In the mountains, both Luo Haiyun and the Foundation establishment old man had furrowed their brows. The Foundation establishment old man said, young master, I find it very strange. Although Red Gold has unified some of the demon beasts, there were still scattered 4th and 5th-tier demon beasts before. But we've penetrated 1500 kilometers and haven't seen even one. This is truly bizarre. Luo Haiyun spoke with uncertainty. Perhaps they were all hunted down by others. The Foundation establishment old man nodded slightly, his tone somewhat envious. Recently, many cultivators have formed teams to hunt 1 or 2 5th-tier demon beasts, trading them at the beast-capturing sect for considerable benefits. Some hesitant wandering cultivators and family Foundation establishment cultivators have also come. What a windfall for them. Luo Haiyun's expression remained unchanged as he said, let us go another 500 kilometers deeper. If we still don't find any 5th-tier demon beasts, we'll withdraw. The Foundation establishment old man seemed worried. Young master, there are quite a few Foundation establishment cultivators in this area now. If they harbor any ill will toward us and attack together, we'll be in serious trouble. Luo Haiyun chuckled. As long as they are of the same tier, I have a trump card for battle. The Foundation establishment old man, seeing Luo Haiyun's confidence, ceased his remonstrance. He knew the Golden Core ancestor must have provided many precious items. They continued on their way. 300 li ahead, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators approached from the opposite direction. The Guard Foundation establishment old man, seeing they were all in the early Foundation establishment stage, remained unperturbed and calmly waited for them to approach. The two of you, we have discovered 9 fifth-tier demon beasts in the valley ahead. The demon beasts are extraordinarily unified, and the three of us alone cannot hunt them. We are seeking allies. Are you two interested in forming an alliance to hunt them together? 9. The Foundation establishment old man was stunned. Are you certain you didn't mistake the number? No mistake. They are indeed 9, and they move together. They are extremely difficult to hunt. The Foundation establishment old man looked toward Luo Haoyun. After contemplating for a while, Luo Haoyun said, "Let us invite a few more people. 5 of us won't be enough." The Foundation establishment old man was quite surprised that Luo Haoyun would agree. He had refused such invitations at a banquet just days before. Luo Haoyun transmitted his voice to the Foundation establishment old man. It is indeed somewhat strange. Logically speaking, that area is not yet within Red Gold's unified territory. Why would the demon beasts be so unified? Let us go take a look. The Foundation establishment old man nodded. He knew Luo Haoyun had become curious, so he no longer questioned it. The 5 then recruited 10 more Foundation establishment cultivators along the way, totaling 15 people, including Foundation establishment late-stage and mid-stage cultivators. At the same time, this phenomenon also appeared in different locations, with demon beasts gathering at a single mountain lake or marsh. At one lake, there were even 16 fifth-tier demon beasts. Someone actually organized dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators to aggressively encircle and hunt them. On a high peak of the boundless forest, Red Gold had built a small pavilion atop it, imitating humans by drinking tea. A 7th-tier flying feather crane demon stood beside him, currently reporting on the hunting situation of these Foundation establishment cultivators. My lord, all these Foundation establishment cultivators are rushing toward 5 different locations. In another day or two, they may launch their attacks. Should we begin closing the net now? Red Gold smiled, took out 5 sets of formations, and tossed them to the demon. These are the second-grade, superior-grade trap formations from the beast-capturing sect. Take them. Understood, my lord. Using human formations against them. Brilliant. My lord, I wonder why the Golden Core cultivator from the beast-capturing sect wants the bodies of these Foundation establishment humans. Haha, whatever their reasons, they must be engaged in some unsavory dealings. Such is the old tradition of their humankind. We only need to obtain some of the humans' inheritances, strengthen the demon clan, and one day use their own inheritances to crush their sect strongholds. My lord's wisdom is supreme. Very well, go carry it out. Just as the flying feather crane demon was about to leave, Red Gold hastily called out, speaking these cold, icy words. Remember, if you can slaughter them all, then slaughter them all. Bring several 6th-tier demon beasts. If you can crush them, do not engage in prolonged battle to avoid unforeseen complications. As you command. At the boundless forest 2,000 kilometers in. Within a valley, over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators were hunting down these 9 Tier 5 demon beasts. Luo Haoyun was among them, currently somewhat distracted, for relying on their numerical advantage. They had the upper hand against these Tier 5 beasts. He was pondering whether these Tier 5 beasts had truly gathered by chance. Just as they gained the upper hand, 3 Tier 6 beasts suddenly flew in from the sky, and a second-order upper-grade trapping formation rose from the ground, instantly enveloping the entire valley. The dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators engaged in battle instantly felt the suppressing force of the formation. Their combat effectiveness was reduced by 10%, and the damage dealt to the Tier 5 beasts weakened. This sudden change immediately made the dozen Foundation establishment cultivators halt their attacks. Some looked up at the sky, others at the formation. 3 Tier 6 beasts. A second-order upper-grade trapping formation. Damn, isn't this a demon beast trap? Some faces showed panic, many exclaimed, their expressions anxious. Luo Haoyun's expression also turned ugly. The old Foundation establishment guard beside him sensed something amiss. His voice trembling slightly. Young master, this is a trap. What do we do? Luo Haoyun's expression was grim, cold sweat beading on his pale face. Break the formation, flee for our lives. He steadied his mind, and in this life-or-death moment took out 3 second-order upper-grade formation-breaking talismans given by his core formation ancestor. At that moment, the 3 Tier 6 beasts had entered the valley and were charging at the group. Luo Haoyun immediately retreated, swiftly formed hand seals, and hurled the 3 second-order upper-grade formation-breaking talismans toward a corner of the formation. The situation on the field turned dire. With the charge of the 3 Tier 6 beasts, 2 Foundation establishment cultivators had already been caught by a claw and died on the spot. This scene drove the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators to frantically weave through the valley, using all sorts of escape methods and formation-breaking attacks, as various booming sounds erupted. The 3 Tier 6 beasts began slaughtering the Foundation establishment cultivators within the formation, as did the 9 Tier 5 beasts. The cultivators inside were in grave danger. However, Luo Haoyun's 3 formation-breaking talismans successfully blasted open a corner. He was overjoyed. He immediately darted toward the gap, but a Tier 6 beast noticed this and charged over at lightning speed. At that moment the gap could only allow one person to pass through. If two tried it would certainly be too late. The old Foundation establishment guard saw the Tier 6 beast charging and then looked at Luo Haoyun. His expression hardened and he unleashed a sword technique at Luo Haoyun, who was about to fly toward the gap. Luo Haoyun seemed to have anticipated this. The moment the flying sword came he threw out a second-order lower-grade metal shield. The sword attack was blocked. Just as Luo Haoyun was about to reach the gap, the old Foundation establishment guard quick-witted executed the true fire-burning heaven art, firing a 3-meter-wide fireball toward the gap while also rushing toward it. Luo Haoyun was forced to dodge the fireball. He cursed, "Old Su, you've been with the Luo family for over 100 years. Don't you know your duty? Young master, in a life-or-death moment, I have no choice." At this point the two were about 30 meters apart with the gap right between them. Neither was willing to yield. Luo Haoyun looked at the distance and curled his lips slightly. Seeing the Tier 6 beast about to reach them in a few breaths, Luo Haoyun recited a spell. The old Foundation establishment guard suddenly felt something stirring inside him and an excruciating headache struck. All non-family cultivators who join the Luo family have been secretly implanted with a restriction by the ancestor. Within 30 meters of the same cultivation level, reciting the spell triggers the restriction. Luo Haoyun cursed as he flew speeding toward the opening. The moment he slipped out, the Tier 6 beast swatted the old Foundation establishment guard, killing him instantly. The beast also extended its claw through the gap. Just as Luo Haoyun's feet exited, the claw followed faster and immediately grabbed one of his legs. Luo Haoyun's heart sank. Seeing that he was about to be dragged back into the formation, he steeled himself, drew his blade, and cut off the captured leg. Instantly the bone and flesh separated. Ignoring the pain, Luo Haoyun immediately used the life-saving measure his ancestor had given him, the 100-mile teleportation talisman. Enduring the agony, he continued flying while forming hand seals. A breath later the beast claw lashed out again. Just then the talisman had finished its activation. A surge of talisman power enveloped Luo Haoyun, accelerating him in one direction, blasting him away from the spot. The claw landed where he had been grasping empty air. Inside the formation, seeing Luo Haoyun escape, the Tier 6 beast became even more frenzied. Of the dozen Foundation establishment cultivators, only 3 or 4 remained. They saw the gap and desperately tried to rush out. However, within a few breaths the Foundation establishment cultivators who charged were swatted away one by one. Despair washed over them. No escape above or below, a dead end. The 3 Tier 6 beasts and 9 Tier 5 beasts brutally mauled the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators. After a few breaths, all Foundation establishment cultivators within the formation were dead. 100 miles away the talisman's power dissipated and Luo Haoyun arrived at an unfamiliar forest. Feeling unsafe, he immediately used 3 30-mile teleportation talismans, fleeing another 100 miles. After stopping, the excruciating pain from his severed leg forced him to immediately sit cross-legged and regulate his breathing. He consumed 3 or 4 bottles of chi-replenishing pills before the pain in his stump subsided. Luo Haoyun's expression was bitter. On his pale face was a mix of relief at surviving and deep resentment. Deploying 3 Tier 6 beasts in a second-order upper-grade formation, the person behind this colluding with demon beasts must be at least at the core formation realm. The more he thought, the angrier he became. This time he had been careless. He recalled his ancestors' words, "A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall." Looking at his severed limb, he knew that regenerating it would cost the family no small amount of resources. Limb regeneration could not be done casually. His ancestor would have to examine him first. Otherwise, improper regeneration could reduce his chances of breaking through to core formation by 10 to 20%. Luo Haoyun raised his hand and slapped himself several times. His pale face now bore the marks of his palm. Through this life and death ordeal, he had learned to revere power. He had paid the price for his arrogance and silently vowed that he would not leave home until he achieved core formation. At Qingfeng Mountain, Chen Li had spent these days constructing 6 platforms. He carved defensive formation patterns on them with ice, fire, and thunder attributes, forming a second-order lower-grade defensive array. Chen Li placed 10,000 spirit stones into the platforms as reserve energy for the formation. Beside him, Chen Li was also watching Chen Li set up the formation, learning as she watched. She said admiringly, "Father, I see second-order lower-grade formations are so difficult, yet you can carve a set in half an hour. That's truly amazing. Haha, you can do a first-order mid to lower-grade formation in half an hour too. You just haven't reached that level yet. Once you do, it'll be similar." Father is right. Chen Li recalled the spirit root tests and said, "Father, yesterday, we tested 3 more 10-year-old children. Our family's non-family cultivators now number 7. In a few years we can send these cultivators to guard the various mountains." As these cultivators grow, observe which are clever and which are more loyal to our Chen family. Carefully assess and select them. Yes, father. The white clouds dispersed and gathered again, and another 10 days passed. The bloody turmoil of the Wubian forest did not disturb the tranquility of Wuk Mountain. Inside the mountain, Chen Li was studying the formula for the Foundation Establishment Realm-Breaking Pill. This is a pill for enhancing cultivation in the Foundation Establishment realm. Inside the Great Sun-Planting Jade Cave, Chen Li harvested another batch of spirit herbs. The ripening progress of the Red Sun spirit fruit remained slow, but some effects were visible. He planted the Vajra Thunderwood for making defensive arrays and the Iron Essence Wood for making spirit-trapping arrays. A few days later, he opened another spirit field specifically to plant realm-breaking herbs. The overflowing Qi herb and the realm-breaking herb matured in 100 years and 500 years respectively, requiring 50 days and 250 days respectively. He had accumulated an incalculable number of Qi refining spirit herbs. In the future, by cultivating Foundation Establishment spirit herbs and refining pills, he could rely on these pills to reach the late Foundation Establishment stage. With pill cultivation, he would consume pills whenever available. He didn't worry about pill poison as long as it hadn't erupted. He would deal with it when it did. Some people couldn't even afford to eat them, so now that he had the means, he must refine and take pills aggressively. Unfortunately, the seeds of the 3,000-year main ingredients for the Golden Core pill were not sold in the market. However, he still had the path of the 5 Qi Chaiyuan realm-breaking method for the Foundation Establishment Golden Core pill, so the path to the Golden Core was not completely blocked. Everything progressed normally. Time passed, and another day went by. At the Dao Inquiry platform, Chen Li took out his silver fire spear and began to cultivate the close combat killing technique for illusory spear soul art, fully displaying his Foundation Establishment cultivation. Just now, Chen Li and Chen Songyan had finished sparring, and Chen Songyan was once again suppressed by Chen Li. However, at this moment, both were attracted by Chen Li's domineering spear technique. Big sister is father at Foundation Establishment. Chen Songyan asked uncertainly because he had just probed Chen Li's cultivation aura and found it to be Foundation Establishment. What do you think father gave you the Qi concealment art and high-grade concealment talismans for? Chen Songyan couldn't believe it. Father has reached Foundation Establishment. Wouldn't it be better for our family to be a Foundation Establishment family? Father, this. Chen Li glared at Chen Songyan. Father has his reasons for doing this. Isn't it better to keep a low profile? Chen Songyan took out the optimized Qi concealment art, then put it back into his storage pouch. He pondered for a while and nodded thoughtfully. Big sister is right. Time flowed like water, and half a month passed. Zhu Lingyue came out of seclusion today. Inside the Heart Together Hall, Chen Songmei didn't understand why her mother went to the cave dwelling every so often, but when she saw Zhu Lingyue, she happily ran up to her. Songmei, have you been obedient lately? Mother, your daughter has been obedient. Third brother often makes me delicious food. Chen Songxian looked at Zhu Lingyue and said with a happy expression, congratulations, mother, on your breakthrough. Zhu Lingyue had broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refining. She said to Chen Songshuan, you've worked hard too. Chen Songxian quickly waved his hand. Mother, what's this? Younger sister, big sister, and second brother take turns taking care of me. During your seclusion, father bought many spirit chickens. Today you come out of seclusion tonight, I will cook again and invite father to celebrate properly. Zhu Lingyuan nodded happily. All right, you arrange it. In the evening, in the main hall of the Morning Sun Palace, the family of 7 plus an ox gathered together. On the table, various kinds of spirit food had been prepared. The most eye-catching were the several bowls of spirit chicken soup and roasted chicken exuding a rich aroma. Chen Li gave a thumbs up and praised, third son, your culinary skills have improved greatly. This spirit chicken with these spirit herbs is extremely delicious and also enhances cultivation. Chen Songxian felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and quickly laughed it off. Chen Songmei ate the most happily, saying to Chen Songxian, with greasy mouth, third brother, delicious, so delicious. The whole family feasted heartily, and everyone praised Chen Songxian. Chen Songxian was very happy. Scenes of the whole family eating together were rare. He hoped that on the path of cultivation, they could remain the same people year after year. The Taihu mountain range, once again the dense forest shrouded in miasma. The 7th level flying feather crane demon came again, and there was also a masked golden core cultivator present. The 7th level flying feather crane demon threw out a storage pouch and said, inside are about 70 Foundation Establishment cultivators' corpses. The golden core cultivator reached out to take it, swept his divine sense over it, and smiled. Pleasant cooperation. The flying feather crane demon also smiled, looking forward to the next cooperation. The flying feather crane demon flew away, and Gui Qiutong emerged from the miasma. Jin Yu took off his mask and tossed the storage pouch to Gui Qiutong. After a thorough inspection, Gui Qiutong looked relieved and said softly, with this much we can refine for a while again. You'll have to wait a bit longer. Jin Yu also nodded and said, but after this it won't be easy to get batches of Foundation Establishment human materials. Gui Qiutong waved her hand. We'll talk next time. No mistakes this time, right? Jin Yu said disdainfully, what mistakes could there be? The Hall Master in the sect is also aware. Your excuse of the 5th level demon beast materials being exhausted is legitimate. Some Foundation Establishment cultivators have also received benefits from the sect. I'm just a messenger. The blame can only fall on that Qi Jin for being too cunning. Haha, indeed. Blame those demon beasts. Gui Qiutong laughed heartily, completely disregarding the lives of these Foundation Establishment cultivators. Her tone turned serious as she said, so many Foundation Establishment cultivators have died nearby. Those lone cultivators and Foundation Establishment families are probably terrified. They need some reassurance. I will report this to the Hall Master. Later we will appease them. In a few years there will be another batch of leaks. Jin Yu said indifferently. Gui Qiutong hummed in agreement. Having obtained the materials she wanted, she left cheerfully. Watching Gui Qiutong leave, Jin Yu's expression flickered uncertainly, then he also left. The Taihu mountain range, the Luo family territory. Luo Haoyun had been home for 10 days. In a hidden cave dwelling within the family territory, the Luo family's golden core ancestor Luo Huan was performing the Luo family's limb regeneration technique for Luo Haoyun. Inside the cave, Luo Haoyun's face was full of pain as he endured the agony of meridian regeneration. Several hours later, much of his thigh had regrown, but Luo Heng's expression was grim. He had expended a great deal of spiritual energy. Ordinary limb regeneration did not consume so much spiritual energy and effort, but Foundation Establishment limb regeneration was related to the future of advancing to Golden Core. Advancing to Golden Core required complete meridians in all limbs. This was the fundamental basis for breaking through to Golden Core. If it were merely physical recovery, it would be no problem. A few spirit herbs could regenerate the limb. However, a cultivator also needed to regenerate complete Foundation Establishment meridians and Dao Foundation, which required the assistance of a higher-level cultivator to cast the spell. Luo Haoyun felt distressed seeing his ancestor's consumption from casting the spell for him. He tried to speak several times, but was interrupted by Luo Hong. Haoyun, I am aware of your tribulation this time. However, this tribulation has brought about such a transformation in you, it is already worth it. Luo Haoyun looked remorseful. Haoyun has let the ancestor down. I didn't heed your advice and I deeply regret it. Haoyun, your remorse makes my expenditure of this bit of spiritual energy worthwhile. You don't need to say any more. Having said that, Luo Hong continued the spell. He was very pleased to see that Luo Haoyun did not utter a single cry during the pain of meridian regeneration. This tribulation was truly worthwhile. Only through life and death situations can a true prodigy be forged. After several more hours, Luo Haoyun had recovered about 70 to 80% of his meridians and Dao Foundation. He looked at the ancestor who had exhausted his spiritual energy, feeling ashamed. Ancestor Haoyun has sworn that I will not step out of the family until I achieve the Golden Core. Ancestor, please spread the news that I died while hunting a 5th-level demon beast in the Wubian forest. Luo Hong was a bit surprised. Looking at Luo Haoyun's resolute gaze, he sighed. All right. Have you heard? Luo Haoyun, the current Kirin scion of the Luo family, has perished. Is this true? Absolutely. The news was proclaimed by the Luo family's Golden Core ancestor. Oh, how did he meet his end? It was due to that hunting sect's secret summons. He went to hunt a 5th-tier demonic beast and was slain. Oh, was he really killed so easily? What can one do? I heard that some Foundation Establishment cultivators from Duanya Mountain who ventured into the boundless forest to hunt beasts have not returned. Moreover, many Foundation Establishment cultivators from various Foundation Establishment families have also vanished. My goodness, how terrifying. Is the boundless forest really that perilous? I heard it was the work of that Qi Jin, an 8th-tier demonic beast. It ambushed and slaughtered those Foundation Establishment cultivators. Surely not. Is Qi Jin so idle as to do this? There is more shocking news. Those demonic beasts carried away the corpses of the Foundation Establishment cultivators. I heard they were taken back to be consumed raw. Heavens, how merciless. Nowadays, most Foundation Establishment families in the non-Wu country are draped in plain mourning attire. Some families have lost all their Foundation Establishment cultivators in a single blow, reduced to mere Qi condensation families. Many cultivators are waging wars over territories once more. What say the beast hunting sect about this? What can they say? They merely blame Qi Jin for being too cunning and ruthless. The hall master of the beast hunting sect's hunting hall and the enforcement elder expressed their indignation and sorrow over those Foundation Establishment cultivators who were ambushed and massacred. They only request that the Yang and Luo families, both Golden Core clans, lower the tax tributes from those Foundation Establishment families that suffered the ambush. What good would that do? I expected the beast hunting sect to launch a counterattack. Is this their only response after so many were ambushed and killed? Sire, I do not know. Those great cultivators have their own considerations. It is not something that we mere lowly cultivators can determine. So cowardly. If I were a golden core or nascent soul cultivator, I would ambush and slaughter them all in return. Let us not speak of this further. Let us drink tea. We lowly grunts can only complain. Sire, it is true. Foundation establishment cultivators are also meant to be slaughtered. The path to the Tao is arduous for people like us. At a tea house in the cultivation marketplace of the beast hunting sect, Chen Li, sipping tea nearby, had caught every word of the conversation between these two qi condensation cultivators. These days rumors had been spreading like wildfire. Qi Jin had already been painted as the ultimate villain, cruel, bloodthirsty, and remorseless. He had heard this rumor numerous times recently. Hearing so much information, he could not help but find the disappearance of these Foundation establishment cultivators deeply suspicious. The secret summons were issued by the beast hunting sect, and yet batches of Foundation establishment cultivators were ambushed and slaughtered by a nascent soul-level demonic beast. This was truly anomalous. Chen Li pondered, deeply thinking for a long while, but still could not fathom the truth. He gave up on this line of thinking. Upon returning from this procurement journey, he would focus intently on refining pills and advancing his cultivation. In the Zhu family grounds of Lingchuan County, Yuan, Wu Commandery, Zhu Zilin, a Foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhu family, felt fortunate upon hearing the news from various families that he had not rushed into the boundless forest to hunt beasts immediately. He had originally planned to cultivate more Foundation establishment killing techniques before setting out, but this news arrived first. Even Luo Hao Yun, the Kirin scion of the Luo family who had attended Zhu Zilin's Foundation establishment celebration, had perished in the boundless forest. It was truly terrifying. Qi Jin was far too terrifying. Ambushing and slaughtering Foundation establishment cultivators was beyond unchivalrous. In the main hall, the Zhu family ancestors spoke. Now the boundless forest has almost become a forbidden ground for Foundation establishment cultivators. No Foundation establishment cultivator dares to enter to hunt beasts. Zhu Zilin also felt that this incident cast a heavy shadow over all Foundation establishment cultivators. He replied, "Please rest assured, ancestor. I will not go to the boundless forest recently." Hearing Zhu Zilin's words, the Zhu family ancestor could finally set his mind at ease. He feared that their newly established Foundation establishment family would lose their Foundation establishment cultivator to ruthless ambush so soon. That feeling would truly be fatal. Through the efforts of the entire clan, only one Foundation establishment cultivator had been produced, yet this person was killed so easily. No Foundation establishment family could accept such a loss. Now many cultivation families in the Nanwu country were enduring this agony. If this were to happen to the Zhu family, he did not even dare to imagine it. At Zizai Pavilion, Wuchua Mountain, Chen Li summoned his fourth son Chen Xiao. Chen Li told him about the recent news, and Chen Xiao immediately grasped the situation. Father, the second-tier star-setting disc requires higher cultivation to unlock more of its functions. Let me further improve my cultivation, which would ensure greater safety. Chen Li nodded. Indeed, for the sake of safety, all matters can be postponed. He had intended to take Chen Xiao out to search for spiritual veins, but it was impossible. With the situation in the boundless forest being unclear and Foundation establishment cultivators vanishing, how could he dare bring his son there to face danger? Another day passed. On the second floor of the Immortal Learning Tower, in the Immortal teaching room, they gathered once more. Chen Li came to inspect their cultivation progress collectively. Starting with Chen Li, she reported, "Father, I have nearly comprehended a first-grade top-tier attack formation. My cultivation has reached the fourth layer of qi condensation, standing on the verge of the fifth. The optimized qi concealing art has reached the minor completion stage." Chen Li praised Chen Li once more. As expected of the first-generation stress king of Wuchua Mountain, she had accomplished much. Next came the second son, Chen Yan. His tone was no longer nervous, but filled with confidence. "Father, my cultivation has reached the fifth layer of qi condensation. The iron fire ants are being cultivated according to procedure, which requires time. Soul calming art has reached the minor completion stage, and I am now practicing qi concealing art." Chen Li nodded and replied, "Good, there is progress. When you have time, while cultivating spiritual insects, advance your cultivation. Strive to reach the sixth layer of qi condensation. If pills run insufficient, ask your mother. After all, your spiritual root aptitude is not poor." "Yes, father." Chen Xuan did not wait to be called, and spoke directly. "Father, I have crafted a cannon puppet possessing the power of mid-stage qi condensation. This can still be enhanced. My cultivation has also reached the fourth layer of qi condensation. Soul calming art has reached the major completion stage, and I am practicing qi concealing art." Chen Li nodded, acknowledging the third son's cultivation. Indeed, third son, you may have more miscellaneous duties, but you have handled everything well. This cannon puppet is well crafted. Keep up the good work. Thank you, father. Before the fourth son Chen Xiao could report, Chen Li said, Fourth son, I know your progress. Just focus on improving your cultivation. Yes, father. After class, Chen Li also met with Li Chuan and a few other non-kinsman cultivators on the first floor. He encouraged them to continue training hard, striving to successfully gather qi as soon as possible, and assured them not to worry about other matters. In the Dongtom Hall, Zhuling Yue was teaching Chen Songmei to recognize and practice calligraphy. Seeing Chen Li approaching, Chen Songmei quickly set down his brush and ran toward him. Zhuling Yue watched the little one's actions and scolded with a smile. Husband, this fifth one is quite clever. Upon seeing you come, he stopped writing. Chen Li picked up Chen Songmei and also scolded with a smile. Is your mother scolding you for being disobedient? Chen Songmei looked aggrieved. No. I am simply happy to see father coming. I fear father will go into seclusion again, and I shall not be able to see him for a long time. You little rascal. A moment later, Chen Songmei went off to play on his own. Chen Li said to Zhuling Yue, Madam, I may need to enter seclusion to research certain pills. Should you have any other matters, simply call for me. Zhuling Yue smiled gently. Husband, do not worry. By the way, brother Nyo has finished studying the basic alchemy theory. When you have time, teach him the method of refining pilgrim pills. Yes, husband. Leave it to me. In the great sun-planting jade cave dwelling, the second-grade superior Xianxing furnace had already been lit. Before the furnace, Chen Li took a 500-year-old realm-breaking spirit grass, began forming alchemy hand seals, and tossed the grass into the furnace. Watching the herb being refined to a certain extent, he threw in several century-old auxiliary spirit grasses, controlled the flame-formed seals, and merged the medicinal herbs. After 1 hour, the herbs were sufficiently fused, and Chen Li began forming the pill-concluding hand seals. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a fragrance of pills wafted from the furnace. 2 dark, glossy cyan realm-breaking pills appeared in the furnace as the earthly vein fire completed the final condensation of medicinal power. 2 mid-grade realm-breaking pills. Chen Li's face lit up with joy. Completing a full batch in one furnace was no easy feat. These were foundation establishment level pills. A single realm-breaking pill could significantly increase cultivation with a market price starting at 10,000 spirit stones. Chen Li put away these 2 realm-breaking pills and continued refining the next batch. In the following time, Chen Li refined batch after batch tirelessly. As an ancestor, his competitiveness was quite formidable. Outside the cave dwelling within Wuk Mountain, spring was in full bloom. At the questioning Dao platform, Chen Songyan and Chen Songxian were sparring in magical combat. Third brother, I told you I'm not good at combat. I'm a Qi refining 5th layer, yet I can't beat you at Qi refining 4th layer. I'm useless. Chen Songxian laughed. Second brother, if you fully exert your cultivation, I definitely can't win. Third brother, you're being modest again. By the way, what's for dinner tonight? Chicken. Chicken again. At the Heart Unity Hall, Chen Songli and Zhu Lingwei were studying and carving a set of first-grade superior array patterns. The two discussed and exchanged ideas. Mother, this carving of yours seems incorrect. The array pattern link seems a bit off. Really? Let me take a look. Zhu Lingwei examined it, and then praised Songli. You're really amazing, so observant. Let's improve together. Your talent is excellent, just like your father. Zhu Lingwei wasn't jealous. She was very happy. Although her own talent was below average, her daughter's excellence was her own excellence. Mother, I saw that the warehouse bought a bunch of first-grade superior array materials. Let's make them together and check each other's work. All right, but I'm sure I can't match your carving speed. Chen Songli giggled. Not at all, mother is the best. Zhu Lingwei laughed and scolded her as a little fox and a little flatterer. The atmosphere between them was relaxed and joyful. Chen Songmei was playing with a puppet toy made for her by Chen Songxian in her room, having a great time alone. Occasionally she would take out some snacks from her pocket and pop them into her mouth. Outside the hall at the spiritual field, Brother Nyo was walking while watching the alchemy of fasting pills. However, his cultivation had recently approached Qi refining 6th layer. A few more bottles of overflowing Qi pills would allow him to break through. Brother Nyo planned to break through to Qi refining 6th layer before attempting alchemy. He had his own preparations for pill refining. Inside Chen Songxiao's cave dwelling, many empty bottles of overflowing Qi pills were scattered on the ground. He was sitting cross-legged refining the bottle of overflowing Qi pills. He had just swallowed, his cultivation steadily increasing. The household was peaceful. Time flowed like water. A month passed swiftly. This month, nothing happened at Wuk Mountain. The boundless forest fell into a deathly silence. Many Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators explored the edges for spirit grasses, not daring to venture deep. The Golden Core Luo family and the Golden Core Yang family reduced the taxes of the foundation establishment families that had been trapped and killed. The Golden Core Luo family declared a lockdown, and Golden Core ancestor Luo Hong went into seclusion, refusing visitors. The Liu family and Zhu family of Yuanwu Commandery jointly took over Mon Commandery, where all Foundation establishment cultivators had died. The Foundation establishment cultivators in the Commandery who went to hunt beasts in the boundless forest had all disappeared, and after so many days without return they were undoubtedly among those trapped and killed. After they took over the Qi refining families in the Commandery saw the two Foundation establishment families united unable to resist. The two families also obtained a considerable amount of tribute goods. Time passed swiftly. Another month went by. Inside the cave-dwelling Chen Li stopped alchemy. He had been refining for 2 months. Chen Li sighed in emotion. There were still hundreds of 500-year-old realm-breaking grasses left. He simply couldn't finish refining them all. He inventoried the gains from this alchemy session. In 2 months, he had refined a total of 160 realm-breaking pills. Only about 50 were superior grade. The rest were mostly mid-grade with a small portion of over 30 being low-grade. In the cave-dwelling Chen Li put away the earthly vein fire of the furnace, replaced the array materials for the great sun-planting jade irrigation system, harvested the 500-century-old overflowing qi grasses that had been ripened in 50 days, and planted another batch. These spirit grasses were too numerous. He could never finish refining them. Chen Li emerged from seclusion and gave the 500-century-old overflowing qi grasses to Zhu Lingyue, who accepted them with tacit understanding. Afterward, he began to adjust his physical and mental state, preparing to enter seclusion. That day Chen Li arrived at the Carefree Pavilion. Upon seeing Chen Li, she said, "Father, I want to build a building called the Array Comprehensive Tower to move all the teleportation arrays into it, and establish better teleportation rules. Moreover, this tower can also incorporate the warning arrays for unified management." Chen Li strongly supported this, saying 8 words: boldly attempt, boldly achieve. Chen Li was very happy to receive Chen Li's affirmation, and she now had confidence. The two discussed many details. Chen Li reviewed them one by one and offered some suggestions. After she left, Chen Songxian also came to the Carefree Pavilion, expressing his desire to properly plan the architecture of Wuck Mountain. Chen Li again gave the same 8 words: boldly attempt, boldly achieve. Chen Songxian left with full confidence. With Chen Li's support, he could act boldly and freely. 1 month later, Chen Li had adjusted his body and mind to the best state and began to enter the cave dwelling. Inside, he took out a superior grade realm-breaking pill, smelled its fragrance a few times, and placed it into his mouth. As the pill entered his body, Chen Li felt a domineering surge of pure spiritual energy from the dissolving pill. The spiritual energy contained in the realm-breaking pill instantly released, surging through his meridians. He immediately mobilized his internal mana to absorb these domineering pill energies. Several days later, Chen Li opened his eyes, unable to help sighing in admiration. A single superior grade realm-breaking pill takes 7 or 8 days to refine. Truly domineering, but my cultivation has indeed increased. Chen Li was very expectant, wondering how many pills would be needed to advance to Foundation Establishment middle stage, given that he had 5 spiritual roots. He had heard that those prodigies with heavenly spiritual roots could break through a realm with just 1 or 2 realm-breaking pills, but he could not envy them. Chen Li continued to sit cross-legged in meditation, took out another superior grade realm-breaking pill, and consumed it. The familiar sensation returned, and he began refining the medicinal power to enhance his cultivation. Time waits for no one. Days passed one by one, as Chen Li cultivated in seclusion. At Wuck Mountain on this day, Chen Songxiao emerged from seclusion, having broken through to Qi refining 5th layer. At the questioning Dao platform, Chen Songxiao and Chen Li were sparring. Chen Li was at the peak of Qi refining 4th layer. Chen Songxiao, who had come out for a walk, ran into Chen Li practicing sword techniques and wanted to know how his combat skills were after his breakthrough. Inside the sparring arena, Chen Songxiao said confidently to Chen Li, "Big sister, I'm making my move." Chen Li smiled. "4th brother, go ahead and use all your means." So they began sparring. Half an hour later, the spar ended and Chen Songxiao was defeated. With a face full of dishevelment, he finally understood the feeling of his second brother being dominated. Even though he was a full realm higher, he could not see any advantage in cultivation during the fight. He could only passively take the beating. In his heart, he thought that perhaps only his 3rd brother could match his big sister in combat. He smiled bitterly and said, "Big sister, I won't compare with you anymore. You're too strong. Oh, I can't compete. 4th brother, keep up the good work." Chen Li made a fist gesture, and Chen Songxiao could only smile wryly. Looking at Chen Li, he felt as if he saw the shadow of Chen Li. The world of geniuses was terrifying. The siblings then discussed some cultivation insights. Chen Songxiao also asked many questions about the practice of the Qi concealing art, and Chen Li answered them one by one. In the cave-dwelling, Chen Li had already swallowed 15 superior grade realm-breaking pills. His early Foundation Establishment cultivation had reached perfection. The time required to refine the medicinal power grew longer, and the barrier was very resistant. Chen Li suppressed the urge to leave seclusion, and with one final effort he steadied his mind again and adjusted his breath. A day later he took out another superior-grade realm-breaking pill and swallowed it. Inside the cave-dwelling Chen Li consumed another high-grade breakthrough pill, and the thin barrier of mid-foundation establishment within him was finally shattered. Mid-foundation establishment. Chen Li let out a long breath. Refining the medicinal power was extremely tedious day after day, but taking pills was blissful. Some people wish they could take them, but can't. This promotion to mid-foundation establishment cost 16 high-grade breakthrough pills equivalent to about 250,000 spirit stones. Such a waste of resources for a 5-spirit root cultivator, but fortunately the family foundation was thick enough and pills were abundant. After all, even a golden core family wouldn't dare to consume like this, so he had to be more low-key in the future. It had been 9 months since he entered seclusion spent on the lengthy pill refinement. Such a long time, the process was painful, but the result was good. In the end, cultivation is a test of oneself. Chen Li first harvested the 500 ripened 500-year-old breakthrough spiritual herbs, then planted a new batch. During his cultivation, he also harvested several batches of century-old overflowing qi spiritual herbs totaling about 3,000 plants. After such a long seclusion, there was no rush to advance again. After all, the mind needed to recover, coming out to relax was fine, otherwise he might fall into inner demons. After emerging from seclusion, Chen Li released his divine sense. His divine sense as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator had already reached a range of 5 li covering the outskirts of Wuk Mountain. Those proficient in formations or cultivators with 5 spirit roots have divine sense higher than ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. An ordinary foundation establishment perfection cultivator could only reach 5 li, but his mid-foundation establishment divine sense had already achieved that. It seemed that only a 5-spirit root cultivator who had grown up could understand its superiority. Tongxin Hall Chen Songmei was reading. She hadn't seen her father for a long time. Mother, has father been in seclusion this long? Chen Songmei didn't understand the meaning of seclusion, as she only knew that after seclusion 2 people who were once close became hard to meet. Her eldest sister was her second brother, was her third and fourth brothers were 2, and even her mother. Mother, I will never go into seclusion in the future. Chen Songmei muttered. Zhu Lingyue smiled. Silly child, seclusion is for a better reunion. 5th child, what are you muttering about? Chen Li flew to Tongxin Hall after emerging from seclusion and heard Chen Songmei pouting. Chen Songmei saw Chen Li appear and jumped with joy. Ah, father, you're out of seclusion. You haven't seen you in months, you've gained quite a bit of weight. 3rd brother's cooking is so good, I love eating his food. Chen Songmei wanted Chen Li to hug her, so Chen Li picked her up and subconsciously said, how are your studies lately? Father, you're annoying. You're just like mother and eldest sister, always asking about studies as soon as we meet. So annoying. Chen Songmei looked aggrieved. Haha, you only remember your 3rd brother's food. The father and daughter chatted for a while, and Chen Songmei fell asleep from tiredness. In Tongxin Hall, Zhu Lingyue looked at Chen Li. Husband, are you now at mid-foundation establishment? Chen Li nodded. Zhu Lingyue was overjoyed. Chen Li took out a storage pouch. Wife, there are 3,000 overflowing qi herbs in here. Take them for alchemy. Chen Li's expression was calm. Zhu Lingyue took it, her heart unruffled, as if it were very ordinary. After a while, Chen Songli and the others also learned that Chen Li had emerged from seclusion. These 9 months, Chen Songli and the others had not been idle. They had built many structures. Inside the mountain, a new formation comprehensive building had been built. It was led by Chen Songli, supported by Zhu Lingyue, and built together with Chen Songyan and the other brothers. Inside the formation comprehensive building, Chen Li listened to Chen Songli's ideas. She was already a true first-grade high-rank formation master, and she was more creative and daring to try. She was introducing the transmission rules of the new small teleportation array. Father, before it was a one-to-many transmission method, now it has been changed to a many-to-many method. Each room door corresponds to a different transmission location. Chen Li looked at the 7 room doors labeled Qingfeng Mountain, Luoxiao Mountain, Fian Mountain, etc. He thought it was very good, integrated comprehensively. Chen Songli continued, Father, I made unique teleportation tokens for each mountain. Only by holding 2 tokens can one teleport. For example, only by holding the tokens of Wuk Mountain and Qingfeng Mountain can one teleport between them, and similarly for other mountains. These tokens are updated in batches every so often to ensure the safety of the small teleportation array. Chen Li nodded repeatedly and praised directly. It's good, even better than I imagined. The formation bridges of the sect are nothing compared to this. Receiving Chen Li's strong recognition, all of Chen Songli's fatigue vanished. This was the first comprehensive formation she had taken charge of, and the overall structure was her own design, with a very high degree of completion. Besides the teleportation array, she also moved the display formation of the first-generation Wuk Mountain Early Warning Comprehensive Array into the Formation Comprehensive Building. On the second floor in a separate early warning hall there was a large formation display screen running all day monitoring in real time. She also categorized some finished first-grade low, middle, and high-rank formations into the warehouse on the third floor and moved the formation materials there as well. First floor teleportation, second floor monitoring, third floor production, integrated. Chen Li praised his eldest daughter without reservation. "Only your father can really retire now. You are a formation genius rarely seen in 1,000 years." Chen Li was a bit embarrassed by the praise and waved her hand. The two chatted happily. Chen Li, after seeing Chen Li's excellent work, went to see Chen Songxuan's puppet arts. At the foot of the mountain on a hillside, Chen Songxian released his creations: the fireball technique puppet, self-destruct puppet, and three-sword style puppet. Chen Songxian introduced them one by one. "Father, the first type can concentrate and remotely release dense fireball techniques. The second is a crawling self-destruct puppet. The third can swing a blade to kill enemies, suitable for legion puppet warfare." Chen Li was very impressed after listening. He then demonstrated them, and after the demonstration, Chen Li thought they were quite good. Chen Songxian set his next goal. He said, "Father, these only have the power of mid-qi refining. Once I research some more materials, I can make qi refining late stage, or even foundation establishment level puppets." Chen Li hummed a few times, and praised Chen Songxian greatly. "Songxuan, you have done very well. Your puppet arts are no less than your eldest sister's formations. Very well done." "Thank you, father." Chen Li's praise made the smile on Chen Songxuan's face impossible to suppress. Chen Songxian also took Chen Li to see many newly built warehouses at the foot of the mountain, including a warehouse for storing spiritual plant seedlings, a warehouse for finished puppets, and a warehouse for miscellaneous items. Chen Li patted Chen Songxuan's shoulder and gave him another affirmation. Especially the words, "Patriarch demeanor," made Chen Songxian even happier. Chen Li, after viewing the excellent works of Chen Li and Chen Songxuan, came to the cave dwelling of the second son, Chen Songyan. Chen Songyan had been earnestly instructed and had become serious. The iron fire ants had matured considerably, and they could release ant fire, reaching the standard of first-level insect beasts. Chen Songyan's cultivation had also improved to qi refining 6th layer, not wasted. These 9 months, besides feeding and cultivating the iron fire ants, he had also spent time earnestly raising his cultivation to qi refining 6th layer. After the tour, he told Chen Li his next goal. "Father, I have 3 spirit roots, so improving cultivation is the priority. The next step is to cultivate the iron fire ants to 2nd level insect beast level." Chen Li nodded in affirmation. Compared to the other two, Chen Songyan could only be rated as good, but he had still made progress. Chen Li gave advice this time. "Songyan, if you feel learning too many techniques wastes time, just pick the ones you need, for combat or self-defense. You can also pick one killing technique to study, just focus on it." Chen Songyan looked serious. "Okay, father." In the Shuexian building, Chen Songxiao was on the 2nd floor reading some second-tier books on pulse-seeking techniques. His cultivation was also qi refining 6th layer. These 9 months he had also spent a lot of time taking pills to raise his cultivation. Zhu Lingyue even came to advise him that advancing too fast might harm his foundation. However, Chen Songxiao himself felt there was no problem, just that seclusion training was a bit boring. Chen Li came to the 2nd floor and asked a few questions. Chen Songxiao could use about 60 to 70% of the star-setting disc's functions, which was enough. He advised Chen Songxiao, "4th child, in the coming time, you should first stabilize your cultivation and mind. Don't rush to improve your cultivation for now." "Okay, father." Faced with his father's forced rest, Chen Songxiao certainly obeyed without a second thought. His father must have his reasons, and it was right to listen to him. After seeing Chen Songxiao, he went to the alchemy mansion to see Niu Ge. A joyful moo sounded, and Niu Ge was very happy to see Chen Li. Chen Li teased, "Niu Ge, it took you 4 months to refine the fasting pill." Niu Ge rolled over with all 4 hooves in the air. Helpless, it was a cow. Niu Ge took 4 months to fully master the refinement of fasting pills, and spent the rest of the time researching the refinement of overflowing qi pills. Zhu Lingyue patiently taught for a month, but finally broke down and let Niu Ge learn on its own. Chen Li didn't believe it was impossible, and stepped up to teach Niu Ge again. "Come, Niu Ge, this old ancestor will personally teach you the refinement of overflowing qi pills." Upon hearing this, Niu Ge excitedly danced its 4 hooves, overjoyed, and moos echoed through the cave dwelling. 10 days later, within the alchemy residence, Chen Li was scrambling in desperation at his wits' end. Under Chen Li's patient guidance for 10 days, brother Niu seemed to have even more problems, and Chen Li was also on the verge of collapse. The familiar scolding echoed from the cave dwelling, "Stupid ox, you're dead." However, after 10 days of correction and assistance from Chen Li, brother Niu still gained quite a bit. Let brother Niu ponder on his own for a while. On Crow Magpie Mountain, the day was cloudy with a slight chill in the breeze. He spent his days drinking tea at the Pavilion of Ease. Outside the mountain, a young man in white slowly landed before the spiritual jujube tree, gazing at the first-rank mid-grade defensive array, reminiscing about his memories from 20 years within the sect. Inside the mountain, the sound of a bell came from the array pavilion. Chen Li extended his divine sense, revealing a smile. A friend had arrived. The 10,000 Valleys sect was located in the eastern part of the southern border, with 2 nascent soul elders within the sect, near the demonic cultivator territory of the eastern sea islands. Chen Li's old friend with 3 spiritual roots, and at the early foundation establishment stage, was an inner disciple of the alchemy pavilion of the 10,000 Valleys sect. Before this person was selected as an inner disciple, Chen Li often used arrays to exchange some chi replenishing pills with him. Over time, the two became somewhat acquainted. Seeing Chen Li come out, the young man in white was very happy. Chen Li, it's been over 10 years since we last met, and you've already reached the 7th layer of chi refinement. If the young man in white knew that Chen Li was already at the mid-foundation establishment stage, he would certainly not believe it. Chen Li still chose to conceal his cultivation level. With a high-grade chi concealing talisman and the optimized chi concealment art, fully empowered, it was basically impossible for those of the same rank to see through. Chen Li's expression also showed a smile upon seeing this good friend. Gan Yulong, it's been over 10 years, and you've already reached foundation establishment. You're so elegant and charming, be careful, some man might have a crush on you. Nonsense. On the second floor of the guest welcome pavilion, Chen Li brewed tea to entertain his guest. Why have you come all the way to the beast capture sect this time? Gan Yulong sighed. This time I accompanied the sect's golden core elder to negotiate with the beast capture sect about purchasing some demon beast pelts and bones. Those demonic cultivators are stirring again. Our 10,000 Valleys sect must be on guard. Chen Li recalled the past. Upon hearing the words demonic cultivator, he understood why. He had grown up in the 10,000 Valleys sect and had heard since childhood how the sect's senior and junior brothers often fought fiercely with demonic cultivators, a life or death struggle. What is the current situation? Chen Li asked. Gan Yulong told all he knew. Several sects near the eastern sea islands have united. The demonic cultivators have encroached upon much of the eastern southern borderlands in recent years, and their actions have increased in the last decade with constant probing. Chen Li understood and joked, why don't you, an inner disciple of the alchemy pavilion, also come here, withdraw from the sect, and establish a clan? Then you won't have to fight them. Haha, I, Gan Yulong, am a man of the 10,000 Valleys sect in life and in death. Chen Li also smiled and asked curiously, how did you know I was here? I came out to relax and ran into Lu Shilo from a foundation establishment clan in your prefecture. When he heard I was from the 10,000 Valleys sect, he told me your address. Chen Li nodded. When do you return? Time is tight, we have to return today. Brother Chen, this box contains a top-grade foundation establishment pill. I'm giving it to you. Gan Yulong took out a pill box and handed it to Chen Li. Chen Li shook his head, refusing. Gan Yulong hurriedly placed it on the table. Helpless Chen Li could only take out a 500-year-old realm-breaking spirit herb. This herb I discovered by chance in the boundless forest. It's of no use to us chi refinement cultivators. How about trading it for this foundation establishment pill? Gan Yulong's eyes lit up. As an alchemist, he knew how precious a 500-year-old realm-breaking spirit herb was for foundation establishment cultivators, but he was also conflicted. Seeing this, Chen Li said, Brother Gan, take it. I'll accept this foundation establishment pill. Gan Yulong had no choice but to accept it. He cupped his hands to Chen Li. Thank you, Brother Chen. After this farewell, I don't know when we'll meet again. Chen Li also cupped his hands. Brother Gan, the mountains are high and the road is long. There is plenty of time ahead. Take care. They nodded and bid farewell. 3 days later, on the first floor of the Learning Immortal Pavilion. In a room, there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. The outer surname cultivator Li Chun succeeded in drawing chi. He let out a great sigh of relief, his entire body relaxing. He had finally taken the first step. He became the first outer surname cultivator of the Chun family at the first layer of chi refinement. A few days later, Luo Anyue also succeeded in drawing chi, reaching the first layer of chi refinement. The two of them were the first batch of outer surname cultivators to enter Crow Magpie Mountain. After such a long period of day-to-day arduous cultivation, filled with countless moments of confusion and anxiety, all vanished like smoke the moment they succeeded in drawing chi. A few days later, Chen Songxian led the two to select cultivation techniques. In a room on the second floor, there was a cabinet filled with technique books. Seeing the vast array of books, the two were very excited. Chen Songxian explained, these are all first-rank low-grade techniques: fire control art, telekinesis art, clothing cleansing art, weeding art, and so on. Each of you can first pick 6 or 7 books. Thank you, third young master. Haha, I'm not much older than you. Just call me Songxian. The two quickly said they dared not. After receiving the techniques, Chen Songxian led the two to Chen Li's place. Facing Chen Li, the two became even more nervous and quickly bowed. Li Chun Luo Anyue, pay respects to the Patriarch. You've both done well. These years of hard cultivation have not been easy. I'll give you 5 days off to go back and spend time with your families. The two quickly thanked him. Chen Li took out 2 bottles of chi replenishing pills. You each get 1 bottle of chi replenishing pills. Later you'll need to take on some clan tasks and receive corresponding rewards based on your contributions. Yes, Patriarch. Thank you, Patriarch. Chen Li waved his hand, dismissing them. 3 days later the two returned to their hometown in glory. In the Heart Unity Hall today, Zhu Lingwei was practicing swordsmanship at the questioning Dao platform. Inside the hall, Chen Li was holding Chen Mei, and a thought arose in her mind. My little sister is 5 or 6 years old this year. Can we test her spiritual roots? Chen Li secretly probed with her spiritual power into her sister's body and found not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Unwilling to give up, Chen Li probed again with her spiritual power, but still found no spiritual energy fluctuation. Looking at her innocent little sister, she began to feel a bit panicked. All these years she had tested children of 10 years old and had never made a mistake. Could it be that Chen Mei's soul and body had not yet fully developed? A layer of gloom hung over her heart. She hoped that all 7 members of the family could walk the path of immortal cultivation. As the youngest sister in the family, she did not want her sister to be without spiritual roots. Chen Li carried Chen Mei to her father's pavilion of ease. Chen Li was studying the design of contribution points. He had been writing and drawing for days, deleting and revising. Seeing Chen Li's worried expression, he thought it was a problem with arrays and asked, "Li, have you encountered another array problem?" Chen Li shook her head and told him everything about testing spiritual roots just now. Chen Li's expression was calm. He took Chen Mei in his arms, probed with his spiritual power, and indeed there was no spiritual energy fluctuation. He comforted Chen Li with great patience. Li, relax your heart. It will come next year. Chen Li watched Chen Li being so calm and composed. Could it be that her father's foundation establishment-level spiritual power could detect something different? Chen Li relaxed a bit. Yes, father. Chen Li first let Chen Li go back, and he would take care of Chen Mei for a while. After Chen Li left, he said to Chen Mei, do you want to eat some fruit? Father, I like eating fruit. Chen Li took out an exquisite pill box from his storage pouch and took out a crimson sun spirit fruit. Chen Mei took it and quickly finished eating it. She then said to Chen Li, Father, this fruit is very strange. I want to eat another one. Haha, glutton. Chen Li tapped Chen Mei's forehead, laughing. On a country road in Liangxi County, 2 young men strode forward with great ambition. These past few days, upon returning to the village, Li Chun and Luo Anyue had demonstrated their telekinesis and flame control techniques, causing the fellow villagers to address them reverently as immortal masters. Their companions of the same age gazed upon Li Chun and Luo Anyue, their former playmates, with a mixture of awe and reverence. They could no longer frolic together as they once had. From this moment onward, Li Chun and Luo Anyue truly came to understand the immense chasm separating immortals from mortals. On the rural path, the two engaged in casual conversation. Li Chun, what cultivation level is the family head? I'm not entirely sure either. I heard one can only detect others' cultivation after reaching the mid-stage of chi refining. The family head's cultivation is not something we should easily provoke. We've only just begun our cultivation journey, and the path ahead is long. You're right. Tell me, what will we do when we return to the mountain? I'm not sure either. The third young master's puppets have taken over all the farming work. We'll find out when we get back. The two walked on, chatting about this, and that their futures filled with boundless hope. At the pavilion of ease, Chen Li and Chen Xian were together perfecting the first version of the Chen family task contribution point acquisition and exchange rules. Within his consciousness, the task tag for the 30 mu of spirit wood planting was also being arranged. The Chen family now controlled 9 mountains in total. Besides Wuk Mountain, the main ancestral territory, the others could all be arranged for planting. He believed dedicating 2 mountains specifically for this would make management easier. He designated Baishan Mountain and Pintian Mountain. Among them, Baishan Mountain had ample land, more than sufficient for 30 mu. For these 30 mu of contribution point spirit wood cultivation, 1 mu earned 1 contribution point, and 5 contribution points could be exchanged for 1 bottle of overflowing chi pills. With fewer people now, the system was relatively lenient, but it would surely be continuously refined and tightened in the future. This marked the beginning of the Chen family framework. This version also included tasks for spirit chicken and spirit pig breeding, as well as puppet making, formation crafting, pill refining, insect cultivation, and other missions. 3 days later, at the Learning Immortality Pavilion on the 1st floor. Upon returning, Li Chun and Luo Anyue immediately asked Chen Xian about their arrangements. At this moment, there were still 5 young children over 10 years old on the 1st floor of the Learning Immortality Pavilion. They all congratulated Li Chun and the others on successfully inducing qi, though envy filled their hearts. The success of these two stimulated them, yet also revealed hope and a goal. None of these children possessed first, second, or third spiritual roots. They were mostly 5 spirit root individuals, and those recruited by the sect were mostly assigned menial duties. How impossibly difficult it was for mortals to cultivate immortality. However, Chen Li's requirement of them was simply this: as long as productivity was sufficient, they could receive sufficient cultivation resources, never having their path of advancement cut off. Chen Songxian brought the first version of the Chun family task contribution point acquisition and exchange rules, posting it at the entrance of the Learning Immortality Pavilion's first floor. Li Chun and Luo Anyue eagerly began browsing through it. After reviewing it, they discovered the only tasks available to them at present were breeding spirit chickens and planting spirit trees. Li Chun asked, "Third young master, does the family provide the spirit tree seedlings?" Chen Songxian nodded. Yes, the family head will purchase the seedlings from within the county and store them in the spirit wood warehouse at Wuck Mountain. Understood, got it. Li Chun asked again, "Third young master, how do we receive tasks?" Chen Songxian replied, "You select the tasks you wish to complete, and I will register them here. Once completed, come find me. After verification and approval, the contribution points will be recorded. You can then come to me to exchange cultivation resources based on your contribution points." After hearing this, Li Chun and Luo Anyue understood. They asked several more questions, and Chen Songxian answered each one patiently. After clarifying the details, Li Chun received the assignment of planting 15 mu of spirit trees on Baishan Mountain, which also included supplementary feeding of spirit chickens and spirit pigs for 60 days, earning half a contribution point. Luo Anyue also received the assignment of planting 15 mu of spirit trees on Pintian Mountain, along with hatching spirit chickens and raising them through the chick stage. 30 chicks would earn half a contribution point. Chen Songxian led them to the Array Comprehensive Building, arriving at the rooms housing these 2 small teleportation formations, and taught them how to use the teleportation arrays. Chen Songxian led the 2 of them to Baishan Mountain first. Upon arrival, Chen Songxian looked at the spirit fields at the mountain's base and reminded them, the land on the mountainside can all be used for planting. You may also stay and eat in the buildings on the mountain. I've given you the transmission stones. If anything happens, you can report to me. Chen Songxian continued giving instructions. Since you've just reached qi refining, you may first spend more time studying techniques. Your monthly spirit rice and beast meat provisions will still be provided, and you can receive a bottle of Bigu pills each month. Understood. Thank you, family head, and thank you, third young master. Chen Songxian nodded. Afterward, he led them to visit Pintian Mountain and Qingfeng Mountain. Upon arriving at Qingfeng Mountain, he taught them how to feed these spirit birds. After the instruction, they teleported back to Wuck Mountain. Chen Songxian gave them the teleportation tokens for these 3 mountains and explained some additional matters. They listened attentively. Another day passed. Chen Li spent half a day purchasing 1580 spirit wood seedlings from the Liang family in Lingchuan County, spending 150 spirit stones. After the Yin family in Liangxi County was gone, the Liang family in Lingchuan County became the only spirit wood cultivators remaining in the county. Once these seedlings matured, they could all be used to craft certain formations, spirit vessels, buildings, and more. Among these were seedlings for Jin Gang wood, iron spirit wood, and other formation materials. Chen Li sealed and stored the seedlings in the spirit wood warehouse, then informed Li Chun and Luo Anyue that they could help themselves as needed. Several days later on Wuck Mountain, another bright morning dawned. As dawn's first light appeared, there was movement at the teleportation gate of the Array Comprehensive Building. An early start to the day makes all the difference. Chen Li sensed this from his cave dwelling, quite early indeed. Li Chun and Luo Anyue arrived at Qingfeng Mountain, gazing at the spirit chickens and spirit pigs pinned up on the mountainside, their spirits high and full of vigor. Luo Anyue said excitedly, "The third young master instructed us to give special care to those 5 superior spirit chickens. Indeed, they do look different from the others." The superior ones Chen Li had originally purchased numbered only 2. Over more than a year, through Chen Songxian and the others' excellent care, 3 mid-grade spirit chickens among those raised had grown into superior spirit chickens. Li Chun began feeding. Although it was his assigned task, Luo Anyue also helped. Beside them was a warehouse full of feed. The 2 carried out the feeding somewhat awkwardly at first. Fortunately, both of them had frequently fed poultry and livestock when they were children. They quickly grew familiar with the work. They cooked the lower-grade spirit rice, mixed in some spirit grass, and fed it to the superior spirit chickens. For the mid and lower-grade chickens, they simply scattered some spirit grass and spirit rice. After feeding the spirit chickens, they fed the 3 spirit pigs. Just like feeding the superior spirit chickens, they cooked the lower-grade spirit rice with spirit grass to feed them. Watching the 3 pigs eat enthusiastically, the 2 felt a small sense of accomplishment. They had finally completed their first small task. After feeding, they had to collect eggs and check whether any spirit chickens were ill. Any sick ones were separated and placed in an isolation compartment. After collecting the eggs, there was a small room built by Chen Li specifically for hatching spirit chickens nearby. Luo Anyue placed the eggs in the designated spots in this room, then checked whether the temperature was appropriate and whether any chicks had hatched. If so, he would separately place them in the chicks section for spirit chickens. The temperature was controlled by 2 formation adjustment levers in the room, which could regulate the temperature. Seeing such an ingenious design, Li Chun exclaimed in amazement, made by the eldest young miss. How impressive! Luo Anyue's tone was filled with longing as well. I hope that one day I too can create such ingenious formations. The sun gradually rose, and it took the two of them several hours to finish the feeding and incubation tasks. They then began discussing the matter of spirit with cultivation. And Yue, the third young master, said we should plant in a planned manner, so we first need to fell trees and clear the land before planting. We also need to gauge how many trees we can plant in a day, leaving time for cultivation. After Li Chun finished speaking, Luo and Yu nodded. Senior brother Chun, I'll follow your lead. Let's go check out Baisher Mountain together. Good. The two took out their tokens for Qingfeng Mountain and Baisher Mountain from their pockets. Each carried a sickle and wore a straw hat. They had not yet learned the sickling art, so they would learn as they worked. This small transmission array is so convenient. It was also designed by the eldest miss, truly impressive. The two arrived via the transmission array, finding it both convenient and swift. Their reverence for Chen Li grew ever deeper. On Wuk Mountain at the Dao Inquiry platform, Chen Li accompanied Zhu Lingyue in sparring practice. Zhu Lingyue's primary killing technique was sword-based. She wielded a grade 1 top-tier sword resembling the frost condensation sword named the Moon Fishing Sword. The corresponding sword art was called the Wind Fire Sword Manual. Chen Li suppressed his cultivation to the 8th layer of Qi refining and drew his frost condensation sword. At first, the two traded blows evenly, but when Chen Li exerted a slight increase in force, Zhu Lingyue immediately found herself at a disadvantage. The Moon Fishing Sword could harness the attributes of wind and fire. Wielding the Wind Fire Sword Manual released wind and fire power that was no trivial force to be underestimated. On the battlefield, Zhu Lingyue was being suppressed by Chen Li and sought a way to counter the cold aura and speed of the mystic shadow ice art. She began amplifying the wind attribute, and indeed the coldness was pushed back considerably. But Chen Li merely smiled faintly and secretly increased his speed. At first, Zhu Lingyue could hold her ground, but as his speed grew faster and more unpredictable, she broke into a cold sweat and could no longer resist, ultimately flying backward off the Dao Inquiry platform. Seeing this, Chen Li hastily withdrew his sword art. Zhu Lingyue quickly waved her hand and panted for breath. Husband, you are far too fast. I concede defeat. Chen Li smiled and said, Wife, my apologies. Let us bring the duel to a close. Zhu Lingyue nodded, walked onto the platform, and rolled her eyes at Chen Li. Husband, you truly held nothing back. Haha, wife. I was merely carried away and wished to observe the power of the mystic shadow ice art at our current realm. Zhu Lingyue lightly struck Chen Li's chest and said seriously, Husband, I will be entering seclusion to attempt a breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi refining. Chen Li nodded and said, Wife, rest assured. I will take care of everything at home. Zhu Lingyue gazed at Chen Li's mature, confident, and steady demeanor, and it seemed as though she had returned over 10 years ago to the first time she arrived at Wuk Mountain, when he had said to her, Would you be willing to turn this barren land into a home? At that time he had been just as confident. The wasteland had indeed become a home. How wonderful it was. 3 more days passed. In the Heart Harmony Hall, 5-year-old Chen Mei heard that her mother was entering seclusion again, and her face fell with discontent. Father, you just came out of seclusion, and now mother is going in again. You two love seclusion far too much. Chen Li laughed and scolded affectionately. You little rascal. Seclusion is for the sake of being together longer. Chen Mei looked puzzled. Father, are you deceiving me again? Seclusion means we cannot see each other. Even on the same mountain after entering seclusion, we cannot meet. Chen Li touched his forehead. You will understand when you grow older. Chen Mei, still full of doubts, her small eyes darting about, asked, Father, if we do not cultivate immortality, can we really never be together forever? Chen Li nodded seriously and said gravely, The path of immortals, the path of eternal life. Only then can a family remain together forever. Chen Mei fell silent upon hearing her father's words. The little one seemed to grasp something in that moment. Time flowed like water, and half a month passed in a flash. Li Chun and Luo and Yu gradually grew familiar with the feeding and incubation tasks. The time spent each day at the Qingfeng Mountain breeding facility amounted to only about 1 shurchen, with the rest devoted to planting spirit wood. On Qingfeng Mountain, just as dawn broke, the two finished their feeding duties. Over the past half-month, they had already cleared the mountain slopes of both Baisher Mountain and Pingtian Mountain. The sickling art had also been practiced through the work. Through several days of planting experience, they could now plant around 200 trees per day, with the remaining time perfectly balanced for cultivation. Chen Songxian would occasionally stop by for a glance, and if all was well he would not disturb their rhythm. Anyway, I plan to stay at Qingfeng Mountain tonight. How about you? That works. I had the same thought. Let us meet at dusk. See you at dusk. The two chatted about life after the spirit wood planting was done, their eyes shining with hope. On Wuk Mountain at dusk the afterglow painted the sky in breathtaking hues. At the foot of the mountain Qinsong, Xiao took Qinsong Mei for a walk. Fourth brother, when will you enter seclusion? Seclusion? I am not planning to enter seclusion recently. Song Mei, why do you ask suddenly? Father said that for a family to stay together forever one must cultivate immortality, and to cultivate immortality one must enter seclusion. Is that true? She looked at her fourth brother Qinsong Xiao. Qinsong Xiao's expression softened, and he smiled. Yes, what father says is right. For a family to stay together one must cultivate immortality. Fourth brother, your answer is just like big sisters. Noticing Qinsong Mei's low spirits, Qinsong Xiao asked, Song Mei, do you not wish to cultivate immortality? Flying through the heavens and diving into the earth. How wonderful that would be. Qinsong Mei pondered for a moment. I do wish to, but I do not want to enter seclusion for so long. Every time I enter a cave it takes forever for you all to come out. Haha, if your spiritual root were better you would not need to seclude yourself for so long. Qinsong Xiao was somewhat at a loss for words. Spiritual root. Big sister said the same thing last time. What kind of spiritual root do I have now? Qinsong Xiao sent a wisp of magical power inside her to sense, but while there were some faint fluctuations he could not determine anything clearly. Qinsong Mei had eaten the Crimson Sun spiritual fruit, and besides Chen Li no one else knew. At that moment Qinsong Xiao realized that Qinsong Mei likely did possess a spiritual root, though it was not yet fully formed. He spoke softly. Song Mei, your spiritual root cannot yet be determined. You will know when you grow a little older. Oh. On Qingfeng Mountain at dusk Li Chun and Luo and you returned. The two selected a spacious building on higher ground large enough for both to live comfortably. They cooked a meal together and sat on the balcony eating while gazing into the distance. Senior brother Chun, what do you think the Foundation establishment realm is like? Li Chun shook his head. Through the past few days of learning, their knowledge of cultivation had gradually expanded. I do not know. It must be the cultivation of an immortal among immortals. Luo and you asked, do you think the clan leader is at the Foundation establishment realm? Li Chun smiled. Then I know even less. I cannot even fathom Lady Song Li, let alone the clan leader. The two then chatted about the Qi Overflow pill. That Qi Overflow pill is truly remarkable. After taking one pill, I needed an entire night to absorb its medicinal power. Li Chun also nodded. Since beginning to cultivate with the Qi Overflow pill, he had come to appreciate its preciousness. We must complete spirit wood planting faster, take on more tasks, and exchange for more Qi Overflow pills. The two exchanged nodding glances, their eyes resolute and bright, filled with hope for the future. The two nodded to each other, their eyes firm and luminous, brimming with hope for the future. Wuk Mountain's Azai Pavilion. Chen Li sipped tea, as usual, relaxed and at ease. 9 months had passed, and the impact of the Foundation establishment cultivators ambushed and slaughtered in the boundless forest was gradually fading. Life went on, and many had begun hunting beasts once again. Over the past month or two, many Foundation establishment cultivators had hunted 4- and 5-tier spirit beasts. The beast hunting sect continued exchanging them for cultivation resources as before. So recently some cultivators had started forming teams to hunt beasts secretly. After all, profit was the greatest motivation. They targeted isolated 4- and 5-tier spirit beasts. If their first strike missed, they did not pursue. They avoided clusters of 5-tier beasts and swift-running prey alike. In short, caution ensured a long and safe career. Chen Li was also considering bringing his 4th son to the boundless forest to practice his vein-seeking technique and gain experience. In the Taihu mountain range, the beast hunting sect possessed numerous veins, or deposits, spiritual veins, and more. Among the cultivation families of the Nangua kingdom, the Golden Core Yang and Luo clans possessed second-grade spiritual veins. Most other Foundation establishment families relied on low-grade first-class spiritual veins, or cultivated through the rare spiritual energy released by spirit trees and spirit flowers. Those who had places with spiritual veins did not need to swallow pills like Chen Li to cultivate. Nowadays, no one in the Chun family trained themselves harshly. They took medicine whenever they had it. Cultivation families without spiritual veins mostly relied on arduous cultivation, and their advancement was exceedingly slow. Ordinary cultivation families survived on the 30 to 40 spirit stones produced annually from 1 acre. Without any remarkable cultivation skills to showcase, their families would face great hardship within 1 or 2 generations and would be unable to sustain themselves. Chen Li paused his thoughts and returned to reality. It was midday and sunlight bathed Wuk Mountain. Chen Li was researching formations in the Formation Comprehensive Building, while Chen Songyan was likely tending to his iron fire ants in his cave dwelling. Chen Li had not sought him out for now. In the Tongxin Hall, Chen Songxiao had been looking after Chen Songmei these past few days as she slept soundly through her afternoon nap. Upon seeing Chen Li approach, he softly called out, "Father." Chen Li nodded and said, "Songxiao, the environment in the boundless forest has stabilized considerably recently. You can put your star-fixing compass to use now." Chen Songxiao's eyes lit up. "Father, are you taking me to seek veins?" Chen Li gave a slight nod. "Yes, make your preparations. I need to speak with Song Li and Song Xian about a few matters first." Chen Songxiao replied confidently, "Father, let me go alone. I've already reached the 6th layer of qi condensation." Chen Li shook his head. "You are too young and inexperienced. The boundless forest is incredibly dangerous. I will take you along to train you first." Chen Songxiao could not refuse his father's forceful affection and could only agree. 7 days later, Chen Li summoned Chen Songli and Chen Songxian together. He explained the situation and gave Chen Songxiao a set of top-grade first-rank formations and a set of low-grade second-rank formations. Chen Songli patted his chest and said confidently, "Father, rest assured. I am currently at the 5th layer of qi condensation, and with some starting spirit stones, I can operate low-grade second-rank formations." Chen Li nodded. He had confidence in Chen Songli. Turning to Chen Songshuan, he said, "You may decide matters at home yourself. Song Xiao and I will depart quietly and will not disturb the others." "Understood, Father." Chen Li continued, "There is no need to worry. We will not venture too deep into the boundless forest, and we will communicate promptly through transmission stones." He glanced at Chen Songmei playing nearby and smiled at Chen Songli. "Songli, please help take care of Songmei as well." "Father, rest assured." "Yes. Also, your mother is in seclusion. Do not disturb her unless there is a crisis." Interruptions to seclusion cultivation were easy to make and could easily affect one's progress. Chen Li felt it best not to disturb her whenever possible. Chen Songli and Chen Songxian nodded in understanding and confirmed everything was fine. With a smile, Chen Songli said gently, "Father, remember to bring yuan-boosting pills." Chen Li laughed heartily. "Yes, I have brought them. We are well prepared. Do not be nervous. We will return soon." Chen Songli and Chen Songxian trusted his words and felt reassured. A day later, at the edge of the boundless forest, having cultivated the illusory shape art to perfection, Chen Li traced a formation seal onto Chen Songxiao's body, and both then activated mid-grade second-rank transformation talismans. They transformed into 2 middle-aged cultivators, with Chen Li's cultivation level appearing as qi condensation 9th layer. For the first time, leaving home, Chen Songxiao felt both excited and nervous. Throughout the journey, Chen Li rode a flying artifact carrying Chen Songxiao. From midair, gazing at the boundless forest below, Chen Songxiao was truly awestruck. An endless sea of trees stretching to the horizon. Chen Li observed the youthful yearning and innocence shining through his son's mature facade and smiled silently to himself. This was the fire of youth. After gazing for a while, Chen Songxiao gradually composed himself and said to Chen Li, "Forgive my display, father. This ancient forest is truly breathtaking. Haha, this is merely a fraction. When your cultivation grows stronger, these forests will seem insignificant." Chen Songxiao trusted his father's words completely. He drew out his star-fixing compass. "Father, shall I begin the technique?" Chen Li acknowledged with a hum. Chen Songxiao traced hand seals over the star-fixing compass, and once a signal appeared, he shifted his seals again. Chen Li waited patiently. Chen Li had also read texts on vein seeking. This step Chen Songxiao was performing was qi searching. The caster needed to determine which directions held higher concentrations of special spiritual energy, testing each direction in turn. "Father, the high-intensity signal is to the southwest." Chen Li nodded and led Chen Songxiao racing toward that direction. Throughout the journey, Chen Songxiao kept observing the changing signals on the star-fixing compass. After penetrating 100 kilometers into the boundless forest, the signal strength remained unchanged. When they reached the 200-kilometer mark, Chen Songxiao noticed a directional shift. "Father, the direction has changed. It is due west now." Chen Li understood and altered course, speeding forward again. At 500 kilometers, the direction changed once more. "Father, the direction changed. It is due south." Chen Li adjusted direction again without objection. Having previously studied vein-seeking techniques, he knew that during the process the direction and intensity of special spiritual energy constantly changed. Therefore, one must always observe when the signal strength weakened, and then seek the strongest one again, pushing forward steadily. Chen Li guided Chen Songxiao deeper, to 800 kilometers. He thought that if they still had not found anything by 1500 kilometers, he would call it off, since the deeper they went, the greater the danger. Chen Songxiao called out another directional change. Father, the direction has shifted to the southeast. Chen Li adjusted course again, and they had already reached 1100 kilometers. Chen Songxiao also noticed his father occasionally scanning the surroundings. He understood as well. Through these days of exploration, he had learned of the dangers of the boundless forest, having seen scattered fourth-tier spirit beasts. But Chen Songxiao knew that his father had not called for a halt, which meant the situation could still continue deeper. Chen Songxiao forced himself to remain calm. Occasional guttural roars of spirit beasts echoed through the suffocating silence of the deep forest, where one could only hear the sound of one's own heartbeat. This environment thoroughly dispelled any romantic illusions he had held about the boundless forest. When he first arrived at the boundless forest, a young man's ambition had burned to conquer it. But after venturing deep within, only profound awe remained. Chen Li had been flying for some time, and they had reached 1200 kilometers. Chen Songxiao looked at the star-fixing compass again and said, "Father, the direction has changed once more. It is due east now." Chen Li nodded. Due east was a lateral direction, not a continuation deeper into the forest. However, after traveling another 100 kilometers laterally, Chen Songxiao said again, "Father, the direction has shifted to the southwest." Chen Li frowned slightly and issued a word of caution to Chen Songxiao. "Songxiao, we will venture 300 kilometers further. If we still find nothing, we will withdraw." Chen Songxiao listened to his father's words without resentment and nodded, saying he understood. Chen Songxiao closely monitored the signal from the star-nailing dial. After venturing another 150 kilometers deeper, the signal direction remained unchanged, which slightly steadied his nerves. Chen Li had already extended his divine sense to a range of 5 li. Had the incident involving a deceived Foundation establishment cultivator not occurred, 1500 kilometers would hardly have posed significant danger to a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, the environment in the boundless forest was incredibly treacherous, making it unwise to take excessive risks. Chen Songxiao suddenly noticed the signal intensifying and stabilizing. He exclaimed with delight, "Father, the signal is strengthening and holding steady." A strengthened and stabilized signal indicated they were drawing near their target. The uncertainty inherent in vein-seeking techniques also relied heavily on fortune. Vein-seeking would depend on the casting position at that moment, as well as weather conditions and wind direction, all of which would influence the final outcome. This explained why some spiritual veins, though seemingly closed, remained undiscovered for many years. There were underlying reasons and influencing factors at play. They were fortunate on their first attempt; they had already located the vein. Chen Li and Chen Songxiao replenished over a dozen bottles of origin supplementing pills. With ample spiritual energy restored, they continued flying for another half an hour. Continuing another 100 or so li deeper, Chen Li asked, "Songxiao, how is the signal strength?" Chen Songxiao promptly replied, "Father, the star-nailing dial's signal continues to intensify." Chen Li had a clear understanding in his heart and continued flying. At this moment, with his divine sense extended, Chen Li suddenly detected 2 individuals also heading in their direction. About 4 li away, these 2 were moving in the same direction, and judging by their movement speed, they appeared to be Foundation establishment cultivators. Chen Li warned Songxiao, "There are 2 people 4 li away moving in the same direction as us." "Understood, Father." Chen Songxiao immediately heightened his vigilance. After flying another 10 or so li, the star-nailing dial emitted an even stronger signal, and Chen Songxiao's expression brightened with joy. "Father, it must be nearby." Chen Li grunted in acknowledgement, slowed their flight, and simultaneously kept watch on the pair of cultivators 4 li away, who also seemed to be decelerating. After flying for a while longer, Chen Songxiao stared intently at the star-nailing dial's signal, which now pointed sharply toward a mountain ahead. "Father, it's at that mountain." Chen Li nodded and reminded him once more, "Those 2 cultivators are not far. We are only 2 li apart." Chen Songxiao took the warning to heart, keeping his guard firmly raised. They gradually approached the mountain. Within about 10 breaths, the opposing pair of cultivators also spotted Chen Li and his companion. When Chen Li reached the mountain, the 2 cultivators followed suit. Now about 100 zhang away, both parties locked eyes and sized each other up. Chen Li assessed the opponents, one at Qi refining layer 7 and the other at layer 9. However, their movement speed from 4 li away did not seem consistent with ordinary Qi refining cultivators. They were likely concealing their true cultivation. The 2 cultivators also studied Chen Li, observing 2 middle-aged figures, one at Qi refining layer 6 and the other at layer 9. Neither dared make any rash moves. After a moment of mutual assessment, the cultivator at Qi refining layer 9 spoke, asking, "Fellow Taoist, have you also come to seek a spiritual vein?" Chen Li gave a slight nod and fell silent. The Qi refining layer 9 cultivator remained silent for a while before finally saying, "Fellow Taoist, how about we settle this with a duel? A gentleman's agreement. The loser departs." Chen Li transmitted to Chen Songxiao, "Be careful of that Qi refining layer 7 cultivator. Stay vigilant." Chen Songxiao signaled his understanding and Chen Li replied to the cultivator, very well. A gentleman's agreement. The loser departs. The opposing pair exchanged brief transmissions. Chen Li drew the frost-numbing sword while the other two produced a pair of iron hammers, likely upper-grade first-rank magical artifacts. Chen Li projected the aura of a peak Qi refining Layer 9 cultivator, but his opponents remained unfazed. Chen Li had suspected they were Foundation establishment cultivators all along. Fully extending his divine sense, he discovered that the cultivator appearing to be at Qi refining Layer 7 was not concealing his cultivation. The opponent's divine sense probed him in return. Chen Li assessed the intensity and judged them to be a Foundation establishment early-stage cultivator. Chen Li's divine sense easily overwhelmed theirs, and with the aid of a second-rank breath-concealing talisman, the opponent detected nothing amiss. Chen Li advanced with his sword, releasing several half-zhong-sized cold energy blades. The opponent countered with fiery hammer techniques. The sword energy and fire hammers collided with a resounding crash of conflicting magical forces. Chen Li sought to close the distance and charged forward. Simultaneously, the cold aura released from the frost-numbing sword swept toward his opponents, forming a localized blizzard. The opponent's dual hammers released waves of fierce solar energy to resist Chen Li's freezing assault. Chen Li swung his sword in a thrust, and the opponent met it with both hammers. Chen Li continuously changed direction and accelerated, causing the opponent to frown as he felt the razor-sharp nature of Chen Li's sword technique. After a brief exchange, Chen Li unleashed the complete form of the Mystic Shadow Ice art. His speed and icy energy left the opponent utterly unable to counter. They could only defend passively with no opportunity to attack. The Qi refining Layer 9 cultivator was sent flying backward in rapid succession. His expression shifted repeatedly before he finally understood something and bowed to Chen Li. I concede defeat and shall depart now. Chen Li had not expected such an easy surrender and grew more cautious, yet he still responded with courtesy. Your composure impresses me, fellow Taoist. I trust you will honor the gentleman's agreement. The cultivator at Qi refining Layer 7 beside him appeared somewhat unwilling, silently exchanging glances. The one who had appeared to be at Qi refining Layer 9 remained silent, and after a few breaths took flight. Chen Li watched the two depart, but did not lower his guard, keeping his divine sense constantly alert. 2 li away, the Qi refining Layer 7 cultivator asked the apparent Layer 9 cultivator, Master, are we really leaving? Does the opponent have concealed cultivation? The Qi refining Layer 9 cultivator chuckled. No. The opponent is merely a Qi refining Layer 9 cultivator. My earlier probe was meant to ascertain their true cultivation level. With my divine sense fully extended, they truly manifested as a Qi refining Layer 9 cultivator. Then Master, why didn't we just kill them directly? It is not that we will not kill them. It is about delayed killing, strategic killing under favorable conditions. This person's Qi refining Layer 9 cultivation is remarkably solid. If they escape and spread the news, it will be difficult to monopolize this mineral vein. The Qi refining Layer 7 cultivator was puzzled. Then Master, what should we do? The Master's face curled into a smile as he began scheming. Meanwhile, Chen Li observed through his divine sense that the group of cultivators remained stationary 2 li away, confirming that his fabricated Qi refining Layer 9 cultivation had successfully deceived them. He said to Chen Songxiao, enter the mountain and investigate what type of vein is present. I will set up some measures on the perimeter. Chen Songxiao retrieved another iron shovel from his storage bag. Yes, Father, I'm going. Chen Li floated out 30 sets of upper-grade first-rank spirit trapping arrays from his storage bag and spread them around the perimeter of the mountain. He completed the deployment swiftly. He then set up a simple mid-grade first-rank defensive formation on the mountain to mislead the opponents. With the defensive formation activated, Chen Li entered the mountain and waited for them to make their move. In the mountains, Chen Songxiao unleashed the stellar compass. He found a direction and began digging downward with a spade. Chen Songxiao then placed 5 more spades at other positions, casting spells on each to start digging. 2 hours later, the sky gradually darkened. Chen Li entered the mountains. He could only hear the sound of spades digging while his divine sense kept watch on those two. They were unhurried, as if unaware they had been exposed. Chen Li discovered that when they approached within 1 li, their auras became intermittent and extremely faint. He guessed they might have applied some concealment talismans or cultivated some concealment techniques. He silently extended his divine sense to a radius of 5 li, and a faint aura was caught by Chen Li. Probably the Qi refining 7th layer cultivator's concealment technique was not refined, and thus he was discovered. In the night, the spades in the mountain continued digging. Going down to more than 3 zhang, Chen Songxiao discovered the first piece of ore, a spatial or likely part of an ore vein. His expression brightened with joy, and he informed Chen Li. Upon seeing the spatial ore, Chen Li felt that this trip was worthwhile. This, or was not Spatial Underworld Stone. Spatial Underworld Stone is a basic material for small-scale teleportation arrays of rank 1 lower, middle, and upper grades. There was half a ton of that stuff in the family storage warehouse. What was just dug out was a slightly higher grade spatial ore. Searching his memory bank, Chen Li determined that this, or should be Spatial Anchor Stone. This, or can be used to forge small to medium teleportation arrays of rank 2, making them more robust, and the teleportation channels more stable. Chen Songxiao set aside this type of ore, and seeing Chen Li's delight, he was also in a good mood. For his first practical operation to yield such a large harvest, Chen Songxiao felt overjoyed. Chen Songxiao continued digging. As time passed, after about 100 breaths, he unearthed a different kind of ore. This time it was not spatial ore, but a hard refined iron stone. He said excitedly to Chen Li, "Father, this or vein should contain more than just this type of spatial, or it should be a complex type of vein with a grade around rank 2 middle grade." Chen Li's expression was also pleasantly surprised. He said softly, "Dig some more, see how much we can get. Dig for a few days, take a batch first, and plan later." "All right, father." Chen Songxiao took out all 10 spades from his storage pouch and immediately cast spells to dig. He dared not use blasting, fearing it would attract demon beasts or cultivators. At this moment, Chen Li said to Chen Songxiao, "Focus on digging, I'll go take care of the tail." Chen Songxiao looked somewhat worried and asked, "Father, is it those two from earlier?" Those two have turned back. That's why you need to be more cautious out there." I've learned my lesson, father." Chen Songxiao personally experienced the treachery of people's hearts and kept it in mind. With that, Chen Li flew down the mountain. That faint aura was only 100 zhang from this small mountain. They had stopped. If he were an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, he would definitely not have found them. Their auras were well hidden. But they were unlucky to have encountered Chen Li, a Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator with 5 spirit roots. He was not in a hurry. All around were his traps. He found a large rock at the foot of the mountain, took out his tea set, and started a fire to brew tea, waiting for the gentleman to arrive. At that moment, 100 zhang away, the cultivator disguised as a Qi refining 9th layer set up a formation, a rank 1 upper grade spirit locking array. After setting it up, the Qi refining 7th layer cultivator asked doubtfully, "Patriarch, this rank 1 upper grade spirit locking array costs about 1,000 spirit stones, right? It seems a bit overkill to use it against them." "Haha, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit." The Qi refining 7th layer cultivator couldn't help but praised the Patriarch is wise. Their plan was to lure Chen Li and the other here. They would fight while luring the two here. The distance was short, making it a natural range for moving the battlefield without arousing suspicion. The two exchanged glances, released a bit of their aura, and slowly approached. At the foot of the mountain, Chen Li watched as the two entered the range of the 30 spirit trap, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The two gradually drew closer, and suddenly discovered a rank 1 middle grade defensive array ahead. This Qi refining 9th layer cultivator looked at the rank 1 middle grade defensive array and said to the Qi refining 7th layer cultivator, "Later we will directly attack the array to lure him out." He nodded. The Qi refining 9th layer cultivator dismissed the rank 1 middle grade defensive array and directly cast a great fireball technique, striking the array. He deliberately controlled the force. Although the rank 1 middle grade defensive array was not broken, it was already tottering enough to call the person out. Sure enough, Chen Li came out according to the script. However, he didn't see the Qi refining 6th layer cultivator. "Two fellow cultivators, according to the gentleman's agreement, didn't you lose?" "Haha, I didn't lose this afternoon. I just let you win. How about we have a rematch tonight? This time it's 2 against 2. Call out your companion, and we'll have another match." Chen Li smiled. "What if I don't agree?" "Haha, fellow cultivator, you are too confident. If you don't agree, you won't be able to dig the vein in this mountain." "Oh, is that so? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" "Haha, fellow cultivator, do you know that there is always a mountain beyond a mountain, a person beyond a person?" Chen Li nodded. "I know, but you are definitely not one of those." "You..." The Qi refining 9th layer cultivator, unable to argue with Chen Li, immediately took out double hammers and prepared to smash them at Chen Li. At the same time, Chen Li immediately took out the comprehensive array disc of the 30 spirit trap arrays and directly threw a set of hand seals into the disc. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed drastically. The spirit trap arrays activated simultaneously, trapping the two cultivators within range. The Qi refining 7th layer cultivator was instantly stunned. "What the hell? This is a rank 1 upper grade trapping array. Weren't they the ones lying in ambush? How did they become the ambushed?" He suddenly felt a bit panicked. He suddenly remembered that the Patriarch had concealed his cultivation level and was a Foundation establishment cultivator, so he slightly relaxed. A rank 1 upper grade trapping array couldn't trap a Foundation establishment cultivator. The Patriarch could break it in a few breaths. That cultivator disguised as Qi refining 9th layer was indeed not panicked. Seeing they were trapped in a rank 1 upper grade trapping array, he directly released his Foundation establishment cultivation. As long as he weathered the initial array's power, he could forcefully break out of the array with his foundation establishment cultivation. This chi refining 9th layer cultivator stopped pretending and directly said, "Fellow cultivator, I originally intended to deal with you at the chi refining level, but since you are not playing by the rules, don't blame me, Li, for bullying the weak." Chen Li looked at this foundation establishment cultivator who had been pretending to be chi refining 9th layer and let out a villainous laugh. Who is the big one and who is the small one is still uncertain. Chen Li also stopped pretending and showed his cards. He quickly flew to the front of the foundation establishment cultivator's trapping array and directly released his foundation establishment midstage cultivation. The foundation establishment cultivator inside the array saw Chen Li release his foundation establishment midstage cultivation and was dumbfounded. What? They had been scheming against someone who turned out to be a foundation establishment midstage cultivator. He felt Chen Li's profound foundation establishment cultivation and his expression changed drastically. No wonder he couldn't detect Chen Li's concealed cultivation. The other party could completely overpower him. He said somewhat flustered, "Fellow cultivator, let's talk this out. We'll withdraw immediately, this mountain is yours." Chen Li ignored the foundation establishment cultivator's plea. He took out the flowing shadow silver fire spear, infused it with 60% of his mana, and directly hurled it at the foundation establishment cultivator who was temporarily trapped by the array. This foundation establishment cultivator saw the spear flying toward him and hastily condensed mana to block it, but when it arrived he found he could not block it at all. It was too powerful, too domineering. The spear pierced straight through his heart. Before dying, he was filled with regret and closed his eyes in unwillingness. Chen Li took the storage pouch and directly used the true fire-burning heaven art to incinerate the foundation establishment cultivator into ashes. A gust of wind blew and the ashes merged with heaven and earth. At this moment, the chi refining 7th layer cultivator who was watching the show from within the trapping array was already scared shitless. Chen Li smiled and stepped forward. The chi refining 7th layer cultivator trapped in the binding formation was also trembling, his legs weak. Damn, how could Chen Li, also a foundation establishment cultivator, feel so terrifying? It felt like he could take on 10 of his own clan leader. Moreover, with such strength, he still set up so many spirit binding arrays to ambush the two of them. Who was the one lacking martial ethics? He knelt down begging Chen Li to spare his life, offering to serve like a beast of burden, utterly abject. However, Chen Li paid no heed. With a single strike, he severed the head, then swiftly took the storage pouch. True flame incinerating heaven art reduced it to ashes. The mountain fell silent once more. Chen Li swiftly dealt with the trouble. Inside the mountain, Chen Li scanned the 2 storage pouches. He had gained some second-rank low-grade cultivation techniques and artifacts, along with some spirit stones, scattered pills, and other low-grade spiritual materials. There were also quite a few forging manuals, all secret tomes written by the clan, passable at best. After examining the storage pouches, he learned their identities. They were from the Li family, a foundation establishment clan in Ningjing County, Nanwu Kingdom. It was said they had 2 foundation establishment cultivators. This one was likely one of them. Chen Li also went 100 zhang away and effortlessly retrieved the spirit locking array. After finishing everything, he returned to the mountain and began mining alongside Chen Songxiao. Chen Songxiao, seeing Chen Li return with ease, felt greatly relieved. Chen Li recounted the situation of the 2 men to Chen Songxiao. After a moment, he gained a concrete sense of his father's strength. His father was incredibly powerful, dominating those of the same cultivation level, killing 2 without any pressure. Crow Magpie Mountain Heart Union Hall. Over 20 days had passed, and today Chen Songli finally saw the message from Chen Li's sound transmission stone. Her brow relaxed. Chen Songxian was also in Heart Union Hall at the time, bringing cooked chicken soup and meat, spirit rice, and spirit vegetables. Chen Songmei, smelling the aroma, ran out from another room. "Third brother, it smells so good." "It's my favorite chicken. Long live third brother. Songmei, go wash your hands." Chen Songmei cheerfully went to wash her hands and soon began to feast. She ate with grease all over her mouth. Chen Songli scolded with a smile, "Fifth sister, no one is competing with you. Can't you eat slower? Big sister, the soup third brother made is too good. I couldn't help it. You little foodie. In the future you can just cultivate the path of eating every day." Chen Songxian laughed beside them. "That works too. Fifth sister will cultivate the eating Dao Ha." Chen Songmei's eyes lit up. "If eating all the time can also cultivate immortality, then I'll cultivate the eating Dao." Chen Songli flicked a finger on Chen Songmei's forehead. "What eating Dao? Big sister will take you to cultivate the grand path of formations. I don't want to." After a while, the 2 got back to business. Chen Songli told Chen Songxian the information Chen Li had sent back. After listening, Chen Songxuan's expression was overjoyed, his tone cheerful. "Fourth brother found a vein on his first trip out. Amazing. Fourth brother is a blessed person. He surely can do it." Chen Songli did not spare praise and shared much information about this vein with Chen Songxian. After a few dozen breaths, Chen Songxian understood. Having finished relaying, Chen Li changed the subject and asked Songshuan how are Li Chen and the others doing. Are things going smoothly? Rest assured, big sister. Both of them are very well behaved. Chen Li nodded. Yesterday we took in 2 more kids. Now including Li Chen, there are 9 in total. Father said before to screen them carefully, see who is more clever and loyal. Third brother, you observe them too. I'll remember that. Chen Songxian agreed. The two then talked about cultivation techniques. Chen Songxian exclaimed in surprise, big sister, you've cultivated the qi concealing art to great accomplishment. I can't even see your true cultivation level. I keep the qi concealing art active daily. Chen Songxian chuckled. Still, big sister, just like father, too cautious. The two chatted aimlessly for a long time, when suddenly a voice came from the entrance. Where are father and fourth brother? Chen Songyan had emerged from seclusion. After looking around, he found that his mother was in closed-door cultivation. Uncle Nyo was also in his cave dwelling learning alchemy, and aside from them, the remaining cultivators on Crow Magpie Mountain were mostly in Heart Union Hall. Chen Li replied calmly, father took fourth brother to the boundless forest to search for a vein. Chen Songyan felt as if he had missed out on 100,000 spirit stones, utterly shocked. Father actually took fourth brother out first. I want to go out too. Chen Li interrupted, her tone stern. Father didn't tell you because he was afraid you'd go to join the fun. Searching for a vein is a serious matter, not a pleasure trip. Chen Songyan looked aggrieved. Am I that kind of person? Chen Li rolled her eyes at him, came over and kicked his, but saying, father said that in the future, when mining, he will take 2 people out in rotation. You'll have a chance to go out. Really? Fourth brother found a vein. Chen Li was too lazy to repeat and gave Chen Songxian a look. Chen Songxian then explained the situation to Chen Songyan. Great. Next time I want to go to the boundless forest. I heard it's as vast as the ocean, endless. At that moment, Chen Songmei interjected abruptly, second brother, I want to go too. Go where? Stay home and behaved. Hearing this, Chen Songyan almost broke down. Boundless forest, a small hill. Chen Li and Chen Songxiao had been mining continuously for over 10 days. Looking at the piles of mined, or there was a large amount of refined iron, or accounting for the largest proportion. The second was space anchor stone, and the third was Thai iron essence, cold iron, and so on. The two had been mining for over 10 days, and were somewhat mentally exhausted. Chen Li, seeing that the time was about right, said to Chen Songxiao, let's stop mining for now. Load the stones and head back. Chen Songxiao immediately nodded. All right, father. With these ores and the forging manuals they had acquired, their Chen Clan could forge many second-rank artifacts, even their own exclusive artifacts. Chen Songxiao took out the star-fixing compass to mark the location so they wouldn't have to fly around next time. Chen Li also set up a simple first-rank mid-grade isolation array to conceal the vein-searching aura. After doing everything, he took out 5 or 6 storage pouches, sorted and packed them. Even the storage pouches could no longer hold more. Songxiao, can you detect how much reserve this mountain still has? Chen Li had also been mining for many days and found that it was impossible to exhaust the vein, so he asked. Chen Songxiao took out the star-fixing compass again, carefully probed, and said to Chen Li, father, the reserves are at least around 100,000 jin. Chen Li nodded, let out a breath, and said, good. Let's cover up some traces and head back first. We'll come again next time. Chen Li immediately cast some spells covering the excavated pits with earth, some with leaves, some with gray stones. Both checked carefully and found no issues. Chen Li took out a flying artifact and brought Chen Songxiao home. Nanwu Kingdom, Yuanjing County. In a multi-story pavilion of the Li family, an old man was listening to a report from a Qi refining 9th layer clan member. Ancestor, the clan leader has lost contact. What? Wasn't it said that the demon beasts in the boundless forest are not active now? How? Ancestor, logically it shouldn't be. The clan leader is a foundation establishment cultivator, and they went to search for a vein. They shouldn't have stirred up trouble. Moreover, before departure they said they wouldn't go deeper than 2,000 kilometers. The ancestor was silent for a moment, as if he knew the fate of the two. He sighed and said, wait a few more days. If they truly met with misfortune, do not make it public yet. The Qi refining 9th layer clan member, seeing the ancestor like this, also fell silent for a moment. All right, ancestor, I understand. It's just a pity for that young clan member only at the 7th layer of Qi refining. Chen Li and Chen Songxiao began their return journey, and several days had passed by the time they arrived back at Wuxian Mountain. Within the mountain, everything remained as usual. Chen Songxian received the dozen or so storage bags, beginning to sort and store these ores. Seeing such an immense quantity of minerals, he contemplated building several more warehouses. On the return journey, Chen Songxiao encountered a third-tier spirit beast. Wishing to test his killing techniques, Chen Li gave his consent. He struggled greatly and had to employ a first-tier superior attack formation before finally slaying the creature. He gained a comprehensive understanding of his close combat killing techniques, determined to surpass his eldest sister. In the mountain, as Chen Songxiao rested, Chen Songxian came seeking him out. Fourth brother, tell me what the boundless forest is like. The two continued chatting near the Xinxua Tower. The next day at dawn, Chen Li's fatigue from mining had completely dissipated. Li Chun and Luo Anyue from the Formation Comprehensive Building returned to Wuxian Mountain, bringing more spirit wood seedlings. At Zizai Pavilion, with the tea kettle heated, Chen Li poured himself a cup. Chen Li arrived early. Father, would you like me to return these second-tier inferior attack formations to you? Chen Li produced the first-tier supreme attack formation Chen Li had given her before his departure, along with a set of second-tier inferior formations. Keep them. I still have several sets here. All right, thank you, Father. By the way, Father, yesterday, I examined Songmei's body and detected faint traces of spiritual energy fluctuation. Could it be that what we couldn't detect before was simply because Songmei was still too young? Chen Li smiled. Yes, this is perfectly normal. Chen Li gazed at Chen Li's nonchalant expression, but could discern nothing definitive. Yet she sensed there was more to this than met the eye. After Chen Li departed, Chen Li also breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Li was becoming increasingly difficult to deceive, too clever by half. At Zizai Pavilion, Chen Li retrieved the Li family's artifact forging manuals from Yuanjing Prefecture. One volume titled Compendium of Artifact Forging Materials, another called 7 Techniques of Li Family Smithing, a third named Li Family Sword and Blade Forging Secret Manual, and a fourth titled Li Family Bow and Arrow Forging Secret Manual. Chen Li flipped through them rapidly. After the time it takes to drink several cups of tea, he had gained a general understanding of the Li family's artifact forging capabilities and standards. They could craft artifacts at most up to second-tier superior grade, and found it difficult to forge anything higher. For Chen Li, there was still much to be gained from their knowledge. As for whether he should have killed those 2 Li family cultivators by the time they turned back Chen Li, and they had already become irreconcilable enemies. Chen Li carefully studied Compendium of Artifact Forging Materials. Now he had some proficiency in formations and pill refinement, and perhaps he needed to acquire some artifact forging skills as well. Cultivation truly knows no end. He thought of Chen Songxuan's puppets, and an idea formed in his mind. Let the third brother learn this too. Chen Li took out a stack of blank paper from his storage bag and performed a simple copying technique on the spot. He duplicated these artifact forging books into hundreds of copies, though on the covers, he changed the surname from Li to Chun. These are now the Chun family's secret manuals. At Zizai Pavilion, after a week of study, Chen Li's mind was filled with theoretical knowledge related to artifact forging. This day, Chen Songxian came to voluntarily sign up for the next mining expedition to the Boundless Forest. The group would consist of Chen Li, Chen Songxiao, and Chen Songxian. Another 7 days passed, and this time with Chen Songxian added, they brought more shovels and storage bags. Half a month after their return, they set out for mining once more. The boundless forest stretched before Chen Songxuan, its vast grandeur evoking the same reaction Chen Songxiao had when he first saw it. This vast forest. How magnificent. This time the route led straight ahead. Chen Songxiao deployed the star-locating compass once more. He simply followed the direction it indicated, no longer needing to constantly probe their position. Chen Li wielded a small flying spirit sword, carrying these two as they hurtled through the air at great speed. When they had flown 600 kilometers, Chen Songxian began feeling weary as he gazed upon mountains, lakes, and forests that all appeared identical. When they flew past 1,000 kilometers, he saw spirit beasts emerging intermittently and felt his heart lurch with fear. When they reached 1,200 kilometers and beheld numerous cultivator corpses in the deep forest, Chen Songxian finally came to understand the cruelty of the boundless forest. His only thought at that moment, get home quickly, this place is far too dangerous. They flew cautiously for 5 or 6 days before finally returning to the mine. Chen Li employed his usual tactics, deploying 30 trapping spirit formations around the perimeter and 1 first-tier medium-grade defensive formation. Chen Songxiao deftly took out a shovel and performed his technique, saying to Chen Songxuan, "Second brother, remember to categorize the ores and place them together. Also occasionally check the underground situation." Chen Songxian nodded, embarking on his first mining expedition. The first day acceptable. The second day not bad too. By the third day unbearably boring. By the fourth day I should never have come. At night he heard the occasional roars of spirit beasts, and that profound silence of the night was truly unbearable. Finally, after half a month of mining, Chen Songxiao observed his second brother's listless appearance and found it amusing. Second brother coming again. Chen Songxian was utterly despondent. Day after day consisted of nothing but mining. He had even lost all sense of time. Chen Li also smiled, and said, "Second sun mining is no enjoyable affair, and the boundless forest is no fun either. Father, you mentioned in your lessons that the outside world is boring and dangerous. I've now experienced this over these dozen days." Chen Li smiled. Him gaining such understanding was also a form of growth. After mining concluded, their return procedures remained unchanged, packing up, concealing, and withdrawing the formations. On the road, Chen Songxiao spotted a third-tier spirit beast and invited Chen Songxian to hunt it together. Chen Songxian wished to refuse, but under Chen Li's encouragement, the two jointly slew a third-tier spirit beast. This time was much better. With two working together, the third-tier spirit beast was killed in just half a quarter of an hour. Chen Songxian mainly assisted Chen Songxiao in this battle, yet discovered he was actually no match for his fourth brother. After returning, Chen Songshuan's desire to venture outside completely vanished. The outside world was far too dangerous. Time continued to flow, and thereafter they went mining every month. Each time it was led by Chen Songxiao and Chen Li, with one person from home rotating. Chen Songli, Chen Songshuan, and Chen Songxian took turns. During these trips, Chen Songli faced third-tier spirit beasts and slew them with ease. Her mastery of formations was too practiced. Chen Songxian was similar, employing just one technique: trap and annihilate. These individuals, having gone many times, would often engage spirit beasts in solo combat, each wanting to assess their close combat killing techniques. Chen Li stood by his backup. Time swiftly passed. The ores within the mountain were completely exhausted. They had labored for 4 months, and several warehouses at Wuxian Mountain were filled to capacity. Chen Songxian had developed the warehouses by extending them deep underground, expanding considerably. Gazing upon the ore piled like mountains, Chen Songxiao felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This was the meaning of vain seeking. Within Zhu Lingyue's cave dwelling, she consumed hundreds of bottles of overflowing qi pills, elevating her cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement. In the cave dwelling, she let out a great sigh of relief. Having finally reached a realm she once dared not even imagine, this cultivator with false spiritual roots had also achieved the 9th level of qi refinement. Bright light shone in her eyes. It was the radiance of hope. Inside the grotto, Zhu Lingyue recalled how the Zhu family treated cultivators with pseudo-spiritual roots and mixed spiritual roots. Within the Zhu family, any cultivator possessing 3 spiritual roots was regarded as a foundation establishment seat, a priority for family cultivation. Those with dual spiritual roots could expect half the family's resources to be allocated to them. Cultivators with pseudo-mixed spiritual roots could barely keep pace during the early stages of qi condensation, but soon fell far behind. The meager cultivation resources the family distributed were utterly insufficient to advance their realms. These clan members, the men in particular, became mere breeding stock, fathering children year after year in the hope of producing offspring with 3 or 2 spiritual roots, which would elevate their own status within the family. The women were reduced to instruments of marital alliances, all of this customary practice accepted as the normal state of cultivation society, with these families seeing nothing amiss. Back then, as a low-tier formation master capable of contributing to the family's productivity, she still retained some autonomy over her marriage. When the Liu family of Liangxi County held their wedding banquet, she had no desire to attend, yet somehow found herself drawn there against her will. Was this fate's design? She had met Chen Li, and he had altered the course of her life. She believed she would reach the foundation establishment realm, and with her husband leading the way, she trusted that golden core was merely another milestone ahead. When Zhu Lingyue broke through to the 9th layer of qi condensation, the household erupted in celebration. At the Tongxin Hall, Chen Songmei once again laid eyes on her mother. Unavoidably, the little one couldn't resist shooting some sarcastic remarks. Amid the lingering chill of spring in the alchemy pavilion, Brother Bull had wasted over a dozen century-old medicinal herbs through relentless trial and error. At last, heaven rewarded his perseverance. He successfully refined the overflowing qi pill. Fortunately, their family's substantial wealth could absorb such losses, and an ordinary household would have already sacrificed him for his recklessness. What a prodigal! At dawn, Brother Bull stepped out for a stroll, visibly elated. Chen Songxiao walked alongside him, praising, "Uncle Bull, you've refined the overflowing qi pill. That's truly remarkable." Brother Bull raised his head proudly, expression saying it all. The unspoken understanding between man and beast made for an extraordinary scene on Wuk Mountain in early spring, lush and teeming with vitality. A few days later, Chen Li gathered the family of 7 plus Brother Bull in the Chaoyang Hall. Inside, Chen Li announced the Chen family's first festival, Spring Festival. Inside the Chaoyang Hall, Chen Li recalled the festival from his past life and shared with his family, "This festival celebrates family. I wish us all to be united and live in peace and harmony. During Spring Festival, I hope everyone will make time to return to Wuk Mountain for a reunion dinner, regardless of whether you're in seclusion or occupied elsewhere. Even when in seclusion, let them have something to look forward to, knowing their family is thinking of them." Zhu Lingyue agreed enthusiastically. Husband, I think this festival is wonderful. Several people approved while Brother Bull mooed in agreement multiple times. Chen Songmei clapped her hands excitedly. Great. Great. No one should seclude themselves during the new year. It'll be so nice for us to share meals together. Everyone laughed. Chen Li described some customs from his previous life, like writing couplets together, slaughtering pigs, and cooking as a family. Chen Songshuan's eyes lit up. He thought the proposal was excellent. Exchanging blessing messages carried such beautiful symbolism. So a day later, even Li Chun and Luo Anyue were notified about celebrating Spring Festival, and they could organize external cultivators to join in. After discussing with Chen Li, Chen Songxian specifically permitted external cultivators to go out shopping and provided them with 10 low-grade spiritual chickens. Festivals were meant to be enjoyed to the fullest. On the first day of Spring Festival at dawn, Chen Songshuan, Chen Songli, and the other 5 siblings with the character Song went to Qingfeng Mountain to slaughter a pig. Chen Li and Zhu Lingyue followed along. Chen Li instructed them to experience the mortal joy of the task without using magical power. Chen Songyan took the lead in restraining the pig, but predictably it escaped. Chen Songyan chased the pig all over the mountain, while Chen Songmei laughed heartlessly. The onlookers doubled over with laughter, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. They slaughtered the pig together and cooked together, making Chen Songxian feel deeply fulfilled. His culinary skills amazed his older and younger siblings. They prepared stir-fried demonic beast meat, roasted meatballs, 12 different ways to cook pork, a nourishing spiritual herb soup, and 10 methods for roasting spirit chicken. Just hearing about these dishes made Chen Songmei drool. Meanwhile, Chen Li took Chen Songxiao and the others to paste spring couplets on the doors and windows of the Chaoyang Hall and Tongxin Hall. The Shuaba Pavilion was decorated with various red couplets, and one humorous verse couplet caught everyone's attention. The horizontal scroll read, "Achieve immortality soon," while the upper line praised those who cultivated through the night without stagnation, and the lower line wished for spiritual power to grow through daily rest. Chen Li couldn't help but laugh at this couplet. As dusk fell, another table was set on the first floor of the Shuaba Pavilion. Li Chun and Luo Anyue led several people to toast toward the Chuyang Hall, saying, "Let us raise a glass to our clan leader, and another to Madam and the young masters and ladies, thanking them for granting us the opportunity to walk the path of immortality." The external cultivators raised their glasses toward the Chuyang Hall in turn. Though most were still in their early teens, under Li Chun and Luo Anyue's guidance, they understood who their mentors were. Inside the Chaoyang Hall, lamps fueled by spiritual energy illuminated the space brilliantly. A grand table was laden with Chen Songshuan's culinary masterpieces. Chen Songmei's stomach growled with hunger, and she asked with playful anticipation, "Third brother, are all the dishes ready?" Chen Songxian brought over a final dish of palate-cleansing soup and announced, "Father, mother, siblings, all the dishes are served." He took his seat. "Oh, can we eat now?" Chen Songmei exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands. Everyone turned to Chen Li, who smiled and said, "I wish everyone progress in cultivation this new year, and may alchemy, formations, puppetry, and bug breeding all go smoothly." After Chen Li spoke, everyone felt the blessing was most auspicious and began offering their own well wishes. Zhu Lingyue expressed similar sentiments. Chen Songli wished their parents steady advancement in cultivation and their younger siblings eternal happiness. Chen Songyan, Chen Songshuan, and Chen Songxiao all offered similar blessings. When Chen Songmei noticed everyone looking at her, she thought hard and suddenly exclaimed, "I wish father never goes into seclusion. I wish mother never goes into seclusion. I wish eldest sister never goes into seclusion." Her words sent everyone into laughter. Chen Songmei eagerly dove in her mouth, already greasy. As the banquet neared its end, Chen Songli smiled and said, "Father, mother, brothers, and sisters, please enjoy my formation fireworks." Chen Songli formed a hand seal, and bursts of spectacular fireworks erupted throughout Wuk Mountain. From afar inside the Chaoyang Hall, the entire family gazed together at the dazzling display, each face radiating joy and contentment. The festive cheer gradually faded, and Crow Sparrow Mountain returned to its usual tranquility. This festival left a beautiful impression on everyone, and the fireworks in the mountains would forever bloom in the depths of their memories. Several springs and autumns passed, time fleeting like a swift stream, and another month slipped by in the mountains. At Qingfeng Mountain, Li Chun had been tending the livestock farm for 6 months, earning half a contribution point every 60 days. By now he had accumulated 1.5 contribution points from the farm. Luo and Yue had also gained 1.5 contribution points from hatching at the farm. 3 months ago at Baishir Mountain and Pingtian Mountain, they had each finished planting 15 mu of spiritual trees, and on that basis, they planted a few more mu. After planting, they notified Chen Songxian. Chen Songxian came to inspect, and finding no issues he set up a spirit binding array and a spirit rain array on the mountain, while also recording 15 contribution points for each of them. Chen Songxian told them that there were no more planting tasks. Other tasks remained such as puppet production, array formation, and insect egg cultivation. Thus, if they wanted to earn more contribution points, they would need to learn. Li Chun chose the art of puppetry, spending 3 contribution points to exchange for 3 first-grade lower-ranked books, and another 3 contribution points as tuition fees, with Chen Songxian teaching him for 3 days. He used his remaining contribution points to exchange for overflow chi pills, 5 points for a bottle, and he exchanged for 2 bottles. Luo and Yue opted for insect egg cultivation, also spending 3 contribution points on introductory cultivation books, and another 3 points as tuition fees, with Chen Songyan instructing him. He also exchanged his remaining points for 2 bottles of overflow chi pills. In their spare time from studying, they continued to take on farm tasks. Chen Songxian answered some of their cultivation questions, and then left while Li Chun and the others began their studies as planned. A few days later at Crow Sparrow Mountain, Chen Li looked at the tag point of the orange fortune bar and nodded slightly. Orange fortune bar 80100. Family's highest combat power breaking through to foundation establishment. Descendants' highest combat power breaking through to mid-chi refining completed. Family can refine 30 foundation establishment pills 30 completed. Family recruits 10 foreign surname cultivators 9 not completed. Family harvests 1000 spirit stones 1000 completed. Family plants 30 mu of spiritual trees 30 completed. The last one, recruiting foreign surname cultivators, should be no problem this year. Chen Li finished reading and withdrew from his sea of consciousness. He was again reading books on artifact refining, for with so many ores, he had to engage in artifact crafting. He planned to create some magic tools starting from low to high to see if he could forge an identical frost condensation sword. After reading, he excavated a smithy and artifact refining cave dwelling halfway up the mountain, naming it the Artifact Refining Hall. Chen Songxian came to help, also reading books on artifact refining, intending to create crossbows that could be integrated into puppets, turning them into relentless archer puppets. The two spent several days opening up a cave dwelling 100 zhang in size. Afterwards, they forged hammers, bases, and stone mills. Chen Li used the earth vein fire to directly melt the refined iron, or employing his mid-foundation establishment cultivation to violently fuse the molten iron. After several days, Chen Li forged over a dozen plain hammers and bases. Then he continued designing a hammering array that combined the hammers and bases within the formation, so that activating the array would cause the hammering. Over the next 2 months, Chen Li continuously improved the cave dwelling's facilities. Inside the cave, he built 5 earth vein fire furnaces, set up 5 sets of hammering arrays, installed a cold gathering array and a water reservoir, and crafted many cabinets to store materials with special attributes. Chen Songxiao, having nothing to do, also came to learn artifact refining, discussing and studying with Chen Songxian to forge crossbows. Chen Li, seeing the platform perfected, began to replicate the frost condensation sword. In Yuanwu Commandery at the Liu family, it was the day of the alliance between the Liu and Zhu families. The Liu family's son with 3 spiritual roots and at the 6th layer of Qi refining married the Zhu family's daughter at the 2nd layer of Qi refining. The Liu family used their prize child for the alliance, giving full face to the Zhu family, who were naturally delighted, and the bond between the two families grew even tighter. Chen Li of the Chen family announced he was in seclusion and had no time to attend, so Zhu Lingyue represented the Chen family, taking Chen Songli along to the wedding feast. Zhu Lingyue had long cultivated the optimized Qi concealment art to perfection, and Chen Songli had reached great mastery, also carrying several second-rank Qi concealment talismans. Unless a late foundation establishment cultivator paid special attention, they would hardly be detected, though cultivators with special techniques could not be ruled out, but they were rarely encountered. The two showed a surface cultivation of Qi refining 6th layer and Qi refining 2nd layer, but their true cultivations were Qi refining 9th layer and Qi refining 5th layer respectively. At that time, the Liu residence was bustling with many guests. Outside a grand hall, a servant saw Zhu Lingyue and announced loudly, the Chen family madam from Liangxi County and the Chen family young miss, presenting a set of first-grade mid-rank offensive array. Zhu Lingyue and the others entered the first floor, which was filled with Qi refining families. They went to the Zhu family's table. Chen Songli, a young girl of 16 or 17, became the focus of attention. The Zhu family ancestor scrutinized Chen Songli. Although she was at Qi refining 2nd layer, her spirit was radiant and confident. Songli, this is your maternal ancestor, and these are your maternal uncles. Zhu Lingyue made the introductions, and Chen Songli greeted each one in turn. The Zhu family ancestor sighed with admiration. Lingyue, your daughter carries herself with great poise and has been raised well. This child truly has a heroic bearing. Zhu Lingyue's cousin Zhu Lingyu also offered a compliment. This cousin was the Zhu family's 3 spiritual root cultivator. At the previous Luo family feast, she had introduced Chen Li to Zhu Lingyue, and unexpectedly the match succeeded. Zhu Lingyue was very satisfied, and her cousin was equally pleased. A 4 spiritual root cultivator at Qi refining 6th layer, while she with 3 spiritual roots had only reached Qi refining 7th layer under the family's priority nurture. This showed that Chen Li valued his sister-in-law and was generous with cultivation resources. At that moment the cousin said, "I envy you, sister. You married well." Zhu Lingyue smiled faintly and replied it was just a stroke of luck to break through. The cousin teased, "If I were to marry, I'd want to marry your man too, ha." Zhu Lingyue scolded with a laugh, You're the family's 3 spiritual root cultivator and can't marry out. If you could, I'd go back and tell my husband, haha." Hearing this, the cousin's eyes dimmed. She was the family's foundation establishment seed, bearing the burden of the family's future and continuation. She could only take in a husband. She had looked at many men, but to this day, she had not succeeded in taking in a husband. She had not found a suitable one, and could only keep searching. After the wedding feast at Wuk Mountain, Zhu Lingyue and Chen Li returned yesterday. Chen Li went straight to the array synthesis tower to study formations. Zhu Lingyue stayed on the 2nd floor, helping to craft first-grade superior arrays. The warehouse now held over 100 sets of such arrays. Chen Li periodically bought more materials, selling a few spirit herbs when short on spirit stones. A few days later, Chen Li, after reading several books on artifact forging, conceived some brilliant ideas. She wished to forge blade and sword artifacts that could perfectly integrate formations. Thus, Chen Li joined the Chen family's forging efforts. Chen Songyan came to observe, then obediently returned to insect cultivation. However, a day later, Chen Li dragged him back. She insisted, "Chen Songyan, come study for a few days. What if you are a forging prodigy?" Chen Songyan, speechless and unable to resist her, complied. In the alchemy cave, 5 workstations were fully occupied. Chen Li often glanced at Chen Songyan's station, claiming she was just passing by. At Chen Li's station, a pile of failed swords lay beneath. He had forged 6 swords, all in vain. According to the original Li family blade and sword forging manual, to imbue a sword with the frost condensation attribute, one must melt spiritual cold iron and continuously mix it with ice attribute auxiliary spirit materials. Then after 3,000 hammer strikes, the sword's inscription must be carved. Once the inscription activates, the sword is complete. Chen Li, refusing to be deterred, melted the iron again and began anew. Chen Li, seeing her father suffer so many failures, found her own progress equally difficult. The path of forging rivaled that of formations. Chen Songxian and Chen Songxiao were crafting first-grade superior arrow artifacts, but encountered numerous problems. The crossbow strings they made never reached the quality of a first-grade superior bow artifact. The process was agonizing. After another month of relentless attempts, Chen Li finally forged the frost condensation sword. Comparing it with the previous one, he found the frost condensation attribute of this newly forged sword no less potent. Chen Li, watching her father succeed, could only marvel at his skill. Chen Li caught Chen Li's pleading gaze, her eyes wide with desperate hope, as if saying, "Father, come teach me." Chen Li approached Chen Li's workstation. She was forging a flame sword intended for mass production, each infused with formations to create a devastating arsenal. The problem was that the flame sword's emitted fire was too weak. Chen Li could only share his experience in forging the frost condensation sword's attribute. Chen Li listened intently as Chen Li explained earnestly. Meanwhile, Chen Songxian and his partner had also reached a breakthrough after repeated attempts. After forging dozens of crossbow strings, they finally identified the optimal one and could now produce them in batches. Chen Songyan had studied here for only half a month. He discovered that he excelled only in cultivation or nurturing arts. Forging was simply beyond him. He gave up. Another month passed. Chen Li continued forging mass-producing frost condensation swords. In the alchemy cave, Nyoge had become the 3rd main alchemist of the Chen family. He had been refining pills for months. Ever since mastering the excess chi pill, he had been mass-producing it in the cave. With abundant spirit herbs Nyoge could refine to his heart's content. He had already produced no fewer than 500 bottles of excess chi pills, and the pill warehouse now held over 2,000 bottles. Today at the Wendao platform, Chen Li gathered her 5 siblings of the Song generation. Since their battle with demon beasts in the Wubian forest, they had longed for a sparring session to hone their killing skills. On the platform, Chen Li and Chen Songyan began their duel. Chen Songxian and Chen Songxiao recorded observations below, while Chen Songmei watched the spectacle. After a while, Chen Songyan descended in disgrace. Both used swords, but Chen Li's was clearly faster and more powerful. Next came Chen Songxian and Chen Songxiao, both wielding blades. After their magical duel, Chen Songxian emerged victorious. Then it was Chen Li versus Chen Songxian. One at Qi refining 5th layer, the other at the peak of the 4th layer. "Third brother, make your move," Chen Li said casually. Chen Songxian unleashed a heavy powerful blade technique, but Chen Songli's sword was no less swift. They traded blows in a thrilling exchange. Chen Songmei cheered them on her face, flushed with excitement. The audience below was captivated, but in the end Chen Songli drove Chen Songxian off the platform. Big sister, I concede, Chen Songxian admitted with a smile. Third brother, if not for my slightly higher cultivation, I truly couldn't have beaten you. The two exchanged humble compliments. Chen Songyan interjected, enough, you're both formidable. Then they rotated opponents. For 2 months, they trained relentlessly each day, devising ways to defeat one another. On this day, Chen Songxiao at the Qi refining 6th layer finally defeated his eldest sister Chen Songli. Haha, sorry big sister. I won by a hair's breadth of cultivation. If you were also at the 6th layer, I'd definitely lose. Chen Songxiao sheathed his blade and said modestly. Chen Songli, seeing herself forced off the platform for the first time, smiled in relief. Not bad, Songxiao. This is the first time you've beaten me. Beside them, Chen Songyan looked utterly dejected. Why couldn't he defeat any of them? It made no sense. Chen Songli glanced at him and laughed. Songyan, what's wrong with you? 2 months and you, a Qi refining 6th layer, can't even beat Songshuan, who's at the 4th layer. Chen Songyan threw up his hands. He was spent. He had the best spiritual root affinity. Was his comprehension truly the worst among the Song generation? He mused about the youngest Chen Songmei, who seemed none too bright and was a glutton. What would her comprehension be like? Surely he wouldn't be the last. Songyan, if I were you, I'd just raise my cultivation by 3 or 4 layers and crush them with sheer power. With your triple spiritual roots, if you went into seclusion with father and mother's pills, breaking through to the 7th or 8th layer wouldn't be difficult. Chen Songli offered her advice. She thought that if she had triple spiritual roots, she would already be at the late Qi refining stage. Chen Songxian chimed in. Yes, second brother. If you were at the 7th layer, I'd definitely lose. Chen Songyan was reluctant to seclude himself. It was too dull. He argued stubbornly. If I were at the 7th layer and still couldn't beat you, that would be truly embarrassing. Right now I can still make excuses. We're all in the mid-Qi refining stage. If I were in the late stage and still lost to you in the mid-stage, I'd have no excuse left. Haha. They all laughed, the atmosphere light and joyful. Back in the forging hall, the sword cabinet now held 10 swords, all identical frost condensation swords. Neatly arranged, all new blades, first-grade superior artifacts. During these months, Chen Li had forged these 10 swords, accumulating considerable forging experience. Now the family had established the 3 arts of array, alchemy, and forging. The most widely used 4 cultivation arts, array, alchemy, forging, and talisman, lacked only the last, talisman crafting. He thought he might study it in a few years. Chen Songmei would be tested for spiritual roots in a few months. He wondered how many roots the little one had. A touch of anticipation. This little one disliked seclusion. If she were a 5 spiritual root cultivator, Chen Li would have to supervise her seclusion, forcing her to swallow excess Qi pills. Swallow the pill. Cultivate faster. The very image made Chen Li laugh. But none of the 5 Song generation children could be left behind. In the Taihu Mountains inside a tea house, Chen Li extended his divine sense to gather information. Today Chen Li ventured to the beast-catching Sect's market to sell a batch of spirit herbs. Along the way, he also purchased numerous auxiliary materials for artifact refining, 10 spirit pigs, and several hundred swiftfoot talismans and Qi-concealing talismans that are standard household supplies. He sold 3 500-year breaking stage herbs for a total of 33,000 spirit stones and 3 lower-grade breaking stage pills for 43,000 spirit stones. Combined with the spirit stones he already had at home, his total wealth now exceeds 100,000 spirit stones. However, these are all lower-grade spirit stones. It takes 1 million lower-grade spirit stones to exchange for just 10 mid-grade spirit stones. In this cultivation world, activating the large-scale defensive formations of sects burns through mid-grade spirit stones with each use. If a mid-grade spirit stone vein were to appear, any power below the nascent soul realm would not even qualify to drink a single mouthful of soup. The hottest news lately is that the beast-catching sect's once in 30 years auction will be held at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion in 10 days. He had no intention of attending initially, but he heard that some rare seeds would also be auctioned. The greatest attraction, however, is the golden core level spiritual items. It is said there will be artifacts personally refined by golden core cultivators. Chen Li decided to take a look at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. 10 days later, Chen Li arrived at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. At the entrance, many cultivators wearing masks had already gathered, along with numerous others concealing their cultivation and a crowd employing illusion techniques to alter their appearance. As Chen Li scanned the entrance, he found countless divine senses probing about in a chaotic and indiscriminate manner, thoroughly jumbled together. Among them, Chen Li detected several dozen Foundation establishment late-stage divine senses. Chen Li blended in among them, now also wearing a mask and displaying Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivation. The tradition of wearing masks at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion has been passed down through generations, having drawn many lessons from experience. The purpose is to make everyone feel that they cannot fathom each other, not knowing who the other person might be. What if they are some young master or noble son coming out to play? What if some golden core cultivator is disguising themselves as a chi refining cultivator to buy things for fun? And what if some nascent soul elder is wandering the mortal world in a chi refining disguise? Therefore, unless one can be extremely certain of the other party's cultivation level and identity, and have full confidence in being able to destroy them, one should not kill and rob treasures after the auction. However, based on past experience, what is meant to happen will still happen. Nevertheless, many people still harbor reverence and dare not take risks. However, to enter this building for the auction, one must pay an entrance fee of 500 spirit stones. Beggars get lost. Everyone knows this is a once-in-30 years auction. What would a beggar even do coming in here? Wasting a seat. Chen Li paid 500 spirit stones and entered the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Inside it is a circular hall with treasures displayed in the center. A golden core cultivator from the beast-catching sect oversees the building. One can vaguely sense this cultivator's aura, essentially telling all cultivators, behave yourselves, I'm here. Chen Li chose a seat. The people on his left and right appeared indistinguishable in gender, but their released auras were all Foundation Establishment early stage. Everyone was very friendly. More and more people gradually arrived, and the seats in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion were nearly filled. At this moment, a cultivator appearing middle-aged came forward to preside over the auction. Welcome everyone to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's auction, held once every 30 years. Our pavilion has been continuously searching for treasures from across the world for you. Without further ado, our first treasure comes up. From the center exhibition platform, a glowing white jade rose up from below. This is a remnant piece of the greenlight seed jade capable of accelerating the maturation of spiritual plants. This jade placed under moonlight for 1 day can condense 1 drop of greenlight spiritual liquid. 1 drop after dilution can accelerate the maturation of 300 spiritual plants by approximately 1 month. Unfortunately, this is a remnant piece with excessive impurities. Through appraisal, it is determined that this remnant jade can still condense greenlight spiritual liquid for about 10 more years, during which it can batch cultivate a batch of 300-year spirit herbs, totaling 300 plants. For interested fellow cultivators, the starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones. Greenlight seed jade. This treasure immediately surprised Chen Li. The maturation effect seemed rather weak, like comparing a small ghost to a great demon when measured against the daylight seed jade. However, the appearance of this jade, could it have some connection with the daylight seed jade? Chen Li harbored doubts in his heart. This auction has something interesting. At this time, many people began calculating. Indeed, it could cultivate a batch of 300-year spirit herbs. Many started raising their bidding plaques. Chen Li was not interested. Those around him at Foundation Establishment early stage seemed quite interested, constantly raising their plaques. The price of this jade kept climbing, eventually reaching 100,000 spirit stones. Finally, a cultivator with Foundation Establishment late stage aura won it with the final transaction at 139,000 spirit stones. Congratulations to this fellow cultivator. Next is our Heavenly Thunder Talisman treasure with power reaching early golden core. For interested fellow cultivators, the starting bid is 30,000 spirit stones. Chen Li found it quite good and offered 50,000 spirit stones, but was quickly outbid by others. When the price exceeded 100,000, Chen Li fell silent. In the end, this talisman treasure was obtained by a cultivator with chi refining 3rd layer aura, sold for 360,000 spirit stones. However, the crowd dared not entertain any ideas, for this person must be an absolute trickster. A chi refining 3rd layer cultivator having 360,000 spirit stones is as rare as a pig climbing a tree. They would not bet on that 1 in a million chance. If this person were truly an old monster, damn it, they wouldn't even dare flee. The auction continued. What followed were all second-rank lower and mid-grade artifacts, along with a few early golden core treasures. Chen Li was interested in all of them, but did not have enough spirit stones. He consoled himself. The second-rank superior toad poison array he crafted was made using a 6th-rank demon beast capable of reaching quasi-core attack power. Unfortunately, he did not have a 3rd-rank formation inheritance. If he did, he would definitely refine this 2nd-rank superior toad poison array to its extreme, to that 2nd-rank extreme grade level. Next, we have not heavyweight treasures, but scarce seeds. Fellow cultivators who are interested may listen carefully. Upon hearing this, Chen Li's attention returned to the auction. The purpose of his trip lay right here. This is a 1,000-year spirit herb seed called Life Southern Spirit Herb. It can be used to refine longevity extending elixirs. The starting bid is 3,000 spirit stones. In the end, Chen Li took it for 16,000 spirit stones. There truly were very few people interested in this. However, some wanted to buy it and plant it anyway just in case it grows for 100 years. Next came two other types of millennium-grade longevity spirit herbs. Chen Li acquired them all one by one. Many people turned to look seeing Chen Li's foundation establishment early-stage cultivation wearing a mask. Could it be that beneath the mask is a decrepit old foundation establishment elder whose lifespan is nearly exhausted? Nevertheless, it did not attract too much attention for the years are there. What use would buying them be? Could they immediately become 1,000-year spirit herbs? Next we have a heavyweight seed that we obtained from the Taishan sect. The golden condensation spirit medicine herb seeds, 5 types in total. Fellow cultivators who are interested may bid. Upon hearing about the golden condensation medicine herb seeds, many people in the auction hall whispered among themselves murmuring, "I heard that the Taishan sect's golden condensation secret technique claims that one pill can achieve golden core. This rumor has been circulating for several hundred years, yet I don't see the Taishan sect filled with golden core cultivators." Haha, the Taishan sect only has a dozen or so golden core cultivators, and that's not many more than other sects. If one pill could achieve golden core, the Taishan sect would have long unified all of southern frontier. This is probably just the Taishan sect deceiving the world. I don't believe it at all. Someone asked loudly, "Hall Master, when will you obtain that golden condensation pill formula? Having these spirit herb seeds, we don't know how to refine pills. Exactly what's the use of that?" Many people echoed. Upon hearing the whispered information from several people, Chen Li also had many doubts. In Li Daoan's final letter, it also said that legend claims one can enter the golden core. If it's merely a rumor, then why has it been circulating for several hundred years? Could there be some condition attached? The Hall Master smiled and ignored the crowd's teasing. Next he continued introducing the specific 5 types of seeds. Chen Li had once examined the secret alchemy technique for refining the golden core pill. Among its 3,000-year main ingredients, he currently possessed one specimen, though none of the 3 came with viable seeds. The shopkeeper listed 5,000-year main ingredients, yet only one corresponded to any of the 3 primary components Chen Li needed for the golden core pill, namely the seed from the Millennium Spirit Herb in his possession. Beyond this, Chen Li also bid on another item. Although the golden core pill formula was unavailable, it still attracted considerable interest. He ultimately secured 2 specimens for over 300 spirit stones. However, these 5 types of seeds provided by Wanbao Tower differed significantly from what his formula required. He could not determine whether the tower was deliberately passing off inferior goods, or if the Taishan sect members who supplied them simply could not distinguish authentic seeds. They had merely thrown in several random specimens. The auction continued with various other items, and Chen Li acquired a 3rd-grade low-tier manual entitled Wind Shadow Escape Technique for 1600 spirit stones, a movement art capable of advancing him all the way to the golden core stage. Chen Li felt he had been overcharged. This technique could be reproduced in hundreds of copies and auctioned without difficulty. Simply change the title each year and claim it as an exclusive edition. Nevertheless, he reasoned that his family lacked any high-tier escape art, so the expenditure was justified for their sake. Next up is the Foundation Establishment Pill Formula Auction, a staple of every gathering. Any interested parties may come forward. The shopkeeper proceeded with various alchemical formulas, and this Foundation Establishment Pill formula eventually fetched over 1100 spirit stones. A requisite fixture of the triennial event, this formula had doubtless been copied countless times, yet demand remained steady. While the formulas themselves were available at auction, the rare spirit herbs required for refinement were far more elusive. However, the next formula piqued Chen Li's interest. We have available a determining youth pill formula, a high-grade 2nd-tier superior formulation. Interested fellow Taoists may begin bidding at 300 spirit stones with medicinal herb seeds included as a bonus. Numerous female cultivators eagerly placed their bids, and Chen Li refused to be outdone. That day he truly witnessed the profound anxiety many female cultivators harbored over their appearance. The price soared to 1800 spirit stones before Chen Li finally secured it. He was approaching his 4th decade, and had already entered the prime of his youth. He had no intention of becoming some white-haired withered elder. Every man wished to remain forever 18. The triennial auction proved remarkably comprehensive. Spanning 3 hours, it dazzled the senses with an astonishing variety of wares encompassing everything from qi refining artifacts to those suited for early golden core cultivators. Wanbao Tower's hallmark was its promise: among our wares there is always something to captivate your interest, always something you require. By nightfall the auction drew to a close. Upon exiting Wanbao Tower, Chen Li assessed the crowd, at least 300 or 400 attendees with thoroughly mixed backgrounds. Wearing his mask, he immediately took flight toward the deep reaches of Taihu Mountain Range. Chen Li deliberately chose this route, for deep within Taihu Mountain Range lay the Beast Capture Sect and the Golden Core cultivators from the Yang and Jing families. He intended to draw attention, but he knew many cunning operators shared the same instinct. As they ventured deeper into Taihu Mountain Range, many altered course, some heading toward Duan Cliff Mountain, others to different commanderies or directions altogether. Chen Li made his way toward the boundless forest. Chen Li concealed his aura and changed direction 5 times. Though he sensed the auction attendees were no longer in pursuit, unease still lingered. Positioned at the periphery of the endless forest roughly 100 kilometers in, Chen Li extended his divine sense to its limit. He spent the day circling the area repeatedly, prepared for anyone versed in advanced concealment techniques. Chen Li located another position and established a first-grade mid-tier defensive formation around an empty peak. He pasted 200 breath-concealing talismans onto his body, then made a rapid but measured retreat 5 li away to observe from a neighboring hill. 3 days later, his suspicions were confirmed. From 5 li away, Chen Li detected the collapse of the first-grade mid-tier defensive formation. At the moment of its destruction, he sensed the opponent's spiritual energy, then felt the force of their attack on the mountain itself along with their palpable anger. His paws had indeed drawn out a Foundation Establishment Peak Cultivator, a true master of ambush tactics. This operator must have employed some concealment technique detectable only at the precise moment the first-grade mid-tier formation was breached. Damn it! If he had followed to Wuk Mountain, the trouble would have been severe. A first-grade top-tier formation could only trap a Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivator for mere seconds. A peak-stage master would shatter through it instantly, as if it were non-existent. He still lacked a second-grade low-tier spirit-binding formation. The spiritual timber he had hastened to maturity had already yielded 1 batch. Upon his return, he would prepare to mass-produce more. He now possessed a second-grade top-tier poison toad formation, yet the opponent's ability to evade meant he could not guarantee success against a Foundation Establishment Peak cultivator. Fortuitously, his spiritual sense at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage already matched that of a peak-stage cultivator. Otherwise, he never would have detected the ambush and would have fallen victim entirely. Using breath-concealing talismans, Chen Li slowly returned to the Beast Capture Sect Cultivation Marketplace. He stayed at an inn for 3 days, and only after confirming no threats remained did he journey back to Liangxi County from Yuanwu Commandery. Chen Li remained uncertain which item from the auction had drawn the attention of that Foundation Establishment Peak cultivator. He had only bid on 3,000-year lifespan extending spirit herb seeds, 2,000-year golden core pill ingredient, seeds, a copy of Wind Shadow escape technique, and a determining youth pill formula. Could it have been those 2,000-year golden core pill ingredients? 5 days later, within the boundless forest, a hooded cultivator scoured the area for any trace of spiritual pressure, though he had found nothing thus far. A female cultivator at the late Foundation Establishment stage descended beside him. "Brother, have you found anything?" The hooded cultivator cursed bitterly. "That young fellow outmaneuvered me completely. He is far too cunning. He must be a rogue cultivator specializing in escape arts." On the female cultivator's robes, 3 characters were clearly marked: Taishin Sect. That golden core pill formula leaked over 200 years ago, and throughout all these centuries, it has drawn countless seekers. How could he possibly be involved? The hooded cultivator shook his head, yet an inexplicable intuition nagged at him. "I do not know for certain, but something tells me it is him." "Don't you always say that?" the female cultivator laughed. "Enough, we shall return. I have found nothing here either." The Foundation Establishment cultivator who stole the golden core pill formula 200 years ago must have perished somewhere in the depths of this boundless forest long ago. If he had survived, the secret would certainly have spread by now, or there would have been whispers circulating for years. How could 2 centuries of hunting down so many Foundation Establishment cultivators yield not even a single trace? The hooded Foundation Establishment cultivator could only sigh. Very well. The sect's elder grandmasters refused to abandon their search every decade. 100 years ago, golden core cultivators were dispatched to investigate. Now it has fallen to us Foundation Establishment disciples. Alas, the female cultivator asked with puzzlement, "Senior brother, does the golden core pill truly enable one to break through to golden core?" "It likely isn't that straightforward. However, the elder grandmasters hold this formula in such high regard that there must be merit to it." She nodded and said, "You have reached Foundation Establishment perfection 20 years ago, senior brother. It is time you sought a golden core pill from our uncle." The hooded cultivator sighed deeply. "It is not that simple. Only disciples born with heavenly spiritual roots under the golden core elders can obtain one without conditions. But for cultivators like us with dual or triple spiritual roots, we must complete missions for the sect to earn 10,000 contribution points before we can apply for one. I have only accumulated over 7,000 so far. It will take another decade to reach the threshold." The female cultivator also sighed at how difficult the golden core pill was to obtain. "I envy those heavenly spiritual root disciples. They reach golden core cultivation smooth sailing. Is the pill only effective for those with heavenly spiritual roots?" I am not certain, but it cannot be entirely so. Some heavenly spiritual root cultivators still fail to break through to golden core. Though rare, this proves that obtaining a golden core pill alone is insufficient. One must overcome other obstacles along the path. The two cultivators continued their conversation as they sped toward Taishian's sect. Wuck Mountain basked in bright sunshine, perfect for fishing. Perhaps he should establish a fish pond here. He mentioned this plan to Chen Songshuan, suggesting it be added to the task schedule for those outer disciples to handle. At Zizai Pavilion, Brother Nyo had learned to ride his own sword and flew up independently. He expressed that he likely wouldn't make it back for Spring Festival next year, as he intended to enter seclusion to break through to the 7th layer of Qi condensation. Brother Nyo's cultivation before the later stage of Qi condensation had mainly relied on gradually consuming pills over time, but he sensed that at his current pace it might take over a decade. So he wanted to pick up the speed. Chen Li immediately voiced his position. Brother Nyo, go ahead with your seclusion. Don't carry any psychological burden. Wuck Mountain is under my watch. Brother Nyo let out a few brain sounds. He had refined over 500 bottles of overflowing Qi pills himself, enough to break through to the later stage of Qi condensation. Riding his sword, he flew to a cave dwelling at the foot of the mountain, one he had carved out himself, distinctly bearing his bovine flair. After returning from the auction, Chen Li planted all those seeds in the Great Sun Jade Planter Cave. Seeds for the preserving face pill longevity herbs and golden fruit medicinal plants. He cleared some land where the overflowing Qi grass was grown to specifically accelerate the germination of these seeds. What normally required 1,000 days could now be completed in 500, roughly a year and a half. He planned to produce dozens of second-rank lower-grade spirit-binding arrays in the coming days. 3 days later, before the reception pavilion beneath a 10-meter-tall spiritual date tree, another group of 10-year-old children had arrived. Seeking the immortal way, this tree awaits. Whether pinned by Chen Li or Chen Songshuan, a wooden plaque bearing those 8 characters hung from the spiritual date tree. Below Liangxi County, many people had come to settle in villages near the mountains under Chen family jurisdiction over the past 20 years. For these 20 years, Chen Li had never meddled in mortal affairs nor enslaved the common folk or forced them to lay a single brick for the Chen estate. Yet to those mortals, the Chen family remained ever mysterious and commanding of deep reverence. It was precisely Chen Li's thorough demonstration of the separation between the immortal and mortal realms over these 2 decades. The first-rank mid-grade defensive arrays operating around each mountain year-round, displaying the grandeur of immortal arts that made them understand their place relative to the Chens. Today, Chen Li felt inclined to test these children. Beneath the tree, 30-odd youngsters had gathered, led by 3 middle-aged village heads. We greet you, immortal master of the Chen family. Chen Li nodded and instructed them to come forward one by one. Chen Li tested each child one after another. After each rejection, the 3 village heads would sigh. Having tested 7 or 8, without success, their anxiety grew palpable. They hailed from mortal villages near Qingfeng Mountain, Baisher Mountain, and Pingtian Mountain. A dark-skinned boy with remarkable courage stepped forward, and Chen Li's inspection revealed something surprising. What is your name, and where do you come from? The dark-skinned boy looked Chen Li straight in the eye and spoke word by word. Immortal master, my name is Meng Chong from Funyo village near Pingtian Mountain. 3 spirit roots, decent aptitude. Stand behind me. A light flashed in Meng Chong's eyes, though he suppressed his excitement and bowed to Chen Li. Thank you, immortal master. Chen Li nodded, forming a slightly favorable impression of Meng Chong. His temperament was quite agreeable. The village head from Pingtian Mountain, seeing his villager pass the test, breathed a sigh of relief, overjoyed that he was not among the zeros. Chen Li proceeded to test the remaining children. Regrettably, after testing them all, not a single one possessed spirit roots. At parting, Meng Chong wished to say a few words to the village head, which Chen Li permitted. Village head, please tell my parents that Gooden can now cultivate the immortal path. When I return with my studies complete, I shall repay them. The village head nodded, advising him to heed the immortal master's words. Chen Li led him into the mountain and handed him over to Chen Songshuan, who brought Meng Chong to the first floor of the immortal learning tower to teach him how to live, study, and cultivate there. Upon entering the mountain, Meng Chong was struck by the vastness of Wuck Mountain. The magnificent buildings constructed along the mountainside, especially the mystical array, comprehensive building shrouded in mystery and brimming with an immortal aura. In this moment, he felt the irresistible allure of immortality. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Chen Songshuan, Honorable young master, may I ask how many years it takes for a common mortal to enter the immortal path? Chen Songxian perceived Meng Chong's character, bold, inquisitive, with a decent disposition and promising aptitude. The first step of cultivation is to draw qi into the body. Practicing the foundational technique, qi attraction art, successfully drawing qi in to reach the first layer of qi condensation marks the initial step onto the immortal path. Chen Songxian replied, and Meng Chong bowed in gratitude. His mind was consumed with one thought: he must draw qi into his body as quickly as possible. Chen Songxian seemed to read Meng Chong's thoughts, and said, there is no need to rush. For someone with your 3 spirit root aptitude, it will still take 2 to 3 years. Hearing that it required 2 to 3 years only intensified Meng Chong's ambition. He silently vowed to himself he would achieve qi attraction within 2 years. Chen Songxuan, reading Meng Chong's mindset, said no more. Youthful minds often underestimate the difficulty of things. Only by hitting the southern wall does one know how high the sky stretches and how deep the earth lies. Since accompanying Chen Li to the boundless forest for mining, Chen Songxian had set aside his earlier arrogance toward the world. Before possessing sufficient strength, one must remain filled with reverence. Chen Songxian then provided Meng Chong with spiritual rice and daily necessities. The first floor of the Immortal Learning Tower contained 30 rooms. Li Chun and Luo Anyue had taken up permanent residence at Qingfeng Mountain. After graduation from the Immortal Learning Tower, the outer disciples would similarly be posted there. Once Meng Chong was settled, Chen Songxian prepared to enter seclusion. However, he would emerge before the festival. He had already reached the peak of the 4th layer of qi condensation and was seeking an opportunity to break through to the 5th layer. On the 3rd floor of the Array Comprehensive Building, Chen Songxian found Chen Li. Big sister, I need to enter seclusion for a while. Please handle those affairs of the outer disciples on my behalf. Chen Li nodded and said, I understand. Go ahead and I'll inform them at the Immortal Learning Tower shortly. They exchanged a knowing nod. At Zizai Pavilion, Chen Li entered his sea of consciousness. All the label tasks on his orange fortune bar had been completed. Orange fortune bar 100-100. Family's strongest combat power has reached foundation establishment. A descendant strongest has reached mid-stage qi condensation. Ancestor reached foundation establishment. Descendants at qi condensation 6th layer. Completed. Family can refine foundation establishment. Pills 30/30. Completed. Family has recruited 10 outer disciples. 10. Completed. Family has accumulated 100 spirit stones. Over 100. Completed. Family has cultivated 30 mu of spirit trees. Over 30. Completed. In his sea of consciousness, 3 new options appeared. Upon promotion to a yellow fortune bar, the evolution of opportunity zones becomes available. Shall you begin the evolution? Yellow fortune points can be obtained through tags. 8 tags are available. You may choose 5. Please select. Upon promotion to a yellow fortune bar, you receive 3 centuries ahead warnings. Please choose the warning type. Chen Li began processing the opportunity zone information. Within his sea of consciousness, Chen Li perceived information about these 3 locations of destiny. The details are as follows. 1. 3000 years spirit flower. Location: spirit flower. Position: injected map. Guidance mode available. Danger: borderless forest beast. 6th level spirit beast guarding nearby. Restriction: none. Recommended personnel 1. 2. Duanya Mountain, Linfeng. Location: position: injected map. Guidance mode available. Danger: Linfeng can view this person's information. Restriction: none. Recommended personnel 1. 3. Taishin Sect, Yangziang. Location: position: injected map. Guidance mode available. Danger: Yangziang can view this person's information. Restriction: none. Recommended personnel 1. The 3000-year spirit flower requires a journey of 10,000 li, reaching as far as the Crimson Gold region. More preparation will be necessary. Linfeng is manageable. Duanya Mountain lies just north of the Taihu Mountain range, merely 1,000 li from the Taihu Mountains. Duanya Mountain stands as the tallest peak in the surrounding area, home to a golden core wandering cultivator. Other wandering cultivators have gathered near this mountain, living and cultivating in its vicinity. Linfeng's information indicates he is at the late foundation establishment stage. He is merely a wandering cultivator residing near Duanya Mountain, yet he should possess some valuable treasures. Taishin Sect lies approximately 3,000 li from the beast-catching sect in the northeastern region of the southern frontier. It is a sect with 4 nascent soul elders, ranking among the top 5 powers in the northeastern frontier. Yang Xiang's information shows he is a 2nd-tier superior talisman master of the Talisman Pavilion at Taishin Sect. However, his cultivation is only at the early foundation establishment stage, making it rather difficult to deal with him within the sect. Yet Chen Li's greatest advantage lies in his position in the shadows, while these individuals remain in the light. Furthermore, he possesses the map guidance mode, allowing him to always know where these people are. Thus, the initiative forever remains in his hands. However, there is still one location of destiny within his orange fortune bar that remains unexplored. Wang Jian of Qingyun Sect. His previous information indicated he was an inner disciple of the Alchemy Pavilion at Qingyun Sect at the 9th layer of Qi refining. However, when Chen Li opened this sea of consciousness, he discovered the situation had changed. 3. Wangjian. Location position injected map guidance mode available. Danger Qingyun Sect Wangjian Early Foundation Establishment can view this person's information. Restriction none. Recommended personnel 1. Within the orange fortune bar, this person's cultivation previously was at the 9th layer of Qi refining, now changed to Early Foundation Establishment. Qingyun Sect is 10,000 li from the beast-catching sect. This person's location information has remained unchanged for several years, suggesting he has been in seclusion within the sect breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. When Chen Li activated the map guidance mode for this person, he discovered their range of movement had expanded. No longer like when at the 9th layer of Qi refining, when they only moved within a small area. This person must have achieved Foundation Establishment and is now traveling outside for wandering experiences. That presents opportunities for maneuver. Chen Li contemplated some cunning arrangements. Next comes the acquisition of tags. Yellow fortune points can be obtained through tags. 8 tags are available, which can be selected to accumulate 100 fortune points. 1. Family's highest combatant breaks through to Golden Core family members with Foundation Establishment Combat, Strength 5 people 20. 2. Family's Spirit Stone Harvest 8 pieces 20. 3. Family Song Generation members marry and have children 7 people 20. 4. Family recruits external surnames cultivators 30 people 20. 5. Family can refine second-tier superior spirit artifacts 7 pieces 20. 6. Family masters the refinement of golden core pills successfully refined 7 pills 20. 7. Family constructs medium-sized second-tier superior transmission arrays 7 sets 20. 8. Family masters talisman crafting capable of making second-tier inferior talismans 20. Please select tags. Chen Li contemplated briefly and directly selected tags. Everything else will naturally fall into place, and the family also needs the next generation now. Outsider cultivators can be tested every year, and there are plenty of spirit herbs that can simply be sold for 600,000 spirit stones. For the craft of creation, he would certainly choose array formations, this familiar skill. There are many high-grade spatial anchor stones, so there should be no problem. However, besides the mission tags, the family's artifact refining alchemy and talisman making can proceed simultaneously advancing together. The selected tags have been fixed, and the list is as follows. Chen Li closed this and opened the warning section of his Sea of Consciousness. He had already selected option 2 previously, so choosing 2 again would mean 6 total. This time he selected option 3. Beast warning: beast attacks on Woodshake Mountain will be warned 3 times through dreams within 100 years. Family member crisis warning: when family members face life-threatening danger, warn 3 times through dreams within 100 years. Sect warning: when the sect schemes against Woodshake Mountain, warn 3 times through dreams within 100 years. The moment he made his choice, a breath merged into his Sea of Consciousness, and the world's energy seemed to become much more connected to him. Chen Li withdrew from his Sea of Consciousness. The yellow Qi fortune bar had started anew. Gazing upon everything at Woodshake Mountain, he began formulating some plans. First, craft a second-rank inferior restriction array. Second, cultivate the wind shadow escape technique. Third, break through to late Foundation Establishment. After completing these 3, he could go claim the fortunes of Linfeng from Duanya Mountain, Wang Jian from Qingyun Gate, and Yang Xiang from Taishin Sect. There were still 7 mountains in the 9 Abyss secret realm unexplored. Without golden core strength, he would not enter again. After a while, Chen Li came up, and seeing Chen Li in a daze, waved her hand. Father. Yes, I'm here. Father, the Yun family's ancestor is here. Chen Li activated his divine sense and nodded. Alright, I understand. I'll go take a look outside the mountain. Outside the mountain, Yun Tianqing had not visited Woodshake Mountain in a long time. Between the 2 Qi refining immortal families in Liangxi County, the Yun family had come to understand their position in recent years. Chen Li exited the mountain and saw Yun Tianqing. After nearly 20 years, Yun Tianqing had finally reached the 7th level of Qi refining. He had aged rapidly with quite a bit of white hair already. Yun ancestor, is there something the matter? Seeing Chen Li emerge, he remained as confident as their first meeting, though his features had matured considerably. He appeared extremely composed. Brother Chen, long time no see. Today I came because I wanted to sell something to Brother Chen. Chen Li grew curious. Speak, Yun ancestor. Yun Tianqing said, the Yun family has a piece of good news. We've discovered a spirit vein in the deep mountains. But our family's strength is limited and we lack the capability to develop it. I wonder if Brother Chen would be interested in cooperating with us. Yun Tianqing took out a blue cyan bead from his storage bag and said to Chen Li, Chen Laodi, take a look at this bead. Where did this bead come from? Where did it come from? Chen Li asked. Yun Tianqing explained, this bead was accidentally obtained by the first ancestor of my Yun family. It is said to stabilize the mind during breakthrough to higher realms, but no ancestors through the generations have felt the bead possessing such an effect. For 100 years my Yun family has remained merely a qi refining cultivation clan. After 100 years of research, this bead remains like an ordinary stone, never yielding any harvest. Chen Li released the soul suppression technique to protect his soul and prevent any attempted possession. Then he channeled his cultivation energy into the bead. At first he truly sensed nothing. He increased his spiritual energy, fully activating his divine sense to probe within. There is something within. After a while he sensed wisps of clarity energy returning to him, feeling his spirit soul being purified. Though extremely faint, it was indeed a treasure. Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief and said to Yun Tianqing, "Yun family ancestor, are you truly certain you wish to sell this thing?" Yun Tianqing observed how effortlessly Chen Li had conducted his examination, and upon hearing Chen Li ask again, he realized Chen Li must have discovered something significant. Nevertheless, Yun Tianqing felt no regret. "And please make an offer, fellow Taoist." Chen Li contemplated for a moment. The Yun family had come bearing treasure. Was there some other matter involved? "Yun ancestor, we have known each other for nearly 20 years now. This bead serves as a family heirloom worthy of preservation. Yet today you suddenly wish to trade it with me. Is it really that simple?" Chen Li, recent times have grown perilous. I have heard that many Eastern Sea demonic cultivators have already infiltrated various regions of the southern frontier. My Yun family is weak. If our Yun family faces annihilation, I only ask that you help preserve one or two of our clan members. Chen Li smiled and said, "Yun ancestor, you jest. I am currently only at the 7th level of qi, refining the same cultivation as you. Have you perhaps approached the wrong person?" Yun Tianqing forced a bitter smile and replied, "Chen Li, there is no need for modesty. Your mastery of formation Dao is renowned. When you slew Zhang and I witnessed firsthand the terrifying might of your formations." Yun Tianqing continued, "I also trust in your capabilities and character, Chen Li. Over more than 20 years you have established your roots here. I trust you more than anyone else." Chen Li looked into Yun Tianqing's eyes. He coveted this bead greatly. Given the circumstances, this risk was worth taking. After all, anything that could stabilize the mind would be of immense benefit for advancing to golden core or nascent soul. Chen Li sighed and said, "Very well, I thank you, Yun ancestor. Take these 3,000 spirit stones. As for your request to protect one or two of your clan members, if that day truly comes, I Chen Li will certainly lend my assistance." Hearing that Chen Li had agreed, Yun Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pushed the spirit stones away. "Chen Li, I cannot accept these spirit stones." Chen Li explained that these 3,000 spirit stones were merely a small portion of the reward for the bead. The larger portion would serve as payment for his future assistance should the Yun family face destruction. Yun Tianqing could not refuse further and accepted the arrangement. Chen Li received the bead and asked, "Does this bead have a name?" "Soul Calming Pearl." Chen Li nodded, seemingly approving of the name. Before parting, Chen Li gave Yun Tianqing a paired communication stone. If that day ever arrived, he could contact Chen Li through it. Yun Tianqing happily accepted and said to Chen Li with a smile, "Many thanks, Chen Taoist. I believe you will surely ascend to great heights." Beneath the spiritual date tree, Chen Li watched Yun Tianqing depart. He recalled how when he had just planted the spiritual date tree long ago, Yun Tianqing had come to him asking if he wanted a wife. This scene felt as if it were only yesterday, yet nearly 20 years had passed. The world remained, but the people had changed. Back then, Yun Tianqing was the family head of the Yun family, a composed and capable middle-aged cultivator. He believed that under his leadership the Yun family would surely prosper. When they fought Zhang and together, Yun Tianqing had displayed that resolute determination, a firm resolve that had not been seen since. Over these 20-plus years the Yun family had played both sides, offending no one. For the family's future, Yun Tianqing must have contemplated much. This time presenting the bead should have involved considerable deliberation over candidates. After accepting the bead, Chen Li watched Yun Tianqing's departing figure until he disappeared, then walked into the mountain. Recently, the beast-catching sect released news that Eastern Sea demonic cultivators had already infiltrated many Eastern Sect territories. The cultivation powers near the Eastern Sea had been devastated by numerous demonic cultivators. It was said that tens of thousands of qi refining and foundation establishment demonic cultivators from the Eastern Sea had infiltrated. All cultivators were advised to remain vigilant. However, no reports of demonic cultivator atrocities had reached the southern Wu Kingdom yet. They should not have been infiltrated by demonic cultivators at such a distant location. The early warning formation system at the outer perimeter of Wuk Mountain operated routinely year-round, and the defensive formations had never ceased functioning. Several dozen sets of first-tier superior-grade spirit trapping formations were in place. Chen Li had been continuously laying and improving this early warning formation system. Returning to the mountain, Chen Li went to the Freedom Pavilion to examine the bead once more. He probed within with his full divine sense. As expected, there were wisps of clarity energy. His cultivation must not be sufficient yet. He would study it further once his cultivation advanced. A day later he arrived at the Great Sun planting jade cave dwelling. 400 years of iron essence would have been cultivated into 30 plants, and the second batch was already being accelerated to maturity. He began batch-producing second-tier inferior-grade spirit trapping formations. He took out the spirit prohibition stone and began crafting. Within the alchemy hall, Zhu Lingyue studied the foundation establishment pill formula. 10,000 medicine cabinets lined the cave dwelling, among which over 3,000 boxes contained herbs for refining foundation establishment pills. Chen Li periodically replenished these medicine cabinets with herbs. The cave dwelling space was insufficient, so he stored the accelerated maturity herbs in storage bags with quite a number still remaining within them. A few days ago, Chen Li gave her 50 medium-grade foundation establishment pills, telling her to prepare and attempt foundation establishment when ready. She was deeply moved, but she still said she wanted to first try refining the foundation establishment pill herself. If she failed, then she would take the pills. Chen Li nodded, but he still gave her those 50 foundation establishment pills, telling her not to bear any psychological burden. They were an old married couple anyway. Just take them. From her own man, this kind of forceful love. She could not refuse and could only accept it happily. However, she also wanted to attempt refining the foundation establishment pill. With sufficient herbs for practice, she believed even a pig could learn to refine it. Lighting the fire and heating the furnace, Zhu Lingyue began refining the foundation establishment pill. Within the refining hall, Chen Songxiao stood before the workbench, having already crafted 20 crossbows. He had grown fond of refining weapons. Watching ores transform into sets of magic implements and weapons was wondrous and fulfilling. How could he venture out to seek veins again before refining all the ores? Chen Li entered. Chen Songxiao asked, "Big sister, can these crossbows be integrated into the early warning formation system?" Chen Li examined the 20 crossbows Chen Songxiao had crafted and considered, "I'll research it. The main issue is that these crossbows are difficult to conceal." Big sister, is that flame sword you refined ready?" Chen Li nodded. "It's done. Why do you want to refine this sword too?" Chen Songxiao nodded. Seeing his shy demeanor, Chen Li smiled and said, "Come, big sister will teach you." Within the Harmony Hall, Chen Songyan was accompanying Chen Songmei. "Second brother, this dish is terrible." Chen Songyan pinched her little cheek. "But your second brother prepared it with such care. Hurry and eat." Chen Songmei ate a few more bites. "Has third brother finished secluding himself yet?" "He will be done soon." "You just miss your third brother's cooking, don't you?" Chen Songmei giggled. After finishing, Chen Songyan wiped the rice from her mouth and carried Chen Songmei, flying by sword, through Wuk Mountain. Chen Songmei enjoyed the freedom of the wind, shouting loudly, "I want to cultivate too." 2 months later, Chen Songxian emerged from seclusion, having broken through to the 5th layer of qi refining. In the artifact refining hall, Chen Songxiao had crafted a first-grade top-quality flame fire sword. At that moment, Chen Songxian arrived. Chen Songxian saw the first-grade top-quality flame fire sword and pondered how to integrate it into a puppet. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Chen Songxiao proposed, "Third brother, let's design a blade. We both use blades, and I think we can create a well-suited good blade." Chen Songxian had the same idea, and the two began to collaborate on the design in the artifact refining hall. At the edge of the boundless forest, Chen Li and Chen Li were there. A month ago, he had already produced 15 sets of second-grade low-quality spirit trapping arrays in the Sunseed Cave Mansion. This was different from ordinary second-grade low-quality spirit trapping arrays. A typical one consisted of 4 flagpoles. This time, he directly increased the quantity, forming a set with 12 flagpoles. The spirit forbidden stones added were pushed to the extreme, over 10 times the usual amount. The engraved second-grade low-quality spirit trapping array patterns were further repaired for all flaws, making the array links smoother. An ordinary second-grade low-quality spirit trapping array could generate a trapping range of 200 meters. A foundation establishment initial stage cultivator relying on their own cultivation could break it in over 10 minutes. The Heaven's Net array of Huang Jin last time could firmly trap a foundation establishment initial stage cultivator. It was probably a well-made array among second-grade low-quality arrays. He had tested it in the boundless forest. With a trapping range of 600 meters, it took 10 consecutive strikes from the second-grade low-quality attack array, the Mystic Bone Slaughter Immortal array, to break it. His 5-grade Poison Toad array could break it with a single strike. Thus he concluded that this over-spec second-grade low-quality spirit trapping array could withstand several attacks from a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator and could even trap a foundation establishment perfect stage for a dozen seconds. As for the false golden core stage, it should be unable to trap them. At this moment, Chen Li and Chen Li were cultivating the wind shadow evasion art, a technique that could reach the golden core stage. This evasion art merged the body into the wind, allowing one to flee with the wind's aid when there was wind, fast, stealthy, and consuming little spiritual energy. The vast expanse of the boundless forest was perfect for practicing this evasion art. Chen Li and Chen Li began practicing escape in the boundless forest. At a cave dwelling near Cliffbreak Mountain, Lin Feng was opening the spoils of this trip. 3 hours ago, he had just robbed an old man at the Foundation establishment initial stage whose lifespan was nearly exhausted. His favorite targets were such cultivators with dwindling lifespans, 2 centuries of accumulation, must hide many treasures, or life-extending pills. He was already 160 years old. His entire cultivation was obtained through robbery. The Qi Overflow pill was robbed, and the Foundation establishment pill was also robbed. The most bountiful robbery was of a sect cultivator 10 years ago. That time he set an ambush and barely managed to kill that sect cultivator. It was this robbery 10 years ago that made him feel hopeful for the golden core, because from that cultivator storage pouch he found a golden core cultivation technique that was very suitable for a loose cultivator like him. Thus in the last 10 years he desperately went out to rob people in order to pile his cultivation to the perfect stage. After robbing people, he would take the treasures, fence them by pills, and accumulate cultivation. Once he reached the perfect stage, he could cultivate this technique. However, once he began cultivating this technique, he would have to go into seclusion for 50 years because this technique required meticulous effort. 50 years was the minimum time requirement. Therefore, he desperately robbed those old men nearing death, as they must have many life-extending pills. Inside the cave dwelling, his aura was at the Foundation establishment late stage, still 3 or 4 years of work away from the perfect stage. Robbing a few more people could speed up the process. That golden core senior at Duan Yishan had lived there for so many years, he also wanted to go up and live there. At Magpie Mountain within the alchemy hall. After 2 months of alchemy, Zhu Lingyue had refined over 30 Foundation establishment pills. In the first month, she kept experimenting using many herbs, and she felt quite distressed. Thus, each time she summarized her experience. She thought if her husband were here, would he advise her, "Let this little waste of herbs be, try boldly, don't have any psychological burden." She thought he would. She smiled a happy smile. She knew her husband too well. She buried herself in alchemy again, and another 3 months passed. That day Chen Li and Chen Li returned from the boundless forest. They had practiced escape in the boundless forest for 3 months. Chen Li had cultivated the wind shadow evasion art to the Foundation establishment level, and Chen Li had also cultivated the evasion art to the Qi refining late stage. Even with Chen Li suppressing his cultivation, he couldn't catch up to her. 3 days later at the self-pavilion, Chen Li was drinking tea again. After finishing tea, he went to the questioning platform, took out the flowing shadow silver fire spear, and cultivated the 4 illusory spear soul art to perfection. At that moment, on a flat ground at the foot of the mountain, Chen Xian was directing Li Chun and Luo Anyue to start digging a fish pond. The fish pond of 2 or 3 mu would be surrounded by fruit trees, so they would have a place to fish. In the artifact refining hall on Chen Songxiao's workbench, there was already a magical artifact similar to a Tang-style saber. At this moment, he was crafting a second one. This shouldn't be a first-grade top-quality magical artifact, right? He swung it twice, and the blade's sharpness overflowed, leaving marks on the stone walls of the refining cave. Good. He hung the one on the table in the warehouse. This one was what they really wanted. In the warehouse, there were the 10 first-grade top-quality frost condensation swords made by Chen Li, the 30 flame fire swords made by Chen Li, the 20 crossbows they had made themselves, and many unsatisfactory failures, though all were magical artifacts. In the Heart Unity Hall, Chen Songmei was eager to try. "Second brother, come quickly and see if I can cultivate immortality." These days Chen Songmei had been clamoring to cultivate immortality, but Chen Songyan told her that her spiritual root had not yet been detected. Chen Songmei asked every once in a while. Besides taking care of Chen Songmei daily, Chen Songyan also had to attend to the nurturing of the iron fire ants. The iron fire ants were growing rapidly. The fine iron or mine from the boundless forest was excellent food for them. In another 3 years, they should reach the 3rd level. Chen Songyan regularly felt the pulse. He thought it should not be fully developed yet, because he had probed many times. Although there was a spiritual energy response, it was vague, and he couldn't determine what kind of spiritual root it was, so more time was needed. Chen Songyan began to probe with spiritual energy. He was a bit excited. It seemed he had sensed his 5th sister's spiritual root aptitude. He looked at Chen Songmei and thought his sister was very blessed. Chen Songmei saw her second brother's expression and exclaimed excitedly, "Second brother, can I cultivate immortality now?" Chen Songyan nodded. When he probed with spiritual energy, he could clearly sense 2 attribute responses, wood and water, indicating that Chen Songmei had a dual spiritual root. This was one of the top 2 cultivation aptitudes. Afraid of misdetection, he carried Chen Songmei to the questioning platform to find Chen Li. Second brother, is my spiritual root good? Chen Songmei asked with a confused look. Seeing her second brother's excited and disbelieving expression, she was also confused. Haha, you have a good spiritual root. But let father confirm it. I'm afraid I misdetected. At the questioning platform, Chen Li stopped practicing and understood Chen Songyan's intention. Chen Li took Chen Songmei's small hand, probed with spiritual energy, nodded, and said, Songmei indeed has a dual spiritual root. Then Chen Songmei asked, Father, do I also need to go into seclusion for a long time? Haha, no, but you do need to go into seclusion. Great. Chen Songmei raised a small fist and said happily. Upon emerging from her alchemy session, Zhu Lingyue learned of Chen Songmei's spiritual root aptitude. In the Tongxin Hall, the 7 of them gathered. This matter was of grave importance. The news must not be leaked. This was common knowledge among Qi refining clans. Unless they were golden core families, once they revealed a disciple with dual spiritual roots, they would easily attract certain interested parties who would hinder the genius from growing up. Only a genius who survives to maturity is truly a genius. Chen Li suggested that they publicly claim Songmei had 4 spiritual roots. Everyone tacitly agreed, as this was also their shared thought. Chen Songmei nodded vaguely. All right, father. Ever since Chen Songmei's spiritual root aptitude was confirmed, a great shadow lifted from Zhu Lingyue's heart. Chen Songli resumed her stern elder sister demeanor, urging Songmei to diligently cultivate the Qi introduction art. A special room was set aside in the Tongxin Hall for Chen Songmei to practice the Qi introduction art. However, Chen Songmei was quite excited during this period, so she voluntarily cultivated the Qi introduction art. Given her dual spiritual root aptitude, it should take about a year. Everyone was quite relaxed about her, as such talent truly meant cultivation came as easily as sleeping. At the martial inquiry platform, Chen Li continued practicing his spear techniques. Several months later, another spring arrived with lingering chill. The fish pond at the foot of the mountain had been dug, and Chen Li went to the market to buy several spirit fish and release them. The spring festival was still lively. Everyone was delighted. Chen Songmei's dual spiritual root aptitude further energized them. Chen Songxian prepared many delicious dishes, and once again the array fireworks lit up the sky. Brother Niu was still in seclusion, though he should be aware of the occasion. Meng Chong was pleasantly surprised by his first experience of this festival. Li Chun treated him with great courtesy, and everyone got along harmoniously. Watching the array fireworks for the first time, he felt he was truly a member of Crow Mountain. During the toast ritual of the new year, Meng Chong sincerely raised a cup to the Chaiyang Hall. Over the past few months, he had had ample food and clothing, without laboring, only needing to cultivate the Qi introduction art. He believed that all immortal clans were like this, so he was filled with gratitude and reverence. Li Chun told him that only after successfully drawing in Qi could he serve the clan head, so he should not be anxious and cultivate patiently. Meng Chong regarded Li Chun as an elder brother, respected him deeply, and remembered Li Chun's kindness in his heart. After the festival, Chen Li had cultivated the 4 illusory spear soul art to perfection. He prepared to go into seclusion to break through to the late foundation establishment stage, while Zhu Lingyue prepared to enter seclusion to achieve foundation establishment. At this moment in the Chaiyang Hall, they gathered to discuss the next phase of goals. Everyone sat around the round table. Chen Li looked at the 7 present, including 6-year-old Chen Songmei perched on a stool gazing at him. Chen Li first spoke of the recent cultivation environment. As I mentioned before regarding the recent demonic cultivator disturbances in the Eastern Sea, although no demonic cultivators have appeared in Nanwu Kingdom, yet you must remain vigilant. As long as you stay within the several mountains, if the situation turns dire, immediately teleport back to Crow Mountain and come to my cave to awaken me from seclusion. Chen Li added, your mother is about to advance to foundation establishment, a breakthrough of a major realm. Unless Crow Mountain is on the verge of falling, do not disturb your mother first. Zhu Lingyue also pondered and said, my husband's cultivation is the priority. I think the children should call me first, even if I have to postpone foundation establishment next time, it's fine. Chen Songmei suddenly interjected, I'll call both of you together. Chen Li chuckled, my dear, advancing to foundation establishment is the leap from Qi refining to foundation establishment, far more important than my breakthrough. At this, Chen Songli chimed in, mother, I agree. You focus on foundation establishment. If we encounter problems we can't solve, we'll seek father first. With Chen Songli's statement, the 3 male members of the Song generation also voiced their agreement. Zhu Lingyue nodded. All right, but only this once. Second was the rotation of duties among the Song generation. Chen Songli had already drafted the plan. Father Song Shao and I will form one team, Song Xian and Song Yin the other. That way we can discuss matters when needed. Chen Li nodded. Excellent. Song Li and Song Xian will take the lead. Minor matters you can decide on your own. Third was their subsequent cultivation goals. Chen Songxiao spoke first. Qi refining 7th layer research, 2nd order low-grade artifact refinement, with third brother, and study the daily spirit detection technique. Chen Songshuan, Qi refining 6th layer research late stage, Qi refining puppets, and study 2nd order low-grade artifact refinement, with fourth brother. Chen Songyan, Qi refining 7th layer raise the iron fire ants to the 3rd tier insect level. Chen Songli daily maintenance and upgrade of arrays, Qi refining 7th layer research higher level arrays, and study artifact refinement. Third was the care of Chen Songmei's cultivation. Chen Songyan stepped forward. Father, I'll take care of Songmei. I'll personally teach her the Qi introduction art. Chen Li nodded, but Chen Songmei said, Father, I want third brother. Chen Songxian also laughed. Haha Songmei, I'll cook delicious food for you too. Chen Songyan chuckled and scolded, Songmei, your second brother is going to take care of you, no escaping. Chen Li finally analyzed, we should have a relatively stable cultivation environment for a few more years so no major problem should arise. Zhu Lingwei added, if you need overflow Qi pills, go to the Alchemy Pavilion warehouse and take them. If insufficient, take a few more bottles. There are ample pills in the Dan Mansion. The several Song generation members nodded in succession. Chen Li looked at this scene with satisfaction. When you encounter cultivation problems you don't understand, siblings should help each other. You are all each other's support. Chen Songli also said, if younger brothers and sisters have questions about arrays or artifact refinement, feel free to discuss them with me. Chen Songli added confidently, especially you Songyan. Your insect raising techniques can also be discussed together. Chen Songyan replied, haha big sister, rest assured I know my limits. If I don't understand something I won't hide it. They chatted a while longer. Chen Li then asked Chen Songxian about the external cultivators. Chen Songxian said they were all minor matters with no major issues. Chen Li felt at ease, and the meeting ended. A few days later Zhu Lingwei entered her cave and began her seclusion to break through to Foundation establishment. Inside the cave, Zhu Lingwei felt time pass quickly. Finally, she was on the verge of Foundation establishment. Chen Li had shared with her his insights on Foundation establishment, and Zhu Lingwei learned a great deal. She took out a high-grade Foundation establishment pill and began to consume it. Another month passed. Chen Li had adjusted his mind and body. At the Carefree Pavilion during this month, Chen Songli had asked him many questions about second-order low-grade arrays. Father, I won't disturb you any longer. Go into seclusion. This second-order low-grade array is indeed a major threshold, quite difficult. These past few days she had heard that her father had comprehended the second-order low-grade array in 10 days without sleep, and she was completely dumbfounded. What kind of genius was this? She felt she couldn't grasp it in a few months. How could he comprehend it so quickly? Father said she was a once-in-a-millennium array genius, but then what kind of genius was her father? The higher the level, the more talent in array cultivation reveals itself. Chen Li returned to the sun-dwelling jade cave, harvested a batch of spirit herbs, planted another batch, and prepared to consume pills to enhance his cultivation. Of the 160 realm-breaking pills he had refined last time, he had used 29 high-grade ones to break through to the mid-stage and sold 3 low-grade ones. The remaining were sufficient to break through to the late Foundation establishment stage. On Woke Mountain 10 days had passed since Chen Li entered seclusion. Today at the Pavilion of Ease, Chen Songli sat in her father's seat. She did not care for tea, yet she found sitting in this position rather pleasant. It offered a sweeping view of the scenery at the mountain's foot. Chen Songxian flew up and sat across from her, producing a kettle and some brewing implements. I made some herbal tea, not like father's kind. Eldest sister, please try it. Chen Songxian took out some medicinal herbs and began to heat the water, preparing the infusion. Quite fragrant. I'm looking forward to it, Chen Songli observed as she watched him work. In the spirit fields below the mountain, the rice paddies teemed with vitality. As the wind swept across them, another wave of green shimmered like an ocean. The weeding puppets began their daily routine of work. Chen Songyan brought Chen Songmei to bask in the sun at the mountain's base. Near the fish pond, they could see tiny fish leaping about. A formation maintained the pond's stable temperature. Chen Songmei pointed at the fish pond and said to her second brother, can we have fish for dinner tonight? I want to eat fish. Chen Songyan shook his head, gently pinching her ear. You said you wanted spirit chickens this morning. Now that we've taken a walk, you want fish? No way. Chen Songmei muttered softly, fine. She watched the fish pond for a long while, then picked a few spirit herbs from the spirit grass field that were several years old and fed them to the fish. Watching the little fish eat happily, Chen Songmei exclaimed with delight, second brother, they're so joyful. The little fish must be very happy, right? Chen Songyan countered, you're not a fish. How do you know fish are happy? Listening to her second brother's rebuttal, Chen Songmei pondered for a moment. I can tell. I can see that they're very happy. Chen Songyan gazed at the carefree little fish and smiled. Sometimes seeing happiness doesn't mean they truly are happy. Chen Songyan hadn't expected such a question from Chen Songmei. He laughed and said, "Your second brother is certainly happy. You little minx quite thoughtful about others, aren't you?" Up at the mountain's pavilion of ease, Chen Songxian had finished preparing the herbal tea. Chen Songli took a sip. Not bad. Fragrant and sweet. Suits me perfectly. I love it. Chen Songxian took 30 wrapped packets of prepared tea from his storage bag. Eldest sister, if you like it, have more. Chen Songli accepted them with a beaming smile. Thank you, third brother. Eldest sister, 2 more outsider cultivators have successfully induced qi recently. What other tasks do you think we could include in our planning? Chen Songxian asked. Over the past 2 days, 2 more outsider cultivators had graduated from the Immortal Learning Hall, and he was preparing to release the second version of the Chun family contribution point system. Chen Songli said, I think you've already thought of quite a few things, third brother. Why don't you share your ideas first? I'll see if I can add anything. Chen Songxian produced a notebook with his written ideas. Chen Songli took the notebook and examined it. There were several items listed. First, expand the breeding farm. Spirit chicken hatching and spirit pig reproduction on Qingfeng Mountain could become long-term tasks. Second, continue expanding spirit wood cultivation on Baishir Mountain and Pintian Mountain, planting all the remaining seedlings from the warehouse. Third, basic or cleaning. Some ores contain excessive impurities. These outsider cultivators could clean those ores for refinement. Chen Songli reviewed these items and found herself in agreement with her third brother's proposals. These outsider cultivators were still only at the first layer of qi refining with very limited capabilities. After some contemplation, she said, their productivity is rather low right now. We should wait a few more years. But once father comes out of seclusion, I think we could purchase some shops in the county's cultivation market specializing in formations. We could have them serve as attendants, and we siblings would oversee things occasionally. Chen Songxian nodded, and they continued discussing plans for Woke Mountain. Chen Songli had an idea to integrate Qingfeng Mountain into the warning system of the comprehensive formation hall. However, she had encountered a problem: the stability of long-distance signal transmission. Then they would connect each mountain one by one to the system, so that all mountains within Chun family territory could be monitored for perimeter security. Chen Songxuan's idea was to integrate puppet functionality into the warning formation. After much discussion, they collaboratively designed the schematics. At the inquiry platform, Chen Songxiao was testing his crafted Tang sword. The art of artifact refining intrigued him more and more. With sufficient materials, one simply needed to keep experimenting boldly. Eventually, one approach would achieve the goal. Unlike formations where ignorance truly meant ignorance. The sword technique he practiced was one of several high-grade first-tier sword techniques his father had purchased, called Mountain Splitting Slash. It was ferocious and powerful with a single drawback: slow speed. However, he had already solved the problem of slow speed. Having learned sword swiftness techniques from his eldest sister, he had been able to defeat her last time. On Qingfeng Mountain in the afternoon, Chen Songxian brought 2 first-layer qi refining outsider cultivators to guide Li Chun and others, officially announcing the second version of contribution point acquisition. Third, young master, rest assured, I will train these 2 well. Chen Songxian nodded and said, the new task contribution points have been finalized. See how you wish to choose. However, you should also cultivate a skill as soon as possible so you can demonstrate more value. Li Chun nodded. The puppetry he was learning had just reached the beginner stage. Chen Songxian had taught him 3 sessions that accelerated his entry, and he should soon be able to refine some low-grade puppets. Chen Songxian gave some more instructions, then produced new teleportation tokens. The annual replacement tokens with the old ones rendered void. Li Chun accepted the token. No wonder he had seen young mistress Song Li fiddling with the teleportation formation on Qingfeng Mountain for a few minutes. Turns out she had completed the replacement in just minutes. Truly impressive. After Chen Songxian left, Li Chun led the 2 first-layer qi refining outsider cultivators up Qingfeng Mountain, teaching them how to feed, hatch, and raise the young chicks. In the evening, inside the Hall of Unity, the 5 of them dined together at the table. With Chen Li and Zhu Lingyue absent, this group felt even more relaxed. Third brother, this chicken soup is absolutely excellent. Chen Songyan gave a thumbs up. The third brother's spirit chicken is way better than the second brother's. Chen Songmei said with her cheeks stuffed full. Haha, let's let Songmei cook for us when she grows up. I think that's a great idea. Chen Songli agreed. After they finished eating, they began to discuss. Chen Songxian said, second brother, are you going into seclusion to break through to late qi refining? If you need to, go ahead with your seclusion first. Chen Songyan knew he could no longer find excuses to decline. He could only say, in a few days I'll enter seclusion and strive to break through to the 7th layer of qi refining as soon as possible. Chen Songli looked at Chen Songyan and said, Songyan, you finally decided to go into seclusion. But with your talent, you should have reached late qi refining long ago. Chen Songxian nodded. If second brother goes into seclusion, Songmei will be looked after by the three of us during this time. Chen Songmei cheered happily. Yay, I can eat third brother's cooking all the time now. Chen Songyan asked, fourth brother, are you going into seclusion? Chen Songxiu shook his head. Not yet. I need to research artifact refining more. I've come up with quite a few plans lately. I want to forge a fine blade. In the Eastern Sea archipelago, a blood-red black mist coiled around a cave dwelling on a small island. Husband, this method of infusing qi into the body for foundation establishment is truly domineering. The means of demonic cultivators are indeed profound. Yes, having rebuilt my cultivation to foundation establishment, I've consumed a great deal of blood spirit power. On each of their fingers rested a jade ring, slowly releasing the blood spirit power. Wife, they say that infused foundation establishment has after effects, but this blood spirit power can precisely negate those side effects. Indeed, this blood spirit jade ring is a marvelous treasure for the path of demonic cultivation. There's still some demonic energy left on this island. Let's break through further and strive to reach the middle stage of foundation establishment through infusion. Alright, if one heard these husband and wife, without seeing them they would never imagine that both were men. Inside the cave dwelling were Luoxing, who had been possessed, and the head of the Yin family. Having fled from the southern border to the Eastern Sea years ago, they had turned to demonic cultivation. They initially intended to practice orthodox golden core techniques, but discovered that such methods intensified the sense of soul separation. Left with no choice, they committed to the demonic cultivation system. Over the years they had killed many and been hunted by many as well. The method of body infusion was something they had seized. When they discovered that the blood spirit jade ring could counteract the side effects of body infusion, they fully embraced demonic cultivation, dispersing their spiritual energy and recultivating demonic qi from the first layer of qi refinement. Whenever demonic qi resources appeared, they would directly infuse their bodies without any bottlenecks. Foundation establishment required a vast amount of demonic qi. After years of arduous search, they finally found this island where the demonic qi resources were neither too abundant nor too scarce, but sufficient for foundation establishment. They killed the demonic cultivators who arrived first, and seized the chance to establish their foundation. Months later, the island's demonic qi was exhausted, and they had successfully reached the middle stage of foundation establishment through infusion. By then, their blood spirit power was nearly depleted. The consumption of blood spirit power to counteract the side effects of infusion was substantial every day. This jade ring was highly selective in collecting blood spirit power. The soul-devouring art could not be used on mortals, nor on those who cultivated demonic qi. Only on those who cultivated spiritual qi. Thus they frequently ventured into the southern border to capture people. In the territories of cultivators east of the southern border, these two were wanted by nearly every sect in the vicinity. Husband, I've heard that a war between the righteous and demonic paths is imminent. The Eastern Sea demonic cultivators have a plan for infiltration and sabotage. Perhaps we should infiltrate deep into the southern border. Many nearby sects wish to see us dead. Luoxing pondered. It seems we have no choice. He recalled the time they were hunted in Nanwu Kingdom, where they had been forced to discard almost all their second-tier low to mid-grade magical artifacts. The memory still made him seethe with resentment. On Taihu mountain range, within the beast-capturing sect, two figures were conversing on a peak. Jingyue, here is the new batch of Foundation Establishment human pills, 20 in total. Goei Qiutong floated 20 vials of pills out of his storage pouch, 1 pill per vial. Jinyu received them, cupping his hands. I thank the Pavilion Master Goei. Your cultivation has grown increasingly refined these past years. Are you nearing the late stage of Golden Core? How enviable. The Pavilion Master smiled. I am far inferior to your sect master. The Supreme Elder is preparing for him to condense his nascent soul within a century. We in the Alchemy Pavilion are all aware of this, so the medicinal resources are being diverted to him. Jinyu sighed helplessly. I cannot compare with those of exceptional comprehension like you. Both of us have heavenly spiritual roots, yet how has the gap grown so wide after reaching Golden Core? Alas. Haha, I see your cultivation has also advanced considerably. After consuming this batch of Foundation Establishment human pills, you should be within reach of the middle stage of Golden Core. Many thanks for your kind words, Pavilion Master Goei. Goei Qiutong changed the subject. You should also prepare the next batch of Foundation Establishment human materials, especially young ones. The medicinal potency of the old ones is somewhat diminished. Jinyu remained relaxed. Cooperating with demonic beasts is no longer feasible. Since the demonic cultivators are planning infiltration, then I shall be a demonic cultivator. The two exchanged glances and laughed heartily. Time flowed on, spring passed, and spring returned. On Crow Mountain, everything remained as usual that year. Chen Songyan had long since emerged from seclusion, now at the solid 7th layer of Qi refinement, the late Qi refinement stage. He had spent 5 months consuming over 80 vials of overflow Qi pills, slowly building up his cultivation. Outside the gate, a new batch of 10-year-old children arrived. Chen Songyan went out to test them. This time there were more than 50 children. Chen Songyan descended slowly on his flying sword, causing them all to bow their heads, not daring to look up. "Greetings, Immortal Master Chen." Dozens of people bowed in unison. Chen Songyan, expressionless, said, "Come forward one by one. Those with spiritual roots will stand behind me." Chen Songyan tested them one by one. On the 3rd floor of the comprehensive formation tower in a room, Chen Li had consumed over a dozen vials of Qi replenishing pills and finally carved out a 2nd-tier low-grade defensive formation pattern. After several months of comprehension, Chen Li had told her that carving a 2nd-tier low-grade formation pattern at the mid-Qi refinement stage would consume a great deal of spiritual energy. Now she understood firsthand. At the 5th layer of Qi refinement, it took her several months to finally complete the formation pattern. Chen Li was overjoyed. She was now a 2nd-tier low-grade formation master. 18 years old. Chen Li planned to next raise her cultivation to the late Qi refinement stage. She intended to go into seclusion after the festival to break through. Chen Li entered the early warning hall on the 2nd floor. The formation's large screen displayed a real-time image of Chen Songyan testing the spiritual roots of the crowd beneath the spiritual jujube tree. She then made a hand seal over a control lever labeled Qingfeng Mountain. The image switched to the periphery of Qingfeng Mountain, though the formation's signal transmission was somewhat unstable, an area that needed improvement. Beside it was another lever labeled Release Puppet Attack. The puppets integrated into the early warning formation had taken Chen Li and Chen Songxian 3 months of effort to add this function. With a single hand seal, the puppets deployed within the mountain would immediately emerge and attack enemies. Beyond these, there were many other levers, such as those for activating the trapping formation, the illusionary formation, and the attack formation. Inside the artifact refining workshop, Chen Songxiao had just produced a blade from the workbench imbued with the attributes of flame, thunder, and poison. The shape resembled a Tang sword, but not quite. Chen Songxiao had spent a year refining it, discarding countless failures and experimenting with numerous designs, starting over each time. Despite his youth, he had lost quite a bit of hair. Finally, heaven did not disappoint this diligent bird. After a year, he had forged the blade he had in mind. He named it 3 Ultimates Severing Calamity Blade, a genuine 2nd-tier, low-grade magical artifact. In the Heart Unity Hall, Chen Songxian sensed a small-scale surge of spiritual energy flowing into the room where Chen Songmei was practicing the Qi guidance technique. He sighed in admiration. This dual spiritual root aptitude is truly formidable. She succeeded in drawing Qi in just 1 year. Chen Songmei had reached the 1st layer of Qi refinement. She had grown much taller this year. The 7-year-old girl excitedly ran out shouting, "Third brother, I did it."